Westbrook is in the paint, throws back behind him. Chanchar, open three, Pickett. Yes, that'll help him out a lot. Denver leads at 94-79. That'll get his confidence going a little bit. Butler to the rim, leans in. Blocked at the rim by Spencer Jones. Get that weak shot out of here. Westbrook maintains the dribble, now guarded by Butler. Throws it left side over to Porter for three. Good. That'll shut the crowd up for a moment. He puts it on the floor. Spin move in the paint. Little hook shot won't go. Tip won't go. Second one won't go. Got his own rebound. He's quadruple teamed. Layup good! Aaron Gordon, a man among boys, has a season high. 36! Westbrook crouches down. 6. Takes a tough three. Good! Oh my goodness. He had Gary Payton hanging all over him. A bucket here, you win the game. Gordon has it. Steps through the defenders. Westbrook jumper. Got it! That's the ball game. Denver leads it by 10 with 35 seconds to go. And Denver's going to put the Golden State Warriors to sleep 8 times in a row in San Francisco without Jokic, Murray, or Brown.
Boy, what a story. I'm speechless. Speechless. I have no speech.
Gordon leads the way with a season high 38 points. There's the horn. Well, one of the worst wins of the year, followed by one of the best wins of the year. Nuggets over the Golden State Warriors, 114-105, and Denver wins game number 1 of a 4-game road trip.
I am speechless. I am without speech.
I don't know. Okay? That's my answer. I know what you're thinking. How? Hey, Brett, good morning. How did the Nuggets win that game? I don't know. I don't have answers for you because this team at times just doesn't make sense. You can have a stretch of games like they did in which it felt like they were playing poorly. Couldn't get a stop on defense, couldn't get a bucket when they had to. You have the game that all kind of culminates on Saturday with the Wizards, and it's like, what is wrong with this team right now? And after that, it feels like here's a swift kick in the nuts for you. You're going to play against a pretty good Golden State team now without Joker, Murray, or Christian Brown. Feels like you're just conceding another loss. And they pull it together and win that game. You know, in one that Spencer Jones is playing 19 minutes, and Vladko's getting 24. And Hunter Tyson's in the starting 5. AG goes off for 38. Russell has 16 assists. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. They don't make sense. By the way, that wasn't a game in which Golden State was just, I guess, rolling the ball out there and thinking they were going to win. I mean, they had their big dogs. It was Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler. And you held Steph to 6 of 21 from the field. You played defense. A 22-point first quarter. I don't know. It's such a difficult team to judge. Like, that is a great win. That is one of the best wins they've had all year, especially considering the circumstances. But, and there is a but, I almost don't want to do anything with it. I would rather they have won that way with Jokic and Murray and Brown on the floor. So I don't know. I am, as Nelly's intro would suggest, without speech. It's a bad quality to have for a radio host, by the way. I just don't understand how they can go from playing one game like that against the Wizards to then 3 guys going to be out of the starting lineup. Your 3 of your top players, your 3 top players, going to be out of the starting lineup against a better team, and then they win.
Nuggets legend Spencer Jones was the difference maker. That's what the text line was pointing out. No, here's what I think.
Yeah.
You know what? when Berto was in yesterday, I did not have a problem with my throat. You must bring the frogs in my throat back to the studio, Kaner. So,
welcome back, froggies.
Yeah, there you go, frogs. Thanks. No, you know, it's weird. It's like, man, I'm so choked up about this Nuggets win.
Yeah.
When you're playing the Wizards at home, you're supposed to win. If you win, it's what's expected to happen. If you play the Lakers at home without Luka and without LeBron, it's what's expected to happen. So all the pressure's on you. If you win, you've not really accomplished much. If you lose, it's a worst case scenario. Sometimes I feel like teams play well when there's no expectations. Everybody wrote that off as a loss. When I saw the injury report for the Nuggets yesterday come down at like 5 o'clock, I said, cool. I don't need to waste my time with this game.
Sure.
Turns out I did need to waste my time. I have the Nuggets app on my phone. I got that update at the end of the first quarter. My phone buzzed, and I looked at it, and I went, wait. The Nuggets held the Warriors to 22 points in the first quarter? Excuse me?
I know that this is going to be the thing that we all point to, and I'm not even saying this is wrong. It's just it's very easy to go, hey, young guys get in the lineup. Young guys play hard. And that is the translation between the way that you played defense Saturday as opposed to yesterday. Again, I get it. But it's to hold Golden State to that number, 105, when they had all their big dogs gunning for you, it's really impressive. Especially with what you had on the floor. Now, the question is, can you continue this and turn that into a win tomorrow at the Lakers, where I'm assuming you're going to have those guys back in the lineup? Again, assuming. I don't know what's going on with... I know that guys are playing through, some sort of banged up stuff, but this almost felt like Malone was holding those guys out to kind of prove a point, I guess. Because I don't think he thought they were winning that game when he held those guys out. Or they were held out, whatever you want to call it. But pretty crazy. Because this Golden State team has really turned it around since the Jimmy Butler trade. For the record, let me see what this is. 5. And doing quick counting. 5. They were 12-1 heading into that game last night. Going into the game against the Nuggets, in which they didn't have Jokic, they didn't have Murray, and they didn't have Christian Brown, the Warriors were 12-1 in the last 13 games. And somehow the Nuggets do that.
Maybe I manifested the inability to speak by playing that show open. So I'm going to try and speak again clearly. You think that the reason that Malone did hold out Jokic, Murray, and Christian Brown was to send a message? Or?
I don't know if it was to send a message, but let's be honest here, man. If they wanted to go out and win that game, I don't think that Jokic, Murray, and Brown were all too hurt to play on the same night. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I was wondering if Malone was thinking, all right, the Warriors are red hot right now. We're coming off the worst loss of the season. Let's just chalk this up at a loss, give our guys some rest, and then get ready for the rest of the road trip. Focus on the Lakers. I don't know if that was the reason, if it was a rest game.
I guess that's what I'm kind of saying. Not that he's like pissed at people and he held these guys out to say, you guys need to do this and that. I'm saying they were basically, this is a concession. They were making a concession yesterday. Because let's, again, look at the lineup. If there's anybody that you would hold out for injury purposes, right, it would be Aaron Gordon, because Aaron Gordon's he was just being held out like a couple games ago. So it was odd that he was one of the only guys that was playing from the starting 5 in that game, him and Porter. But to a certain extent, it's just like, can somebody play some defense? Please. And last night you got it. So I don't know what to do. I still am going to kind of bundle this in the same way that if the Nuggets lost last night, I'd crumple that piece of paper up and I'd throw it in the garbage. Whatever Michael Malone did after the Wizards game, if you saw his press conference then, mashing up the box score the second he sat down and throwing it away, like, yeah, I would have done the same thing. But I'm doing that for the game last night, even with the win. I think it's incredibly impressive. But I don't know what to do with a game in which Hunter Tyson is starting in the starting five and Spencer Jones is getting 19 minutes. I don't think there's some grand takeaway you can have from that. But anyway, there is a lot to do today. And I'll explain why. So, NCAA tournament in action tonight. You have the play-in games tonight and tomorrow. But for us, that means it's the start of our drop tournament.
Oh, yes!
So we're going to get going on that at 7 o'clock this morning. And it's same rules as we've always had. We're going to go through each region. I'm going to put the poll up on Twitter, at Brett Kane Radios, where you can find it. You vote. Whoever has the most votes at the end of the show moves on. And that's it. So,
and for those people who are joining the show for the first time, as Moser would say, we have new people come to the program every day. Mm-hmm. This is a tournament that we make, a March Madness style bracket we make of all sound clips you've heard from the previous year.
Correct.
It is like a March Madness bracket, Moji's version. How did this start, by the way? Because this predates me by a long time.
I just think Marty had a whole bunch of drops that we thought were funny. And I said to Marty one day, I go, do you think you can put 64?
64.
64 of these together? And he's like, I can try. And then we did it. I remember we tried not to do it one year. Me and Marty were thinking, maybe this thing has run its course and we shouldn't do this thing again. And then, as you can see on the text line here, Nelly, somebody said, are you going to finish it this year? I thought that it was like done. And then everybody started yelling at us to keep doing it. So we continue. I do love it. I love this tournament. So that's going to start at 7 o'clock. Do you know which region we're going to first today? Nelly, which region is it? There's 4. There's the Kane region, the Moser region, the Vic region, and the Nelly region. So
the world is your oyster. All 4 regions are ready to go. We can do whichever region we want.
But we will do one region a day to close out the week, and then we'll get to the big matchups of who moves on. So we have that. We also have, if you guys weren't paying attention, MLB opening day today. Did you guys know that? Did you know there was a real baseball game that's on Fox television right now between the Dodgers and the Cubs that actually counts in the MLB?
Oh, are they doing this thing where they play in Japan
yes,
and then the actual
Nelly.
season starts like 3 weeks later?
It's the Tokyo series.
Oh,
Who
man.
could forget? Bad news, by the way, it's the top of the 8th. The Dodgers are up 3-1. Yamamoto, by the way, his debut for the Dodgers, 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned, 4 Ks. So he had a nice debut. But yes, the MLB opening day is today. I know that you guys are aware of that, because who wouldn't be aware that there was an actual game being played in a sport today? You would have thought maybe they'd advertise it or something. Nope, that's okay. No need. It's so stupid. Like, seriously, so dumb. I guess it's kind of, would you compare it, Nelly, to like week 0 of college football? How it's like there's that random like one good game that's on the week before technically opening week?
Yeah, or where I'm sitting there and I go, wait a second. Florida State's playing a game in Ireland?
Yeah.
What? When did that happen?
Or, you know what? It's actually kind of poetic that they're doing this today, that this is their opening, quote, opening day of the MLB season, when this is technically the opening start of the NCAA tournament, although nobody really counts it. Do you remember, wasn't it last year that CU was in the play-in game? And they won, and we were saying, does that count as a tournament win or not?
Yes, we were talking about that because of Tad Boyle. Do we count this as a tournament win on his record?
What was the conclusion that we came to? I think I was on the no part of that.
It feels like a tie in the NFL. Did you win? No. Did you lose? Also no. Like,
Yeah.
when you're looking back at his resume, I don't think you count first four in, last four out, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if you count those as wins, quote unquote.
I just saw a text from Ross that said, if you ever stop the drop turning again, I'll sue your bleeps off, is what he said. Okay, deal.
I like the one that came before
that.
the one that came in before it, who said, so with your bracket contest, we just pick 5 crappy drops and then we win a big screen.
That's right. Whatever moves on. That's how we should have done it, by the way. This is how we messed it up. You want to know what really not another bracket contest would be? Is if we made the bracket contest about our drop tournament. That would have been an impressive detail. If you could pick the right ones of those, then I think you really deserve a Nuggets playoff game and tickets and a steak dinner and what else? We're getting you a yacht, whatever the grand prize is.
You get an all expense paid trip with Moser and his bees.
Yeah, exactly.
Go to
right.
Jamaica or something.
So that will be starting today at 7 o'clock, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Stick around. Oh, another detail, by the way, that I forgot to mention. It is a Tuesday, and it's the Nuggets playoff push. And with that great win yesterday, if you want to go to Ball Arena to catch the Nuggets in their playoff push, tickets are always available at nuggets.com/tickets. But we give away tickets every Tuesday. So every Tuesday on the 20s of each hour, we're going to have a keyword. You text in the keyword. You have until the 45 mark of each hour to get your keyword in. And the more times you enter these keywords, the better shot you got to win these tickets at the end of the show. So we're giving away tickets for the 26th against Giannis and the Bucks. So that's next Wednesday. The keyword for this opening hour. Because guess what? Teams are playing in the NCAA tournament. So we're going to give you some tournament teams. Keyword now is Montana. Text Montana and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Montana and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And you will have that opportunity to win those Nuggets tickets at the end of the show. If I had to rank these, by the way, just coming off what we were talking about, MLB opening day doing this Tokyo series where nobody knows that it's actually opening day for the MLB and you can barely watch because the game starts at 4 in. Is that the dumbest? I still don't understand this play-in stuff for the NCAA tournament. I don't know why you're doing this. Just pick 64 teams. Why are we having this extra, however, X amount of teams trying to fight their way in? Just you either make it or you don't. I don't understand. There's already 64 teams in the field. Why do we need more? Is it that? I'm not a big fan of week 0 in college football. Don't really understand that one either. You get, Clemson playing against Texas A&M in one game, and then the rest of them's like all these sort of FCS or really low-level FBS teams. I would fully admit that I think baseball is the dumbest because you literally don't even know it's on. We're at least aware there's going to be tournament games on tonight. We're aware of week 0 in college football. But this, I'm telling you, they've done a horrible job marketing. I don't even think they care if people watch because they know they probably won't.
That's actually what I was going to ask, Brett. Let's assume you did know. Let's suppose anytime you tune into Fox or ESPN, it's like, in Japan, Cubs, Dodgers, March 18th. Would that change your mind? Would you get up at 3 a.m. to watch a Cubs-Dodgers game that really means nothing in the grand scheme of things?
No, but I'm trying to think. If this was the Rockies, like if the Rockies got into this game, would I get up to watch? I don't think I'd get up for opening pitch. And I'm already getting up early anyway.
Well, if anything, that's why you should watch. Your alarm's going off basically when first pitch is anyway.
Yeah. God, I don't know. I think I'd watch like at least a little bit of it. But it's so weird and so stupid. Also, what's stupid is just looking at the Dodgers lineup. God, I hate them. It's unfair. The amount of just guys they can throw at you over and over again. By the way, it is bottom of the 8th. Nobody out. Cubs are down 2. They're at the plate with a man on second. So hopefully they can make something happen. Not that I'm a huge Cubs guy either, but whoever is playing against the Dodgers is my favorite team in the league. That's how it works. Moving on. So the Nuggets get this really good win yesterday. I don't know what to do with that win. I don't know how to really evaluate it because you're giving
So a lot of balls on the table.
Well, that's one thing. Like, it was a super ballsy win. The other thing is both teams are going to be off tonight, but I cannot wait for this Avs game tomorrow. I was just talking about this over the weekend. I think that the Avs are in a position that they have thrust themselves into as good of odds as anybody in the NHL as far as winning a championship, fighting for a Stanley Cup, winning the West, like whatever you want to put, they're in that. And I saw a video yesterday. And I keep telling myself I'm not going to play this game, but Nelly, it's hard not to. When the first sort of initial media onslaught with the Gabe stuff came out, my conspiracy antenna went in the air. And I said, there's got to be something more to this than he's just promoting his show. There's got to be more to it. In the grand scheme of things, if nobody watches Landeskog's show, does he really care? He's not getting paid by the ratings point. Does he want people interested in the story that he allowed people into his house for over the last, however much amount of time? Yeah, sure. But I saw a video of Gabe yesterday, and he looked really good on the ice with the team, like moving really well. You keep seeing these little clips. Hey, these people that thought I was going to retire. I forget the exact quote of what he said, but essentially, maybe you should change your mind on that. It just feels like it's building to some sort of crescendo. And in the meantime, all we're talking about is a team that just refuses to lose, especially with Val in the lineup. You just continue to see this thing sort of make a slow burn all the way to the end of this season, where it doesn't matter which goaltender you have in between Blackwood and Wedgwood. They both play great. They have this hard-fought game against Dallas that they earn a W on. It's crazy. Like, they are as good as anybody else in the league. And you just feel comfortable every night that they take the ice. I am waiting to get to that place with the Nuggets still, but last night was obviously a great step forward. My question is, can they bring the same defensive intensity when they have the regular lineup out there? Or was it something about young guys thrust into minutes they aren't used to playing and they just went a million miles an hour? Like Spencer Jones, I think, played the exact game that Spencer Jones should play, which is this. I'm out there for 19 minutes. I got 4 fouls. I think that should be everybody that comes off the bench. That's the way they should play. If you foul, who cares? You're only getting a few minutes anyway. But go out and be a pest. Be a gnat. Continue to buzz around.
You know who was an absolute master of that? Faku Campazzo. That dude couldn't shoot for a damn. But you know what he would do? He would act like a mosquito. Do you remember? He got Steph Curry so mad, he was about ready to throw hands because he would just wave his hands. He was basically a little brother going, hey, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. And Steph Curry was ready to strangle that guy. He made an impact without even scoring.
The only reason why Faku Campazzo was on this roster and got playing time was exactly because of that. He was not a talented basketball player, okay? He was fun to watch. He made some highlight reel passes. He couldn't shoot. But when he was on the floor, he played defense like it was his last 2 minutes in the NBA every night, because it pretty much was. Let's be honest. He was like a bad game away from being sent back to Argentina, and that's what happened at the end of the year. But again, that was a weird circumstance of guys being injured that year, and you're forced to play some dudes, but still, he understood what the role was. I'm not talented. I need to play like this. And I think guys that even are talented on this team, like Peyton Watson, for example, he's a talented basketball player. But when you're playing 15 to 20 minutes a night, defensively, it has to look like that.
And also, I wonder, maybe I'm completely making something out of nothing here, but he was from Argentina, and then he played his pro ball in Spain before he came to the Nuggets, right?
I believe so, yes.
So I wonder if he didn't understand the caliber of some of these superstars that he was guarding, because he genuinely did not care. He would get in the face of anyone he was playing.
Yep.
And I wonder if sometimes when these young guys, when you're playing the Thunder or something, they go, "Oh my God, that's SGA. I can't wave my hands in his face." Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's LeBron, SGA, Giannis, Akakachuchu. Faku would give everyone some.
Sure. By the way, did you guys see the video or the picture? This is like my worst nightmare, by the way. All I just want to sit courtside at a game. Just one time. That's all I want to do. I just think the experience of doing that, and it's not even like the feeling of like, oh, I'm such a baller, I'm sitting courtside. I think being able to watch the game that close is incredible. Now, I'm fortunate enough to where I can at least do that in pregame. Like, I can be on those benches on the floor in pregame. And watching these guys up close, it's like they're a marvel of genetics. They're 6'8", and they don't miss a shot ever during pregame. And I just want to witness this during a game at that level one time in my life. But my concern would be what happened to Tracy Morgan yesterday. He was sitting courtside at the Knicks game, and he just chucks everywhere. Like, there is a photo. It's disgusting. But there's a photo of him, and it's just midstream of, it looks like he took, what's this stuff called? Epicac?
Vomiting and all that.
I mean, it's like a hose coming out of his mouth.
Google Tracy Morgan courtside hose.
I mean, I thought it was fake, actually, when I first saw it. That is my worst nightmare, though.
It honestly looks like a bit from 30 Rock that they cooked up. It's crazy.
I mean, what do you do? That's the thing. There's nowhere to go. You're just going to have to let that stuff, and then play has to stop, and then everybody's eyes are on you, and, like, you can get away with puking in the 300 level. Okay, you can get away with it. It'll gross people out around you, but you aren't going to have every camera in the world on you. Courtside, you are now the main star. You're the main attraction. He, in that moment, is a bigger star and has more eyeballs than Cat, than Jalen Brunson, than I think who are they playing? Miami?
Yeah, they're playing the Heat.
Then Tyler Hero. It doesn't matter. You are the main star now of the show.
Well, and the thing is, if every time some rich guy sits courtside, somebody always knocks over their beer, and then they have to have a stoppage and play to mop up the beer.
Oh, look at this idiot.
But if you miss a few spots of beer, the show must go on.
Yeah.
With Tracy Morgan's puke, you cannot leave a single spot on the court. You gotta pause the game to bring out the hazmat suits.
Exactly. I was gonna say the guy in the big hazmat suit has to go out there. He's gonna back everybody off.
The guys in Monsters Inc. in the yellow suits with the masks. You got to do that whole operation. Make sure you get every spot before the game continues.
Here's the thing, though, Nelly. He wasn't just sitting courtside. He was next to the scorer's table. So it's probably got that little, like, frilly table cover thing that they have on. That probably got covered in. They probably had to change that out. He's sitting right next to Kenny Albert, who's calling the game, by the way. Gross.
I wish that Mike Breen was on that game. I do like that Mike Breen was on the Nuggets game, but if he was on that one, Tracy Morgan, bang! From way downtown.
It's worth a double bang, actually.
Oh, yeah, he gets
that one.
He gets the Steph Curry 2 bangs.
I mean, just, again, it horrifies me. Horrifies me.
Speaking of which, in about a week and a half, Jeremy, the morning show host on Mix 100, is actually going to be sitting courtside at a Nuggets game.
And he doesn't even like sports.
And so before he goes to that game, we're going to give him some advice about how to carry yourself courtside at a Nuggets game. First bit of advice, Jeremy, don't yak.
Yeah, don't puke.
Don't projectile vomit.
Don't do that. See, that actually, I love Jeremy. I think Jeremy's a great guy. The fact that he's going and sitting courtside at a sport that he does not care about and will not appreciate in the way that I will actually upsets me.
Well, he got the tickets because he celebrated 20 years working for this company. He's been doing Mix 100 for 20 years, and so they said, appreciate your time, your loyal host. Here's a pair of courtside tickets to see Nuggets versus Jazz on March 28th. So, Brett, you got about 14 more years to go, and then you get your free courtside tickets there, Pork Chop.
Hey,
you better saddle up.
I know that we're all teammates here in this building. He's my competitor. And we're just giving him free tickets? I mean, I know that we aren't fighting for the same demo. Like, he's probably, what is their demo? Like, teenage girls going to school, whatever that is. I'll take teenage girls going to school listening to this show. We're competing. And this guy gets courtside seats that I essentially am handing over to him because we give away tickets on this show. What is this?
Speaking of which, text the keyword Montana and your first and last name to be entered to win some free Nuggets tickets that aren't courtside, but they're still free tickets.
This guy's out here 20 years. This is your reward. You've gotten the same paycheck for 20 years, and now all of a sudden you get to sit courtside? What about me?
Just because he punches the clock and plays Sabrina Carpenter, you're killing him on air? What's the problem?
I'm not killing Jeremy.
What's the problem?
This is all jealousy coming out, okay? This is just jealousy. It has nothing to do with him. It has to do with me.
Gotcha. You know what? Thank you, Brett. Let's get to the source of this aggression.
Who's he going to take to the game? His kids?
Or his wife. Actually,
is Grismer considered one of his kids now because he's on that morning show with him?
I have been told that his wife actually is a sports fan, so she's probably educating him a little bit too. That guy's Aaron Gordon, that guy's Nikola Jokic. He has 3 MVPs. So I think he's getting a crash course. I think the missus is going to bring him up to speed.
You know what actually bothers me about Jeremy? Again, in a complimentary way, Jeremy's been doing. You said 20 years he's been on Mix. 20?
Yeah.
Morning radio will slowly kill people, okay? You will age like a president if you do morning radio. He looks the exact same age he did 15 years ago. That bothers me too.
Well, I'll tell you what. Here's a little secret. Every single morning he comes in here and he microwaves his breakfast, and he has the same thing. He has some plain oatmeal, just heats up the oats, puts a little bit of blueberries in there, puts it in the microwave, sprinkles a little bit of heat in there, so it's just piping hot. He has that for breakfast every morning.
I guess that's the
He
secret.
treats his body like a temple. He doesn't wake up with, Coors banquets like you and Moj.
What are you trying to say? It's not healthy? Anyway, a chance for you guys to win Nuggets tickets. We're going to be giving away keywords on the 20s of every hour. The keyword for this hour is Montana. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Now, I know that people like to say salary cap isn't real in the NFL and you can skirt this and do that. But this specifically, when it comes to a move the Broncos made, I thought was smart then. They need to continue to do that with a couple of other names. I'll explain why. It's a way you can skirt the salary cap rules by just doing your job effectively. And the Broncos are doing that and need to continue to. I'll explain next. Our Not Another Bracket contest, presented by Evan Williams Bourbon, is live at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. This time, instead of filling out your entire bracket, pick 5 teams. That's all you got to do. And you're entered. Every win is worth points. If you pick a lower seed, the value goes up. Check out all the details on the website. The grand prize winner gets an awesome prize package, 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at Denver Chop House, a big screen TV, and a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. It's brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it all for the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also, Brothers Barbecue. Let them cater your next event with their award-winning catering service. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket to enter. Okay. The Broncos. And by the way, we're going to have the start to our drop tournament in 15 minutes. Okay? The Broncos did something and need to continue to do something because it's really smart. Let's ask an easy question to start this off. Who is the best defensive back in the NFL? Well, he resides in Denver. His name is Pat Surtain. On September 4th of 2024, about a week before the season started, Pat Surtain signed a contract extension that made him the highest paid corner in the NFL. Highest paid corner in the history of the NFL. Today, Pat Surtain is about to be the 4th highest paid corner in the NFL in the span of just a few months. This is why when you have a player that you know you're going to sign, you know he's part of your long-term plans, that he's a cornerstone for your franchise that you want here for years, do the deal as soon as humanly possible. Do not allow others to continue to get contracts that balloon higher and higher, and then you have to pay off that scale for that guy. J.C. Horn got a contract a couple of months, or maybe a month ago. He makes $25 million a year. Surtain makes $24. Jalen Ramsey is making $24.1 per year. Signing your guys early is what you must do if you are serious about keeping them around and you don't want to pay the highest price. The dumbest thing I've seen, and you know what? I keep waiting and waiting for the Bengals to make this push back to a Super Bowl again, and I just don't think that they have the brains in the front office to do it. That team couldn't stop anybody on defense. And their idea of building towards a winner again is to sign 2 wide receivers to mega contracts. Jamar Chase is a no-brainer. You had to sign him. Why are they choosing T. Higgins over a guy like Trey Hendrickson? Or over anybody on defense? It will never make sense to me. But because they drug their feet on the Jamar Chase thing, he's getting $40 million a year. They signed this contract extension last year when they knew they were going to keep him. Maybe that number's like 35. There's no point in waiting unless you run into like a Garrett Bowles situation. If you remember what happened with him, Garrett Bowles had his 5th-year option, and the Broncos declined it because, honestly, like they nor we knew he was good enough. He really struggled at that point in his career. He has this breakout season under Munchak. He gets a lot better. They ink him to a big deal, and now all of a sudden he's a stalwart within your offensive line and somebody that you trust. But he had to earn that. Surtain, you knew from day one that he was going to be a guy you gave a second contract to. So you get the deal done as early as possible. You aren't basing that off of other people's new contracts, and you save some cash. And that's where I'm looking at a guy like Zach Allen, and I'm looking at a guy like Nick Bonito. Get those guys done as soon as possible. You know you're going to keep them. What's the point in waiting for the price just to continue to rise?
Adam Schefter actually said the exact same thing that you're saying when he was on with us yesterday.
Look, this is what Cincinnati was trying to get done. And they had been at it for a couple of years, and they could have gotten this done earlier, and it would have saved them some money, but they didn't. Like, they could have did it at the beginning of last offseason when Nick Bosa's salary was $34 million as the highest paid guy. Then they could have did it after Jefferson, it would have been 35. Then they were working on it a couple of weeks ago, and they had a deal in place with Chase for 37, 38, and then Myles Garrett gets his deal. So, when you have a transcendent talent, just get the guy signed. It's not that hard. You want to keep the guy, get it done. Like, there's no reason to wait on those things.
Well, it's funny because the Broncos have done exactly that, right, with a bunch of their players.
Yeah.
Does Surtain's deal look like a bargain now that you compare it to Derek Stingley?
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
That's exactly like the cost on Patrick Surtain is not going down when he's in the prime of his career. It's just not. So get the deal done, and now the deals start piling up above him, and they have him locked in. He's got a great deal. They got their guy without having to worry about the price going up. It's a win for everybody. That's how it should be.
Sounds like, Nelly, I'm a genius. I didn't hear that yesterday, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's simple.
Yeah, are you sure you didn't have one earbud in on the golf course?
I did not. By the way, that was the most bizarre round of golf of my life. The amount of wind was insane. Nobody cares.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
That whole thing, though, it's just, to me, it's just basic, like, economics of a league. Don't mess around with somebody you know is going to be here. The only people you really wait on, as far as whether they're getting a contract or not, are people you aren't sold on. Like, who would be a good example? Mims. I wouldn't give Mims an extension now. But if he has a great year, then yeah, you do it. But Mims wasn't somebody who got on the roster and just burst onto the scene as some superstar. The difference is a Surtain. The difference is I don't know if somebody else is really fitting that bill right now as far as no-brainer have to sign him back. I mean, Benito is about as close as I can get. But that's what you do. It's just smart because you aren't having to compete with future contracts that's only going to balloon the price. You can get them for what's a steal. Like, Surtain's contract looks like a steal, and it's been like 5 months, Nelly. 5 months later, it looks like a steal. That's the reason why you do it. So they need to continue to, and I hope that they do get that done with guys like Benito and Zach Allen because they're going to be here. Or at least they should be. But I don't know what Cincinnati's doing. Cincinnati is just... Again, I understand signing Chase. You have to. He's an amazing talent. They should have done it a year ago. But they gave T. Higgins the contract, too. It's like between two wideouts, you're paying them over the next 4 years. I mean, I know these aren't fully guaranteed contracts, but essentially $270-ish million for two guys? Seems pretty crazy to me. 303-504-0925. Texture says, is Benito's contract like Myles Garrett now? No. That's the thing. As of now, Benito has no room to command Myles Garrett type of money. He'll get a lot, but not that price. Now, Benito goes out and has another 18-sack season. Maybe he does approach that territory. Why you get things done now. So a whole bunch going on today. We'll recap that Nuggets game. Great win. Don't know how they did it, but great win yesterday against Golden State. We will start our drop tournament in about 7 minutes. So we'll get one region, push that out today. We'll have a different region for each day this week. You guys vote at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter to what moves on. More chances and keywords for you guys to win Nuggets tickets at the end of this show. So look, a lot of things that we got going on today, along with opening day in baseball. Dodgers win 4-1 over the Cubs. That game just rounds out. So the Dodgers are actually 1-0 in an actual MLB game, as most other teams are playing spring training right now, because that is how baseball operates. But can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Live every day, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Westbrook is in the paint, throws back behind him. Chanchar, open three, Pickett. Yes, that'll help him out a lot. Denver leads it 94-79. That'll get his confidence going a little bit. Butler to the rim, leans in. Blocked at the rim by Spencer Jones. Get that weak shot out of here. Westbrook maintains the dribble, now guarded by Butler. Throws it left side over to Porter for three. Good. That'll shut the crowd up for a moment. He puts it on the floor. Spin move in the paint. Little hook shot won't go. Tip won't go. Second one won't go. Got his own rebound. He's quadruple teamed. Layup good! Aaron Gordon, a man among boys, has a season high. 36! Westbrook crouches down. 6. Takes a tough three. Good! Oh my goodness. He had Gary Payton hanging all over him. A bucket here, you win the game. Gordon has it. Steps through the defenders. Westbrook jumper. Got it! That's the ball game. Denver leads it by 10 with 35 seconds to go. And Denver's going to put the Golden State Warriors to sleep 8 times in a row in San Francisco without Jokic, Murray, or Brown.
Boy, what a story. I'm speechless. Speechless. I have no speech.
Gordon leads the way with a season high 38 points. There's the horn. Well, one of the worst wins of the year, followed by one of the best wins of the year. Nuggets over the Golden State Warriors, 114-105, and Denver wins game number 1 of a 4-game road trip.
I am speechless. I am without speech.
No doors. I have no doors. I'm a gazebo. I'm a bathtub. I have no doors on me because I don't have an answer, okay? Mm-hmm. I don't have an answer. I don't know. That's the first thing I want to tell. I know what you're thinking. You're like, guys, how did the Nuggets win yesterday? I don't know. I don't know how they did it.
Here's what I recommend. I recommend we disband this show, this entire station. We stop doing sports talk radio. We go to smooth jazz. We know nothing about sports. Our listeners know nothing about sports. We're all sports dumb. Because what happened last night is proof positive that sports is fun because it's unpredictable. And unpredictable doesn't even describe that game. It doesn't describe it. You don't have the MVP. You don't have 3 starters. You're playing a team that was one of the hottest teams in the league, winners of 7 straight. You're playing them in their arena. This team, over the last 16 games, Golden State, the number 1 rated offense in the Western Conference, the number 1 rated defense in the Western Conference. This team was impenetrable. And you go there and win with Spencer Jones?
Yeah. Yeah, they won 12 of their last 13 games. They've been red hot ever since the Jimmy Butler trade. And Spencer Jones and some dudes get what I would call, Vic, win of the year?
Yes. Win of the year, yeah. Moj, I think, because it almost offsets the atrocity we witnessed on Saturday night against Washington.
With 7 freaking dudes!
I honestly forgot what Hunter Tyson looked like. I saw him on the floor, and I go, who the F is that guy? Yeah. I'm like, oh, that's right, that's Hunter Tyson. I remember him from some time ago, former second-round pick who I think was, playing basketball in Argentina or Peru, something like that, and he's on the floor running around. I'm going, wow. That dude just made a 3. Now, he only made 1, but he made a 3. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I don't, Vic, I'm with you. I just say disband all sports right now.
We shouldn't be here this morning. No, we should call this.
No. We should not. We should be playing, honestly, not even smooth jazz. Let's go full classical on Altitude 92.5. Just classical Altitude 92.5 today because that was.
Thank you.
You're damn right, Nelly.
Yeah.
That was, and by the way, I ting 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 tong 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 tong. Oh, it's so much fun. I'll be bailing out of here in less than an hour to go to the airport.
I think I will too.
Okay, because
I think we should all bail out.
I'm going to Toronto because I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know what to do with my hands.
I'll go to Topeka.
I can't give you like analysis of the game because I really don't get it. It makes no sense.
So here's what I think. This is honestly my main takeaway from the game last night. Trey, Joker, and Jamal.
Yeah.
And Christian Brown. Just get rid of those guys and let these.
I have nothing. I have nothing. I am nothing. I am nothing. We are nothing.
See, I said earlier, when you have a game like that, especially with dudes like Spencer Jones getting, 20 minutes last night, he pretty much crystallized, I think, what everybody off the bench should be doing. Get 4 fouls in 19 minutes. Why not? Just go 100% every second you're on the floor. And Nelly brought this up in the appetizer. It's kind of like how Faku Campazzo got playing time on this team, remember? Faku wasn't good. He wasn't a good basketball player, but he was like a gnat. And he would go a million miles an hour every second he was on the floor. And just like, if you're one of these guys coming off the bench, if you're Zeke, if you're Peyton Watson, like, play that way. Play the way that Spencer Jones did last night and just go crazy for 19 minutes, and who cares how many fouls you get. Aaron Gordon had to be a beast last night,
Absolute
and he was.
Stud. It's almost like, I don't know if you went to a witch doctor. Do witch doctors still exist?
Yeah, I got 3 of them.
Okay. Did AG go to one of your witch doctors and get his body all fixed up? Because he played 37 minutes. He was flying through the air. He was shooting from outside. He was defending like a mother. I mean, I don't know what happened, but I thought I was thinking to myself.
What happened.
I was thinking to myself, your body was broken, and now it's not broken.
I'll tell you what happened. AG thought he was transported back to Orlando.
Yeah.
Because when he played for the Orlando Magic, that's the role he played.
Yep.
The score a lot, do a lot role. He moves to Denver, and his role changes dramatically. So last night, all he did is inherit the role that he once played, first part of his career, to score a lot. And he proved again he could do it. But what gets me about that game last night, here's what gets me. Can we be real? Guys, do you want me? I'm going to ask you, do you want me to be honest and real?
No.
I prefer when you lie to me.
I like when you lie.
But in this occasion, can I be real?
Sure.
The Denver Nuggets last night went into that game with the notion of punting.
Yeah.
They had, okay, and let me give you reasons why. They could have started DeAndre Jordan. They could have started Dario Saric. They could have started veteran players who have played in bigger games, more important games. Those guys are sitting there with their teeth in their mouth. Could have easily played. Instead, they start Hunter Tyson, who had not started an NBA game in his life. They bring in Spencer Jones, who played back-to-back games in the G League, flew him into town the morning of the game yesterday, had a connection in Minneapolis where he had to wait an hour and a half, got to Chase Center 2 hours before tip-off, and said, hey, you're playing 24 minutes tonight. So you tell me, how?
I don't know. I need to find out this number, and I'm not sure it's readily available. Boy, did Steph Curry have a bad shooting night last night.
Yeah.
I mean, boy, did he have a bad
He was
shooting.
4-14 from 3.
Yeah. But we've seen that before. What? Steph Curry, when he plays the Nuggets, who does he shoot the worst against in the NBA? Because I don't remember Steph Curry having a ton of 4 of 14 nights, but I sure do remember those kind of nights against the Denver Nuggets.
Most.
I remember a 3 of 16. I remember a 4 of 18. I remember a 5 of let's say 15. I remember those kind of nights from him against the Denver Nuggets. But I don't remember it against a lot of other teams in this league, and I don't know what's going on.
Moj, the Warriors missed 12 free throws. They lost by 9. They missed 12 free throws. Okay, we could talk about what the Warriors did not do. That's easy. The Warriors basically were what the Nuggets were against Washington. They gave you that game. That's fine. I don't care. I don't care about them. I can tell you this. This game proves, and I'm glad that the Nuggets starters were watching from the bench, because it proves you can play defense.
Yeah.
This is a Golden State team that was held to 22 points in the first quarter. It was 29-22. And the Nuggets did it with just a endless array of want-to plays, of try-hard plays, on the floor, running around. And the reason you got so many turnovers, and they did turn it over a bunch, hell, I think Russell Westbrook had a chance for a quadruple-double last night in turnovers, is because you're playing with your hair on fire. The ball is going everywhere. That's the style of game it needed. It necessitated that. I don't care if you play defense. Turn it over all you want.
That's such a great point, though, dude. I think that the Nuggets having those guys out of the lineup, it probably screwed Steve Kerr and the guys up. They're probably like, well, what do we do with all these dudes who, yeah, they're turning the ball over, but they're flying all around? I mean, it was a bizarre night. I mean, it was just a bizarre basketball game.
Vic's right about this, though. The crazy thing is you just come off of a miserable game on Saturday. Horrible. And then you come out against the Warriors, and you essentially are saying, you guys can take the win tonight. We're good. Like, that's what happened.
You punted before the game.
Yeah, you just said we're not going to win, and that's fine. We're just going to give the guys a night off. It's very obvious. Now, what is crazy, Vic, is that of all the players that I would have thought, if you're giving people a night off, I thought AG would have been one of them because he's taking nights off every other night anyway due to his injury stuff. Yeah. But he goes out and he plays great. But yeah, they went into that game thinking we're just going to hand a loss over and be cool with it, and hopefully we can get the Lakers in a couple of days.
Hey,
and they steal a win.
This applies to everybody, including Nikola. Energy and effort on defense. We saw it last night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it can be it can be done. It's there. It's there. It's not. Everybody this year has been talking about, change the scheme is terrible. Scheme? It's the same damn scheme they used when they won an NBA championship.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed, everybody. Nothing's changed. The only change we saw last night are different players that executed it.
Well, we'll talk a lot about this game today, but we have a bunch of things to do. First of all, it's Tuesday, and Tuesday for the end of this regular season means we're giving away Nuggets tickets at the end of the show. We'll give you a keyword in about 10 minutes for how you can get that. Today is also what? The opening to the NCAA tournament, the play-in games.
Nah, that's not officially it yet.
Well, here's the thing, Vic. For us, it is. Because we start the drop tournament today.
Oh, wow.
Drop tournament begins today. We will be starting in the Vic region. If you guys are new to this show, here's how it works. We have 64 different drops that we will play over the course of this week. I will put all of these matchups on Twitter at Brett Kane Radio, and you vote to decide who moves on to the next round.
Explain what a drop is for those that...
Nelly, hit a drop for the people.
They're expecting smooth jazz.
Shot out of here.
They're just little clips, quick clips that...
Josh Allen?
Like that Nelly can hit at the... At any random point throughout the show.
I don't understand anything that you said.
So we put together 64 from the previous year to match up against each other. We start in the Vic region today.
What are the all-time champions of this? For those who don't remember, I don't remember either, but there have been some doozies over the years.
And Ed Sprinkle was in there.
That lady who said something about the soups.
Oh, fat and sassy. Yeah.
I think a good Cinderella run came from Scott Hastings with the text.twitch. L2 SR Twitch text.
I forgot about that lovely lady. Just go home, make some bread and some soups. So,
where do you think she is today, man?
Probably eating bread and soups.
Getting fat watching that game last night.
1 versus 16 is our first matchup in the Vic region. The 1 seed, Nelly, is.
And then you got the opposing reliever, Black Torch, crying about the ball.
Dare I say the Rockies played a little bit better?
I called him Black Torch. I know his name. I didn't realize that was that sensitive to a pitcher. I didn't when Black Horse, what's his name? Black House?
I think it's Fairbanks.
So that is matched up with the 16 seed, which is...
Hey, it's Tom Kenny, the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants, and you are filling your ear holes with the sweet sounds of Altitude Sports Radio. Ah.
It's pretty cool that you got SpongeBob to say that. I mean, I will say that. I mean,
Well,
it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, he apparently watches football.
I reckon he does.
And then we'll have the 8 versus 9 matchup. The 8 seed in the Vic region is...
Because you could say the same thing about Elway his rookie year, Manning his rookie year. Oh, my God.
There's the Plains.
That was out of Castle Pines during the
great.
BMW.
I love that. Just that sound. And that goes against a 9 seed. The 9 seed is... Save that for a second, Vic, because I do want to get a little bit more into that. There's a couple of different things.
Babe
Here's
Ruth
what I
hit.
think about your stat mode.
Oh, God.
Doesn't sound like you got anything in there, dude. Sounds like you're just blowing your brains out.
All right, so those will both be up at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. You vote to what moves on. We'll be sprinkling these in throughout the show today. Stick around.
This is 2025. And guys, fix yourself. If you're dealing with any kind of erectile dysfunction, you're tired of the frustration and embarrassment that ED causes, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. It's a great resolution. Get yourself fixed for 2025 because it's going to help a lot of things in your life. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got treatment success rates well over 90%. Some treatments, well, it'll last you a long time. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit, only $99, includes a medical consult, and you get the T and the PSA test. And if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your appointment is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work. They've got an expert staff. Do yourself a favor. They got 5 locations from Colorado all the way down to Fort Collins. From Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Do yourself a favor. Call today, 720-440-7900, and do something about it. Get yourself healthy. 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so the Nuggets with a big win yesterday. Again, hard to explain why, but a lot of defensive effort, a lot of different things led to them somehow beating a Warriors team that won 12 of their last 13. Now, nobody plays tonight, but I'll tell you, Moj, I am pretty psyched for tomorrow's game. Not just the Nuggets, but the Avs taking on Toronto should be great.
Should be a good one, yeah. We
I
didn't get your
can't
thoughts
help-
on what transpired over the weekend. You were off yesterday. Or we moved on? We're just ready for the rest of the regular season, correct?
As far as the Miko stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was kind of what it would look like, to be honest with you.
Okay, good.
Mostly happy stuff with, you're going to hear a smattering of a couple people, but
sure.
Yeah, I think that's what it should have looked like. And even happier that they got the win in the middle of all of that. Here's what's crazy, though, and I can't get this out of my head. I saw this yesterday, and I keep telling myself I won't allow myself to think this way. But I had a conspiracy antenna go up when I saw all of the media onslaught stuff that Gabe was doing. And you could say he's just promoting his show, and maybe he is. Maybe that's all there is to it. Gabe looks pretty good in some of these videos. He does. And I always see these new clips coming out. Hey, you guys think I'm retiring? Hey, maybe think about that again, or whatever he says. I can't help but just think that maybe there's something more to this. I don't know.
Again, I would not be surprised one bit if Gabe shows up game one against, it looks like to be Dallas, suits up and gives it all he's got. And he's ready to go. Just gives it all he's... Hey, watching him skate yesterday was cool.
Saying.
As fast as he was moving. Now, Moj, I don't need to tell you or anyone else. Skating as fast and hard as you can is much different than skating with somebody on you, skating with somebody pushing you, skating with physicality, right? The knee's got to absorb more punishment. Now, who knows how he recovered too this morning, right? Who knows? Did the knee respond well after that session? We don't know yet. But man, that looked great.
He looked good. He's not skating as hard as he can. I didn't see any of that.
Well, he skated harder than he has in 3 years.
I've seen him skate swiftly, and I've seen him skate elegantly in the last couple of months, several months, that kind of thing. I haven't seen him really do, golly, listen to me, at the plague. I haven't seen him do super hard hockey stuff yet. And again, maybe he will. I really don't know. What I came away from in the Kyle Keefe interview with Gabe was that I was hopeful that this could happen at some point, whether it's this year, next season, whatever the case may be. He's still a young man, right?
Yeah.
I came away hopeful. And I love to see him back skating the way he is skating. I think it's awesome. Well, it's not. I just want to caution you right this second. It's not super hard hockey skating. It's swiftly drill skating.
You know what's crazy though, Moj, is that the Avs are they're on a roll right now because they're finally healthy, and we always wondered all year long, like, what do the Avs look like when they're healthy? Because they always had, 3, 4, 5 guys out of the lineup all the time. They're healthy now. And it's like exactly what you kind of hope for, right? Between Wedgwood and Blackwood, I don't even know if one guy is like preferable to the other right now at the way that Wedgwood's playing. Wedgwood's been incredible.
He's playing good hockey.
Yeah.
He's playing great between the pipes. Manson is out, and I don't know how long that's going to be. Hopefully not a long time, but he is definitely out of the lineup right now.
Right. And that's a new injury, correct?
I don't know. I mean, it happened in Calgary. I don't know if it's, a new injury or it has to do with the old injury. I don't know, Vic. I really don't know. And by the way, at this point, if I did know, I wouldn't say, because it's up to the team to release that kind of information. But if you think you're going to get any sort of information about even a hangnail on any kind of guy at this point, coming down the stretch and into the postseason, you are out of your mind.
By the way, because it is Tuesday, and Tuesdays on this program and on this radio station, On the 20s, we'll give away keywords for you to win a pair of tickets to a Nuggets game as they make their playoff push. Tickets are always available at nuggets.com/tickets. But the keyword for this hour, in the honor of the NCAA tournament starting up again with the play-in games today, Yale is going to be the keyword. Yale in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. A chance to win tickets to next Wednesday's game against Giannis and the Bucks.
Yale.
They're in the tournament.
The Bulldogs.
Thanks, Vic.
Many U.S. presidents attended Yale. Many.
How many star radio hosts have attended
Not
Yale?
many.
Yeah.
It's a university that has produced more presidents than radio hosts.
I actually think that's probably true. Here's the other thing. So we were just talking about this. I remember, wasn't it last year, CU wins the play-in game, and we start talking, was it last year, a couple years ago, whenever that was, that we were talking about, does that count as a tournament win for the Buffs? You guys remember that? They win the play-in.
Yeah.
Does that count as an NCAA tournament win?
I think that the tournament would say it counts as a tournament win. In my own personal world, it does not count as a tournament win.
I don't count it either, I don't think. Because I don't even know why they have these play-in spots. Why didn't they just leave somebody on the cutting room floor? Why are we even doing play-in games?
Well, it depends how you define it, right, Brett? They say the tournament is now a 68-team field, not 64.
But it's not.
But that's what they call it,
Yeah.
a 68-team field. When you have your final brackets, it's the same brackets we've had for years with this little corollary here up in the corner. Yeah, winner of. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if it's part of the tournament. I mean, look up CU basketball. See if they call themselves a tournament team last year. I mean, they won the game, right?
Yeah.
So they were in the tournament, so they are a tournament team. But how many tournament wins did they have last season?
They won the opening round, didn't they?
That's what I'm saying. How many?
The
do
buzzer
they
beater?
qualify that as a tournament win?
I don't know. But I bring that up to say, does that feel fake to you? You guys know what happened this morning? I got in the studio, I turned on the TVs, and I watched
baseball.
A regular season baseball game this morning.
Stupid. Yeah, it's almost like, what
Vic, were you aware that regular season baseball was being played today?
Bro, I was so jacked after last night's Nuggets game. I think I went to bed at 2:30. So I wasn't waking up to watch baseball.
I'm just saying, were you aware that there was an actual regular season game that counted on
I was
today?
aware that the Cubs and Dodgers were getting it on.
Dodgers won, by the way, 4-1 this morning.
Can I role play for a minute, please?
Yep.
Let me take on the role of Rob Manfred.
Okay.
Commissioner of Major League Baseball.
Go ahead.
Bring, bring. Bring, bring. Hey, Jim, thanks for calling me back. Appreciate it. Hey, listen, there's this guy in Denver named Moser. And, he hates our guts. Yeah.
Huh?
And I don't know why, but for a lot of reasons you understand. Anyway, let's do something to make him hate our guts even more. Do yourself a favor. Send the Dodgers and the Cubs to Japan in the middle of March and have them open up America's game in Japan a couple weeks before anybody else even plays a regular season game. No, we're going to call it real. It's gonna matter. Yeah. Well, we'll get a couple extra bucks, I guess. Yeah. And by the way, let's not have no salary cap and let's just screw over all the small market teams. Okay, sounds good. All right, talk to you soon. Okay, bye.
It is bizarre that you are opening the season. I was trying to think between the play-in games of the NCAA tournament, week 0 of college football also feels weird because there's like one real game that's played every year. It's always like Georgia Tech versus Florida State or something, right, in week 0. But then the opening is the following week. It seems stupid. Why do they have to do this now is my question. They can't wait until, a month into the regular season to throw a game in Japan. I don't get it. It's dumb.
Well, because you have to travel 14 hours back. That's
give
why.
them a couple days off
just go over there
afterwards.
and play exhibition games then. What? Why are you? Dude, there was a time. Listen, there's old man yelling in a cloud. Here I go. That's me, Sonny. I'm Mose. Hey. There was a time, man, when opening day meant something. You held it sacred in this country, the United States of America. The bunting on the friggin' walls around the home plate.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
People got dressed up, and it was a big deal.
They wore their fedoras.
They wore their fedoras. And, well, here's what I'm saying.
I do miss those
That
days.
game, the first pitch was like at 10 a.m. our time, right? It meant something in this country. It was tradition. And baseball's like, yeah, screw it. Let's just start it a couple weeks early. Oh, and by the way, let's go halfway around the globe. Look, I know the Dodgers have a lot of players from Japan. Yamamoto, did you see what he did to the Cubs?
Yeah.
He mowed them down.
5 innings, yeah.
Well, dude, he threw like what, 1-hit ball or 3-hit ball? Or 3-hit ball. He mowed them down. Anyway, I get that. You want to capitalize on that. That's good. That's a good thing. But, man, what are you doing? What's baseball doing?
I don't know. I don't get it either. I don't like it. I don't like how the game started at 4 a.m., I think our time was opening pitch. My question was, if this was the Rockies, would you get up to watch it? If the Rockies were participating in this Tokyo series is what they're calling it, would you get up at 4 a.m. to watch the Rockies' first pitch if it was their first game of the season?
I went to bed at 2:30.
Yeah, I'd consider it. I don't know that I do.
Well, you guys wake up at 3 o'clock in the
morning.
morning for like the Open occasionally, don't you?
No.
Some people do.
There are times when I wake up. Yeah, I'll wake up early to watch the British Open, the Open Championship. Yeah, and there are times when I consider that too.
I woke up early that year. Remember when the World Cup was being played?
Yeah.
In Tokyo and South Korea. I did wake up to watch a lot of those games. I did. I wake up to pee.
What if you woke up to pee, you just turned on your TV, and you're like, oh, the Rockies are down 3-1 in the fourth?
Maybe that's what it's for. Maybe it is for our age group, Moshe. Maybe baseball is doing our generation a favor. They figure, hey, the elderly men are going to wake up anyway in the middle of the morning.
It was 50,000 viewers of the Dodgers and Cubs game. All of them got up to pee and then said, this is a pretty good ball game. I think let's just sit down and watch the
No wonder
rest.
they ran all those prostate commercials.
Jeff chimes in, dude, Moser, who cares? It's Japan. It's a huge baseball market. Only 2 or 3 games. Who cares?
No, Moshe's right, though. It's our sport. You don't start it in another country.
It's just, I don't know. It's about tradition. Nothing matters to anybody anymore. That's I've discovered that. Nobody holds anything sacred anymore. It's do whatever you want, play whatever you want, play wherever you want, nail whoever, whatever. It's just stupid, man.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It drives me crazy that we sit on, it's March 18th in Japan. The Rockies don't even open until April, and you're already playing regular season baseball.
Moshe.
It just seems so discombobulated. It's just dumb.
It sounded like Moser saw a celebrity couple break up because one of them got caught cheating, and he's just like, nobody's any morals anymore. Like, you're in a relationship with somebody.
You would love watching a baseball game in Japan. I went to a game in Tokyo.
Listen, dude, I want to go to Japan badly. I
went to the Tokyo Dome.
I would probably really, really love it.
20 years ago, and I watched a game, and the way they sell their beer there, you never have to get up to do anything. They come to you. They have these ladies walk around with pony kegs strapped to their backs. Honest to God. Little pony kegs, and you pour yourself a beer.
Well, pony keg is pretty heavy. It better be a stout. I mean, like a sumo chick.
No, they're petite girls walking around with pony kegs.
Strong legs, then. Dude, you ever picked up a full? I mean, it's hard to pick up a full keg, right?
Yes.
You've tried that, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's hard to pick up a full pony keg, dude.
Yeah, they're heavy.
And to strap that around your back like a baby and walk around pouring beers, I'd be pouring the hell out of beer so it lightens up real quick.
No, here. Take more. Yeah. More. Take this.
Hey, 2 for the price of 1. Here you go.
Anyway, yeah, baseball's in action today, just so we're all aware, in case you guys didn't know that.
Who told you that? I know I sound very, I'm sure that sounds very old manish, but man, nothing's sacred anymore. Listen, the Dodgers have Japanese studs on their team. They're going to win. They're probably going to go 162-0. Probably.
I think that would be a first.
But would it surprise you?
Yes, if they won every baseball game this season, I would be very surprised, Moj.
With a payroll of $400 million, would it surprise you?
162 consecutive wins would have me very surprised. Very.
How about 158-4?
Yeah, I would still be very surprised by that record, too.
Anyway, I get why they do it. I get why they're doing this and so on and so forth. Now the funny part is I think they come back and have more spring training, if I'm not mistaken, right? They come back for more spring training and play more spring training games before they actually break to play the regular season in North America.
Yeah, they go back to play games that don't matter after this. That's right. Yeah.
Why not just right now go play games that don't matter? Why does this matter?
I don't know. Try and expand to a new market. Get some more eyeballs.
You already have Japan.
You don't need
Japan
their
already
eyeballs. They're
loves you.
watching already.
Yeah, Japan you already got them.
I'm not Manfred. I don't have the answers to this. I also think it's silly.
You're selling crepes to a Frenchman. What? I mean,
you're selling pizza to an Italian.
Yeah, for God's sake.
Hey, Mr. Lombardi, come over here. I got this new food for you. I think you're really going to enjoy this. It's called spaghetti.
Yeah. Hey, Vic, I got this thing called gnocchi. You might want to give it a try.
Let's get to our next matchups here in the Vic region of our drop tournament. We go now to a 5 versus 12. The 5 seed, Nelly, is...
No.
Schematically, certainly we'll have to review some stuff. Clearly the spirit to compete just wasn't there.
Oh, a lozenge,
That
JJ
is the most obnoxious. I
It's
hope
so
that
bad.
loses in the first round. This better be an upset.
That goes up against the 12 seed, which is...
If you don't take an underwear, you don't get the gas.
I remember you were on location.
Let me hear that again, Nelly. Play that again.
If you don't take an underwear, you don't get the gas.
People came from far and wide to get a free pair of underwear.
I know they did. That was good.
Our other matchup, a 4 versus 13. The 4 seed is...
And as this person approaches, I turn, and it's Gabriel Landeskog. And you know Gabriel Landeskog. He brings all the milkshakes to the yard. Is that how the song goes?
No. The milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Oh, whatever.
That is what Cody
Something
said.
about milkshakes in yards.
But hang on a second. The fact of the matter is
Something about milkshakes and yards.
This is Gabe Landeskog, and I bring all the milkshakes to the yard. What is this? Why did I just say that?
Oh, that topped it off.
It's pretty good. It goes against... I'm just reading this. I don't know what this is. The 13 seed, Nelly, go ahead. If my wife came up to me tonight and said, hey, you want to watch Little House on the Prairie? She knows I would walk straight outside to the garage, grab a pack of smokes, and think about not coming back.
What if she said, you want to watch Little Hose on the Prairie?
Oh my God, I forgot all about that. I forgot all about that one. Oh my Lord.
I'm looking at this and it says Little Hose on the Prairie, and I go, what is this?
I don't remember saying that. What if she said, you want to watch Little Hose on the Prairie?
Oh, goodness.
Dude, there's a lot of good stuff here.
Well, we'll have those on Twitter at Brett Kane Radio. You vote on what moves on. Those are two pretty good matchups right there. A nice little 5-12, 4-13.
I was going to say, and CSU's a 12 seed. We're hoping that they can pull off the upset.
That's
so we'll
right.
see if Vic's underwear can go full Colorado State.
So at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter is where you can vote through whoever makes it to the next round. Have a few more of these to go throughout the day, and we're doing this all week. Back after this. Already got one, Nelly. They're mad at the committee. They think you underseeded 13, Little Hose on the Prairie.
You know, they kind of faltered down the stretch. They really limped into the conference tournament.
Yeah.
I don't even remember that. I don't. Thank God we have you. You are the official archivist of this show. You like run a museum. I wouldn't remember a damn thing about the show if not
Seriously.
for Nelly.
Yeah.
I was telling I completely forgot the names of my co-hosts. That's one thing I don't remember. I was telling Brett and Moj in the commercial break that when I was putting together the emojis, I would find these clips like Little Hose on the Prairie, and I'd go, I don't know, I'm going to use this, and I just stash it in a folder for later, and so brushed off the cobwebs.
You'll always find something.
See if I can fool you with some other stuff in this tourney.
So we got a lot more coming as we go along today. You know, something I noticed, and I wasn't here yesterday. I didn't know that you guys talked to Schefter about this topic specifically, but it's something that I think is worth pointing out about being, I think it's fiscally responsible with how you handle your salary cap for your team. And I watched what the Cincinnati Bengals did, and I just don't understand them at all, what they're doing. They were stupid on two fronts, and I'll explain this by pointing out what the Broncos did correctly. The Broncos recognize that we have a player that we want here for another 4 or 5 years, if not more than that, in Pat Surtain. And they said, why drag our feet? Get a deal done now before the price goes up. And I just saw it this morning. Pat Surtain, who signed his contract in September, is now the 4th highest paid corner in the league.
Isn't that crazy?
But that's the benefit of recognizing what you want and getting something done. It's smart.
Not wasting time.
Yeah.
Why waste time? If you like player likes you, player really good, sign player.
Yeah, it's not hard.
We did talk about that with Adam, that you could have got this done with both those guys some time ago and saved yourself some serious money.
If they signed Jamar Chase a year ago, maybe he makes $35 million, something like that. But the longer you wait, the higher the price goes, and you know you're keeping him. It's stupid. And that's why I think the Broncos have to do that with Zach Allen and Nick Bonito next. It's like, get these guys done as soon as possible. You know you're going to want them longer term, so get the deals done before the price goes up. Who are you struggling with?
Yeah, okay. God, I want to see one. Nick Bonito's been nothing but a riser. He's getting better every single year. If you look at the projection and where he should be this coming season, it's going to be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
God, but I'd love to see one more season out of him. Give me one more.
Huh?
Well, I don't know that I need more. I'd like more. I'd probably do the deal right this second, to be honest with you, because I think he's going to be awesome. But I would like to have just a little bit more, on film before I do it.
21 and a half sacks over 2 years.
Yeah. I'd like to
13 and a half last year alone.
Yeah, you know what? How about he gets to 17 this year? Ooh, baby.
Well, he could, but
then I'll be dollar bills. I'll be doing it.
Here's the thing. If he does get 17 sacks this year and you don't sign him to a contract, then that money just ballooned.
Understood. I completely understand. I want a little bit more on the litmus test. That's all. But I would do the deal. I would give him, a killer contract right now. It may cost me more if I wait. I dig that. But I'm right with him. I'm just right there on the precipice.
How would you guys feel, by the way, if the Broncos operated in this way? Because we've all wanted them to spend money on offense for the last few years. Now they had to with Russell Wilson. How would you feel if the Broncos had Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins, who are great players, but they account right now for 45% of Cincinnati's salary cap. 3 guys cost almost half the money on that team.
They're going to have to win. They're going to have to win 50-45. They're going to have to.
They tried that last year. It didn't work out very well
because
for them.
Burrow got busted up. They got off to a slow start. Hey, listen, the way they came down the stretch again.
Yeah.
Would you have wanted to face them in the postseason?
No.
But
okay, they didn't make it.
Well, I understand. Well, you know what? They could definitely flip the script this year. Listen, when the Cincinnati Bengals are going, I hate to say this, because I look at the Broncos and I'm like, well, if the Broncos are in, who's staying out? Right?
Right.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because when the Bengals are going, they really go. They really, really go. I don't know. It just makes me.
Well, I mean, part of me thinks they know what they are and who they are. They are an offensive juggernaut. This is what they do. So they're going all in on that side of the field.
Like, let me go back there, Vic. Okay, so the Broncos get in. The Bengals are the first team out at 9-8. Is Pittsburgh coming back to the pack? What if they get AA run? Are they coming back to the pack?
I don't
Are the
know.
Chargers coming back to the pack? Houston's already got an automatic win because they're going to win their division again. Kansas City, Buffalo, and Baltimore ain't going anywhere. You know, Cincinnati's going to be on the come. And what happens when Tua gets hurt again? And my guy, Zach Wilson, takes over and throws for 5,000 yards and 40 touches.
Of course, yeah.
Then you got some serious Dolphins on your tail.
If Tua is like, if he, God forbid, but gets injured and is like out for the year, are you going to put money down on Zach Wilson winning a Super Bowl this year in Miami? Because it feels like you're going to. You're this close. You want to do it.
Well, what are the odds? Am I getting plus 10,000?
It would be a lot because nobody thinks Zach Wilson's going to be a starting quarterback who's a winner.
Mose, you get a little out of hand. Hey, I need to bring something up.
Oh, no.
2 coaches who go in opposite directions on one subject. The head coach of the Nebraska Cornhuskers is shutting down spring football. Doesn't want to do a spring game because he doesn't want his players being stolen by other teams. Another football coach up in Boulder is not only playing a spring game, but is adding another layer. He's actually being resourceful, almost entrepreneurial. He's asking teams, other teams, hey, anybody want to come here and play against us? Let's make it a real game or a semi-real game. Deion Sanders is brilliant. He's a marketing genius right now.
Well,
he is taking spring football, which is usually boring as all get out, you know, your inner squad scrimmage, and he's going to turn it into a pseudo preseason game.
Well, ESPN is already going to televise it on ESPN too, and Syracuse says we'll come, but
he's brilliant.
But you're not. Fran Brown says, yeah, we'll bring the orange out there for a couple 3 days, no big deal.
Here's Deion yesterday.
Spring game will be televised. ESPN2 will broadcast spring game on the 19th. We got to sell this thing out and pack this thing because the way the trend is going, you never know if this is going to be the last spring game. I don't believe in that. I don't really want to condone that. I would like to play the spring. Actually, I like to play against another team in the spring. That's what I'm trying to do right now, to have it competitive. Playing against your own guys kind of get monotonous, and you really can't tell the level of your guys because, you know, it's the same old, same old. Everybody kind of know each other towards the end. I would like to style it like the pros. I would like to practice against someone for a few days, then you have the spring game. And I think the public will be satisfied with that tremendously. I think it's a tremendous idea. Yeah, I've told those personnel who should understand that it's a tremendous idea.
I think it is a tremendous idea as well.
I love that.
Right now, you're not allowed to do that, though.
Understood. I just want to start doing this, though, where you come up with something and you go, yeah, I think it's a tremendous idea. What I just said and my idea that I came up with is a great. I like that. A little pat on the back. Vic does that occasionally. Oh, this is such a great idea. This is so smart what I just thought of right now. That's what Deion was doing there. But I agree. I don't know.
Hey,
the whole approach,
he's right.
The whole approach that Rule at Nebraska took where he's not playing the game. And he said it's for fear that players will put something on tape and then be poached. And I'm just like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. If they're good, they're going to be poached regardless.
Exactly. You can't hide talent. Talent will be found. I mean, give me a break. Listen, man, I can't say enough about Prime as a marketer. As he understands marketing. And I don't know if there's somebody in his ear. I don't know what's happening. But why hasn't this happened? For years, we go out to these spring football games and we're like, yeah, there's your third stringer. Oh, okay. They're boring.
Yeah.
They're boring.
Hey,
let's play a football game.
Agreed.
Let's go.
Agreed. Was your family in town?
They were.
Okay. Did they mention any? How's that being received in Lincoln?
Well, they aren't Husker people.
Well, I understand. Okay, how's it being received in Nebraska over? Listen, your parents, I know they're K-Staters, but they are the exception. Everybody there's red. How is that being received that he wants
I
to
think people hate it. Like,
cancel? Yeah.
If nothing else, it's just like it was something that people did every year, and it was an excuse to go out to the stadium and tailgate and whatever. Like,
dude, after a cold cow milking season, that spring game is necessary.
Nailed it. Yeah.
It's a rite of passage.
Exactly.
It's tradition.
Yep.
Somebody called me a boomer, I guess, for wanting to hold some things sacred, like opening day in Major League Baseball. You know what I mean?
Boomer.
Yeah, maybe that's an old way to think. I don't know. Give me spring football. Give me the spring game. Make some money. Have a good time.
By the way, how was the wind yesterday? I know you played golf with Dad. Yeah.
Not just the wind. We played at Meadow Hills. They just mowed their greens. It was U.S. Open style.
Yeah.
Like, you touched the ball, and it went like 30 yards on the green.
Yeah, we had that at Rolling Hills over the weekend. Same deal. You can't hold a green. It's impossible. The wind is evil. The wind is the devil.
So I played great yesterday.
Yeah, right. I got to know, how was Troy's mouth?
Yeah, that mouth of his.
Filthy.
The only time I've golfed with Brett's dad.
He's the guy who says his name after a bad shot. You know, like you rip one into the trees and it's Troy. That move.
The holy
Yeah,
pretty much something like
Moser.
I'm like, I go to Brett. I'm like, oh, your old man can bring it. He's like, oh yeah, he can. I honestly, I highly appreciated it.
Yeah.
I hold that is a tradition unlike
He's
any
a good
other.
hang. I don't know what to tell you.
He's a great hang, man. He's I want to do it again.
Oh, by the way, so we went to the Nuggets game Saturday, and my dad's watching, and he's like, they're just letting him hang around. When that last shot went in,
When Poole hit it, yeah.
I don't even know if my dad saw it. He was standing up, shot goes, and he just turned and started a dead sprint out of the stadium.
God.
Out.
I wanted to meet your dad. Why didn't you tell me you guys were at the game?
We looked for you. I thought you were doing the TV
I was doing
thing.
sidelines.
Oh. I thought you weren't there. Sorry.
What, do you think they just skip games?
I didn't know if you were on assignment again. Sorry. I thought maybe you were. Anyway.
Watching Little House on the Prairie?
No, Little Hose. Got a lot more drops coming your way with 6 versus 11 and a 3 versus 14 matchup. Another key word for you to win Nuggets tickets in 20 minutes. Stick around. was walking through the hallway. I might have, in the appetizer, gotten a little rough with our friend over here, Jeremy from Mix 100, because he's going to sit courtside at a Nuggets game. And I just said he doesn't care about sports. And I can hear them. They're playing the audio from my show this morning and now, I guess, ripping me, which is fine.
Why?
Because he's worked here for 20 years, and that's the reward that you get for working for 20 years now, I guess.
He got courtside?
Courtside tickets.
For which game?
March 28th when the Jazz are in town.
Dude.
And I said, I want courtside tickets. He doesn't even care about sports.
Dude, there is nothing like courtside seats to a professional basketball game only because there is no other venue and no other sport that brings you as close to the athletes.
Yeah.
Nothing. Nothing
I want that. I want that. And he's got it. And he gets that experience and I don't. So I was jealous and I started yelling about him earlier. It's fine. I love Jeremy. Jeremy's a great guy.
You're right. He doesn't even like sports.
But he doesn't even like sports and he's getting
Why didn't they give him like front row at the monster truck rally or something?
No.
See, but here's the thing.
What they should have given him is like first row at Goo Goo Dolls or some crap like that. That's how the guy rolls.
I have one fear. One fear about sitting courtside. And it's being Tracy Morgan.
Tracy Morgan?
Did you see what happened to Tracy yesterday?
Yeah, he barfed, right? And he got wheeled out in a stretcher or something?
Well, I'm Tracy Morgan.
Not very good, Vic. Not your best. He's sitting courtside at the Knicks game and just blows chunks everywhere. It looks like he took like an Ipecac bottle and just a power stream came out of him. Here's the thing. He wasn't just courtside. He was courtside right next to the scorer's table.
Yeah.
Like, I think Kenny Albert was calling the game that night.
Yeah.
Somebody spills a drink and you need to take a second to wipe it up.
Yeah,
that's not a big deal.
It, yeah.
What has to happen after that has to be like a 5-minute delay. Because I think he might have got some on the little scorer's table, little frilly tabletop thing. Yeah.
I mean, hasn't he had some health issues? Wasn't there some fear that that was a result of?
He was in a bad car accident a couple years ago. I don't know. I don't know if that's the reason why, but
I remember a few years back, there was a gentleman, and anyone who attends Nuggets games regularly will remember this because it was quite the scene. There was a young gentleman at a Nuggets game who was seated courtside, who partook in the Lexus Club free booze, free food.
Uh-oh.
And he sat there, okay, this was fourth quarter, third quarter maybe. He sat there crumpled up on his seat like he was almost dead. And all he was doing during the course of the game, and I'm not joking, is vomiting into himself and the floor below him.
Yuck.
I was at a casino in Vegas one time doing my show. I don't know, 5:20 in the morning Vegas time. And this, like 5 people and somebody from the casino are wheeling this dude in a wheelchair. And they've got a hefty bag over his head and duct taped around his shoulders. Because apparently dude was barfing so much that they finally had to put a hefty bag over his head and then duct tape it around his shoulders as they wheeled him to wherever they were wheeling him to. It should be to the hospital.
That was my fear, is that if I sat courtside, if you have one of those Tracy Morgan moments, there's no escaping it. You're now the star of the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's nowhere else to go.
Tracy
100%.
Morgan.
That's not good, dude. Just stop that, please.
Why you give it a shot?
Tracy Morgan.
That's pretty good. Go ahead, Brett.
Hang on. The thing is, you've done that now, and it's messing with my head of what he sounds like. Because all I can hear is now you.
I'm Tracy Morgan.
That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. I'm Tracy Morgan.
No, that's not
terrible.
good.
I'm Brian Fellows.
That's good.
That's pretty good. Hey, I sit here. I got to leave. I got to go to the airport.
Get you pregnant.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That was pretty good.
That was pretty good. I got to go to the airport, but yes, go ahead, Vic.
You're on a Canadian road trip, correct?
Correct.
Canadian. Where are you going first?
Toronto.
show me your passport.
It's in the car.
Are you sure?
Yeah, are you sure? What are you going?
Are you sure?
Are you going to your car? He's walking to his
why?
car right now.
You know why? You know why he's going?
Oh, man. Is
you
he a
know
little
why
nervous?
he's going? Because he's
you got it?
unsure. Did you see the look on his face when I asked about his passport? Did you see that?
He's walking out.
You know he's not sure.
He said he's positive. He's just going to show us. I don't know.
1 year ago, in case you missed it, sports fans, 1 year ago, we were in a similar circumstance. He had to leave the show early to get on a plane to go to Canada. He forgot his passport. He held up the entire Avalanche charter plane.
Yep.
They all had to wait on him as he drove back home to get his passport. And it was a scene. It was a scene.
And wasn't the bear able to meet him halfway or something so he didn't have to go the full distance?
Yes.
It was a whole operation.
But it's always something with his passport. So he forgot his passport, and then he scheduled a vacation, remember? And then his passport expired. They get to the airport, they go, yeah, you're not going anywhere. Remember that?
Yeah. Well, that was a separate instance, yes.
Yeah, but it's always passport related with him.
It is, yeah.
Dude.
There's two different instances.
2 in like 3 months. Did you see how fast he got out of that chair when I asked about his passport? He is so scared right now.
I'm still waiting. He's rummaging through. God, what if he's got another one where Bear's got to meet him like halfway to the airport?
Well, at least I gave him a little bit of leeway.
Yeah.
Consider me a good friend.
Yeah. Well, he would just have to bail. He'd have to go home right now, actually. I still don't see him, by the way. There's no sign of Moser anywhere right now.
He is scavenging.
Is he panicking? What if Moser... No, his phone's still in here, so are his glasses. I was like, what if he just bailed right now? Didn't say anything, he just left.
Hide his phone and glasses. Make it a complete scene.
No, I can't. Well, if he's actually like nervous that he didn't have it, I don't want to add to this at all. Okay. Well, in the meantime,
let's talk about the Nuggets winning 9 straight over Golden State. We had that run against the Lakers, right? The Nuggets owned the Lakers for a couple years, I think 2.5 years. And now it's full ownership of the Golden State Warriors. Okay, Moser's back.
He's good. He's got it. He's good
Let me
to
see
go.
your picture. In that.
Yeah. Let me see your social security number for a second.
Huge, yeah.
Give me that SSN just for a minute.
You were scared though, weren't you, Moj? Come on, be honest.
No, I knew I had it. What I want to do is I want to put this to bed. Right? It's been a couple years, bro. It was one time.
People don't forget.
Moj, it was not one time. You tried to go to Barcelona, you get to the airport, and your passport's expired.
That was different, and you know it.
2 passport incidents in 1 year. It's not different. It's the same. And what do they have in common? The Moj.
It might be different, Moj, but they are passport related. 2 different, very, very famous stories on the show now. You did a great job, though. You have it.
Hey, Moj, before we go, can I show you my dance I did last night after the Nuggets won on St. Patty's Day? Because I know you got to get out of here. Nelly, can you show them my dance? I did this in honor of you, Moj. So the Nuggets win. It is St. Patty's Day. I had my Irish hat, my leprechaun hat. I am the size of a leprechaun. And I gave the people what they wanted. A win that nobody expected. Played a little dropkick Murphys.
When we come back, Chris Dempsey will tell us how the Nuggets pulled off the biggest win of the year.
I don't know if that's an actual Irish dance or if you're just hopping on one leg.
I'm hopping on one leg.
I don't think that's how
it looked like a salamander crawled into your jock. That's what you were doing.
Well, what the hell's an Irish dance? Go ahead, you do it. What is it? You do it. Let's see what you got. You guys look like idiots, too. See?
Yep. Just like that.
No.
Just like
no,
that.
You guys look like idiots.
For those who are listening on radio and can't see us right now, that was called the dance.
That's the tarantella.
They had some of those Irish dancers at the Avs game the other day.
Yeah.
With the like the Lord of the what's it called? Lord of the what? Right?
Michael Flatley, Lord of the Dance.
Lord of the Dance.
Lord of the Flies.
Yeah. Man,
They had a
that
conch.
looks really hard to do. It looks. I mean, I appreciate people who can do that.
Especially at speed.
But Vic, you got to put your hands behind your back. You don't have your arms flailing around like, "Hey, look at me, I'm a leprechaun." You got to put your hands behind your back when you do it.
It's a leprechaun dance,
Or
dude.
not even behind your
Give
back,
it the
just on your
program.
sides. The arms don't figure into the mix at all. The arms are just there
All
to
legs.
just be there. Yeah.
All right. So let's get our next two matchups of the drop tournament in here. We're in the Vic region today. We have all of these at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. You vote as to what moves on. A couple of really close ones already on Twitter so far. So go and participate. You decide what advances to the next round. This matchup, we have a 6 versus 11 seed. The 6th seed in the Vic region is...
And I want people to stop texting me with this, "Oh, dude, perfect did it in 9 shots." I don't care about those people. They do this for a living. They get paid to do this crap. I'm an old man without a prostate who sat in a gym with my brother rebounding. I don't care about those y'all. Stop it. Jeez. Unnecessary anger there.
You really hate the dude perfect people. You really hate them.
I don't hate them personally. I'm sure they're nice guys. But I don't know how people start a cottage industry off attempting wacky shots. Like, come on. We do better.
That goes against the 11 seed, which is...
It's part of the deal. Listen, there's still a little bit of Ferris Bueller in this player that we got to get rid of. All right, talking about Bo, and I love him to death. Sometimes it's my love language.
What do you mean by Ferris Bueller?
Oh, it's just funny.
Yeah, I mean, just personality or... I'm just asking.
Yeah, Ferris was kind of quirky, doing his own thing once in a while. I mean, I don't know. Did you watch the movie? Have you ever seen it? He's still got a little Ferris Bueller in him. I mean, he's got some. We
Mischievous.
Not that, maybe a little bit, kind of subtly. Look.
I still love how nobody has any idea what that meant. No idea. So that takes us to the 3 versus 14, the 3 seed in the Vic region.
Why are you getting married during CUCSU? Why would you do this to your family, especially your cousin Vic?
Well, a lot of the planning was kind of out of my control. I wasn't a part of the planning committee.
Well, then control it. I mean, obviously this marriage is starting off the wrong way. I mean, clearly.
Well, I got to pick the gelato cart. That was exciting. Also, I got a cappuccino guy. He's serving coffee, so that's pretty cool.
I don't know why I got to pick the gelato cart is so funny to me, but it is. That goes against the 14 seed, which is?
I lost a lot, including my golf clubs. I had like $3,000 into that. I'd like to shout out TaylorMade and Titleist and Callaway. I really need new sets or a new set. I lost it, and I just love golf.
Is that the guy who lost his clubs during the tornado?
Yes, the tornado guy, yeah.
And his house is in rubble behind him, and he's like,
gone.
I really want some golf clubs.
I'm just worried about my clubs, man.
Priorities. Dude, there's nothing like it, though, man. You buy new clubs, it's the most important thing in your life.
All right, so both of these now up at Brett Kane Radio again. You vote to see what advances in our drop tournament. We got a couple of more matchups before we get out of here today, so stay tuned for that. Another keyword and a chance to win Nuggets tickets coming up. Moser, are you leaving us?
I'll talk to you tomorrow from Toronto.
Okay, have fun in
Is that
Canada.
a current passport? Bye.
Bye, Moser. Back after this. Just saw this during the break, Vic. Have you seen the Happy Gilmore 2 trailer yet?
I have. It's interesting that it's going to be released strictly on Netflix. It's not going to movie theaters.
I got to tell you something. It looks awful.
It looks terrible.
It looks terrible.
It looks unwatchable. I'll watch it. Of course I will.
Yeah.
But it's got every cliche known to man.
I was mad when I saw the trailer for it. It's the same way, like, I love the movie Dumb and Dumber, and if you remember, they made a second one, and I saw the trailer for that, and I was like, no, thank you. I don't need to see that movie. It's okay. But
there's only so much wacky golf guy with Bob Barker you could see.
Yeah. The first movie is amazing. I love the first movie.
Now, if you fought Drew Carey and punched him, I'd watch it.
I think Drew Carey's in this movie somewhere, so maybe that does happen. But yeah,
Drew Carey, you can't replace Bob Barker with Drew Carey. That just doesn't work.
Well, you know what? It was probably him or Seacrest, Vic. So Seacrest they replaced Sajak with Seacrest. I don't think there's anywhere you can go. You know, Jeopardy people, Trebek left, and then they got that, what's his name, Ken something? The nerd.
They got Ken Jennings.
Yeah,
and
the
then
nerd.
The actress from Big Bang Theory was doing it too. Mayim Bialik or whatever.
Didn't Aaron Rodgers do a couple
He
guest
did.
He did.
hosts?
Yep.
Maybe that's his next gig. Yeah, whatever. It'll be on Netflix. That's why it goes straight to Netflix, though, right? That's why they figured, listen, man.
Well, I think he's got a deal where he has to make X amount of movies for Netflix.
Gotcha.
Contractually. So I guess this is just one of them. Going back to the Nuggets from last night, though, Vic. What's the main thing? Sorry.
The answer to your question is going to be what?
Too.
I don't know. I don't know the answer. I don't know what I saw. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know why guys do what they do. I don't know the universe. I don't know the sport. We don't know what we're talking about. We shouldn't be doing sports talk radio. We should shut this show down, this radio station down, because nobody expected that last night. Nobody. First of all, nobody expected 3 starters to sit out. We maybe thought they'd be injured, but 3 of them? So the Nuggets went into that game with the intention to punt. All right? They had punt formation. They were in punt formation, and the punter throws a dime down the sideline for a touchdown. That's what happened.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense. There's no reason they should have won that game, and they did, and we'll get to that in just a second. Reminder, if you guys want a chance to win a pair of tickets to next Wednesday's game against Giannis and the Bucks, the keyword for this hour is BYU. So text BYU and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Got a chance to win those tickets at the end of the show. I think there's maybe just one thing you can point to that's not just an outlier. Because was it the Wizards game, or what game was it, Vic, that Malone got to his post-game press conference, crumpled up the paper, and just threw it away immediately?
That was the Lakers game.
That was the Lakers game, that's right. I want to do that for this game.
Mm-hmm.
Even with a win. Like, I think it's great that they showed effort and they fought and they won a game like that, but I can't take much away, so I'm going to crumple it and I'm going to throw it away just like I would if they lost.
Because, as much as we enjoyed the win and enjoyed the game, it was the most entertaining game of the season, in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
It was. As much as we enjoyed that, those were not the Denver Nuggets last night. That's not who you're going to see on a day-in, day-out basis. That's not the team.
Malone went into that game saying we're going to lose, and I'm just going to be fine with that. I mean, there's no other reason why you would rest 3 of your starters and your biggest pieces in Jokic and Murray.
Well, not only that, but somebody explained this to me. So you rest 3 starters, and I understand why. Jamal he turned that ankle. I guarantee it's still swollen.
Yeah.
Joker's been banged up for weeks. Man, you should see him after the game. He limps in the locker room. Christian Brown's got a bad ankle as well, bad foot. He's icing it after every game. Okay? Fine. But then I would assume you give DeAndre Jordan and Dario Saric a run. They're veterans. Like,
right.
Dario Saric has been in a freezer. He's been a freeze-dried basketball player for the last 3 months. He hasn't even played. So, no. They move beyond those 2 guys. They go get Hunter Tyson, and they make him start his first career start ever, by the way. And then they call Spencer Jones, who's an undrafted rookie out of Sanford, and they say, Spencer, I know you just played back-to-back games in the G League in Grand Rapids. We need you tonight. He flies in the day of the game. He has an hour and a half layover in Minneapolis just to get to San Francisco. He gets to San Francisco at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, okay? The game's at 7 o'clock San Francisco time. He gets to the gym, puts his NBA clothes on, warms up quickly, and then contributes like I've never seen.
Yeah. Like, really good effort and intensity on defense. And maybe that's the only thing you can kind of take away. Maybe Malone can show that to everybody who's the regular players on the roster and say, well,
See?
why can't we do something like this every night?
You know, you make such a good point, and it's exactly what I was thinking. There are the starters watching those young players play with their hair on fire. Now, it's easier said than done. They're not out there getting beat up every night.
Yeah.
They're playing spot duty. Okay, it's not like Nikola Jokic gets beat up on a nightly basis. Dude is tired. He's tired.
Mm-hmm.
So it's unfair to say, hey, Nikola, why don't you play with your hair on fire every night on the defensive end? The dude balls, and he's out there every night.
Yeah.
But it goes to show you, Brett, and everybody listening, and anybody who's ever picked up a basketball and played in a basketball game, defense is 90% effort.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's getting out on that three-point line, which the Nuggets sold out last night. They wanted to prevent threes, and they did. It's getting out. It's hustling out. It's rotating. It's diving. It's moving. It's shuffling. It's all of that, which expends a ton of energy.
You can't, I think, play that every single night of an 82-game season, but I think you can do that more often than you don't. And I just haven't seen. Go ahead.
Here's another point. Perhaps Coach Malone learned something about himself last night. Maybe you trust your young players a little more, give them some more energy time. Hey, second unit, energy unit, go out there and play with your hair on fire.
Yeah. Maybe. I think there's something to it that I've thought this forever with Malone, that he is way too reliant on the trusted group, and if you aren't in there, it's impossible for you to get an opportunity unless it's a necessity.
Hey, I'm not saying anything that he hasn't already said. He admitted this after the season. Let me ask you this. In hindsight, if you had a do-over, Game 7 against Minnesota, your starters are they're baked. They're tired.
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened in the fourth quarter of that game when he kept Nikola in there? They played extra minutes with other starters. What if in hindsight, you're up 20, you got that nice lead, they start to crawl back into it, you turn to Peyton Watson, you turn to DeAndre Jordan, you turn to some of the other role players, and you say, listen, you guys may not score because that's not what you do, but I want you to give up all 6 fouls and just play crazy defense for the next, give me 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes of crazy defense.
Like, just go crazy.
Yeah.
Go crazy on D. If you foul, who cares? But just make life hell on the opposing team. Again, to bring up a name from earlier, say what you want about the guy, because I know he wasn't very talented, but Faku Campazzo did exactly that. Like, he went 1 million miles an hour on defense, and it's part of the reason why he played as much as he did with Malone. It's because he couldn't do much else. He couldn't shoot. He would make a cool pass occasionally, but it was just defensive effort. And I think a lot of these guys, if they're given the opportunity, and you tell them specifically, like, go out there and this is your role. Just go crazy on defense.
So, have we changed our tune? Because yesterday, the show, you weren't here. Yesterday, the show was, you are who you are. You are what you are. The Nuggets are not a defensive team. And if they're going to get anywhere in the playoffs, they're going to have to outscore you 141 to 140. Or can they play defense? They just haven't shown it. What is it?
No, I'm still in the you are what you are thing. I don't think they can just turn that around. I mean, part of the reason, and you mentioned it, why they played so well was because there was younger guys just trying to get after people, right? Well, once you get Joker and Christian Brown and Jamal Murray back in the lineup, Spencer Jones isn't playing anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's going to be back to what you had all year. One thing I am surprised by the way, what happened to DJ? DJ was like an every night player, and now he hasn't played for like 2 or 3 weeks.
I don't know. The rotation, I don't have an answer for that. I don't know.
But it's noticeable. Like, oh, you aren't playing your other backup 7-foot guy.
Dario Saric is your 5th highest paid player. He didn't get off the pine last night.
Yeah. Well, that one, I've just given up on the Dario thing. I'm pretending he doesn't exist because it feels like he doesn't. Even in a game, you said it, Vic, in a game like that, out of all games that you would think Dario would play some, it would have been yesterday, and he couldn't even get in that game.
If I had told you, if you didn't watch the game, you had no idea what happened last night. If I told you the Nuggets go to Golden State and they win 114-105, it's, double-digit lead most of the game. They had to hold on, but they got it done. You'd say, gosh, man, see the Nuggets, yeah, wow. Nikola probably had 35. Jamal probably had 25. Wow, great game. Oh, no, Nikola didn't play.
Yeah.
He didn't? Jamal didn't play either. What? Christian Brown wasn't on the court as well. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's a flat-out miracle. That's not a win last night. That's not a win. That's a miracle.
Yeah. And the Warriors are fully healthy. Like, they're playing Jimmy, they're playing Steph, they're playing Draymond, they're playing everybody.
And they were one of the hottest teams going into that game, winners of 7 straight.
Yeah.
14 of 16. 14 of 16. And you beat them for an 8th straight time. 9th straight time. 9 straight. Again, this is why betting on sports is not easy.
Well, you back that up with how you played Saturday, and it's just like, what in the world is going on?
What is this? What are we doing? Again, why are we doing sports talk radio today? We shouldn't be doing it.
I agree.
We are not worthy of doing a sports show. Nelly, you should be the adult in the room. There's no way we should be doing sports today because we know nothing about sports. The unpredictability, there's no way anybody predicted that last night. Thank you.
Yep.
Smooth jazz for the rest of the show. This is what you deserve.
Do you remember who this is, by the way?
Driscoll?
Jeff Driscoll, that is correct.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Wait, is this actually Jeff Driscoll? Like, not the quarterback.
Yes, this is actually Jeff Driscoll.
Just Driscoll.
Yes.
Gotcha. Oh, I forgot where the starting point was. So there is a Jazz guy named Jeff Driscoll. And then we made that the quarterback. Jazz man. 303-504-0925. Nelly, can you pull something up for me? I said it to you earlier. So, Vic, the opening day of baseball was in Tokyo today. It was Dodgers and Cubs. Dodgers win 4-1. Did you see the new wrinkle? I don't know if all stadiums are going to have this, if it's just the one in Tokyo, but you can get a replay from virtually any spot on the field in a baseball game now. And if you haven't seen it, looks like a video game, Vic. It's crazy. There's a diving play that was made in this game earlier today. And somehow you can manipulate some sort of, they call it like a virtual camera, to be in any spot on the field for any play. So watch this.
I'm watching.
Move this out of the way. So there's a replay on the top of the screen, if this will pull up in a second.
Sure.
Replay on the top of the screen. And look at this on the bottom here.
Okay.
How do you get this angle for a replay, and what is the new technology that we have?
Whoa.
That's in real time, by the way.
Whoa, that is cool. Is every game going to look like this?
That's what I'm wondering. I don't know if that's just this stadium in Tokyo that can do this, if that's everywhere.
You know what that shows? It just shows the reflex that shortstop has to have when the ball comes off the bat.
So if you guys, for those listening, what we're looking at right now, it's a replay where it looks like there's a camera right behind shortstop in the middle of the play.
Like there's a photographer seated.
Yes.
Like standing between the shortstop and the left fielder.
And I don't know how technology works.
Well, they got a camera clearly in the outfield that's focused on that position. They got cameras focused on certain positions. That's what they're doing.
But it looks crazy.
You know what that does? That just lends another example. Why do people even go to games anymore?
I mean, it's pretty cool.
I mean, you're sitting at home watching that. I mean, you are basically in the lap of the shortstop.
Yeah, essentially. I'm just like, we need to find a way to get this in football. I don't know why football is this hard. Can I just tell me if the guy crossed the line to gain or not? We don't have anything like that? No? But it's wild. Again, it's like a camera that they can put behind any player on the field in live action. It's crazy.
That is why it's so difficult right now to entertain the live action crowds that go to the games. You can't simulate what you see on television.
Right.
Television has superseded all of it. It puts you in the game. You're in the game now.
Literally. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. When we come back, we have 2 more matchups in the Vic region of the drop tournament. Also, with all of that going on, still a chance for you guys to win a pair of Nuggets tickets for next Wednesday's game. Giannis and the Bucks come to town. That's going to be on the 26th. The keyword for this hour is BYU, so text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Yes, Vic?
When we come back, there's a new stadium that's going up in Denver, Colorado. A new stadium, a soccer-only stadium. I'm going to tell you where it's going to be built, but I have a lot of questions. Questions that remain unanswered. Like, why are there 2 soccer-only stadiums in Metro Denver?
Good question. Yeah, it's a good one. We'll get to that next. Circus Sports available now, and what better time than the tournament starting up here in the next couple of days, play-in games, and then you get to those first couple of rounds, which is everybody's favorite. And Circus Sportsbook has it all, including today's games for the play-in. If you like Alabama State at 3.5, well, they got that for you. Not to mention an IT tournament as well. There is no shortage of option with the Circus Sportsbook. So download the app, find the best odds in the game, tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Circus Sports, download the app or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Vic, you mentioned it. These renderings that I'm seeing of this new stadium, but you have questions. Go ahead.
It's beautiful. The NWSL, the Women's Soccer League, Denver awarded a team. Have they come closer to a name, by the way? I know they're leaving it up to the fans.
Not that I've seen.
Okay. So in the paper, front page of the Post, I'm reading, they have parceled out with a plan to acquire 14 acres of land in what is called the Santa Fe Yards, Broadway and I-25. So if you're driving down I-25, let's say you're driving north on I-25 and you make that veer to the right and traffic comes to a halt there every day, all day. So if you look off to your, I guess it would be to your left.
I think it's west, yeah.
Okay, you look off to your left, there's a little section of land there before Santa Fe that is basically a bunch of railroad tracks and empty land. That's where they're planning, the city's planning to buy that land and build a 14,000-seat stadium that would house the brand new NWSL soccer team.
Yeah.
And not only a soccer stadium, but sort of like a site that would include some soccer-only activities, businesses. It's really cool. I mean, the renderings are really, really cool. And I'm always an advocate of stuff like this because it energizes the city, man. It improves the look.
Sure.
Because I don't know if you've driven by there right now. It's awful.
Yeah.
It just looks like a hole. So if you make the look like this, man, I'm all for it. Here's the only issue I have. I have two issues. Number one, traffic is already at a standstill there when you come across I-25 in Santa Fe. Both ways, right?
Yep.
You've driven it both ways. Can you imagine what this would do to that traffic that's already congested?
It'd be a nightmare. Yeah.
I just want you to imagine that for a second. That's number one. So they would have to fix that. They would have to open that up. They have to. That's number one. Okay, we've got a live look now as Steve Nelson's going straight to Google Maps, whatever the hell this is, to show us where the new stadium would be sited. And it's right there at the mouth of 25 in Santa Fe. Are you going to circle that area there? Circle. Can you do that on your little computer?
I don't think you can circle it.
All right. You can show us where it's going to be. So that's number one. What will the traffic, what will it do to 25? Number two is this. Do we really need two soccer-only stadiums?
I wondered the same thing. Like, why wouldn't they just share DSG?
Listen, I'm not privy to the conversations. Our ownership group obviously runs Dick's Sporting Goods Park. It's far away. I know a lot of people would like to see that stadium here in Denver. Bring back people to Denver. I get that. But do you really need two soccer-only stadiums? Again, I'll bring that up again only because if you've been to Dick's Sporting Goods Park, you know that place is sweet. Now, It's out there, but it's sweet. Is this necessary is what I'm asking. Is it truly necessary? I'll let you answer that question.
I think it's weird. Yeah. And I don't know, I guess, the schedule of women's soccer and men's soccer and if they conflict on given nights. But, I mean, like, the Avs and Nuggets play in the same stadium. They play in the same arena. They figure it out. Maybe it's just doing what you're talking about, Vic. Like, it's bringing a soccer stadium that's closer to the heart of Denver, I suppose. I don't know.
How many times is it going to be used?
Yeah, are they doing concerts and stuff there too? I would assume.
Now, there's so much change going on in that area, right? We know about the ball redevelopment. We know about all the stuff going on along the Platte River. We know about possible moves for the Broncos. We don't know where they're going to end up in a few years. There's all kinds of redevelopment. I just think, this is me speaking, I think two professional soccer teams can live in one stadium. There aren't that many games.
Yeah.
I
think
deal?
the same thing. So this is going to be, it's slated to open in 2028. And I will say, like, it looks gorgeous, though. These pictures of it.
Oh, my gosh.
It looks
are you kidding
beautiful.
me?
Yeah. I'm with you, though. It'd be like, I don't know.
It seems excessive.
It does. I was trying to think of a reason why they would.
Well, here let me read from the owner, Rob Cohen, who told the Denver Post, quote, "Our whole vision is to create a destination place that's 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week." And I'm looking at that and I'm reading, huh? Why would I be there 365, 24/7? What's going on?
Yeah.
Are you doing other events? Is there other stuff going on?
I think there probably has to be, doesn't there? If you're doing all this, you aren't just doing this for soccer games and that's it. Like DSG does the same thing. They got concerts out there. They do a whole bunch of stuff. It's got to be the same idea. I don't know.
But how many of those can carry on? How many of those can go on at the same time?
That I don't know. But, again, it looks cool. I'm kind of with you. It seems excessive to have a second one here.
Hey, it ain't my money. If you want to spend your money, you'll never hear me say no to improving the look of the city. And that will clean up that area for sure. That needs cleaning. Because there's a lot of places, there's a lot of pockets near the downtown area that desperately need cleaning.
Sure.
And if you want to clean it up with a sweet stadium, knock yourself out.
So I just saw this, Vic. You know how teams will do something like this where if it's hey, you made the Pro Bowl or you made the All-Star game or one of those videos, right, where they do like a behind-the-scenes thing at the coach telling the player, hey, congratulations, you're an All-Star. And it's like this feel-good type of moment. You know these kind of videos I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The Pirates just did one where they went behind the scenes and they said the moment Paul Skeens found out he was starting on opening day.
Wow, bro.
And all I can think to myself is, duh. Why is this? Why are you making this feel like some feel-good stuff? It's like, you know what, Vic?
Was this a Make-A-Wish kid?
We brought in Jokic. And the video is about how he made the All-Star game this year. We brought in, this is really good. I see this reply out here. Hey, Victor Wembanyama, you're doing the jump ball tonight. It's like, duh, no kidding. Paul Skeens is a phenom.
I don't get it.
You're gonna waste one of these videos on one of these? Stupid. I mean,
is it good?
No, it's Skeens going like this, like they try and have that moment where he goes, guess what, buddy? You're starting on opening day.
Wow.
And Skeens goes, all right.
Yeah. Let's go get him.
I'm one of the best pitchers in the league already. I would hope I'm starting on opening day. If not, there's probably something wrong in your head. So thank you.
It'd be funny if you responded that way.
Yeah.
Tell me something I don't know, moron.
You're starting opening day. Yeah, I know. I figured.
Yeah,
if you didn't have me in the lineup, I was going to walk out to the mound anyway.
I got to get that camera out of my face.
Yeah.
What's with all the balloons?
Let's get our last two matchups here in the drop tournament in the Vic region today. All of these up on Twitter. We will play the winners at the end of the show so you know what advances. So we have a 7-10 and a 2-15 matchup left. The 7-10 matchup, 7 seed, Nelly, is...
I'm sorry. I have to... I hate to do this right now. I'm pulling a Moser.
Oh, no.
I got to wish my baby boy a happy birthday today. It's his birthday. And I promised I'd wish him a happy birthday, okay? My beautiful baby boy, who's now 26 years old.
I love that.
It was a couple days after that. I was in Ball Arena. Some guy comes up. Hey, how's your beautiful baby boy doing?
Beautiful baby boy. He's 26 years old. Happy birthday. That goes against the 10 seed, which is...
That was a big play in this game. Smith played well, and his receivers, Metcalf caught 10, Jackson Smith, Nagujuba, the kid from Ohio State, he caught 12 more.
Mad Dog Rousseau, Jackson Smith and Jigba turned into Nugajuba? Is that
Jackson Smith, Nagujuba.
Nugajuba. 2 versus 15. The 2 seed, Nelly, is... When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. The next one.
Hear it again. Play it again.
When's the World Cup, Vic? It's in America. The next one.
When is the World Cup? It's in America. That goes against the 15 seed, which is...
We bring the boom.
Oh, come on, Nelly.
That's what we do. We bring the boom. We bring the boom to you.
You know what? The Boom Boys, I haven't seen them for a long time. Is there 15 minutes up? Are they done now? Vic, have you seen any of the Boomers lately? I haven't seen them bring in the boom in a long time. They must be like excommunicated from social media.
My TikTok was hacked, dude. I haven't been on TikTok in a month.
Nelly, have you seen the Big Justice or AJ or whatever?
I remember they did a wrestling event. I think because you remember one of them actually the dad was a pro wrestler. So
he's pivoting. Now he's got to be a serious wrestler again?
I saw him make an appearance, and the Rizzler came out, but I don't know. Are they still reviewing double chunk chocolate chip cookies?
I haven't seen it in a long time.
Can I also use this time, not only have I not seen it and I can't get into TikTok, TikTok is not responding to my, hey, I've been hacked emails. Anybody at TikTok home? Anybody? Little help here? Nothing. 1 month.
I thought it was banned here. Was it banned?
I got no response, nothing. They don't care about my TikTok account.
It was banned for a while, and then it was unbanned a few hours. Well, not a few. Day or two later.
How many times do I have to reach out to you?
Hey, TikTok, listen up, Jack.
Maybe that's it. Maybe those people in China were upset about the ban for a second, and they said, I'm not responding to emails anymore from Americans. You're done. Are you really dying not having your TikTok right now?
No, it's just annoying because my wife will always send me, hey, check this out. I'm like, I don't have the talk. I can't go to your talk.
Vic just wants to be bringing the boom again. That's all he wants.
I do miss it.
Bring the boom. You know what? I think it kind of went downhill once he gave big booms out to somebody who died. I think that was kind of the end of Big Justice and AJ.
Hey, regarding the soccer-only stadium we talked about, the new stadium that's planned, I've got some clarity here. The league, the NWSL, mandates a women's-only facility, which is why they wouldn't be sharing anything with the Rapids and Dick's Sporting Goods Park.
Well, that makes more sense.
Those are stipulations. It's got to be a women's-only facility, which is being planned. I just can't get over the superfluous nature of two soccer stadiums in the same metro area. Maybe it works. I don't know. I hope it works.
I do too. That makes a lot more sense, though. It's mandated that you must have this. Okay. It looks cool. Again, if you guys haven't seen the renderings of it, it's a pretty beautiful layout and looks like it's wide open, nice, everything you'd want out of a soccer stadium. So good for them. Looks sweet. I was just kind of with you. I was like, that seems like a lot. There's a lot of just arenas and stadiums around here. So get back to the Nuggets in just a little bit. Got another keyword to give away in 20 minutes. You can find all of the matchups at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. You vote. You decide what moves on. So jump on over there back after this. When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. The next one.
Play-in round of the NCAA tournament starts tonight, and if you guys have not signed up yet, you should for not another bracket contest. It's presented by Evan Williams Bourbon, and it's live on altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket right now. You pick 5 teams. You don't pick all these games and do a bracket. You pick 5 teams. The lower the seed, the more points that you get, and the grand prize winner gets a prize package of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at Denver Chop House, a big screen TV, and a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. So go sign up today.
Are we allowed to win if we play?
Give it a shot, Vic.
Well, I'm asking the question. If we fill out a bracket, which we've been asked to do.
You aren't filling out a bracket. You're picking 5 teams.
Well, whatever. If we pick out 5 teams, are we in the running for the grand prize?
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say no.
Then I'll ask you a follow-up question. Then why would I invest my time in providing 5 teams?
Well, I will tell you. So I had the same thought of I don't think we're eligible to win the prize. So when I made my submissions earlier today, I chose absolute clunkers. I went for just the bottom of the barrel because if the impossible happens, I win a dinner for 30.
Well,
I mean, why not try something different?
What if I win and I could designate the winner one of our loyal Twitchers, loyal listeners? If I could pre-designate a winner, why wouldn't that work? I'm not going to put my brain to this because that's a lot of brain power. I'm not going to put my brain to this unless I get something out of it. Or somebody.
I'm only picking one team. UNO basketball. They're going to win the national title. It's going to be no problem. And they're a 15 seed, which means I'm going to crush it point-wise, and you guys are all going to lose. Go Mavs.
Good for you, bud.
You act like this is a lot of brain power. But you pick 5 teams.
I don't do anything haphazard. If I'm going to look at these teams, I'm going to do my research. Take my time. This is an all-day project for me.
Is this the research like you did last year with the tournament where you said, man, a team like this is always here. Every year they're here. Nelly, can you look up that clip, actually? Wasn't that in the Mojis?
Look that up. It was.
Yeah.
Would you like me to tell you what school it was? You want me to save it?
No, I want you to save it. I want to hear this live again because Vic tried this. I don't half bleep my research. I do full research all the time. I know what teams are in this tournament. I know this and that. And then you have one of these moments.
Nelly? Yeah, this was a nominee in the Vic versus stats category.
I'm going to give you a list of schools who seem to be in the tournament every damn year. And you tell me if I'm wrong. Vermont. Every time you pull up a bracket, Vermont's in the tournament.
Yep.
Am I right or wrong?
You're right.
No, you're in. You're right.
Every year, Vermont. Stetson. Every other year, Stetson's in the damn tournament. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Vic, by the way,
something.
This was Stetson's first appearance ever in the NCAA tournament.
I like Moser being a homie, though, going, yep, just pumping you up.
Moser, if you say something with confidence, Moser's just going to be like, yep, Let me hear that one more time. Let me hear Moser in the back.
Every other year, Stetson's in the damn tournament. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, here's the deal. Nelly, send Kevin Shockey a message. Unless I'm incentivized by participating in this tournament, and my incentive is I get to give my gift, because I'll win it, to one of our loyal listeners. I'm not keeping it. I give it. Unless I get that, I'm not doing it.
All right, I'll send a message to the boss, and hey, if he's in the office, maybe he can come in here and weigh in live, see what we can do.
Because, again, I'm not going to utilize all this brain power and just make it go to waste for nothing.
Is Cooper Flagg healthy enough to play in this tournament?
I keep hearing he may not. May be ready by Friday. Dude, did you see the injury? It looked bad, dude. If you've ever rolled an ankle, that's not a 1-week deal.
Well, he got chaired
if he
out,
plays, he
didn't he?
won't be right. And if you think about it, if you're Cooper Flagg, all right, you've got an NBA career waiting. You got the number 1 pick in the draft just waiting for you. Why would you risk it? For what?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, for him, I guess it's glory. I mean, you can bring a championship to Duke, and you know that they'll care about that.
Brett, you're already the number 1 pick in the draft, and you're not right. You're not all there. I mean, those things sometimes. I've rolled ankles. I've broken ankles. Sometimes if you sprain an ankle, it's far worse than a broken ankle.
He's been out for, is it a couple weeks now? week and a half, 2 weeks, something like
It just
that.
happened.
Cooper Flag got hurt a few days ago.
Yeah, it just
Oh, just a few days ago?
Yeah.
Thankfully, I can lean on you for this bracket tournament. You thought Cooper Flag was hurt in November.
I had
by
I had a whirlwind of a weekend. It felt like it was 2 weeks.
Our boss was listening, so he already replied to me, Vic. He said, I will give the internal winner $10, but if Vic wins, I will increase that to $11.
I'll take it.
Extra dollar on the line for Vic Lombardi.
I'll take it.
Vic always has to one-up everybody, doesn't he? Always has to.
Well, again, I'm not. There's a lot of brain up here that I'm going to be using for this.
The boss really just prices right at Vic. I'm just going $1 higher.
You know what really smart people say? I got a lot of brain up here. It's usually a thing that smart people say out loud. Yeah. Anyway, I want to go back. You remember we were talking about this earlier. Dion was saying that he wants to not just play the spring game, he wants to play an opponent in the spring game, which I don't know if that's allowed or not. They're trying to work their way through that.
What? You know, it's funny you say, if that's allowed. Dude, there are no rules in college sports anymore.
Well, there is.
Those went
there's
out
one
the
thing.
window.
There is one thing. I know this because this happened to a couple of guys I played with in college. The rule in the NCAA is, even if it's an exhibition game, Vic, if it's against somebody else, even in an exhibition game, that counts towards your eligibility. So, like we used to in the fall, we would have inter-squad scrimmages the whole time, which was fine. But the second that we scrimmaged Creighton in a game in the fall that didn't mean anything, that's technically intercollegiate competition, so now your eligibility runs up. I think that's what they're fighting through.
Well, this is a conversation then that college football leaders have to have with the NCAA. Hey, yeah, that is stupid. We're going to change that rule because this is amazing. This is fascinating stuff that Dion came up with this idea. He didn't stumble upon it. He obviously thought about it and talked to somebody about it. What a revenue source, a new revenue source for college football.
Sure.
Think about it.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful revenue source. In the spring, when people are football crazed, they're still football. Oh, my God, I need something. Give me something. A game against Syracuse in Boulder? Let's go. Doesn't mean anything, but let's go.
Would
you rather watch that or watch fourth stringers go at it?
I'd rather watch this. I have one very important question about this. So the head coach of Syracuse is Fran Brown. Do you remember a detail about Fran Brown last year that we discussed on this show that might come into play during a spring game that features them and the Buffs?
God, I remember something that happened, and I can't quite.
I wonder if he holds firm on his long-standing tradition. And if this applies to an exhibition game, if Fran Brown loses, he does not shower after the game. Remember?
Right.
Honestly, I got like a ritual. Like when we lose, I ain't even getting a shower till early this morning. I just be mad. I just brush my teeth. But it's like I don't deserve soap. I don't deserve to do all that. I'm just focused on like trying to get back and trying to make sure that our players mentally understand and know that I let them down, that they didn't do it.
I respect that.
Soap
I
is for
respect the
winners.
hell out of that.
Soap is for winners.
Honest to God, respect the hell out of them, man. If everyone applied that same tactic, we would be a much more productive society. You don't deserve to bathe.
We'd be grosser.
I don't care. You don't deserve to bathe if you don't produce.
You could literally say he smells like a loser.
Yes.
And that would apply.
All the loser among us, you would differentiate between winners and losers just by smell.
You go up to Jokic, you go, that's a good smelling man. That guy wins a lot. He's a big winner in life. Meanwhile, you go over to, I don't know, somebody who plays for Charlotte. Like, ew, did you see LaMelo yesterday? He reeked. Well, you know what? The Wizards would probably be the stinkiest until they played the Nuggets. The Nuggets are all of a sudden, they're winning celebratory shower that they have. That still pisses me off, Vic. More than the game yesterday, how cool that was that they won that game, given the circumstances. Saturday's game still makes me more upset. I'm still more mad about that than I am yesterday. Now, part of it might have been because I was there and I witnessed it and I wanted to throw everything the second that ball went in, but I don't know. Hopefully yesterday provides some sort of spark, some sort of headway into a little more effort defensively, because that's what you saw. I mean, Steph was 6 of 21 from the floor yesterday.
You know, a couple of things I also that resonated with me. When the Nuggets win, there's a certain style they play. especially at the end of games. They play that two-man game. It's Joker and Jamal. This is where their offense goes through them. Maybe we stumbled upon something else. Let Aaron Gordon eat a little more.
Sure.
Because he's capable. Do you know what Aaron Gordon is shooting at from the three-point line this year? You know what his percentage is? It's 46%.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's taking one a game. He's shooting them.
Yep.
At 46%. So it just shows me there are other options. And it also displays how important Aaron Gordon is to the success of this team. He really is. He's been up and down all year. And, man, I can't even begin to express to you, it's more than just the injuries. He's had some personal travails that he's had to deal with that have not been easy. It's not been easy on him mentally. He looked clear and free last night.
Well, I think that was the first time since the trade where he got to be the guy for a night, right? First time since he got taken away from Orlando. Because he used to do that every night in Orlando. Maybe not have 38 points, but he was the star of the show. And he's been, at times here, like the fourth option, third at best. Yeah, maybe you let him go a little crazy every once in a while. Take some shots. Because he is, it's not just his three-pointers either, Vic. I think his free throw percentage is the highest of his career. Yeah, it's not even close. He's shooting 81% from the free throw line. His previous best was 74.
Again, it's a lot easier to become a proficient shooter when you actually have a gym in your home.
That's true. There's no excuses not to get shots up.
Hey, you're sitting there, you're watching White Lotus. Let's get some shots up after the
Probably do it while you watch TV, actually. Yeah. But it's a hell of a win yesterday. Again, I don't know what to make of it. I don't know if this is anything you can extend somewhere else. If they lost that game last night, I would have crumpled up the sheet, threw it away, and say, well, yeah, you pretty much were gifting a win to the Warriors. So I think, to be fair, I have to do the same thing, even though they won, but it's difficult to parse through if that's something that is replicable, because I don't think it is.
I just think you take last night's game, and I don't mean this to be, well, I do mean it. Just throw it away.
Yeah.
Because it's a wonderful win. It's a wonderful win. But that's not your team. It's not your team. It's not the way you play. It's not your style. Now, you can learn some things from the way you played, but that's not who you are. You had a point guard last night, Russell Westbrook, whose whole design on that game, he finished with the triple-double and he scored big buckets down the stretch, but his whole design on that game was to get the ball to scores, to get the ball to Aaron Gordon, get the ball to Michael Porter Jr. That's what his design was. That's not the way you play. That's not your offense, right? That's not, when you employ your starters, it's not the way you set up your offense.
Yeah.
So I don't know what my takeaway is outside of, holy crap, what did we just see?
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. But it's a great win. 303-504-0925. We'll give away, keep that number handy, we'll give away another keyword, a chance to win a pair of tickets to next Wednesday's Bucks game as Giannis comes to town. So our final keyword in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Vic, I just saw this. Just wonder what you think. Just real quick, couple of minutes. We'll get a keyword. Actually, we'll give away the keyword right now. Keyword, if you want a chance to go to the Bucks game next Wednesday, the keyword for this hour is VCU and your first and last name. These are all tournament teams. VCU and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And if you want to go to Ball Arena to catch the Nuggets in their playoff push, tickets are always available at nuggets.com/tickets. So
VCU's like a school right out of the Civil War. Virginia Commonwealth University.
Yeah, I remember on election night when they were, who's the guy on CNN with the glasses?
Wolf
Tapper?
Blitzer?
No, Tapper. Right? Jake Tapper, is that his name? He would always say, and the beautiful Commonwealth of Pennsylvania goes to, and I'm always like, who says Commonwealth anymore? Can you still refer, is this the Commonwealth of Colorado?
What does that mean?
I have no idea. It sounds old-timey and fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna start calling my neighborhood a Commonwealth.
VCU, by the way, the one thing I know about them is that was Shaka Smart's introduction to college basketball, and then he just went crazy afterwards. Actually, he was bald then, and now he has a ton of hair.
I know, that's so weird, isn't it? It's like when Michael Malone showed up in Denver. Remember that? He had that razor cut, and then he got hair, and now he's in between a little bit.
But VCU and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Just quickly here, Vic, I was perusing the latest Mel Kiper mock. And it is, as far as players that I would covet, not great. Genty, Tyler Warren, Colston Loveland, Omarion Hampton, all off the board by the time the Broncos are there at 20. But he has him taking this. What do you think?
So 2 running backs off the board before they even pick, huh?
2 running backs and 2 tight ends, yeah. He's got him taking McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona, who is incredibly good. And I'm like, I think I'd be cool with that. I'd be happy with it. It's a big-bodied guy, good hands. If you watched him at Arizona wasn't that good, but he was amazing to watch.
He would be the Cortland Sutton replacement if you part ways with Cortland after next season.
Yeah.
That's what you would draft him for.
He had an 84-catch, 1,300-yard season. He's productive as hell, and he's 6'5", by the way. So you want size at wide receiver. Well, he's got size. In fact, Vic, he had, in the last 2 years, almost 180 catches for 2,700 yards and 18 touchdowns.
In fact, he's one of the few college receivers who I saw out-jump and out-point Travis Hunter for football.
Yeah. No, he's incredibly good. And I keep having to remind myself, if they took a tight end, I'd be happy with it. A wide receiver.
Wide receiver, yeah.
I would be happy with it. I'm like, just get another weapon on offense somewhere, no matter what that position is.
Well, they've addressed the defense in free agency thoroughly.
Yes.
They've addressed the defense. Now they have some depth pieces they can add. I get it. But I'm with you. I would have no qualms with a wide receiver being taken in the first round at 20. None whatsoever. Especially that guy. That guy, again, he's a big body. He profiles exactly the way Sean Payton wants to see his wide receivers. Big body, go up and get it.
So I was trying to see if he ran in...
I think he ran a 4.4.
4.48.
Yeah.
At 6'5", a 4.48. Man, that's pretty much like Evan Ingram then.
Pretty
Ingram,
much.
same size, same sort of speed, but just can high point a football. I'd love it.
How do you pronounce his first name?
I always trouble
mess
with
that
it.
up.
He goes by Tet.
Okay.
Now, I don't know...
Tatario?
Tataroa?
Tetris?
Tataroa? Tetris, yeah. I don't know. Great wideout, though. I would love to see it. Now, moving forward, it feels like the Broncos are kind of done free agency-wise, as most teams kind of are now. You're in the bargain bin part of this, where I think guys are waiting out to see if they can squeeze a few more dollars. But if you're a free agent right now in the NFL that is still available, you're not having fun. Because this is not the time where bucks are being thrown out anymore. And I can't even think of the top guys left in free agency that haven't been picked up already.
Yeah, we asked Adam Schefter that very question on Monday, and he essentially said, listen, free agency as we know it is over. Now it's just dudes.
Right.
It's just dudes that other teams, if you're not signed by now, your team really doesn't care about you. Go ahead.
Right.
And it's these, listen, The biggest name free agents left are the quarterbacks Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. Those are the biggest names left.
Right.
Until those musical chairs are filled.
I'm telling you, the Aaron Rodgers thing is so weird to me. If you're like a Pittsburgh fan and you get Rodgers, are you pumped or are you nervous? Like, if you're a Pittsburgh fan, let's say.
You can do no worse than what you had last year.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Russell, was he bad? Remember the last year here in Denver with Russell Wilson? You looked at the numbers, you're like, those aren't bad numbers, but it didn't feel right. And it was the same thing last year with him, where it just doesn't feel like it should. But you're right. It's going to be hard to do much worse than that because you would think he's still got a little bit of game left. But the fact that he's still available, I think, is what's weird to me. Because it doesn't, maybe I'm wrong, it doesn't feel like he's available because he's waiting. It feels like teams don't know what to do with him either. Reminder, no games tonight, but you'll have the double dipperoo tomorrow and 2 really good ones as the Nuggets take on the Lakers again and the Avs take on Toronto. What happened?
This guy, this Tim Bontemps for ESPN. I've interviewed him a couple times. He is. I'm going to send you something, Nelly. I just want to play it. This guy.
I'm assuming this is about MVP.
No.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's not about MVP. But this is the epitome of angry, like, sports writer that thinks he's smarter than everybody.
So is this audio?
Yeah, this is audio. He was on First Take. I think that's First Take this morning. And he just doesn't watch the games, dude. Again, this is another example of a national pundit, a national writer who doesn't understand what's happening, and you're making crap up. You're making crap up. And when I play it for you, you'll understand what I'm getting at. You're lying to the nation because you don't know the full story. And because you don't know the full story now, you think you know, you don't know.
Well, let's hear it. What did he say?
Weren't able to do it, but not having Jokic, not having Murray in that spot last night, tough to watch.
No, it's a horrible look for the league. This is why the NBA put in the player participation policy. They literally put in rules that said if you're playing in a national televised game, especially on the road, your stars are supposed to play. Nikola Jokic plays all the time. I just saw him in Boston recently. He's been banged up with a bunch of stuff. But you could look ahead at the schedule if you're the Nuggets. They play the Washington Wizards, the worst team in the league, at home on Saturday. Sit these guys in that game, have them ready to go for today's game and Wednesday's game against the Lakers. I was at the Garden last night getting ready for this game. Cassie Hubbard texted me in the fourth quarter and said, you see who's Denver's playing? I said, I think everybody's playing. Then she sent me the injury report. Half the guys are out. It's just a horrible look for the league, and it's a horrible situation because I was excited to see what I could learn from Golden State playing these guys. Instead, they have everybody out, and even though they lost, like, the game doesn't matter.
Okay, couple things, Tim. You don't know what Joker's injury situation is. You don't know. You don't know that he could barely play in that Washington game the other night, and he trotted his body out there, and you saw how different he looked. You were there.
Yeah.
He could barely move. You don't know what's going on with his shoulder and his ankles right now. You think you know, but you don't know. Did you watch Jamal Murray? Did he watch the Washington game and what happened to Jamal Murray late in that game?
Probably not.
Did he know that Jamal Murray turned his ankle? And that didn't just surprise me one iota that Jamal missed last night?
He left the floor.
Could they have played? Yes. Could they have played? Yeah. You could say that about any game. Where was this bark about Los Angeles the other night when they came to Denver and Luka sat out?
Yeah, that's the thing is...
Dude, I mean, come on, man. You know, I'm with you. I think the NBA rests players because the season's too long, and I get it. But the one team, the one player who is an Iron Man, who plays every damn night, you're going to pick on him for this? Come on, man. Pick another fight, dude.
Now, I agree with you. The Nuggets are the last team you should be looking at as the we rest our starters guys. They don't do this really ever. In fact, the last time that I think Malone tried to do it, Jokic, do you want the night off? His response was hell no. But it is that, though, Vic. Like, 3 guys out of the lineup, it's either a wild coincidence or Malone just said,
when are you going to rest them?
Right.
But that's the thing. When are you going to give them a chance to heal? When? When is a good time? So this was the good time in their eyes. This was the good time. Could they have done it against Washington? Sure. But Jamal Murray injured himself in that Washington game.
Yeah.
I saw it with my own eyes. It happened right in front of me.
He ran to the
Tim
locker room.
Bontemps, did you watch the game? Evidently you didn't. You were in Boston. You're in your big market watching your big market teams. No, I'm sick of these national guys thinking they know. You don't know jack. You're assuming. That's an assumption.
Again, what's even crazier is the idea that the Nuggets are the team that you're pointing out of all of the teams across the league. They do this the least. Guys sit when they're hurt on this team. That's it. And Jokic, I know Jokic is a warrior. And what did he finish with against Washington, Vic? Was it 40? Did he get 40 against Washington? I think he did. It still he didn't look the same. That was pretty obvious. But between that and Jamal leaving that game and whatever Christian Brown's dealing with right now, they aren't the type of team that's just going to say we're giving up tonight, but certainly it's just too easy of that guy to make a connection like that.
And somehow, though, the worst part of that clip, the worst part of his take, was that disco music they were playing in the background. What is?
Stars are supposed to play. Nikola Jokic plays all the time. I just saw him in Boston recently.
Does Jokic work at the car wash? What is this music choice?
Yeah, can you explain this to me, TV boy over there? Can you explain when they put like a highlight package up behind people talking? Why is there music behind them all the time?
I don't know. I'm just to sort of get the action because this guy's boring.
Why? Because this guy's boring. We're going to spruce it up a little bit with some disco.
Hey, man, I'm not going to offend writers out there. I'm not going to offend you because you guys are wonderful. I'm not a writer. There's so many people in our business that are writers that try to be broadcasters, and they're boring. And you need music to spruce it up.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
Should we do that? You know what, Vic? Let's make a promise. When we talk to Leggy on Wednesday, let's just throw some music behind a random answer that he gives us.
You're boring, Leggy. That's why.
And Nelly's not. I'm sorry. Leggy's not. I think he's incredibly informative. Incredibly. But there are some. I was actually told when I was a producer, don't book writers. They're boring. Specifically that. They're like, get radio hosts or TV people or something.
You know, I listen, man, you're getting me down this. You know, I've been a TV guy most of my life. You know, I started in writing. I was a writer, and then television was my dream. And we've always been deemed as the arrogant ones, right? You know, TV guys are just all narcissistic. Let me tell you the most arrogant people on earth. Writers. Do you agree with me, Brett?
Yes. They are. They're very hoity-toity. But expand on this.
They're the most arrogant people I know. Thank you. And this will make it sound and hit. Yeah. All of my friends in the writing business. All of you. You're more arrogant than I am. And that's saying a lot.
I got to say, you know what? It really helps.
It does.
It really
Makes
does.
the segment go.
It's almost like I don't care what you're saying anymore. It just sounds better. You put a little bass.
They know everything. And it starts like with Hall of Fame writers. Oh, my God.
Yeah, they're the worst.
That is the peak. That is the top of the pyramid of arrogance.
Yeah.
If you're like in a writing club, the pro football writers, all these writers, I'm in a club. You don't know. I can write.
You know what? I actually think if you own a vote in anything, then you're lame. It's going to be my new stance. If you're an MVP voter in the NBA, then you're a lame person. How's that sound?
No, I don't think they're lame. I think they're brilliant people. But the claim that the television folks are the arrogant ones, far from it. Hey, I know I'm dumb. I'm just on TV being dumb.
Well, they think they hold insane power with it. That's what drives me nuts. Like when Stephen A. Smith says something like, I am not going to allow you guys to do this to Shea again, which is like,
what are you going to do?
What does that even mean?
Exactly. Here's the difference. I know my role. We're in the entertainment business. We get overpaid. We get way too much money for what we do. We are a product that we work off the backs of these athletes who work their butts off. And I know my role. A lot of these people don't. They think they're bigger than they are.
Yeah. Bontemps, he's the straw poll guy, right?
Yeah.
The MVP straw poll guy. He's got probably the last one's coming out soon, I would think, isn't it? It's getting close to the end of the year. But I agree. And again, the fact that the Nuggets are the team that you pick on for something like that is crazy. When look at the track record. They never do this. Because you're right, Vic. When the Nuggets played against the Lakers, was Luka too hurt to play? Or did they just think, hey, LeBron's out, why don't you go ahead and have the night off too? No. Much like the Nuggets did yesterday, the Lakers almost won.
Of all the teams to hammer about sitting out games, of all the choices, you hammer the team that plays its starters more than anyone outside of the Knicks. More than anyone. You hammer the team whose MVP plays hurt and gets cut on every night. You got a player who turned it. You hammer that team? Tell me you're not watching without telling me you're not watching.
Yeah. You actually nailed how you said that, too. How about that? Definitely thought you were going to mess that up.
And you're in charge of the MVP tally? All you did now is just, you know what you did in my book? You lost all credibility.
What is it about
put that in a pipe and smoke it.
The NBA and the people who cover the league and vote for awards and stuff like that makes it feel like they just can't wait to pounce on a negative thing about the league? It is really weird. Really weird. Doesn't it feel like, Vic, at times the people who cover the NBA have no joy in covering the sport that they're paid to cover? Like, all it is them complaining about something that happened from the night before instead of celebrating something that happened from the night before?
Actually, Brett, follow-up question on that, though. Anytime the MLB Hall of Fame ballots come out, you always say that the baseball writers who vote on the awards may be the most miserable group of people.
Nobody is more miserable than a baseball writer.
Exactly. So NBA people are miserable, but they're not quite as miserable as the baseball writers. They don't take that crown? Or are we talking different brands of misery?
I think it's just different because the NBA gets a lot more coverage than the MLB does.
Here's another message to you writers out there who carry yourself such haughty. Why don't you dress up for once? Quit shopping at Walgreens.
See, now you've crossed the line. Because that's how I dress. What do you mean? I'm not
You
a
can
writer.
go to Ross and find clothes. Marshall's has some clothes. I'll help you out. I'm not too proud. I'll shop there.
Ross is the best. What do you mean too proud? It's the best store that's ever been created.
Better not come after Kirk Cousins and his Kohl's cash there, Vic.
Any other grievances you would like to air out about some of these writers?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
That's right, I said it.
We'll get an update on who is advancing from the Vic region of the drop tournament, along with a fact checker coming your way next. Stick around.
dude he's getting killed on X. Killed.
Bontemps?
Yeah, killed. I don't even have to say anything. I mean, these are even not. Here's a guy. This ain't it. I don't even like Denver. I'm not a Nuggets fan. I can tell you they've been borderline hanging by a thread. Jokic constantly dealing with injuries. Murray didn't deal with an ankle sprain. Did you watch a game? This ain't it, Tim. This ain't it.
Yeah, it just feels like a weird team to point out and use as your example, right?
You expose yourself is what you do. You're supposed to be the guy that knows all about these teams, right? You've exposed that you're not watching. And that's where we live in Denver, Colorado. It's where we lived with all our teams. Is that these East Coast dudes? I'm looking right at you, East Coast. You don't watch. And I don't blame you because these games are late. Last night's game started at 8 o'clock Denver time, 10 o'clock East Coast time. Most people they're not watching the games.
Yeah.
So if you're not watching and paying attention, you have no room to talk. None. Right. Just shut up.
I agree. It's another example, and there's been plenty throughout the years. I feel like Jokic's entire career can be summarized and you don't really watch him play. Like, I will never forget, Vic, when they're on the way to winning a championship. And who was the sideline reporter? Was it Lisa Salters?
Yes.
Where she went on, I think it was Dan Patrick's show the next day. She goes, oh, it's the first time I've really watched Jokic in person. And it's just like, oh, my God. And I'm like, he's been in the league for like 7 years. How is this like the first time you've really sat down and watched a guy who's won multiple MVPs?
Yeah.
Just doesn't make sense.
By the way, we mentioned early in the show that I don't want to get off the rails here. We showed you the renderings for a new stadium, a women's soccer-only stadium, NWSL team that's coming to Denver.
Yeah.
They've got renderings. It's due to open, if they get it done, 2028, right around the corner. It's going to be fixed in there between Broadway, Santa Fe, and I-25, that little corner, that little pocket when the highway starts to turn north. That's where you'll see it. If everything happens, if they get the money. I'm also told, this is a source telling me, remember how the Broncos were searching for land, searching for areas to possibly move their stadium?
Yeah.
And among the areas that were brought up, there was a tract of land in Lone Tree. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And I know DMac and the folks got all a Twitter over that because it's near their neck of the woods. It's near the studio. I'm told, and take this for what it's worth, that ain't happening. Ain't no way city and county of Denver is going to let the Broncos move outside of the city and county of Denver.
Yeah.
That ain't happening. Good luck with that.
So also all that land that's out by the airport is not going to be an option then either?
Well, that's city land. That's Denver still. City and county of Denver is not going to lose the Broncos. That ain't happening.
Okay.
Nor should they. It should remain near the downtown area, to be totally blunt.
Yeah, it's somebody pointed this out to me. Denver is very unique in the fact that they have the 4 major sports teams, and they're all within like a stone's throw of each other. Every stadium. Like, they're all right next to each other in the same general area, and it's like, if you think about it, most places that have stadiums like that, they're kind of spread out throughout the city in different parts of the city. Yeah, all of Denver's is centrally located in basically one little 2 square mile area.
I mean, listen, it's a privately funded team. You can move it wherever you want. But do you want to play nice with the city that has supported you? A city that the taxes that the city's paid for the current stadium that made it happen? Do you want to play nice with that city or not?
Probably be smart. Yeah, it would be smart to. So we have a couple orders of business to take care of at the end of the show today. First of all, we'll give away our winner of the pair of tickets to the Bucks game next Wednesday, and that winner is Mike Kilmeyer. Mike, congratulations on your pair of tickets to next Wednesday's game against Giannis and the Bucks. And now, Vic, moment of truth. We see what moves on to the round of 32 in our drop tournament in the Vic region, starting with the 1 versus 16 matchup. That was Vic calling Fairbanks, Black Torch. That's the 1 seed. The 16 seed was a SpongeBob appearance on the show. The winner with 74% of the vote is...
Then you got the opposing reliever, Black Torch, crying about the ball.
Dare I say the Rockies played a little bit better?
I called him Black Torch. I know his name. I didn't realize that was that sensitive to a pitcher. I didn't when Black Horse, what's his name? Black House?
I think it's Fairbanks.
So that moves on. We have a 8 versus 9 matchup. This, the closest of the bunch, Vic, but by a hair, 51.8%. The 8 seed was the jet flyover at Castle Pines. The 9 seed was a patented Vic nose blow. The winner with 51.8% is
Babe Ruth. Here's what I think about your stat, Moj.
Oh, God. Doesn't sound like you got anything in there, dude. Sounds like you're just blowing your brains out.
So that moves on. Next matchup was a 5 versus 12. The 5 seed was J.J. Redick and his lozenge. The 12 seed was if you don't take the underwear, you don't get the gas. The winner with 80.4% of the vote.
If you don't take an underwear, you don't get the gas.
That's the biggest upset so far. The 12 seed blew out the 5 seed.
Crushing them.
CSU Memphis right there.
4 versus 13. This also a closer matchup, but there was a winner. 4 seed was Gabe Landeskog bringing the milkshakes to the yard. The 13 seed was Would You Watch Little Hoes on the Prairie? The winner with 57.6% of the vote is...
And as this person approaches, I turn, and it's Gabriel Landeskog. And you know Gabriel Landeskog. He brings all the milkshakes to the yard. Is that how the song goes?
No. The milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Oh, whatever.
That is what Cody
Something
said.
about milkshakes and yards.
But hang on a second. The fact of the matter is
something about milkshakes and yards.
This is Gabe Landeskog, and I bring all the milkshakes to the yard. What is this? Why did I just say that?
The fact that we got him to say that is so great. So that moves on. The next was a 6 versus 11 matchup. The 6 seed was Vic yelling, "I'm an old man without a prostate." The 11 seed was Sean Payton's Ferris Bueller, the winner with 88% of the vote.
And I want people to stop texting me with this, "Oh, Dude Perfect did it in 9 shots." I don't care about those people. They do this for a living. They get paid to do this crap. I'm an old man without a prostate who sat in a gym with my brother rebounding. I don't care about those. Stop it.
So that moves on. A few more matchups here. The 3 versus 14 seed. The 3 seed, She Let Me Pick the Gelato Cart, goes against the guy who lost. He's standing in front of rubble where his house used to be with a tornado. And he says, "I need a brand new pair of golf clubs or set of golf clubs." The winner with 75%.
Part of the planning committee.
Well, then control it. I mean, obviously this marriage is starting off the wrong way. I mean, clearly
I got to pick the gelato cart. That was exciting. Also, I got a cappuccino guy. He's serving coffee, so that's pretty cool.
That is Mike from Computers, by the way, if you didn't know who that was. Last 2, 7 versus 10. 7 seed was Happy Birthday to My Beautiful Baby Boy. That goes against Mad Dog, calling Jackson Smith in Jigba Nooga Juba, I believe is how he said it. The winner was 75%.
I'm sorry. I have to. I hate to do this right now. I'm pulling a Moser.
Oh, no.
I got to wish my baby boy a happy birthday today. It's his birthday. And I promised I'd wish him a happy birthday. Okay? My beautiful baby boy, who's now 26 years old. When do they stop being your beautiful baby boy? At what age?
I just love how you said, "I promised him I would do this," like he was a 3-year-old.
I know.
I promised him I would do this. Happy birthday,
my beautiful baby boy. By the way, my beautiful baby boy shot 1 over the other day. And I really
didn't play in the wind I played in yesterday. Well, happy 1 over to your beautiful baby boy. Final matchup, 2 versus 15. The 2 seed, when is the World Cup? Vic says in America. The 15 seed is We Bring the Boom guys. The winner with 81% is...
When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. The next one.
Here's the other thing. When you said that, you sounded so like caught off guard.
I know.
It's like somebody walked in on you changing.
I wasn't totally confident.
I'm playing again. When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. The next one. Slight pause.
So there you go. That's the Vic region. We move forward with the Moser region tomorrow in our drop tournament.
Gold.
Yep. So tune in for that. Few minutes left here. Nelly, got a fact checker for us?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, I got to follow up on something from earlier. Vic, you asked if we are eligible here in the building to win our station's Not Another Bracket contest. And our boss said that whoever wins in the building, whoever has the best bracket, or not a bracket, out of all of the station participants, wins $10. He said he will increase your winnings to $11 only if you score the highest out of anyone, listeners or hosts. That's the only way you get that extra dollar.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that that's all out in the open before you start
if
putting your
I win
brain
that
power.
$11, I will give it to one of our loyal listeners. Because that's what I do.
$10 should be able to buy you Nuggets playoff tickets, a steak dinner, a big TV, and a party catered for 30 from Brothers Barbecue. I think $10 gets you all that, right?
Same thing.
Was there ever a time in America where $10 could have gotten you all those things?
Yeah.
Where you could have lived like a king like that off $10?
Dude, when I was a kid, the Nuggets would sell tickets on the phone. Like if you called into Channel 2, $2 a pop. We ate those suckers up. The olds will remember that. You remember that when Irv Brown did the games and they'd say, call now, and they had those fake operators. $2.
How about the steak dinner? Was that $5?
Depends if you went to Mr. Steak off of Sheridan 44th.
The Not Another Bracket contest is live right now. Be sure you get one in if you want part of all those great prizes again. 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, a dinner at Denver Chop House, a big screen TV, and a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. And Brothers Barbecue, take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. So, sign up before these games start tonight. AltitudeSportsRadio.com/notanotherbracket. You pick 5 teams. Not a whole bracket, just 5 teams. The lower seed gets you more points for each win they get, so sign up now. No games tonight between the Avs and the Nuggets, but big ones tomorrow for each team. It's a chance to keep the Lakers at arm's length. It's a chance for you to continue to roll if you're the Avs taking on a good Toronto team. So both of those should be a lot of fun to watch tomorrow. Vic, I don't know what the injury report's going to look like against the Lakers, but I would assume some are back. Maybe.
If not,
hopefully.
If not, Spencer Jones versus Luka all night.
Yeah, bring it. You can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
I got to pick the gelato cart. That was exciting. Also, I got a cappuccino guy. He's serving coffee, so that's pretty cool.
To open up a 2K Tuesday, yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. The last few games for the Denver Nuggets have gone thusly. Lose to the best in the West, then beat them the very next night on their same home court, barely squeak by the G League Lakers, get swept by the dog butt Wizards, and then go on the road and beat red-hot Golden State without Jamal Murray, without Nikola Jokic, and Aaron Gordon's the star of that show? The season of nonsense that has been the Denver Nuggets, the ups, the downs, the roller coaster rides, coach, it continued last night. And you know what? I don't think I could have said it any better going out of yesterday's show. No proclamations. I have no idea what's going to happen. And neither did anyone else last night.
Styles make fights, Raj. And for whatever reason, I've been thinking back since I've moved to the Denver area, which was really in late 2021, early 2022. I haven't really thought much about the Warriors and their series with the Nuggets. It dawned on me last night, my goodness, how is this even possible? That in the last 13 games, the Nuggets have won all but one. The Warriors are 1-12 as a proud franchise, a franchise that has recently won NBA titles, many NBA titles, has a player in Steph Curry and Draymond and even Klay Thompson in the last several years. 9 straight losses at home is asinine.
They'd won 7 straight. They were 14-2 with Jimmy Butler in the lineup. Red hot since trading for him. And that guy was the best player on the court for Golden State. He was averaging 16-6-6 in those games. You've now improved to a ridiculous, as you just said, 12-1 in your last 13 against a team that, and I don't know if I'm going to pull off this because as it has been for the Nuggets all season, I don't know what I learned last night. I don't think I learned anything last night. It was a crazy game. 40 combined turnovers for both of these teams. The Nuggets, the reason why you win this game, Golden State goes cold from 3. They go cold from the free throw line. And also, you score 24 points off of 20 Golden State turnovers in that game. That's the way that you win a basketball game. It was the Russell Westbrook show, right? 7 turnovers. and you and I have yelled at this. You want to win that basketball game? Russ has to be Russ, and you have to take the 7 turnovers, but he was excellent on defense. He got to the hole. This was just a throw everything at the wall type of game, and it just went your way on a night where you didn't have any business winning that basketball game.
What you did learn is, I think that Nikola Jokic, even Christian Brown, and certainly Jamal Murray sat there and watched this game in a little bit of ridiculous effort, a fanatical type of mindset, and you have the poster children for effort playing at very high levels, and that would be number 1, Aaron Gordon, number 2, Peyton Swatson with 4 blocks, and then, of course, Russell Westbrook and all the hysteria that he does create. That to me is the revelation, the proclamation last night is you're sitting there and watching just how much the word effort means, how much it can do to a basketball team that has just been so incredibly inconsistent. That's got to be the calling card for this team. I hope that Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and Christian Brown watched this, sat back, and said, yeah, if we play with this type of effort consistently for the remaining 3 months, we're going to hold up another title.
I wonder how much you're going to hate this. I think with effort for this team comes turnovers, and if you want effort, you just have to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to deal with the ball, unfortunately, being thrown away at certain points. You have to deal with guys rumbling through 2 or 3 players in the paint and throwing up a shot that has no chance of going in. If you want effort on both sides of the floor, if you want guys to run and not to loaf, and who knows if this transfers to Nikola, to Christian, but Christian never lacks energy, but certainly Nikola and Jamal Murray. I think you might just have to take the ups and the downs. They might have to turn into the Russell Westbrook version of the net or of the Nuggets for you to get that type of energy and that defensive consistency. You have to deal with it. That's what it is. You're going to hate it, but that's what you saw last night. Your 2 best players on the floor, who were they?
Aaron Gordon, Russell Westbrook.
Yep.
Wasn't even close.
How many turnovers did those 2 players combine for?
Was it 13?
14, 7 each.
That's terrible. That's awful. Luckily,
but if they don't play that way, you don't win the basketball game.
Well, you turn the ball over 20 times as a Denver Nuggets offense. Luckily, you were able to conjure up 20 as well. You got Golden State to cough the basketball up. And more important than that, this is the thing that I thought was incredible about last night's performance. 3-point defense. All right, the Warriors. This is from KNBR, which is an AM station in the San Francisco Bay Area I've been listening to for about 20 years, and they tweeted this out last night. The Warriors tonight are the first team in the NBA or WNBA history with under 25% from three on 30 or more three-point attempts, under 60% from the line on 25 or more free throw attempts, and 20 or more turnovers, all in the same game. First time in history, this iteration of the Nuggets forced that, because that was in Golden State's building when Golden State was playing with a fully healthy team, and they frankly are one of the hottest teams in basketball. And you were able to force that type of effort.
It did coincide with obviously a terrible shooting night from Steph Curry. But the two guys who shoot the basketball best on the floor last night in Steph and MPJ, they have bad nights. Like MPJ goes 7 of 8, goes 3 of 10 from 3. The best 3-point shooter, maybe the best shooter just hands down of all time in NBA history, goes 4 of 14 from beyond the arc. And the best one that he had was that mega deep one in the third quarter. Steph didn't affect the game all that much for Golden State, and I think you had to have that happen for you to walk away with a win. Does this erase what happened against Washington for you? Because it does for me. You laid this game on the line. You punted this game.
It does for me, but it doesn't for me, because there is a reality that you can lose to any team any given night. And it's a good reminder that effort does matter a ton. The way you play is more important than actually who you play, meaning your opponent and who's on the floor for your own team. But I'd even take it a step further. Did you see what happened with the Minnesota Timberwolves last night?
Yeah, they lost to Indy.
A very short-handed squad they played against. 2 abysmal losses. Like, if you're the Warriors right now, that's a bad loss. It reminds you a lot of the Nuggets loss against the Wizards, and really almost losing to the Lakers that were so incredibly shorthanded. It's just a bit of an epidemic in basketball in the NBA at the tail end of the season, certainly this season, that there are games that are unexplainable. And really nobody is the perfect team. And if you are the perfect team and you're playing perfect basketball at the tail end of this season, that means that you're probably going to wear yourselves out. You're probably going to not have anything fully remaining at the tail end when you get into the postseason. And that's what ultimately happened with the OKC Thunder.
You take it the opposite way that I do. I think that it's such a washing machine in the middle of the East and in the middle of the West that you're going to have to punch so hard to get out of that riptide, right? Just that swirl of teams. You're going to have to be so good to get through that. And if you're healthy by the time you get out of that to go to the West or the East final and you face OKC or you face Boston or Cleveland on the East side of things, I think at that point you will have expended so much energy, while the top seeds in the East and the West won't have expended that much. I see it the other way. I see that unless a team gets to another level. And Kreckman and Lindahl talked about this yesterday before the game. It was, what's the ceiling and what's the floor for the Nuggets? And the ceiling for me is this team can win a championship. The floor is you can get bounced in like 5 games in round 1, depending on who you play against.
Oh, it absolutely could happen this year, Rush.
Right.
It really can.
It is so polarized this year for that team that unless something switches, right? Unless that flip gets thrown up.
It switched last night.
It switched a little bit, but those aren't the Nuggets, right?
A lot of it.
No, those aren't the Nuggets. That's not the team that will be playing playoff basketball. So again, my thesis is you can't learn. Oh, all right, yeah, go ahead. Sit Nikola Jokic and sit Jamal Murray and sit Christian Brown in the playoffs. See how that goes, Coach. The team that was on the court last night is not going to be the team that plays in playoff series. So my thesis over the past few weeks is you can't learn anything about the Denver Nuggets this year. You can't. And if you think you can, you're mistaken. We didn't learn anything last night. It was an anomaly. It was awesome. It was like the coolest game of the year to watch, but it was an anomaly.
Well, then when is the moment that we can learn something about the 2025 postseason Denver Nuggets? Is it when it's over?
Yep.
And we can look back and say,
yep.
Was good enough or it wasn't good enough? It was a championship or it wasn't a championship.
That's what I resign myself to.
Yeah, you're right. You're because otherwise you're just going to continue to beat yourself up. You know what was wild is scrolling through X last night, fairly late. I had a bit of a family emergency last night up here in the mountains. I got our vehicle stuck in the snow.
Oh,
deep.
no.
Yeah, deep. Tow truck, deep. Not good. Out in the middle of nowhere. So anyway, I was up late last night, and one of my favorite activities.
Driving in the snow. That's what that is.
It had nothing to do with that, man. I've lived in the worst climates in terms of weather. Minnesota,
transplant driving in the snow. That's what that is.
I live in worse areas for weather than the state of Colorado. I promise you that. It was I missed the turn for our house, and it's a 1-lane road to get through this thing on a straight incline, and I had to reverse back to our spot. I caught the very edge of a bank, and I could not get out. So yeah, it was not good.
So is the car drivable?
We got it towed last night. My wife and the kids are currently driving down to Breckenridge, and she said it's not doing too well. So apparently the tow action did not do well for the transmission or a tire. So we shall find out here shortly.
Have you ruined spring break as a result?
It's pretty on car. You know, I have the Chevy Chase, the Clark W. Griswold effect on just about every vacation that we take. It's going to be the greatest vacation ever. And as a result of doing too much, it ends up being the worst vacation ever. So at least the expectations are pretty low and they're standard. They're what's everybody expecting at this point?
Doing too much. Is Deion Sanders thinking about doing too much with the spring game? He talked to the media yesterday, had something to say that my alma mater responded to.
Uh-oh.
We'll get into it on the other side. It's the morning sprint. Coach Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, and you guys. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Make sure KJ gets your favorite 90s and 2000 songs today. He'll bounce back with those. Also, it's Tuesday, so that means it's time for a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday keyword. We're giving keywords away right now and at 11:20, so you'll have 2 chances to win a pair of tickets to go see the Nuggets take on the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis. And your first keyword of the day is Gordon. That's Aaron Gordon to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name if you want to go to Ball Arena to catch the Nuggets in their playoff push. If you don't win today, tickets are always available at nuggets.com/tickets. Once again, Gordon to 303-504-0925. That's a heck of a game to go to, Coach.
It sure is. And speaking of our keyword, Gordon, how about some of these Gordon efforts that he's put out of nowhere? They're mixed in with either being injured and missing a couple games or missing a week, and then all of a sudden he goes off for 33 to 40 points. And you're like, yeah, that guy could be a superstar 1A player for a lot of teams in the National Basketball Association. The guy's super impressive, man.
He certainly has 38 points last night in the stunning win for the Nuggets over Golden State. Deion Sanders met with the media yesterday, had something interesting to say that I think has some legs that Syracuse head coach Fran Brown responded to.
Spring game will be televised. ESPN 2 will broadcast spring game on the 19th. We got to sell this thing out and pack this thing because the way the trend is going, you never know if this is going to be the last spring game. I don't believe in that. I don't really want to condone that. I would like to play the spring. Actually, I like to play against another team in the spring. That's what I'm trying to do right now, to have it competitive. Playing against your own guys kind of get monotonous, and you really can't tell the level of your guys because, you know, it's the same old. Everybody kind of know each other towards the end. I would like to style it like the pros. I would like to practice against someone for a few days, then you have the spring game. And I think the public will be satisfied with that tremendously. I think it's a tremendous idea. Yeah, I've told those personnel who should understand that it's a tremendous idea.
Coach Prime, I, amongst the general public, agree wholeheartedly with your take. This would be very entertaining in the space that we now find ourselves in, the NIL world, where football players are getting coin, and a lot of it in some instances. Why not add a guaranteed 13th game? Even if it's just for the fans, just for entertainment. But I also think from a coaching perspective, it's going to tell you a lot. And nowadays with the portal that you have, kind of the December, January portal entry, you're going to actually find out a little bit more and have the data that you need coming out of spring football if you're able to compete against another like-minded, similar level of competition institution. Like in the case of the CU Buffs, it might be Syracuse and Fran Brown with an awesome quote tweet towards Coach Prime. I loved it. But I also heard a little rumblings about Coach Prime wanting to do something potentially with the University of North Carolina and Bill Belichick, which would also be a heck of a lot of fun. So I love this because it's one more data point that you have about your roster. These guys are getting paid anyway. Why not play one game, allow that to see what you have, and then it's going to give you a better idea of what you need to do in, say, the May and the June portal window as that opens up, and where you need to, quote unquote, bolster your roster.
How real is something like this? Would it actually be able to get done in college football? Or is there red tape that has to be taken down?
You know, I can't even keep up. Raj, I did this for 18 years of my life. I can't even keep up with the rules in college football. I don't know. Like, they changed yesterday. They might have changed today. They probably changed in 5 minutes. And so I don't know the rules on this, but I do know that there's been talk over the years about being able legally within NCAA rules to do some crossover type of practices. I was trying to get a crossover practice at one point with University of Northern Colorado when I was at CU, just to get a different face. And that was when Ed McCaffrey was the head coach there. And there's some challenges and concerns to doing it, but I think the spring game model is a really, really fun model. And it's just another opportunity to squeeze every last drop of money out of this sponge that is TV revenue. And why not do it? It's another revenue building opportunity to get your NIL war chest where it needs to be. And I know CU would benefit greatly from this. I'd be at the game, or I'd certainly be watching on TV. That's for sure.
Tell me if I'm wrong, guys, out there on the text line, 303-504-0925. Again, your keyword that ends at 10:45 for you to get in to win Nuggets tickets is Gordon, Gordon, to 303-504-0925. On that same text line, let me know. I've never been a spring game guy. And again, I went to a school that you can root for, at least now in football. They go 10-3 under Fran Brown coming over from Georgia. It wasn't the case when I was there. I was never a person that got excited about a spring game, an intra-squad game. And I know that football people, and it's not a sport that I grew up in. I never played football. I know that football people love that intra-squad type of thing, that preseason, for CU, it's black versus gold, I suppose, is what you could call that type of game. And I never got into it as a fan. This is something that would bring me to the table. That if CU had Bill Belichick coming, I would tune in to watch that. And they televise spring games all the time, and I go, why am I watching this?
They're terrible.
I'm learning nothing from
Raj,
it. It's horrible.
I'm a football guy, and you said that football guys if it's your team, you like to at least see it. Black versus gold, inter-squad scrimmage.
That's what I'm asking. Do you like to see it?
It's gotten so bad insofar as that even with the televised spring games, and this is done by contracts that some of these schools have even with their own conference networks. So the Big Ten network, you're required to have something at each Big Ten institution that is televised over the course of the months of April and going into maybe even May. I think that's ridiculous because even now in the portal world, there might be a freshman or sophomore on your roster that hasn't played, has no game film. That becomes the first entry point of data in terms of their resume on film is now on that spring game. And now everybody else is watching that film and illegally tampering with that player. And that might be a player that you're really excited to keep and that you want to continue forward in their development. Well, that's why there's schools, I believe it's Nebraska, and one other school that I heard of that has already said that they're canceling the spring game because they don't want people tampering with their roster. They don't want people to watch it on TV. So I agree. I think that this is I love that Deion Sanders going the opposite route, though. And this reminds me a little bit of Jim Harbaugh. You got these guys that are deemed to be celebrity coaches. The stereotype for them, even in the football world, would be, they're silver spoon coaches. They're pretty soft. Dude, Jim Harbaugh and Coach Prime have proven they're the opposite of soft, and they've proven to be real certified football guys, Raj. They want to play more football against more competitive type of teams and environments. I love that about both of these guys, and that's why I think they've been very successful because they're the opposite of soft. They're actually tough guys that want their teams to be able to play more football, more tackle football.
It can only help you, especially bringing in big-time programs. And I'm not going to joke and say that Syracuse is a big-time program. They're working in the right direction.
Syracuse at Folsom Field in April would be a big deal.
It would be a big pull. But at this point, you use Syracuse, I suppose, as the stepping stone. You could use UNC and Bill Belichick as another big media get for CU there. But eventually, if this model works, you get a Big Ten program. You get an SEC program to come over to you and show up at Folsom or vice versa. And then you get to see other players who haven't necessarily been in that Boulder or Deion orbit that could possibly be transfer portal players. This is a perfect experiment for Deion's program up there.
Yeah, and you're looking at it through the correct lens right now that it appears that somebody would be coming to Boulder.
Yeah.
And playing in Boulder. But I would also look at it for maybe a home and home arrangement. That's been the most fun thing for me about coaching high school football is that you can just schedule games as a coach. I want to play this team in wherever, Las Vegas, Nevada. Cool. Hey, call the coach. You want to play on week 2? Yeah, let's do it. All right, sign a contract. It's done 2 days later. That is really fun. That's kind of what this reminds me of. That you could set this up in the spring and get that competition. But what I like about it is even for Coach Prime and for the CU Buffs, they have a chance to maybe play somebody in the state of Texas that might not be in your conference, right? You don't want to necessarily play somebody in the Big 12, obviously. I mean, no need to do that. But play the University of Texas. And then you imagine the recruiting impact of bringing that show on the road without the pressures of a game day in season. You can now even potentially open up some contact points to have some recruiting, and it becomes a bit like Manifest Destiny, where you're taking, your talent and taking over your brand's taking over a recruiting area hotbed, and I think that'd be awesome for CU. This is like SMU. SMU would make too much sense. It's an ACC team in Dallas, in the heart of Dallas. Dion loves recruiting Dallas. He's got a bigger name than maybe any football person in the city of Dallas. How powerful would that be to take your show on the road to Highland Park, in Dallas, Texas?
SMU would make sense. Miami, Florida State would make sense, because if you want to go after the ACC first, which is, I get it. If we're working on lily pads, we're jumping from pad to pad to pad to go get the big bite of the pie, which is Big Ten or SEC team either coming to or accepting you into a proverbial spring game in this scenario. Those are the types of jumps that you want to make. And those are easy ones for Dion to do, right? He's got the ties, as you said, in Dallas near Southern Methodist. He certainly has the ties at Florida State. And tell me if I'm wrong, like Miami was CU before CU was actually CU at Prime University, right? That's who they were.
Yep.
Get in front of the cameras. Get in front of the cameras.
No doubt. The 1980s and Michael Irvin, and then what happened with Ed Reed and the U that came around with Jeremy Shockey and Ken Dorsey playing quarterback, Clinton Portis. I mean, there's been multiple generations, multiple iterations of the U being what now CU is, which is all eyes on me. We welcome it, and it's really strong. It's really powerful from a recruiting standpoint. And yeah, I do think that Coach Prime would be very smart to be able to bring his show on the road. And there are so many different opportunities to do that. You mentioned Big Ten or SEC. Mm-hmm. You don't necessarily want to play some of these Big Ten or SEC schools.
Wait, why?
Because they don't necessarily have the recruiting impact potential, because they're either in small towns, like CU playing at Ohio State. I don't really know that Coach Prime is going to benefit a ton from recruiting Ohio.
No, not recruiting Ohio. I'm saying that
just the overall, it's a big time show. It's an opportunity for more exposure.
Well, it's a big show, but it's also exposure to players who are actively on that OSU roster that might not be able to fight their way up through 3 levels of 4- and 5-star recruits, that if CU isn't at that level right now, which they aren't, players get frustrated. We've talked about how hard it is to keep players. I can't name a single player on the Syracuse basketball roster. Not one. Can't do it. Have no idea who plays for that team, because
nobody does, Raj. And you know what? They're not going to play anymore because they didn't make a tournament. Did they? Are they in the NIT? Did they make the gold?
You're not even making. You're making the wrong point for me. I know my team sucks. The roster transfer happens in both of these sports to the point where even alumnus don't know who are on their team. And I think that if you go to one of those big time schools, you're not worrying about getting a foothold in the Ohio pipeline. I'm worried about looking at, well, who's that 4th or 5th wide receiver that doesn't really get a lot of look, but might be a number 2 here at Colorado? Who's that player that looks disgruntled as a junior that still has 2 more years of eligibility that I could get to transfer at the end of this season? That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this covert operations.
And that, my friend, is why this is an incredible pipe dream for CU to be able to play one of those national brands, because the coaches, the Ryan Days of the world for Ohio State, would have no interest in their depth being evaluated in real time for that football season, that they might enter the portal in May or June. Matt Rule canceled the spring game, and nobody was even going to be at his spring game officially. Coach Prime's not there going shopping in his 2 deep. That would never happen. And I do think that, like binding institutions that are on the similar playing field, a Syracuse and a CU, a North Carolina and a CU would make a lot of sense.
You see Kiper's newest mock draft that came out this morning. We have updated top 3 picks. Cam Ward going number 1 overall out of Miami. Cleveland taking Abdul Carter out of Penn State to have a two-headed pass rushing monster with Myles Garrett and Carter there. Shedeur Sanders getting nabbed by the New York Giants at number 3. Travis Hunter going the very next pick to New England. That's a pretty solid consensus from most of the mock drafts out there, as we're just over a month ahead of the NFL draft. And if we go all the way down to 20, Tet McMillan, according to
Let's go.
Mel Kiper Jr., falls all the way out of the top 10, out of the top 15, and goes at number 20. Tet McMillan, the wideout out of Arizona.
I would be all for Tet McMillan to slide that far. I do not know how it happened. That same mock draft, if I'm not mistaken, has Ashton Genty going number 6 to the Las Vegas Raiders, and pick 7 is Tyler Warren. I believe, I forgot where he would be going
to the
there.
Jets at number 7. O'Marion Hampton, number 12, to the Dallas Cowboys, as they, and this is a Mel Kiper mock, they panic and take the number 2 running back in the draft, both taken in the top 10. And then the
Wouldn't surprise me.
Colston Loveland at 14, mocked to the Indianapolis Colts.
You know what? That particular mock draft, while it sounds a little wild to have that many tight ends and running backs off the board by pick 14, and really not a lot of receivers. How many pure receivers would be off the board by the time pick 20 comes around in Tet McMillan? Travis Hunter is
that's it. Travis Hunter, and that's it. I would challenge that in the course of the last 20, 30 NFL drafts, there's never been the number 1 receiver on the board goes at pick 20. Do you think that, could you imagine that happening? No, I couldn't. I think McMillan's a top 12 pick this year.
Now, on the flip side, this mock draft brings up a really interesting point. This isn't a great draft class. However, what are the 2 positions? Conveniently, we keep finding out that is very strong this particular year that also aligns with the Denver Broncos' needs. Tight end and running back. And yes, there is the possibility that because it is so top heavy in tight end and running back between Genty, Amari, and Hampton, should even Travion Henderson starting to make some noise as a potential first rounder. I'm starting to hear that. And then the tight end position, obviously. I think there is a world that exists that both Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland are off the board by the time 20 comes.
We're adding in a little bit of a twist today with our Not Another Bracket contest. Each hour throughout the day, we're giving away a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue to someone who has already entered the contest. So if you haven't done so already, go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket contest. No more picking 67 games. All you guys got to do, again, just pick 5 teams this year and you're good to go. So I'm going to give away a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue on the other side. You still have a handful of minutes to also win Nuggets and Milwaukee Bucks tickets. And the way that you do that is text the word Gordon, Gordon, with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. That keyword goes away at 10:45. We'll give you guys another keyword to win Nuggets tickets at 11:20. We'll give those tickets away at the end of the show. Sound good? Got it? Great. Grand.
Football season may be over, but betting season is in full swing. You got March hoops, and we are coming into the heart of it all. I got my Circus Sports Colorado app right in front of me right now, and I'm looking at a line that I absolutely love. The Yale Bulldogs, the undisputed champions of the Ivy League, playing here in Denver, Colorado at Ball Arena on Thursday night. They are 7-point dogs to Texas A&M. But more importantly than that, the over-under set at 140. Yale plays good defense. They're going to keep that point line slow. So download the Circus Sports Colorado app, because Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting. It's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, futures on NBA playoffs coming up, props in your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app right now or visit circuitsports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's not another bracket contest. No more picking 67 games. Just pick 5 teams and you are good to go. The lower the seed, the more each win is worth this year, and the grand prize package is epic. 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner for 2 at the Denver Chop House and Brewery, a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue, and a brand new big screen TV that we will buy for you, and all that for just picking 5 teams. You can enter from right now all the way up through Wednesday evening at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it all for the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. And by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers BBQ take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. And because they are so award-winning, we're giving away $25 to Brothers Barbecue every hour here on the show. Congratulations to our first winner, Justin Ekstrom, who's walking away with $25 to Brothers Barbecue. His teams this year: Michigan, the 5 seed out of the Big Ten; St. John's, the 2 seed out of the Big East. First time they've won the Big East in a quarter century. Arizona, the 4 seed out of the Big 12. Houston, the number 1 seed out of the Big 12. And Michigan State, the number 2 seed. So congratulations, Justin. You just won $25 to Brothers Barbecue. You guys can win $25 each as well. Just go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. We are joined by VP of Operations for Circus Sports in Las Vegas, Mike Paul. Mike, what's up, man?
Good morning, guys. How are you? Exciting time of the year.
Yeah, super exciting. As you just heard on our contest, we are rewarding people for choosing tougher teams to get through the bracket. A little bit of some bracket busters that we're rewarding this year. Talk to me about your double-digit seeds. Where are you seeing most of the handle on those types of double digits, the 11s, the 12s, the 13s?
Well, the biggest handle is on Colorado State, speaking of your neck of the woods, who we opened as a 1-point favorite when the brackets were announced. They're now up to 3, with the 12 being favored over a 5. I got the line quickly as well, as I was looking to play Colorado State and eventually fade Penny in Memphis at some point. I didn't know it would be this early. What I don't like is that they're matched up with Maryland in the West in the next round if they both advance, and I have a future on both teams. So I don't know. I guess looking at it the positive way, maybe I'm forced to get at least one through to the Sweet 16.
Taking a little bit more of a local approach here, game that I just mentioned here at Ball Arena on Thursday. Texas A&M and Buzz Williams, his squad, through the buzzsaw of the SEC, just 22-10, but does get a 4 seed and plays a very, very good Yale team. What kind of action have you seen on that particular game? It's one that I have a personal connection to at Yale, but a basketball program that I could see making some noise in this first round.
You know, it's very interesting that there's only been a handful of games, less than a handful, like 2 games, where the opening number has gone down. Almost every favorite has been bet up. Texas A&M slightly. We opened them 6.5. They're up to 7.5. I got them early this year at 60-1. I'm a little worried about this first round game against Yale. Yale can really shoot the ball. Hopefully A&M can dominate on the boards. The committee loved them all year, right? They were number 2 in the rankings when the first time they came out. Obviously, they've had some losses down the line. Beating Auburn in the last 2 weeks of the year was a good win. But this is a very tricky game for A&M. They can't overlook Yale here in the South region.
A record 14 of 16 SEC teams this year, Mike. Are you fading or are you going with that power conference?
Well, I'm going to fade Auburn. I don't like the way they closed. Look, I'm from Iowa, so I watched Pearl when he was an assistant at Illinois. I didn't think that he's going to get them all the way through. Obviously, the resume was outstanding. But, this quad 1 deal, if you beat a top 75 team on the road, that's a quad 1 win. Well, almost everybody in the SEC is in the top 75. So I think Florida right now is absolutely playing the best basketball of anybody. And what they can do is they can play it any style you want and probably do it better than you. They were 7.5 to 1 2 weeks ago. They're down to the second choice plus 375 now. So they've taken a lot of action here over the last few weeks. Alabama's a dangerous team. You always say, they're on any night they can get beat by a low seed, but they can beat the top seeds on any given night too, as we saw their run to the Final Four last year. I'm not going to strictly fade all of them. There's some matchup spots. I don't really love Vandy against St. Mary's. I don't think I can take a stand that the conference is overrated, so I'm just going to play against all of them. If there's any conference I'm probably going to play against, it's going to be the ACC. I don't know how good Louisville and Clemson are just because they only had to play each other in Duke. That's the worst conference, the worst ACC of my lifetime that I can remember. I mean, SMU finished, they were fourth in the conference for a while, and they don't have a top 30 victory all year. So I don't know. Carolina somehow gets in. Maybe they're dangerous for a couple rounds, but again, they played a tough non-conference schedule, but didn't really beat anybody outside of Ohio State, and when Ohio State was ranked.
We're joined by Mike Palm of Circus Sports in Las Vegas, Nevada. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app if you haven't done so already. Mike, I was curious with just the nature of college basketball, having been so transient, but seems like it's getting obviously yearly worse and worse in terms of who's on these rosters. What do these rosters look like? And it seems like it takes quite a while to come into real form in terms of who these teams are. With that information, Mike, do you feel that live in-game betting has increased? And what do you guys offer as it relates to Circus Sports Colorado, the app that you have, and also the experience in-game betting with March Madness? When you're there in Vegas at Circus Sports, beautiful property there in up in North Las Vegas.
Coach, if you'd have asked me 5 years ago what the biggest segment of growth would have been in the next 5 years, I would have said in-game wagering. It's second. Props. The prop market in all sports has really exceeded the upslope of in-game wagering. I think it's because a lot of folks come from a fantasy background and transition into betting. But obviously, in-game wagering is very important. Depending on the sport, it can make up 40 to 20% of our total handle on a sport. For college basketball, on every commercial break, we're going to post an in-game number, side total, and money line. For those that are in Colorado and want to wager on your app. I mean, in-game it's an app anyhow. You're not going to stand in line at the counter because you're going to miss the number. Another thing that we did on all conference tournaments and we'll continue to do in the NCAA tournament is this 1st to 10 betting. In our Netflix society where everybody wants things on demand, they want all their bets decided in 15 minutes. So that's become a very popular market in the last few years. 1st to 10. First, was there going to be? Used to be you couldn't get them to put up a total in a first period in hockey. Now you got, will there be a goal in the first 5 minutes? So everybody wants their bets decided quickly and on to the next bet.
That's Mike Palm, the VP of Operations at Circus Sports. Mike, we appreciate you. Have such a fun weekend out there. One of the very best weekends in all of sports. Kicks off today with the play-in games and gets hot and rowdy on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Thanks for your time, man.
Thanks, fellas. Enjoy it.
All of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. I kind of like the idea of fading the SEC. 14 of 16 feels like too many teams.
It feels that way to me. I also think that the top teams in the SEC, it's just wild when you look at, these are traditional football powers that haven't always been traditional basketball powers. I'm looking at Auburn and Alabama, Tennessee and Florida. Those four. I'm just going to lob it out there. I don't love Auburn either.
I mean, Florida does have back-to-back national championships in their back pocket. It's been a while. It's been 20 years since it happened, but they've got that.
Tennessee and Alabama certainly do not have that consistent 25-year looking in the back, in the rear view and seeing a basketball powerhouse. I really do like this Tennessee basketball team, and I do like this Florida basketball team. The rest of the SEC, man, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it.
We're going to give away another $25 gift certificate to Brothers Barbecue sometime in the 11 o'clock hour. So if you haven't done so already, go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. And if you fill out your bracket by the time we get off the show, you could win $25. We're giving away those gift cards every single hour throughout the entire day today on Altitude Sports Radio. Big news from the Avs yesterday. We saw the video. We talked about it a little bit. Gabe Landeskog, is he the secret playoff weapon? Jared Bednar addressed some of those questions after skate. The team is on their way for a 3-game Canadian road trip that starts with the Toronto Maple Leafs tomorrow night. We'll hear from the head coach on the other side.
Well, he's getting looked at today. So yeah, that's what he's been looked at already. He's getting other opinions and looking at and trying to figure out what the rehab process is like. So I don't have a timeline. Again, it's not day to day. Like I don't expect he'll be with us on the road, but I don't expect him to. Landy's going to come on the road too. Like we're going to start traveling here we don't have many road trips left, so we'll bring everybody that's able to skate or do anything. But yeah, I should have a better idea by the time we get to the Toronto game on just what we're looking at.
No timeline. I didn't expect there to be a timeline as we welcome you guys back to the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford here on a 2K Tuesday. We just gave away $25 to Brothers Barbecue. We'll continue to give away those as well. And 20 minutes from right now, I'll also give you guys a keyword to text into us to win Nuggets playoffs tickets, or rather Nuggets regular season tickets as they get ready for the playoffs. So a bunch of things we're giving away, all the free stuff here on Altitude Sports Radio. Coach, that is Jared Bednar talking about Gabriel Landeskog taking the ice yesterday with the team. He's going through flow drills, and this was not the same type of pace that we've seen from Gabe Landeskog in the past. He was moving. He was testing that knee, flying through the neutral zone. That looked way closer to a full-time NHL player than a guy who was just testing out the knee to see how it was going to feel and how it would react the next day.
Raj, let's do what we do, man. Let's overreact. Let's overreact to the video that we saw yesterday and give me the overreaction version of what we can expect from playoff Gabe Landeskog. Have some fun with this too, Raj, will you?
Hold on. I don't know if I can give you exactly what he's going to be in the playoffs. My overreaction is, and I gave this to you yesterday, I planted the flag at the end of the show, Gabriel Landeskog 100% will play a playoff game this year.
That's your overreaction from yesterday.
And
today's a new day, Raj. Today's a new day. I want a new overreaction.
Well, hold on. There weren't any new video. There's no other video that got out there.
You slept on it. You slept on it. You saw it.
I slept on it, and I was right the first time, as I normally am.
I want to know what he's going to be able to do for this Avalanche squad.
All right, how's this? If he's completely healthy, he slots in the top 6 without a doubt. He is a net front player on power play 1 if he's completely healthy. He's a guy that can score double-digit goals in a playoff run if you go and win a Stanley Cup championship, if he returns back to the same exact player that he was prior to the injury. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen. Can I tell you that's going to happen because the video that I saw yesterday? No, I can't. I can't tell you that's going to happen.
Get weird, Raj. Get weird with me.
My overreaction is a player that we haven't seen in damn near 3 years will 100% be playing playoff hockey. Whether it's a game, 3 games, 16, 20 games, I don't know. But he will be playing. This is not something that you're going to wait until next season to do. I've already gone over this. It would be a horrible misstep by the front office to not play him in the playoffs because you need to know what you have going into the offseason. You can't wait until next year to do this because God forbid Gabe plays at the beginning of next year and then he can't continue. You're $7 million in the hole. That would be a horrible misstep as compared to playing him for a few games and him being not up to pace, not being the same guy, and maybe, and I don't think this would happen, cost you a playoff game or 2. You would rather do that than basically throw away an entire season because playing $7 million under the cap won't cut it in today's NHL. You just simply can't win that way. They have to play him in the postseason. That's what I got. That is my overreaction.
The way the last 2.5, 3 months have gone for this Avs franchise, all I can say is that vibes are very high. Vibes are high on the moves that Chris McFarland has made. Vibes are high in the moves that McFarland did initially to address what was such the elephant in the room, and that was what was going on between the pipes. Between, obviously, Alexander Georgiev and Justus Asinine, who's clearly not cut out to be a first option by any stretch of the imagination. You address that. And then you address even what was potentially going to be a massive salary problem in Mikko Rantanen, and you go out and potentially get better. You get better as a team, you get deeper. And I just think that this continual Brock Nelson comes in, even what Jack Drewer is giving you, you've been able to fill in so many holes, and overall the vibes are high, and this just sets up for me to have a really good Gabe Landeskog postseason story, and I'm going to put it into the universe. It's going to be really, really fun. Really good things are going to happen.
If he comes back and is healthy, I think I put him on Nelson's left wing, maybe McKinnon's left wing. Although if he comes back, like asking him to play 20 some odd minutes with McKinnon might be a little bit ridiculous. He just slots in as a really, really solid second line left winger. That would bop Drouin down to the third line to play alongside Coyle and Colton. Maybe you beef up your third line instead. You don't put him into the top six. You drop Kiwi Ranta down to the third line to play on the left side of Jack Drury and Logan O'Connor. Parker Kelly likely ends up being your healthy scratch going into the playoffs. But then your third line is big, beefy, defensive-minded Charlie Coyle, Ross Colton, Gabriel Landeskog. That's kind of how I would see this working until he gets back up to full pace, which would... You'd have to hope that happens some point in the second round if he ends up coming back, and then you can start talking about moving him up into the top six.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be exciting to watch. It's fun to watch, and I think that there's no mistake in how Gabe Landeskog himself addressed the media, the people, the fan base over the course of the last 10 days, and I think it is because he knows that he's very close. And as a result, I'm excited.
I mean, if you bring him in, that is what a terrifying prospect for any Western Conference team to have to deal with. That you add in that type of player, that type of energy, that type of leadership, and he's been in the room. Like, there's a reason why he's going on this trip. It's not because they think he's close to playing, because again, he is not playing in the regular season. It will not happen. No chance whatsoever. You can't do it because of the money. The only time he'll play is at the very earliest game one of the postseason. They will not play him in the regular season. He's on this trip to get reintegrated with the fellas, and I love that.
Yeah, you're right. You want to know something really mind-boggling, Raj? I've been a part of, in some way, shape, or form, Altitude Sports Radio for nearly a year and a half. I've followed the Avs and Nuggets closely in my post-college football coaching era, and as a result of this, Raj, just being so inundated with the work that goes into playing or coaching college football, dealing with the transfer portal and recruiting, I've never watched Gabe Landeskog play live in my lifetime.
Well, how could you have? The last time he played was Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final back in 2022.
And I was very busy.
There's no shot you could see it. He was a hell of a player, dude. He was a hell of a hockey player.
This kind of feels like one of those Back to the Future moments, like Back to the Future 2, when Marty McFly's like, he literally goes into the future. He's like, what happened? I feel like that this is going to be one of those moments for me where I'm like, wow, this Gabe Landeskog is really good, man. He's a really good player for these Avalanche. Yeah, really, bro?
It feels as real as it ever has. And sure, maybe I'm overreacting to one video from Skate. And I heard Moj calling it like it wasn't real. Although Moj was also excited. I couldn't tell, like, Moj didn't really take a stance on what happened this morning. So the pace was real, right? It was still a flow drill. You're not taking hits. And I think Moj mentioned, like, he hasn't put a hockey stop in there. Like, he's through his rehab, like, he's stopping and starting consistently. We don't know what he's going to be. That's why I can't sit here and overreact to tell you that he's going to be a 3/4 per point per game player in the postseason. I don't know. What I do know is that they're going to try him in the postseason. Like, it's going to happen, whether it is to bring this rehab and this return to hockey full circle so that he can show his kids, hey, dad did this once upon a time, and then go off into the sunset on LTIR forever, or if it's to truly test whether or not he can play not only this postseason, but for the remainder of this contract. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know who he's going to be, but that's as close to Gabe Landeskog as I've ever seen. And I will take the pace over anything.
Watching the documentary, watching the interviews with Kiper and listening to the one on Spitting Chicklets on the podcast, I think that step one for Gabe Landeskog is that for my kids mentality. I want my kids to know in an age that they will remember what their dad does and can do. I think that's the first step, to just get out there and be able to do it. But I do think that Gabe is even verbalized, and I think in his heart of hearts, if he can get through that first step, then I think step 2 is exactly what you're talking about, and that's playing out the remainder of this contract and being a meaningful, impactful aspect of this Avs franchise. And that's obviously best case scenario for the Avs, for Gabe Landeskog, and it would be something that would be the unbelievable comeback story just because of how long it's been. This just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen 3 years later. Usually 3 years later, it is as bad as it can get. And I think there is going to be that expectation, probably nationally, that Gabe isn't really back and he's not really ready. I have my feelings just because of this franchise and where it is, and Gabe Landeskog and the look that's in his eyes when he talks about his return. I think it's going to be good news for the Avs.
You know what it feels like? It feels like Tiger in 2019. Although Tiger had a couple of years of contending and being close at majors. He was really close at the Open Championship. I want to say it was at Muirfield. He was right on Brooks Koepka's heels at Bellerive at the PGA and didn't find a way to win. So he was working his way back to elite competition. It wasn't like he was gone forever, then showed up at the Masters in 2019 and won it out of nowhere. But it does feel as though, much like Tiger was, I'm going to do this one more time. I'm going to find a way to recapture the magic one more time for you, the fans, and for my kids that are sitting next to the 18th green. And we got that iconic moment, right? That return to glory that Jim Nantz nailed on its head. It feels like we're being geared up for that moment here as Avs fans. We're geared up for Gabe's return to glory. And where I think it's going to go, I think Gabe returns to a playoff run this year. I think the Avs go really deep. I think they can win it. I really do. They have plugged every single one of the holes that they have. I think he gives it everything, and I think he realizes I really only had one more good run left in me. He hoists the cup. He hands it to Nate. They win, and he never returns. And I'd be okay with that, and I hope he would too.
I think everybody would take that. And I think that you just said something this one more time. Today being a 2K Tuesday, I just realized that the song that we need to come into the next segment, even though it's got to be Daft Punk's One More Time, because that's exactly what I'm expecting with Gabe Landeskog is some Daft Punk One More Time playing as you are hoisting the trophy at home at Ball Arena with the confetti raining down. One more time.
We've been searching for a tagline.
Don't stop the dancing, Rush.
We've been searching for a tagline, Coach, for the postseason runs. One more time feels pretty good.
And that song is a banger too now.
We could just play that for 2 straight months here on the station. I'm all about that. That thing hasn't gotten old. You're telling me this isn't a banger for you? Get ready for playoffs?
For Gabe Landeskog? For the Avs? For the Nuggets? It's for Russell Westbrook.
One more time. Doesn't mean it has to be the last time. You just want one more.
There's one more right now.
There's not a finite ending to this. This just keeps going. It's timeless. This never ages.
2001's Daft Punk's is becoming the theme song for your Avs and your Nugget playoff runs.
2001. That's a good year for Avs fans, baby. That's Ray Bork lifting the cup just one more time. NFL Notes is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Before we get into our daily NFL notes with KJ Granderson, it's 11:20 on a Tuesday, and Tuesdays on the 20s throughout the rest of the regular season means it's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. If you want to go to Ball Arena to catch the Nuggets in their playoff push, tickets are always available at nuggets.com/tickets, but we are giving you guys an opportunity to win a pair to go see Giannis and the Milwaukee Bucks coming up on March 26th. That is next Wednesday. You already had a chance to enter at 10:20. Your next and final chance here on the Morning Sprint is right now. Text the word effort, EFFORT, that's effort, to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name on the Shop Mazda text line. We will give away a pair of tickets coming up just after 11:45. We're also giving away $25 to Brothers Barbecue. That coming up in just a few minutes. So, KJ, take it away.
The Denver Broncos have had an excellent free agency so far. According to multiple outlets, it has been an A-plus offseason. But are the Broncos done in free agency? According to Bleacher Report, the Broncos are still linked to two free agents. Quote, Keenan Allen would fit well in Denver's offense where he could spell Marvin Mims Jr. and Devon Vele on the perimeter or in the slot. His route running, hands, and experience could also benefit young quarterback Bo Nix as he continues to develop. The other guy that they should be interested in is J.K. Dobbins. Quote, the Broncos should be interested in scooping up the former division rival. Denver struggled to find a consistent ground game in 2024, and Dobbins would be a fine complement to the smaller but speedy Jaleel McLaughlin. Even when he's had backs like Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara on his roster, Sean Payton has frequently leaned into a backfield rotation, end quote. Let me ask you guys, which free agent would make the most sense in Sean Payton's offense? J.K. Dobbins or Keenan Allen?
Yes. Yes to both of them. And yes to both of them being in what I believe would probably be in good value territory in terms of what you'd be paying for them, but also the bridge that you're going to need going into the draft, knowing that you may hit with a big-time back or you may hit with a big-time wide receiver. But, man, it just makes you sleep a whole lot better at night at the position right now because let's not forget the reality of our situation here in Broncos country. Jaleel McLaughlin is your starting tailback. That is your reality today. J.K. Dobbins is part of this. He would also fill in the void of what Javonte Williams gave you on the third down pass protecting, third down route running that I thought he was really solid in and grew into that role as he started to lose his starting job, if you will. You don't really have that proven veteran pass protector. J.K. Dobbins would give it to you. Keenan Allen, I just think for 1 year, I think he's still got some left in his tank, and he would be a really, really good insurance policy for this receiving core. I'm in on both of these dudes.
I would be in on them. I don't know if you have the cap space to keep both of them here, considering you have to worry about the rookie pool. I think you kind of have to choose. And right now, it's a position of want for Keenan Allen. He would look really cool here. I think he'd be awesome. A position of need is running back. And if you don't get your guy in the draft this year, like if you don't get the number one running back in your room in round 1 or round 2, we're right back at square one with the rushing attack from last year. And I can't take that. So if that means that you sign J.K. Dobbins to either a 1-year or a 2-year prove-it deal where the cap hit is heavy this year in guaranteed money and then largely nothing in year 2, I'm cool with that. I'd be all about that type of deal. If you had to choose between the two, J.K. Dobbins is the guy for me. I don't think you can fit both guys and a full complement of draft picks.
You're probably right. I do think you'll get decent value and I believe good return on investment in both of these players. J.K. Dobbins, he seems like a 7-8 year vet. He's only played 4 seasons of pro football, and really only 2 of them he went the distance, and that was his rookie year with Baltimore, in which he had played 15 games, had 805 yards and 9 teeters, 9 touchdowns, and then in Baltimore in 2022 and 23, only played a combined 9 games. And last year with the Chargers, he played 13 for 905 yards and 9 touchdowns again. I think that there is a lot of ability for him to have a breakout type season, and what a great year for him to do it with the Broncos in a kind of a play for pay type of a role for the Broncos for his future.
Right. Where you worry about J.K. Dobbins is he just another Ohio State Buckeye that was used heavily for 3 years? And he was. Like, this is a dude that had 200 attempts in his freshman year. He had 230 attempts in his sophomore year. He ran the ball 300 times back in 2019. He was healthy. He played every single game over the course of 3 years for Ohio State. And then he got to the NFL and injuries started to happen, and he hasn't played those full seasons consistently. That's why I go 1 year, prove it deal, play great. And then if you do, go sign your ticket somewhere else, because the Broncos will have drafted at least a running back in this draft at maybe 2nd round, 3rd round, 4th round, or deeper. And hopefully you've been able to cultivate that starter from within. KJ?
What's up, boss? You believe now?
Daniel Jeremiah of NFL Network and Mel Kiper of ESPN released their latest mock drafts earlier today. DJ has Omarion Hampton, running back out of North Carolina, coming to Denver at number 20, while Mel Kiper has Arizona wide receiver Ted McMillan coming to Denver. We've said on this show multiple times that though you would prefer to have Ashton Jeanty, this draft is more of a dime a dozen when it comes to running backs. And Ingram has already established himself, whether proclaimed or not, as the official ace of the Denver Broncos. Is it time to start to prepare for the exit of Courtland Sutton by drafting Ted McMillan?
Yes. I think the Ted McMillan's available. If the 2 players that are available are Omarion Hampton and Ted McMillan is much more of a unicorn of a prospect if he's available anywhere near 20. In fact, if the mock draft that came out today from Mel Kiper, I think Field Yates of ESPN as well, that it is a very heavy early run on both running backs and tight ends. And for whatever reason, Ted McMillan's available by pick 14 or 15. I'm starting to look into that same category of if Jeanty or Tyler Warren were available in that territory, where you move to get a player like that of that caliber. Because I do think Ted McMillan is going to be a bona fide superstar because of his catch radius, his strength, his ability to run routes. The guy was Arizona's offense the last several years. Saw it firsthand myself in 2022. This dude is a dude.
And he is at 6'5", 215. That's a Sean Payton wide receiver, man, if I've ever seen one.
Not to mention he ran a 4.48 40 yesterday.
At his pro day. Wow. It's amazing that he's sliding in a lot of these mock drafts, because I thought of him as a no-brainer top 10 prospect at the wide receiver position.
Is that the reason why I haven't heard you really talk about him, is because we've never opened up the possibility of him going to Denver? Because you and I have talked about how it's like if Warren or Jeanty is available around 10, 12, then you start to feel the itch of, oh, do we need to move up and go get these players? Then where you and I sat was, well, Jeanty and Warren will likely be gone by pick 10. And if that's the case, you and I think it was 2 weeks ago, we planted our flag as a show saying, let's trade out of the first round if that's the case. Now, if Ted McMillan is available, let's say around pick 15, are you changing your tune?
Yeah, I'm saying that's a spot that you want to go get. I looked at Ted McMillan just going into this draft offseason, all the narratives that are spun around about these prospects. I had Ted McMillan in the same conversation as last year's top 3 receivers, Rome Odunze, Malik Neighbors, and Marvin Harrison Jr. That's how I viewed him. And none of those 3 players made it out of the top 12, if I'm not mistaken.
KJ, keep it rolling.
What's up, boss? You believe now?
Deion Coach Prime Sanders spoke to the media yesterday, and he was asked about his draft process compared to Shedeur's draft process this year. Deion talked about the differences and went on to reiterate that if a team is not acting right, he has no problem stepping in and making that phone call on Shedeur's behalf.
No, it's not nerve-wracking. First of all, it's a blessing. They received a lot more ignorance than I did. I received some, but we didn't have the social media channels and all the different things that's privy today, so you could get abreast of all that. Not at all. I mean, you got to understand, I was a two-sport guy at the time, so you could imagine what it would have been like with all the hate and the naysayers. I was a little different. It was a team I wanted to go to that I made it possible for me to go to that team and that team only, because I had the leverage of playing baseball, and I'm thankful that the Atlanta Falcons shows me that's where I wanted to go. My kids don't have the luxury of saying where they want to go. We would never do such a thing. And I told you, if that would come to that, I would quietly talk to that team behind the curtains. I would never put them on blast for nothing of the sort.
That sounds like a guy that does value his relationships league-wide and does not want to come out and use the bully pulpit of his massive media reach to say a Cleveland Browns organization, like, I don't want my son playing for them. Well, the reality is he probably doesn't want his son playing for them, but he's just probably not going to handle it publicly.
You know what else I think is part of this? Deion is very in touch with national narrative, not only about his sport, but I would assume, since he's a sports guy, dual sports guy, likely loves all sports. You know what he was probably pretty privy to? That whole dust-up that happened with LeBron and Stephen A. Smith. The whole story about Bronny getting drafted by the Lakers and them essentially forcing the LA Lakers to waste a second-round draft pick on that player, and telling the rest of the league that, like, remember when you and I were talking and Demps and I were talking about how the funniest thing the Nuggets could have done last year is take Bronny James and just hold him hostage, which I wish one set had grown on one team around the league to have done that, because it would have been hilarious objectively. I think Deion looks at that situation and goes, like, Bronny is in such a can't win situation right now, and my kid is worthy of a top 5 pick as a quarterback.
No question.
Why would I set him up for that type of hellscape? I think that's what he's looking at right now. I'm going to be quiet. If there's a situation that I really don't like, I will go to back channels, because I have them, right? I have that ability that no one else does, that likely no one else in the draft does for their kid. I'll do it quietly so that it doesn't blow back on Shedeur, because why open up that lane of scrutiny for Shedeur Sanders? He doesn't need it. That's what he's seeing, man. He's seeing that
Set him up
crap.
for success.
Yeah.
Yeah, set him up. And you know what? If you were to ask maybe a year ago or even at the tail end of the regular season what this draft process would have been like for Shedeur Sanders as it relates to Coach Prime and his involvement, I think a very high percentage of us in the media and probably our listeners out there right now would have said that it probably would have been a lot more boisterous.
Mm-hmm.
It's been very classy. I mean, it has been handled, I would say, perfectly. From a let Shedeur do his thing, and Shedeur even talked about it yesterday. I saw he was either on a podcast about he had a great run with his pops, and now it's time to do his own thing. And I thought it was awesome. And so I got to tip my cap to Coach Prime first and foremost. And it's not easy to do for your son. Whether it's a superstar celebrity situation or not, that's still his son. It's not easy to do, especially when you've been that intimately involved in his athletic experience. He's done a great job. And I think Shedeur's ready for and will be in a great headspace to take on this next challenge, which is life without his father in football.
What's up, boss? You believe now?
Let's head to New England. Excuse me. Let's head to New England and talk about a quarterback that Coach is very fond of. NFL analyst Tony Grossi is reporting that the Patriots are asking for a third-round pick from any team that wants Joe Milton. The Cleveland Browns reportedly turned down the Patriots before trading for Kenny Pickett, who will be essentially their backup quarterback next season. Coach, I need you to tell me, who's a better fit for Joe Milton? The Pittsburgh Steelers or the New Orleans Saints?
Well, do you want somebody who's going to throw the ball about 150 yards and who knows where it's going to end up? Because Joe Milton's your guy. Because I was at that combine, I've never seen arm strength like that in my entire life. Not
end up out of bounds. They're in 150 yards on a football field. I know that, and I'm not a smart man.
That man has that kind of arm talent. I've never seen like it. He actually played a lot better in spot duty. He had a really good preseason. He's shown the ability to be a guy that can move the sticks with his legs. He's big. He's physical. He's got a little bit of that Cam Newton, where he could almost play a defensive end or tight end in the National Football League if it wasn't for the howitzer strapped to the right side of his body. Joe Milton he's an intriguing prospect. Anybody that thinks he's a long-term solution as a starter in the NFL is terribly mistaken. But he is a kind of guy that if he learns the ropes of being a backup quarterback in the NFL and can be dependable, my goodness, he could come out of nowhere as a backup quarterback somewhere and show off that physical attribute that he does have, which is crazy arm talent and the ability to take off and run.
All right, the valuation of a third-round pick for Joe Milton, what are you guys smoking up there in New England? That's the good stuff up there in New England, apparently. Or are we foraging for fun guy? Maybe that's what we're doing up there in New England at this point. We're hallucinating at that.
When did Milton end up getting drafted?
He was a sixth rounder. So in 1 year, in 29 passing attempts in his NFL career, Joe Milton has now doubled his draft value. So a sixth rounder now becomes a third. What are we talking about here? No wonder why Cleveland went kick rocks.
It is. I will say this though, Joe Milton, he was able to shed a lot of the negativity that was surrounding with him, that he is a physical specimen but can't play quarterback in the National Football League. There was a lot of buzz, if you remember, even on our station, about Spencer Rattler being a guy that would be an awesome pick. Spencer Rattler's gone the exact opposite direction, where his value has plummeted because he was terrible. Remember how bad he was against the Denver Broncos? He's a bad football player. He is not a NFL starting quarterback. His attributes aren't that way, and how his game translated isn't there. Joe Milton is the type of guy that he showed that he could play a little bit in preseason football, and then he showed it even in a couple games of regular season. I think the guy is not worth a third rounder right now, but he has improved, I'd say, from a sixth rounder to at least a fourth.
The going rate for backup quarterbacks is like a fifth or a sixth. I'm not giving up any more than a fifth round pick for a backup quarterback in this league. No chance. I don't care how young he is. I don't care how promising he looks. And Milton does not look as promising as a fourth round pick. Get out of town. Get 1 year and we're doubling that? Come on, New England. Come on. One more, KJ.
What's up, boss? You believe that?
Jamar Chase reset the market for non-quarterbacks with his $40.25 million average annual value. Now the question becomes, who will most likely reset the market next? I have a couple of names to kind of juggle off for you guys. Should it be Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, Aiden Hutchinson, or Malik Neighbors?
I think Mike is probably the guy.
Yeah, I mean, Micah Parsons he's a freak show, man. Yeah, stays healthy, continues to do what he does. Yeah, I think he'd be the guy, but a guy that's a sneaky opportunity to be that guy is Malik Neighbors, especially if he gets a quarterback there in New York. This guy is, man, he had production last year with one of the worst quarterback situations in pro football. It reminds me a bit of what Devontae Adams has been, where he has tough situations around him, yet he just continues to find insane levels of production. Malik Neighbors is going to end up being a star in this league.
That's KJ's NFL Notes. It's brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We're giving away a whole bunch of stuff on the other side. You still have 6 minutes to text in the keyword effort, EFFORT. That's effort to 303-504-0925 as part of our Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. We'll give away a pair of tickets to go see the Nuggets take on Giannis and the Bucks coming up next Wednesday. Again, effort. You have 6 more minutes to text that in. We'll also give away a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue on the other side. Don't go anywhere. The Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy hanging out with you guys up until noon. PhD will take over. No games this evening. You'll have the Avs take on the Toronto Maple Leafs tomorrow night, 5 p.m. puck drop, 4:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets and Lakers, the late game on ESPN on Wednesday can be heard on AM 950. And right when we're done with Avs and Maple Leafs, we're going to switch over and we're going to simulcast the Nuggets on 92.5 as well. So you can catch the first part of the Nuggets and the Lakers on AM 950, the second half on 92.5. Told you we're giving away a whole bunch of things here before we get off the show, Coach. So let's start off with it. $25 to Brothers Barbecue, because if you guys have not entered into Not Another Bracket contest, we're giving away $25 to Brothers Barbecue every single hour here on the show. Congratulations to longtime listener Cody Harmon, walking away with $25 to Brothers Barbecue. His 5 teams that he's selected in our Not Another Bracket contest: number 2, Michigan State; the 9 seed, Creighton; the 1 seed, Houston; the 8 seed out of the WCC, Gonzaga; and the number 4, Purdue Boilermakers out of the Big Ten. So congratulations to Cody. If you guys haven't done so yet, just go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Fill out your 5 teams. You don't have to pick out a whole bracket, just 5 teams. And the higher the seed, the more your wins are worth. You can win tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at the Chop House, a catered party for 30 people from Brothers Barbecue. So if you haven't done so, go and do it now, and you can win $25 to Brothers Barbecue as soon as like 30 minutes from now with PhD.
Raj and KJ, have you guys gotten your 5 in yet?
I have. I filled it out this morning.
Okay, because I'm waiting for the email to all of the on-air talent, where there's a bunch of middle schoolers. I've gotten mine in. I got mine in first. I think I won the award. I get a Gold Star Award from our program director for getting mine in. I believe it was even 2 days ago or yesterday. So good on me.
I think the highest seed I have in mine is number 13, Akron. I'm looking for some big wins out of the Zips.
Oh, I love it.
Go Zips.
I do have CSU on mine. The only thing that's got me a little concerned is the rumorville surrounding Nico Medved and the Minnesota coaching vacancy. A little nervous about that. A little distraction. Hopefully not.
As it stands right now, the percentage of users that have already put in their 5 teams to Not Another Bracket, Colorado State sitting at 37%. That is 3rd behind Florida and Duke. So if you do have CSU in there, you're fighting against a whole bunch of people. So I'm not fading CSU. I just don't have them as one of my 5 teams. Also, other things that we missed today, Coach. Did you know Major League Baseball officially started today?
Well, the good news is that your
Happy
Colorado Rockies, your Colorado Rockies are already a half game out of first place in the NL West, because Shohei Ohtani lit up the scoreboard again in Japan. And it was a combination of Pikachu and Pokemon, and Major League Baseball is 4-1 for the Los Angeles Dodgers to beating the Chicago Cubs to open the season at 3:45 a.m. our time?
I got to admit, I did not wake up to go watch that game. I saw the box score and I went, Yamamoto was pretty good. Shohei was even better, and you beat the Cubs. Although the coolest thing that I did see was they debuted like a new behind shortstop depth-focused camera. Did you see the play that Dansby Swanson made? It was a sharply hit ground ball in between short and second. He grabs the thing, zips it over to first, and it made it look like I was watching a video game. One of the coolest things Major League Baseball has done from a broadcast standpoint.
Yeah, I got to take a look at that.
It's awesome. Like, it messes with your head. Remember the first time that you... Maybe I'm dating myself a little bit here. When we started first switching to HD TVs, and like the refresh rates got too fast for what television was currently being shot in, and when you walked into someone's home who was like rich, and you saw these brand new TVs, you kind of looked at it and you went, "What? That's weird. Like, why are the characters vibrating on the screen?" It kind of felt like that.
Is it a Skycam model?
It feels something like that, yes. I don't know exactly what it was, but it just felt like a chase camera from behind shortstop. It was dope.
What happens if a line drive just smacks it?
Occupational hazard, man. That's what OSHA's for, isn't it?
What happens to the actual play?
Huh?
I mean, is that
do we call it dead?
Is it an automatic ground rule double?
Ground rule single. We can make new rules. We're putting in pitch clocks and robot umpires. Who cares? Ground rule double was only made because there weren't fences at some places. That's the only reason.
Oh, man.
You had to put up your hands going like the ball is in a gopher hole right now. I don't know what to do. That's what happens in 1892 when you're playing stickball out there.
I'm so excited. I got my Rockies, my hat on right now, the 4th of July themed hat. So excited for this season for Major League Baseball. I've kind of missed it. I get to that point in time where, I'm kind of over Major League Baseball, especially living in Colorado. You're like, yeah, I'm good. And then you come around. It's like February, March, and you're battling. Like, I want to be at Coors Field. I want a glizzy, and I want 1 beers, and I'm ready for that season of our lives again.
Especially when it's 70 degrees like it was yesterday. Although 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts, I'm not sure I want to be up on the party deck. I wouldn't love leaning over a railing in hurricane gale force winds.
I'll tell you, wind is the worst weather. It's the weather of the devil, as Connor McGay, he tweeted out yesterday. I agree. I hate wind. I'll take snow, freezing cold. Wind is awful. Even yesterday, being up at Breckenridge, as they call it, Brecken Fridge or Brecken Wind, it was right on cue. Very, very windy at the top of it.
Another fun on this day that I wanted to get to. Do you know what happened on this day in 1892, Coach?
Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Not quite. I think that was like 500 or 400 years earlier than that, and not exactly in the middle of March.
Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Missed it by 4 centuries, but
up to you.
Let's get going, Coach. The Stanley Cup. The idea of the Stanley Cup was created on March 18th of 1892. Lord Stanley.
Am I right in saying this? This goes back to Victoria, BC.
Yeah.
Am I right in saying this? This is a British Columbia trophy. It's not from the Toronto or even Ottawa world. It's Western Canada.
I think that's where it was made, if I'm correct.
Okay.
But where it was announced was in Ottawa, and they announced the Dominion Hockey Challenge Cup. So happy birthday to the Stanley Cup, which we hope that the Avs will raise, Coach, one more time. That's all we need, one more time. We are missing an A in that, so there's a little bit of we've missed the mark from marketing standpoint. We're missing the A because they always like to have the Avs logo in there. But one more time, I still think it's perfect for us.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for all of it. It's a song I won't get tired of. I promise you that. Lord Stanley, Frederick Arthur Stanley, 16th Earl of Derby, is significant in British Columbia as the namesake of Stanley Park in Vancouver and for his role in donating the Stanley Cup. So that's Lord Stanley has major BC ties.
Final thoughts on last night's crazy win for the Nuggets where you had no business winning that thing against a red-hot Golden State team. I've told you, I'm not trying to learn anything anymore about this Nuggets team, and last night was the perfect example of I don't know what's going to happen anytime that they are going to take the floor. But one thing that I got from last night, holy smokes, when they run, it's a fun team to watch.
And when they play defense. I want to see more Peyton Watson. He's healthy. He's a rim protector. He's got length. 4 block shots. Doesn't happen often in the NBA. Doesn't happen often in many levels of basketball. I love the overall effort. I love that's why I elected for the keyword to be effort. To 303-504-0925, because I think that this was a game where effort was on full display for the Denver Nuggets, and that will be the key for this team going forward.
And if you texted that word in, effort, also if you texted in the word Gordon in the first hour, you would have entered to win a pair of tickets to go see the Denver Nuggets take on the Milwaukee Bucks next Wednesday against Giannis, our winner for the morning sprint. Congratulations to Gabriel Haber. You're walking away with a pair of tickets thanks to our Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. Every single show giving away a pair of tickets. You have a chance to enter a keyword every single hour, so you can do it multiple times and increase your chances of winning to go see the Nuggets take on Milwaukee. Congratulations to Gabriel, for Coach up there in the mountains, for KJ. Coach, we'll see you in a couple of days. Happy to have you back in studio on Friday. Go enjoy the slopes. Try not to crash your car into any more snowbanks.
We'll find out about that rear left tire this when it gets back home, and I will be at Loveland Ski Area tomorrow, hell or high water.
I'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning alongside Mark Bertinoli at 10 a.m. Can't wait to see you there.
Westbrook back on top to Gordon, and Denver will play clock. He's guarded by Kuminga. A bucket here, you win the game. Gordon has it. Steps through the defenders. Westbrook jumper. Got it! That's the ball game. Denver leads it by 10 with 35 seconds to go. And Denver's going to put the Golden State Warriors to sleep 8 times in a row in San Francisco without Jokic, Murray, or Brown.
Remarkable win for the Nuggets last night. I kept watching it, wondering when they were going to let it slip away. And there were some moments like Vako turned the ball over and it was getting a little sloppy. I'm like, okay, it's been a good run. And then they just kind of hung in there over and over again. Amazing
What was
win.
that? What was that? What was that? What was that? I don't know what do you do with this team? They are highly confusing. That's about all I know.
We'll get to the moron from ESPN in a second, but
morons.
Scott Hastings joins us from lovely San Francisco Airport or something. I don't know where he is. Oh, he's on a
Looks
bus.
like he's on a golf cart
He's on
for
the
a
bus.
second.
Nah.
You two turn. Hey, watch this. Turn around, you two.
Whoa.
Hi, boy.
Hey,
Hi,
what's
guys.
going on? It's Kaz and Katie. What's happening? What's going on, Scotty?
Yeah, we just got on the bus and we're heading to the airport right now.
All right. Well, we're going to hear from this moron from ESPN here in a second. And if you heard it, he was Tim Bontemps or something.
What do you do?
Well, he said that it was.
Bontemps, yeah.
Yeah. Well, should we just play it? Do you have it, Dan? We can just play it for Scott. Oh, I got it. All right. Hold on. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Here, listen to this.
State losing is bad, and a game that they should win because the Nuggets basically said, here, you go ahead and win, and the Warriors weren't able to do it. But not having Jokic, not having Murray in that spot last night, tough to watch.
No, it's a horrible look for the league. This is why the NBA put in the player participation policy. They literally put in rules that said if you're playing in a national televised game, especially on the road, your stars are supposed to play. Nikola Jokic plays all the time. I just saw him in Boston recently. He's been banged up with a bunch of stuff. But you could look ahead at the schedule if you're the Nuggets. They play the Washington Wizards, the worst team in the league, at home on Saturday. Sit these guys in that game, have them ready to go for today's game and Wednesday's game against the Lakers. I was at the Garden last night getting ready for this game. Cassie Hubbard texted me in the fourth quarter and said, you see who's Denver's playing? I said, I think everybody's playing. They sent me the injury report. Half the guys are out. It's just a horrible look for the league, and it's a horrible situation because I was excited to see what I could learn from Golden State playing these guys. Instead, they have everybody out, and even though they lost, the game doesn't matter.
Okay, Scott, react to that.
He really is an elitist. You got to see him when he comes to press conference.
Really?
He stands up right by the wherever the coach is speaking. He never sits down. He has to stand up. He's probably in a contract negotiation with ESPN, who he works for, so he's trying to kiss the mother load. If you like basketball and just don't like stars, watching a bunch of guys who are professional athletes go out last night and beat a team who was 14-1 in the last 15 games,
yeah,
and beat them on their home court by hustling them and playing solid defense. If you're a basketball guy, why wouldn't you like that? I hope you get a new contract extension, and I hope you're happy. And whoever agreed with him on that, good for you guys too. You won the game. How do you complain about that? And listen, AG played. He hadn't played in a while. He had 38 points.
Yep.
Russell Westbrook, a future Hall of Famer, has on his gun belt. And you got to see guys like Spencer Jones and Hunter Tyson. I mean, they played their ass off.
Scott, we're just having some problems with your phone right now, unfortunately. Just the way things go
I don't
there.
care.
What's
You
that?
Just go. I don't care. You just go with me half good, and it's great.
I don't even know what he said right there.
He said his half good is still great.
Take me off.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think we got to let you go only because the signal is just so sort of sketchy there on the bus. But I'll give you a one. Okay, and he's gone. Okay.
He out of here. Yeah.
We couldn't hear him, right?
Hey, kind of like the Nuggets. They had their half good out there last night, but it was still great.
He tried.
It was fun.
Appreciate the effort from San Francisco as they're on a bus going to the airport. So.
Well, speaking of effort, I mean that's what was fun about that game. Just seeing the effort for never doubt a young, hungry dog, right? That's a lesson that we've probably learned 100 times over in our lifetime. And it was fun to see those guys. I mean, who the heck is Spencer Jones? I don't know. Who is this guy?
Spencer Jones is an undrafted rookie out of Stanford.
Well, cool. He looks like he can play in the NBA.
Scott is back. His connection is better. Scott, are you there?
I got off I'm still on the hotel Wi-Fi sitting in the bus, so screw up with everything.
Okay. What about the game in general? Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
You played your ass off. You played hard. You scrambled, and if you're going to beat a really good team who's one of the hotter teams in the league, and you beat them on their floor under man, you do it by making the game a little ugly. Listen, I don't know if Spencer Jones is an NBA player long term, going to get 8 or 10 years. But I tell you what, he's got an NBA body, and he's not afraid to play hard and run through people and knock Draymond Green down. I didn't see Draymond Green messing with him much, did you?
No.
I mean, I was pretty impressed with all that.
When did the decision and when and why should we be aware of with the decision to sit Christian and Jamal and Yoke?
Well, Jamal, first of all, sprained his ankle late in that fourth quarter.
Is that what it is? That's a sprained ankle.
Yeah, so that did not surprise me at all. Christian's been messing with a bad foot and a bad knee for a while.
Okay.
So I think that was just a rest. Joker, I'm surprised he's played this many games anyway. I was telling somebody last night, if he were other big guys that have won MVPs, he probably would have already missed 15, 20 games this season. That's how banged up he is. So, listen, their goal now is to survive these next 14, get to the postseason as healthy as they possibly can be. And guess what? Yeah, guys got some rest last night, and you won the game. You're following maybe one of the worst losses at home to one of the better wins on the road the following game.
You asked Malone after the game about a sense of urgency defensively, and he responded, "Yeah." Why don't you expand on that? What were you seeing out of the guys that were given a shot to play?
Well, first of all, they simplified their defense in the sense that everybody was the same, and it doesn't matter whether you practice together or play together. It's switch. And the mistakes they ever made in this defense was if you got a little lazy, stopped where you were, and now the guy you're waiting for the guy to switch, and maybe he shoots a shot, or the guy you're supposed to be switching on, you again a little lazy, he cut to the basket. But those were minimal. They're going to happen every game, but they were minimal in this game compared to in the past. In fact, I would say the guys that came in and haven't played a lot of minutes this year probably did it better than the guys that have played minutes this year. But they chased guys. I mean, look what Steph Curry did. I mean, they made sure Steph Curry wasn't going to beat him, chased him out the league. Jimmy Butler's been hot. I guess he still got 20-something, 21, 24, whatever it was. But I thought he was a non-factor. And you win the game. So, dude, I was impressed by the win, to be honest with you.
So might be a little bit of A, might be a little bit of B here, but you just were talking about Steph. Did the Warriors just have an off night shooting, or did the Nuggets figure out how to defend the three?
Well, the guys that played, if you remember, especially the first half, they weren't letting them have threes. They were running them off the three-point line. In fact, Katie interviewed the coach. Who'd you have at class? Who'd you have at half? Yeah. Charles Class was the coach at halftime, and he said, "Yeah, we're going to give up some twos, but we're running people off the three right now." And for a team that shoots as many threes as they did, maybe that affects what their offense is, because guys are going, "Oh, wait a minute, I'm not making threes like I usually do."
Who stood out to you the most? Who changed the most or impressed you the most?
Spencer Jones really stepped up for me, because this is a two-way player in the G League. He played with confidence. He didn't play scared. A lot of G League guys will play nervous, scared. They play not to make mistakes. I thought he was outstanding, to be honest with you. Vladko, I talked to Vladko a while ago. I said, "Are you a little sore this morning?" He goes, "Yeah. I haven't played that many minutes in a row." He goes, "But it feels good to be sore."
That's good.
So, I thought Vladko tired there in the middle or early fourth quarter, but I thought he got strong and was rebounding. And
yeah. He was a little rusty with the ball handling a little bit here and there. But he played like a big man, which is who he is. hit a couple of big shots, which he can easily do, and gave him some good minutes. And man, I thought what Malone had to say about Aaron Gordon, because basically he referenced the horrible tragedy of his brother passing away before the beginning of the season, the things he's been dealing with. Man, he just took that team on his shoulders, his broad shoulders, when he's been missing so many games this year.
He grew up in the Bay Area, and he probably had tons of people there. But to drop 38, and it was, he hit some threes, but I mean, he was muscle inside and not quitting and playing. And they joked also about Russ. He had a triple double. He said, "Yeah, 2 more turnovers, he could have had a quadruple double." But I thought he played his butt off too. And listen, it's amazing what happens. And if 3 guys that didn't play, and the guys that when you get back to normal, and guys come in, whatever, the bench, even the bench, when the bench comes in, you just showed me that if you just play your ass off, good things probably going to happen for that group. And I'm not. I think when you play scared, and Tyler could talk about this, when you play scared, you're beat. Once you played, I don't want to make a mistake football, or I don't want to make a mistake hockey or soccer or basketball, you're already beat right there with that mentality.
Tim Bontemps said the game means nothing. The Nuggets didn't play their guys, so the game means nothing. Okay, I mean, it is comical, but at the same time, from the Nuggets' point of view, I guess I would ask you, Scott, what does that game mean? Does it mean that Michael Malone might lean on some younger guys? Does it mean anything moving forward other than that was a hell of a win?
I don't. That's a good question. I don't know. I would think that there'd be a confidence that you could put guys in, that if you needed to put in, you put in. That's one. But I don't know. That only time will tell. I think if anything, it would be that hard work and playing hard sometimes overcomes everything else. And if that's the message this team could have for the rest of the year, then they did learn something. That game did mean something.
By the way, if you didn't catch it, Kerr was screaming at his assistants. Yeah, it felt like it was like deja vu. Like, wow, I recognize that. He was upset with his team. He was talking about Curry having back issues, and he probably won't play against Milwaukee, who's already there in town today to play tonight. So all the criticism about, the rest and that, it's such a joke. It's so comical to hear any kind of criticism about the Nuggets when all these teams are kind of going through this. And then Bontemps is like, they're on national TV. The Nuggets are on national TV all the time. It's always on national TV. They're the Nuggets. Really, seriously, that dude. So I'll ask you, on Wednesday, do we keep going with this, or are we getting guys back in? Are we going for more rest, and we'll just rest up for Portland on Friday?
Well, I think you'll have guys back in. You still may, Murray's the big question mark with the ankle. That'll be interesting to keep an eye on. Also, can you see AG bouncing back 2 games? Does he have enough time in the middle of the half? That's a good one. How serious is Christian? Very rarely do you see Nikola, play 2 games in a row or miss 2 games in a row. But, I know that elbow is really bothering him, so we'll see on that. But again, I think Wednesday's a national TV game too.
They're all national. They all seem to be national TV games. I mean, being on national TV, I don't think is a big deal to the Denver Nuggets, Scott. Am I wrong on that?
No.
No. That's just what they do. No. All right. We'll let you go here in a second. Any final thoughts? Any other interesting observations there? Must have been fun to watch Kerr melt down on his own team and his coaches. That probably was fun. You guys are way up there, by the way. Holy cow. You were in outer space calling that game. That's where
a lot of places are now. I thought it was awesome what Kerr was doing. And breaks a little bit of the persona. He's this pristine little angelic dude on the sideline. And he showed a little bit when things go rough, he gets a little whiny, scary or something. I don't know. I thought it was awesome. That's when you do that. And Tyler talked about this too. When you see other teams infighting and there's issues going on with players or coaches, hey, you're in their head. You got something going on.
You got something going on.
That should have been a good sign right there.
By the way, the line of the night goes to Chris Marlowe, and I forget the exact context, but something came up about Wilt Chamberlain, and Chris Marlowe's comment was, did you ever play poker with Will Chamberlain? Well, I did. And it was, I don't even remember what that was about, but it was one of the greatest lines of all time I've heard on a broadcast.
So shut your face.
Kind of.
Did you hear how I followed it up? He goes, I said, I won't ask you what kind of poker.
I did, because that's strip poker, which goes to Will Chamberlain's sex life. Okay, Scott, on that.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I want to have Kaz sign me off with the.
Oh, okay.
This thing is over, so I'll let Kaz.
All right.
Take care. Here you go, Kaz.
Hey, thanks for taking over the bus conversation, boys. But this thing is over.
The great Jason Kosminski. Thank you, guys. Enjoy your safe travels to Los Angeles. And that game tomorrow night is, what time are we going on that? Is that an 8 o'clock tip there, Dano? I would assume it is. And we'll have the pregame around 7:30. Jason on that and Scott on TV. All right, let's take a quick break. More on that moron from ESPN. We have a mock draft from Mel Kiper. Not everybody hates Shedeur Sanders. And Mel might love him more than anybody. Plus, Prime has a great damn idea. That's next.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, if you notice your hair is starting to fall out, you might be like me. You might have already gone online looking for answers. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. You're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way that you want it to. Time to commit to get your hair back. Just commit to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and guys, you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff is the best of the best. And guys, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Your own natural hair starts regrowing the very next day. Call today, get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
It is a playoff push for the Nuggets. Tickets always available at nuggets.com/tickets. That's nuggets.com/tickets. The tickets we're giving away today are for the game on the 26th against Giannis and Milwaukee. The key word today, this hour, and you have about 25 or so minutes on this, is MPJ. That is MPJ. So you just text us and you give us your first and last name, and we'll announce the winners later on. So there you go. MPJ. 303-504-0925. And tickets available at nuggets.com/tickets. Okay. Way to go. Congratulations on that. Mel Kiper. You want to get a little Mel Kiper, Tyler?
I love beautiful hair.
You know, it's cool that somebody like Shedeur. He loves Shedeur, by the way. You know, he's always loved Shedeur.
He stayed true to that for a long time. He's not bent off of it.
No. So he's good with all of it. And it's an interesting twist for the Broncos, what he has. Here first is Mel Kiper talking about Shedeur.
Okay, so Mel, tell me this. Who do you project will be the better NFL quarterback? Is it Cam or Shedeur?
I'm going to go Shedeur Sanders. I'm going to be steadfast in that. I've had him number one, QB1 all along, really since last year, and love everything about the kid. I mean, people say, well, he takes too many sacks. Yes, he has to get the ball out a tick faster, but he dealt with NFL conditions. Shannon, Stephen A., we talked about that. Who had to deal with what you're going to deal with in the NFL, what you're going to have to survive in the NFL? He survived hit after hit. How he did it, I don't know. He was 11 of 13 games this year at 70% or higher. He never completed less than 60% of his passes in a game. And in 2023, when he was getting pounded and getting sacked and getting hit time after time, he was at 69% and change with 27 touchdowns, 3 picks, 4 rushing touchdowns. That's 31-3 touchdown interception ratio. So to me, when you look at Shedeur, accuracy, slip and slide in the pocket. Yes, he can get you a 3rd and 8 first down. People say, well, he's going to run to 4.8. Patrick Mahomes ran 4.8, 4.84. He doesn't have an explosive arm. Neither did Johnny Unitas, Peyton Manning. Okay, we talk about explosive arms. You know, you don't need to have that. Tom Brady, another one, didn't have the explosive arm or explosive legs at 5'2", 440. So you can win in the NFL, win big in the NFL, going about your business like Shedeur Sanders does.
Fair?
Yeah, look, he definitely was under duress. So if that's the argument, I don't know a quarterback in college football that had more stress under him in terms of getting the ball off on time. Look, he does have some bad habits, right? He does have some bad habits of drifting, of throwing off his back foot, of taking too long to throw the ball. These are all things that are very common with college football players. I don't know, man. Is he the best quarterback in the draft or not? I don't even think that's the point. The point is Shedeur Sanders worthy of a top 5 pick? And that's just a yes. It's just a yes, plain and simple. Whether you think he's the best or whether you think Cam Ward is the best, Shedeur Sanders, the hate on him has gotten out of control. I know you're about to dive into the mock draft here, but I do find the mock pretty interesting.
He does not do any trades in this mock, so it's just straight up, and he does take Cam Ward going to the Titans, which you and I both think makes the most sense. We like that. We think that's smart, or at least quarterback.
So I'll put it this way. Whether it's the Titans selected him, whether it's the Giants moving up to number 1,
sure,
whether the Cleveland Browns decide to surprise everybody and they're like, yeah, we don't really want Abdul Carter. We want a quarterback. Cam Ward's going to go number 1. He's going to go number 1 to either the Tennessee Titans, the New York Giants, or one of the bunch that needs a QB.
Okay, so agreed. It's not... I don't think it's going to be Travis or Abdul Carter.
For about 3 months there where everybody was mocking Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter, number 1 and number 2.
It's was always dumb, and it's common sense is reigning. 2, he has the Browns taking Abdul Carter.
The Titans do have Mason Rudolph, though.
Yeah, they got that going for him. He's got Abdul Carter going to the Browns.
Okay.
All right.
Fans in Cleveland are going to riot if they don't select a quarterback. They're going to riot. Are you kidding me? They've got ants in their pants like you could not believe about that quarterback situation right now, and they're sitting there at number 2. I know they've drafted 156 quarterbacks in the last 2 decades, but I know this is realistic. I agree with what Mel Kiper's doing. I'm telling you, that fan base is going to lose their minds.
And then very logically, he's got the Giants taking Shedeur, which, of course, makes sense. Unless somebody else, again, is moving up or something's going around. It makes sense that Shedeur and Cam Ward are in the top 3. It makes perfect sense.
So Shedeur Sanders going ahead of our guy, Travis Hunter.
One spot. And Travis Hunter going forward to the Patriots.
Travis Hunter should pray that this is the way that the draft unfolds.
Why?
He should pray for this. Are you kidding me? That is an ideal landing spot for him. First off, you got a good coach. You got some other receivers on your team. You got the best quarterback of the top 5, right? Tennessee doesn't have a QB, so you'd go with the rookie. Browns don't have a QB. Giants don't have a QB. New England Patriots, Drake May, feels like a pretty healthy situation for him to land in.
Then Mason Graham, everybody's picking Mason Graham to go to the Jaguars, so that's not all that interesting. At 6, the Raiders, if you don't move around, the quarterbacks will be gone unless, and we'll get to that unless here in a second, but he has them taking Ashton Genty at 6. 7, he's got the Jets taking Tyler Warren, and I'll move down to the interesting move. He has Jackson Dart going 9 to the Saints.
Okay. First off, let's talk about number 6, the Las Vegas Raiders. Just from pure curiosity, I would love to see the draft unfold with Shedeur Sanders being on the board there. If they passed on Shedeur to select Ashton Genty, that would be a really fascinating situation. It would be one that I could see Pete Carroll doing. I could. I think it would be crazy. I think they should select him. But I could see Pete Carroll saying, hey, I had me a Marshawn Lynch before. I had me a Geno Smith before. Give me that Ashton Genty. I can make this thing work. Now, Jackson Dart, I think Mel Kiper is out on an island on this draft. I do. I think he's out on an island on how high Shedeur is going. I think it could happen. And I think Jackson Dart going number 9 to the Saints feels pretty nuts to me.
Well, again, the question is, do you need one or not? And if you're out on Derek Carr for whatever reason and you just feel like we've got to rebuild, then to me it makes sense. But again, I'm not the Saints. I don't know where they're at. I don't know where their head's at. They've got sort of a new going on there. So we'll see.
If I'm the Saints and I do like Jackson Dart, well, just look at the teams below you. There's not a whole lot of teams below you that are going to be quarterback hungry. There really is not. You're kind of the last one that is desperate for a QB in the first round.
One more.
Who?
Well, probably Pittsburgh.
Steelers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll see, but probably the Steelers, yeah.
You're right. You're right. They're number 21. And, yeah, that probably would be a likely landing point. I think if I'm the Saints and I do like Jackson Dart, I'd probably do what you advocate for and fire back into the first round in the late 20s, early 30s and get him.
And that's the risk you run. Do you like the guy or not? What do you do? And listen, the Falcons like Michael Penix. They moved up and got him. The Vikings like J.J. McCarthy, at least at the time, so they got him. Do you like the guy or not? And if you like him, it's a little risky to wait. Anyways, that's the big surprise of his mock. Meanwhile, he keeps going through this. He's got the Cowboys taking Omarion Hampton at 12. That's interesting. His stock has definitely risen, Hampton, and could be a consideration for the Broncos. He's got Colston Loveland going at 14 to the Falcons, and he does not have any other receivers going. Have you seen this mock? Have you already seen it?
I've seen it.
Okay, so with all the people we've kind of talked about off the board, all the offensive weapon off the board, he has one guy that's dropped who is on most mocks like a top 10 guy. And that's Ted McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona. And he's got the Broncos firing at him in front of Egbuka and Vernon. But I'll tell you, on most mocks, McMillan is in front of Egbuka and Vernon, almost everyone that I've seen.
Well, the dude is a freak show, right?
Yeah.
When you think about, we're just calling him Tet. Is that what he goes by?
He goes by Tet or TMac.
All right,
so
cool.
we'll just go there.
We'll keep it simple.
Yeah.
Tet McMillan. When you think about him, think Brandon Marshall, the wide receiver. That's who this dude is. This isn't even a Cortland Sutton. This isn't even a Tim Patrick. This is a legitimate 6'5" wide receiver. I don't know what he ran his 40 in, but he's plenty fast. He's a physical guy. He's got breakaway speed. I mean, it would be a fantastic pick. The only thing with it, and it would fit the mold of what Sean Payton likes in his wide receivers. Sean apparently has gone after all tall, physical wide receivers. I would take him in a heartbeat. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's just we've already got 2 or 3 guys that are like him, right? And what we really need is that yak guy. We need that yards after the catch guy. But his value is so good that if he did fall to 20, yeah, I'd take him too.
Yeah, I would too. Especially because both of your running backs would be gone. Both
4.48 guy at 6'5".
That's great hands, incredible athleticism. It's a bit hidden because he's been down there in Arizona, which isn't that prominent of a program, but we've watched him over the years for sure, and it's been like he's like been that guy. Like at Arizona, when you think of like, oh, who's that guy? It's like, whoa, that guy. I'd be a fan of it, especially because what else? What are your other choices? At that point, you're just making a choice between wide receivers. So tell me.
It would make Cortland Sutton's future very interesting. Let's say they don't get an extension done before the draft for Cortland Sutton.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, you draft Tet at number 20. He's Cortland, but better. What are you doing then? Are you just having Cortland play it out the year?
That's interesting, isn't it?
Because you probably don't want to lock up both those guys long term. They're just too similar, right?
You don't want to be the Cincinnati Bengals.
No. It's not about spending money. It's not about the money. It's just the style of play, and you need a variance in your style of play out of your wide receivers.
Well, you'd still have Mims. You'd still have Troy Franklin, I guess. I mean, you got some other guys, but you would be huge. I mean, you'd have Tet McMillan, like you said, he's big. Court's big. Evan Ingram's bigger.
Devon Vele.
Vele's huge. Yeah, you'd have some size, no doubt about it. And little Jordan Humphrey is trying to put weight on to become a tight end to see if he can't scramble some more years in the NFL with the Broncos. So, yeah, you'd have a pretty sizable team there with the old Denver Broncos if they went in that direction. So I like it, man. I'm fine. I'd be fine with it. I like this
Wait,
mock.
is little Jordan Humphrey? I thought he wasn't on the team anymore.
Oh, I believe he's still a free agent. I think the vibe on him is that he's trying to put weight on and get signed. I think you can look it up.
Okay, yeah.
But I think he's still
he's
free
not
agent.
on the team right now.
Well, he's free. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. I think he's a guy you pick up in the wash. I think he's trying to, convince them that he's got value and can do something else here. Because his time as a wide receiver is, with the Broncos at least, And he's a bigger dude too. We'll see. We're not holding our breath on that. You still got Lucas Krull, right? Troutman. Are they both on the team still? They're still here, I think. Or are they free agents? I don't even know. Whatever. We're just talking about depth at that point. Your offensive weapons would be pretty impressive. If you pick up McMillan, and then we're looking at the running back maybe in the next round or the third round, something like that.
Yep.
In a deep class.
Well, you're still looking for a tight end also.
And you're looking for a tight end also, which I think you're going to be, at the end of the day, okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. I do think the tight end class is good, but you've got a couple of studs at the top, and then it's a little bit of a gamble after that. But there's guys that could definitely help you out, and if you feel like Evan Ingram can still be in his prime, you don't have to overreach there.
Frankly, I'm not sure how the Broncos screw up this draft, Tyler.
Well, they're in a great spot. Free agency is for filling holes. The draft is for depth outside of the first 2 rounds. Those are for starters. And you've put yourself in a position now where you don't have to overreach.
No.
You truly can take the best player available at 3 positions. You will take either a tight end, a running back, or a wide receiver in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
And now you can just go best player available at the position of need.
Pretty cool. I'm excited for it. You kind of can't go wrong. It's going to be good. And it'll be interesting to see which direction they go. And yeah, this Shedeur thing is so stupid. Listen, and we'll get to Deion Sanders from yesterday. On April 4th, which is going to be a remarkable day up there at CU, you're going to have all 32 teams. You're going to have, NFL Network and ESPN there live, I'm sure, all that sort of stuff. You're going to have one of the more interesting, they're calling it a showcase because the Big 12 has their own pro day. I'm rolling my eyes at it. You're going to have some awesomeness. And Deion has one hell of an idea. We'll get to that coming up next. I do want to let you know We have some winners here for Brothers Barbecue with the Pick'em contest. Not another bracket contest, which is great. And if you have the most points at the end of the contest, the grand prize is incredible. 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner for 2 at the Denver Chop House and Brewery, catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue, and a big screen TV. It's not another bracket contest presented by Evan Williams Bourbon at altitudesportsradio.com. And I got to get all my mentions in here. I think I got it here. Thank you, Brothers Barbecue. Congratulations to Jonathan Bailiff, who has Tennessee, Alabama, Iowa State, Michigan, and St. John's. He is a barbecue gift card winner. We'll announce another guy after 1 o'clock, and we'll hear from Prime coming up next. All right. I got to hand it to Prime, Tyler. Dude, I don't know if it was his idea or somebody else, but this was such a good idea, and he talked about it yesterday.
Spring game will be televised. ESPN2 will broadcast spring game on the 19th. We got to sell this thing out and pack this thing because the way the trend is going, you never know if this is going to be the last spring game. I don't believe in that. I don't really want to condone that. I would like to play the spring. Actually, I like to play against another team in the spring. That's what I'm trying to do right now, to have it competitive. Playing against your own guys kind of get monotonous, and you really can't tell the level of your guys because, it's the same old. Everybody kind of know each other towards the end. I would like to style it like the pros. I would like to practice against someone for a few days, then you have the spring game. And I think the public will be satisfied with that tremendously. I think it's a tremendous idea. Yeah, I've told those personnel who should understand that it's a tremendous idea.
Great idea.
It is a good idea. If you listen to his words carefully, I wonder if some people have gotten confused by what his intentions are. Maybe I'm the one that's getting a little bit confused by it. I don't know.
What do you mean?
But I've heard a lot of people referring to that soundbite as in he wants to have a spring game against another team. And
that's what I thought.
I don't know if that's what he meant. We can listen to it again here in a second. Let me just give you my thoughts on it. I do think practicing against another team is a great idea. I think a controlled environment is always very beneficial. And what he said right there about it's tough to really get a strong opinion on your own guys, he is right. When you go up against the same dudes every single day, You know what? I know what this guy's good at. I know what he's bad at. I'm going to set the same way on the same guy every single time because I know what works against him. I don't have to have a variance. I don't have to have a change up in my set. I can just do the same thing because I know what's going to work here. And as soon as you bring in that new body, I remember as a young football player, you get into a rhythm during training camp in the NFL, and all of a sudden you bring in a new team and you're like nervous. You're like, holy cow, like I got new bodies. I don't know what they're going to do. I've got no film. I don't know who these guys are. And you go into it totally blind and you just got to play blind football. You learn a lot about dudes in those environments. Now, I do want to play it again because I'm curious if I'm just out on an island on the way I heard this or not. But the way I heard it, and I think this is strategic, let's practice for a few days against another team. And then let's do our own spring game, not against another team, because the spring game itself, that's not going to be as controlled of environment, and that's when dangerous situations are going to happen. That's when injuries are going to happen.
Well, Fran Brown of my Syracuse Orange certainly thought it was a game because he reached out on Twitter and said Syracuse is in if you want to do this.
Well, he said we would come into Boulder.
Yeah.
For 3 practices. This is the way that I hear it. I don't know if I'm wrong on that, but we'll do our 3 controlled practices. And then we would do our spring game.
Jeez, I thought because it's on ESPN too,
right?
Boy,
it's already on ESPN too for just Colorado Buffaloes.
No, I understand, but I don't think he would want to do all this stuff. And if you really want to make it a big deal, you're going to want to actually play a game on ESPN against somebody else. Oh, I'll play it again for you, sure.
Spring game will be televised. ESPN2 will broadcast.
All right, so spring game will be televised on ESPN2. So there's a spring game.
Yep.
Okay.
Spring game will be televised. ESPN2 will broadcast spring game on the 19th. We got to sell this thing out and pack this thing because the way the trend is going, you never know if this is going to be the last spring game. I don't believe in that. I don't really want to condone that. I would like to play the spring. Actually, I like to play against another team. In the spring, that's what I'm trying to do right now, to have it competitive. Playing against your own guys kind of get monotonous, and you really can't tell the level of your guys because, it's the same old. Everybody kind of know each other towards the end. I would like to style it like the pros. I would like to practice against someone for a few days, then you have the spring game. And I think the public will be satisfied with that tremendously. I think it's a tremendous idea. Yeah, I've told those personnel who should understand that it's a tremendous idea.
Yeah, again, maybe I'm the one that's off on it. I don't know. I just know the way that I would go about it as a coach, and maybe that's what I'm thinking about more than anything else here. I would love those 3 practices. I would love that. It's in a controlled environment. We can control the thump. We can control the tackling. If there's any fights, it's not going to get out of control. When you get to the spring game, though, keep in mind, we got one practice left here. And generally speaking, even spring games are a very controlled environment. When you bring another team into that, that's not as controlled of an environment. You got one practice left to get to the summer and get healthy. I think it's a little bit dangerous, quite frankly, to play another team for the actual spring game.
It was dangerous to play your son and players going to the NFL draft in a meaningless bowl game, and he did that too.
He did.
So I think Deion's just writing his own rules. I think it's awesome. I don't think Syracuse is the ideal opponent, although, of course, it would be awesome. From my vantage point, it'd be exciting, to see Syracuse here. But, and good for
Who's
Fran.
the right opponent?
I heard that what he really wants is Belichick and UNC. Now, that would be awesome.
Well, that would be cool because now you're going to get Hard Knocks involved. Now you're going to get
all of it.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the two biggest eyeballs.
Right.
But why is Belichick going to go leave his happy place?
Recruiting. We're a big program. Look at us,
But usually big programs are like, you're coming to me.
Oh, well, nobody's bigger than Prime, though. I mean, well, I don't know.
You sure about that?
I don't know about that. I got to think about that for a second. Who's bigger in college football, Prime or Belichick?
Probably Prime to young kids.
Probably Prime.
I'm just saying, I don't see Belichick being the type of dude that would lower his ego to go spend 4 days at somebody else's camp.
I don't know. I think that would be the ideal matchup.
Then again, I'm talking myself out of it because Belichick was the king of joint practices. He loved joint practices. He came to us in Washington one year.
He kept the Patriots in Colorado Springs down at the Air Force when they had travel in the weeks. He's done stuff like that before.
Yeah, he has. You're right.
So we'll see. But hey, man, Prime, you know what I felt watching Prime yesterday? I felt good watching Prime. I felt like any of that weird criticism and all that stuff to me is all washed away. And when I'm looking at Prime, I was like, man, I'm glad this guy's here. I'm excited to see what they can do. I will not doubt him because of the things that he's been able to pull off. I think it's exciting that he kept Livingston and Shermer. I don't think that was probably easy, and that's cool. Marshall Faulk is now part of the program. Warren Sapp comes back. These two young quarterbacks, I can't wait to kind of see, what's what and what they got going. I'm kind of excited for CU, Tyler.
I am too. I heard Deion yesterday. I was doing CBS, and they played a bit I had not heard previously. I think it was within the last 48 hours or so. And Deion said that he thinks this team is going to be better than last year's team. And okay. I'm like, hey, man, I hope you're right. I'm a buff. I'm in. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm down for it. Let's have a better team. It seems a little bit ambitious, Not only are you losing Shedeur Sanders, you're losing in all likelihood, let's be safe, a top 10 pick, right? Be totally safe on Shedeur, top 10. You're losing a top 2 or 3 player in Travis Hunter. You're losing LeJohntay Wester. You're losing Jimmy Horn. You're losing Will Shepard. Your entire wide receiver room, your quarterbacks, that's a lot to reload. So I've got plenty of hope for Colorado to be a very competitive, good football team. It would be a real challenge to be as good as they were last year.
We'll get to the Nuggets and their remarkable win and this idiot from ESPN, what he had to say in just a second. First, a quirky sports, not sports story.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
If it was something more serious, I wouldn't be poking fun or having fun with it, but it appears to be okay from everything I've read because food poisoning got to Tracy Morgan. And at the Knicks game last night, Tyler, he vomited all over the court from the front row on the court. And I don't even want
it was like a dark brown too.
I don't even want to see the puking. I can't look at it. It makes me want to throw up. And I got a little nervous for him when he got wheeled off in the wheelchair. And are like, is something really medically wrong with this dude? Which, is not funny. Now, I'm not saying food poisoning is a knee slapper or something, but at least it doesn't, portend to something much more serious. I don't think.
No. I'm just going to say it. If you got wheeled off in a wheelchair for food poisoning, You need to grow some hair on your you-know-what.
Okay. Well, I just can't imagine this on so many different levels, from the players to the broadcasters to the other fans, to have somebody just in a big-time celebrity.
The poor people sitting right next to him.
Can you imagine? And it
well,
does.
Yes, I'm sure he's not the first one to throw up at a game. Usually it's from alcohol, but
sure. I've never seen it like on the court. I'm not saying that hasn't happened. And it brings up probably the classic stories. Have you ever been has anything ever landed on you from somebody?
My parents, my family, at a Washington Redskins game, they got thrown up on from behind.
Really?
Yep.
Second grade, Billy Frizzell threw up on my legs. He was telling the teacher, I don't feel so hot. And then he puked all over me. And I had to sit there. This is way before iPhones or any of that crap. And I had to painfully wait for 3 hours in the nurse's office to get an extra pair of pants. One of the funnier ones, I was in the front row of a Bon Jovi concert. That's right. And near the end of the concert, you know how people just sort of move up? And there were two ladies next to me and my wife. And I heard one of them at the end of the concert go, "Oh!" And a dude who had moved up had urinated on the back of her jacket. Because going to the bathroom and from the front row, that's a long journey to the bathroom, especially when you don't really have tickets.
Yeah.
But other than that, we were clean on that one, thank God. And thank God Tracy
Now
Morgan's
somebody throws
okay.
up on you at a game. If I'm you, I think I know what you're doing. Are you trying to get that dude kicked out of the game?
No. Unless he did something. No, I would feel bad for that person, and I'd feel bad for me, most
But let's
importantly.
think about the context about why they're probably throwing up.
It depends on the mood that he's in. By the way, if you're throwing up on somebody, what do you think? You're just rallying and like, bleh. All right, let's go. Come on, Michael Porter Jr.
Wouldn't be the first one to puke and rally.
Michael Malone will join us, and I'm wondering how he's doing that. How is he joining us? I don't know. I mean, weren't Scott and those guys? Well, we'll find out. Michael Malone, after one of the more remarkable Nuggets wins of all time, will join us next. Hey, it's TMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, it's just a world that is lousy to be part of. Lousy. Love is the best reason to get treated for your ED, because intimacy in relationships, that's what matters. And if that is not part of your life right now, hey man, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you out. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you even last an hour or more. Listen, this is going to get love back in your life. You're going to love it. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. The initial visit's $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If advised, the test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like you're a lot of men, well, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today at 720-440-7900. Visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. In one of the most remarkable wins of the year, the Denver Nuggets beat the Golden State Warriors without 3 of their starters after a tricky homestand, to say the least. And we're joined by head coach Michael Malone, brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. Coach, thanks for going to the extra effort as you're joining us in transit today, from what I understand. Is that right?
Yeah, we just boarded the plane here in San Francisco, getting ready to head down to L.A. And I told the pilot he can't take off until I talk to you guys. So here we are.
Well, I'm glad we're able to have a smile and a laugh. And what a performance. So maybe just take us through the process of making that decision for the 3 starters, for Christian, Nicole, and Jamal to sit, and what you were looking at in terms of putting a game plan together last night.
Well, yeah, it was really simple. All 3 of those players that you mentioned, Nicole, Jamal, CB, 3 starters, all just, it wasn't that they needed a game to rest. They're all just banged up. We saw Jamal roll the ankle at the end of that Washington game. We know Nicole has been dealing with ankle, elbow, shoulder. CB's on playing with a really sore foot. And as he told me, playing the game and playing the game effectively are 2 different things. And all 3 of those guys just weren't able to go out there and play. And the more important thing, the thing we should talk about, is the guys that did play, because an incredible win. That team had gone 14-1 their last 15 games. We're coming off of a really tough loss at home at the buzzer to Washington without 3 starters. And we just competed, man. We played so hard. I thought our defense was great throughout. To hold that team to 8 3-point field goal makes is a great number. And since the trade, since they got Jimmy Butler, they had the number 5 offense, averaging 120 points a night, and we go in there and hold them to 105 points. Russell Westbrook was incredible. Aaron Gordon was just insane what he did. Michael Porter's 21-10. And I felt we got some really good contributions from Peyton Watson, Hunter Tyson, Vlatko, Spencer Jones. Everybody that played last night contributed to a win. And now we got to try to do it again tomorrow night in L.A.
Coach, I'm going to start with Aaron Gordon, the obvious here, the game that he had. You had some almost emotional comments about him after the game, talking about what he's been through this year with his brother, his family, and you called him the most unselfish player in the NBA. What makes Aaron Gordon so unselfish?
From day one that he's been here, he checked his ego at the door. It wasn't about Aaron Gordon. It was about him coming here and finding a way to fit in and help this team. And, part of being selfless is a big part of our culture. And I think Aaron Gordon has embodied that ever since he's arrived in Denver. And it's easy when you don't have Nicola, Jamal, and CB. It could have been a night where, hey, man, maybe I need it. But Aaron Gordon, Russell Westbrook, Michael Porter, our guys, they attacked the opportunity last night. And we didn't feel sorry for ourselves after a tough loss. We didn't feel sorry for ourselves without having 3 starters. We prepare to win every game. We expect to win every game. And Aaron Gordon obviously had a career high in a Nuggets uniform last night, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
You had Hunter Tyson with his first NBA start, and you had Spencer Jones with his first meaningful NBA minutes. In Spencer Jones's case, he had played in back-to-back G League games and had arrived that day. Maybe you can talk us through him, what kind of player he is, and that process about saying, okay, it's your time, Spencer. Let's go.
Well, he's been doing a great job for us playing with the Grand Rapids Gold. He's one of the best 3-point shooters in the G League. He's big, he's strong, he's physical. He can guard in multiple positions. And when I knew that we were going to have 3 starters out, there's a reason I called him back to join us. I wanted to give Spencer a chance. He's done everything that we've asked him to do. And, he played at Sanford, so I think last night was even more special for him.
Sure.
Because he had a lot of friends and family in attendance. But, it's all about staying ready. And for me, it's always about giving guys a chance. And last night was Hunter getting a start. He goes out there and gets 9 points, 7 rebounds, 2 steals, did a lot of really good things for us. And then Spencer off the bench gives us 6 points, a couple of big baskets in the paint. And I really liked his defense and his ability to switch and be physical and guard. And, we don't win the game without either Hunter or Spencer and their impacts that they both had.
What was the key last night to contain the 3 ball from a very good shooting team in such an effective manner like you guys did?
Well, we've I think we've beaten Golden State 9 straight times now, and we always, when we play them, we do things a little bit differently. And when I realized that Nicole wasn't going to play, and we were going to start Aaron at the 5, and Zeke was going to be our backup 5, that allowed us to really use our athleticism and our versatility on the defensive end. We switched a lot of ball screens. We switched a lot of their catch and shoot actions to try to make them 2-point scorers. So they scored 64 in the paint, which is quite a bit, but that's not what they want to do. To hold that team to only 8-3, Steph Curry goes 4 of 14. Mind you, the first time we played Golden State, we beat them in our building. Steph was 4 for 15. That's 8 for 29 from the three-point line in 2 games by Steph Curry. You don't see that very often from the best shooter this game has probably ever seen. But you can have any game plan you want. It's not about the game plan. It's about how the players believe in it, attack it, and execute it. And I thought our guys did a hell of a job last night.
After the Washington game, you said, we got lucky against L.A. We did not get lucky against the Wizards. Walk us through that 48 hours for you, Coach. And, yeah, I mean, this is you get into the press room, you crumple up the score sheet, you throw it away against the Lakers. It's a rough loss, no doubt about it, against Washington. What was that like for you and your staff?
Oh, I mean, it's the NBA. Yeah, I mean, you can be the Lakers team that has most of their players not playing, and you have to fight, scratch, and claw to get that win. Then the very next night, your 5th game in 7 nights against a team that's already beaten us, that's just at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. You have control of the game until you don't. Jordan Poole goes crazy, and he makes a 3 at the end of the game because we were unable to get any stops when it mattered in that 4th quarter. And when I say that's the NBA, is that Golden State, nobody else cares. No one feels sorry for you, and they shouldn't. So we got to make sure that we don't feel sorry for ourselves. We understand why we lost and try to go to Golden State and now L.A. and then Portland and then Houston on this 4-game road trip and find ways to compete and win. And my job as a head coach is to make sure I'm coaching, teaching, holding guys accountable, but more importantly, I'm keeping this group together. And I that's why I was so proud of the group last night. Had every reason to lay down last night, but we didn't because we got a tough group, a resilient group, and a group that's won a lot of basketball games, more than anybody else in these last 6-7 years in the NBA. And our job's not done. Doesn't get any easier. We know what's on the line tomorrow night in L.A., and hopefully we get the same kind of effort and determination that we had last night against Golden State.
Coach, know you're on the plane. We won't keep you long here, but I know as the season winds down, you get into the playoffs. For most coaches, the tendency is to use your bench less and less. Does a game like that put it in the back of your mind, maybe I'll turn to a guy or two when previously I might not have?
Well, I think we've gotten contributions from our bench all season. The reality is obviously Aaron Gordon's been in and out of the lineup. Russell Westbrook missed time. Peyton Watson missed time. Jamal's had injuries. And that's afforded me the opportunity to play the likes of a Jalen Pickett, a Zeke Najee, last night Hunter Tyson, Flacco Chanchar, who we haven't talked about, played the entire 4th quarter last night. He's been out with injuries since November. So I think depending upon the game, depending upon the situation, you pick the guys that you think are going to give you the best chance to win. And the good thing for our group is that a lot of guys have played meaningful minutes this year and have shown that they can, when called upon, go out there and do their job and help this team win at the highest level.
All right, we're going to let you go because we're going to talk about an idiot from ESPN who said that it was a disgrace to the NBA that you didn't play Jokic last night. And
you should be embarrassed.
Yeah, you should be embarrassed and humiliated. Some of these ESPN guys, Coach.
Somebody really said that?
Do you want to hear it?
I don't want to hear it. I just want to know who said it.
Bontemps. Bontemps, whatever his name is, Bontemps, last name Bontemps. Tim Bontemps.
You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right.
I mean, so that speaks to that, but that is just an asinine comment. Nikola Jokic has been the most available player in the NBA in the last 10 years, and no other 3-time MVP plays nearly as many games as Nikola Jokic.
Correct.
And for him to say that, it just speaks to the ignorance that some of these people have.
That's right, and that's what we're going to do too. We're going to have fun ripping on him because it's so bizarrely misguided and untrue that you do wonder what these guys are thinking when they're getting on TV. It's seriously.
Well, matter of fact, you said the game doesn't even matter because you didn't play your starters.
It's so ridiculous, Coach. I won't even bother with it. Maybe you'll come across it. Maybe you won't. We thank you so much for. Hey, where does Hastings sit on the plane? You're on there with him. Where is he?
No, Hastings. We got him a seat right next to the toilet.
Perfect, right where he belongs.
Yep, he's in the way back.
All right, Coach, we appreciate it, and best of luck in L.A. tomorrow night. Thank you, Coach.
All right, guys. Appreciate it, man. Take care. Talk to you next week.
There you go.
What do you know? We got Michael Malone in a good mood again. I mean, this has actually been an unbelievable stretch.
It's been unbelievable.
I think one game, or
it was like against the Celtics, and even that was kind of like whatever. It was one time.
And if I remember right, didn't they have a long break after that or something?
It was something.
I think they were going wine shot. I don't know. It's been pretty amazing.
It's been great.
You could hear the energy in his voice the second he got on the phone.
Yeah.
You know, as a coach, it is hard to be that positive. And when you've got a game like that, you don't have to fake it. It's just real. You got guys that stepped up to the plate, and you walked away with a hell of a win.
That is such a great insult. Who is he? Bontemps.
Yeah, best part?
I don't even know who he is. The Michael Malone Show is brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243, the Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. Here are these asinine comments.
State losing is bad, and a game that they should win because the Nuggets basically said, here, you go ahead and win, and the Warriors weren't able to do it. But not having Jokic, not having Murray in that spot last night, tough to watch.
No, it's a horrible look for the league. This is why the NBA put in the player participation policy. They literally put in rules that said if you're playing in a national televised game, especially on the road, your stars are supposed to play. Nikola Jokic plays all the time. I just saw him in Boston recently. He's been banged up with a bunch of stuff. But you could look ahead at the schedule if you're the Nuggets. They play the Washington Wizards, the worst team in the league, at home on Saturday. Sit these guys in that game, have them ready to go for today's game and Wednesday's game against the Lakers. I was at the Garden last night getting ready for this game. Cassie Hubbard texted me in the fourth quarter and said, you see who's Denver's playing? I said, I think everybody's playing. Then she sent me the injury report. Half the guys are out. It's just a horrible look for the league, and it's a horrible situation because I was excited to see what I could learn from Golden State playing these guys. Instead, they have everybody out, and even though they lost, like, the game doesn't matter.
What an idiot! I got to be honest with you. I really don't know this guy either, man. I'm not that familiar. Dan, are you familiar with this dude?
I mean, just from, seeing him on ESPN every now and again. But he's not like a major voice there, I would say.
Well, he's on the morning show with Greeny. He's on Get Up. I mean,
Well, here's the thing. The league does have an issue with this, and he's not wrong about that. He's not wrong about the fact that stars are missing nationally televised games. The NBA's tried to do something about it. But if you listen carefully to his take there, even he acknowledged Nikola Jokic is available all the time. So we don't have this issue with Nikola Jokic.
No.
This is not a consistent deal that you need to complain about. This is like a one-off. It's an absolute one-off that even Tim acknowledged in his take that Nikola Jokic is always available.
This sounds like a dude who heard people at ESPN complaining about it and decided, well, this is safe territory for me to rip on them because I work for ESPN, because the game was on ESPN last night, not TNT. That's what it sounds like to me. A guy who's just trying to suck up to his bosses. So there you go. Tim Bontemps.
I do love the old, and again, I don't know what we were supposed to take from the Nuggets losing for the Wizards. So I understand that to a degree, but the game means nothing because the Nuggets did, but we were looking forward to seeing what we could learn from the Golden State Warriors here. Well, I think you did learn something. What'd you learn? The Nuggets bench beat them.
Right. I'm sorry I didn't fit into your schedule, Timmy. It would have been kind of funny if Malone did say, yeah, play it for me. But in
theory, it would have sort of made sense to rest him against the Wizards and play him against the Warriors. Theory does make sense.
We talked about that. We talked about that on our show. We said that last week. Like, hey, man, you should be able to beat the Wizards without your guys. True rest is not warming up. I don't think rest, Tyler, is, I'll play 32 minutes instead of 38 minutes. I think true rest is, I'm not doing anything. I'm not conditioning. I'm not warming up. I'm resting. I truly am resting. I don't think there's a big difference in gameplay between 5-6 minutes. Jokic said that too, by the way. That was rest yesterday. That was rest. And we'll see. We'll see how they feel on Wednesday. But it won't bother me if they don't play on Wednesday. Either, like Malone was saying, they've got Portland and then Houston. They got, 3 more games here on this road trip. You got 13 more games to go. You need to be the best you can for the playoffs. And getting that win last night was pretty awesome. It's PHC on 92.5. All right, it's the Nuggets playoff push. Ticket Tuesday. And the key word this hour is Gordon. 38 points from Aaron Gordon last night. What a game by AG. Love it. Gordon is the key word. You have about 25 or so minutes to text that in, 303-504-0925. Include your first and last name if you want to go to Ball Arena to catch their Nuggets. And their playoff push tickets are available at nuggets.com. /tickets. Tickets we're giving away today are for the game on the 26th against Giannis and the Bucks. So Gordon is the key word, and we appreciate you listening to that. That was fun with Michael Malone.
It was.
He was in a good mood. I'm getting some feedback on this Bontemps guy. Vic is saying that he's kind of full of himself.
Well, that's what Scott said.
Yeah.
What did Scott say? He was an elitist that at the pressers, where did he say he would stand?
Yeah, yes. So when you go to these press conferences, there's seats laid out. Now, not everybody sits in the seats, but, So if you don't want to sit in the seat, I'm rolling my eyes because why don't you just sit in the seat? You can stand up, and a lot of people do, and that's no big deal if you prefer to stand off to the side.
Always a choice of domination when you stand, which I enjoy, by the way.
It's fine. It's really fine. But then there are those really rare guys who not only will they stand, which is okay, but they'll literally stand unnecessarily close to the coach for whatever weirdo reason. And apparently this Bontemps is one of these guys. It is such a highfalutin prima donna, look at me sort of moment that look who I am. And apparently this Bontemps guy does some sort of podcast with Brian Windhorst. And, sometimes when you're in that elite media sort of circle, you start smelling yourself. Now, I will tell you, I've had great interactions with a lot of national guys who aren't like that whatsoever. Not like that whatsoever. They're cool dudes. They're just regular journalists. They've achieved some pretty good stuff, and there they are. But every now and then you do run into these guys who think they're the show as a writer or something. It's kind of ridiculous. So in general, they don't bother me because you just don't talk to them because who cares? And that's apparently who this dude is.
Okay.
But to suggest that the Nuggets let anybody down or you were doing something nefarious or anything is so absurd and so ridiculous that I can't believe it was even uttered. And it is asinine, and that's what Michael Malone said. And I'm sorry we didn't fit into your East Coast narrative.
I mean, the irony of it for me is that where is the hot take? What's wrong with the Warriors? What's wrong with these guys? They just lost to the Nuggets backups. Shouldn't that be the take that is coming out of ESPN right now?
It should be. First of all, God forbid.
Why have the Warriors lost 9 straight times to the Nuggets?
Yeah. Well, right.
What is Michael Malone figured out about the 3-ball with Steph Curry that nobody else can figure out?
Yeah, God forbid the storyline is what a job the Nuggets did. It's not. If you actually read the stories, we were terrible. Steph Curry is hurt. We're worn down. Blah, 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 blah. Go read
the Nuggets
the
are
reports
confusing,
on it.
though. This is a confusing-ass basketball team. There's no way around it. I don't know what to say. I don't even know what my takeaway from the game is, which is not in line with what Tim was saying there. But I don't know what I'm supposed to think of this team right now. Every time I think that I'm just going to hit the ultimate panic button, they do something like this. And it's like, all right, Scott, I can hear you. I can hear Scott in my head. Like, everybody relax. Stop being such a worrywart. Maybe there's something to it, and yet it gets confusing.
Do you know what the spread on the game was before the game started? Because everybody knew that these guys were going to be out. You know what the spread was?
I mean, double digits?
13.5.
Yeah.
Warriors. Vlatko Konchar had a significant game. Some dude named Spencer Jones, who nobody's ever heard of except if you're a Stanford Cardinal fan. Of course, you were led by Aaron Gordon, and MPJ had a solid game too. Russell Westbrook
Where
as
is
well.
DJ?
That's a good question.
Even in that game?
Well, he hasn't played like in 5 or 6 games in a row.
I thought even Dario might get in that game.
But they called Spencer Jones up on purpose. And he had played in back-to-back G League games. He got in that morning.
Yeah, you ain't tired when you're young and hungry.
No, that's for sure. That's a good question about DJ. I mean, there must be some reason why. All right, I'll throw this out there. What's the point here with DJ at this point? Like, what are we doing?
Well, I said that before the season ever began, and then I was like, okay, I'm wrong. They were using the hell out of DJ early on. And not only were they using him, he was looking young, he was looking fresh, he was a contributor. He was a big part of what the Nuggets were doing. And I was like, okay, I was wrong. But going into the season, this is how I envisioned it unfolding for DJ, because quite frankly, that's how it's unfolded in the past.
I'm sure these are some rough moments for DJ right now. I'm sure it's not great. But if you are going to develop the younger guys somehow, then what better time? If you're not going to do it now, Tyler, when are you going to do it? If it's Spencer Jones isn't going to play in that game, what NBA game is he going to play in? And for DeAndre, it's just different. It's at the end of his career. So he doesn't need developmental moments. Theoretically, you would need DJ just to win games. And for whatever reason, they have deemed that he's not valuable for them to win games right now. It's tough. Sarge, same thing with Sarge.
There was some huge theory behind it.
But they went small anyways. If you notice, the guys that did not play.
Well, that's what Malone's been doing for a long time now.
They went small. PJ Hall's a bigger guy. DeAndre, Sarge, all big guys. No, they went small.
Which, by the way, mostly does make sense against the Warriors.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I think the one thing that we've learned about the Nuggets is to never make any final assumptions about anything with this team. How about that? And this is the
reality with this team, you're not going to know till the season's over. Whatever you think you know about this team, whatever panic you think you might have, whatever confidence you think you might have, you're not going to know till this thing's done.
All right, so when I asked Malone about that 3-game stretch in the homestand, what he said was, hey, man, that's just the NBA. Is that acceptable?
I think with this team, it might be. My gut tells me everything about my competitive spirit says no, that's not okay. But Nikola Jokic said it. It's just who they are.
Hey, do not forget the year they won the championship in their final 23 games, they went 12-11. Okay? So there was some ups and downs. Jokic used that comparison the other night. He talked about their championship season, how they, Now, I think as long as you don't have to play in that play-in tournament thing, and you basically get 7 to 8 days off, you're good. Like, that's enough time to just sort of get yourself together. And in that championship season, again, if you remember, they didn't have to play in the play-in game. They're number 1 seed. And they had some really good, intense practices. Like, they had a couple days off, and then they practiced against themselves. And I remember that. I remember hearing about it, and the players expressing like, no, we're good. We're playing hard against each other, and it's all good. So, not freaking out at all. Freaking out a little bit.
I'm just confused. I'm not afraid to admit that. This team confuses the hell out of me. I don't know.
What do you expect tomorrow night?
I don't know which way to lean. Should I lean towards the panic side? Should I lean towards they got everything under control side?
I think you should understand, everybody should understand, that you're not sure what team you're going to get, but you do have a team that is capable of beating anybody, for sure. And then they'll likely, lose a couple games that they shouldn't lose. Are they a team that's good enough to be at least the 2, 3, or 4 seed? I mean, I think so.
Are they good enough? Yes. Will they be? I don't know.
I think they will. I mean, we only got like 13 games left, man. And that was a playoff team. That Warriors team, which I wasn't impressed by at all. I don't know how they've actually done it. Jimmy Butler must have been incredible. And I know Steph Curry's
great.
He
has been incredible.
Okay. But they won 14 out of 15 games, including 7 in a row. That team that we saw last night, really? Okay. I mean, if that's the case, I'm feeling way better about the Nuggets. Want to congratulate our guy, Colin Bartolomo, who picked Florida, Duke, Alabama, Houston, and Michigan State in a Not Another Bracket contest. This is going on right now on our website, so you should go to it. Brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. It's at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. So instead of filling out the entire bracket, you pick 5 teams and you're entered. Every win is worth points. If you pick a lower seed, that value goes up. Check out all the details on the website. The grand prize, an awesome prize package of 2 tickets to Nuggets playoff games, dinner at the Denver Chop House, big screen TV, catered party for 30. My God, can you imagine me trying to find 30 friends? Brought to you by Brothers Barbecue. It would be. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also, we're so grateful to Brothers Barbecue. Take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket to enter. And again, congratulations to Colin for winning some of that Brothers Barbecue. We'll announce another winner coming up next hour as well. All right, so the Nuggets are on their way. We have no Nuggets, no Avs tonight. No college basketball tonight.
I'm laughing at the last 3 texts we had.
Sure.
Trying to enjoy letting this thing unfold. It's time to face the facts. Today's professional athletes are not, let me see this, are not that professional. I don't know what that one's supposed to mean. No one understands this. Not impressed. The Nuggets just lost to the worst team. It is confusing, and I get why people are all over the place on this thing.
Well, we have no dumb questions coming up, so if you want to let it rip, text 303-504-9825. Twitch, you can get that going. We thank you, Twitch. Brought to you by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also throw a question in on YouTube. The YouTube channel is starting to explode, which is really cool. We got more and more content. The shows are live. We got videos posted afterwards. Unique content like In the Paint with Dan Tanner. Dan was probably freaking out last night on the game, so we got you covered at night and on the weekends. Between the Pipes with Raj and Spring is fantastic. They'll be on tomorrow night after the Avs play the Toronto Maple Leafs. So when you say that you just don't know what's going on, what is your level of expectations then for this team?
Oh, I mean, it's sky high. That's never changed. Expectation for the Denver Nuggets should be through the roof, right? I mean, why would we have a reason to lower that? I think you've got reasons to be concerned on whether that's going to happen or not. But no, I mean, the expectations should be they could beat anybody. They should beat anybody.
Don't be confused, Tyler. I'm reading the Shant Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. It's actually pretty simple. AG has been hurt a ton this season. Missed 30-plus games. 29, right? If he's healthy for 20 of them, they win at least 10 more.
Well, we've talked about that, and the comparison has been, is Aaron Gordon just the equivalent of Val Nichushkin for the Avalanche?
Right. I thought there were 2 play-in games for the tournament. Yeah, I think that is starting tonight, right? We got play-in games tonight. I'm a little rusty on my play-in action. Meanwhile, the games get going down at Ball Arena. Any of the games at Ball Arena, you get going for Yale?
It doesn't feel like we drew the best list of teams, does it?
Who are you really super fired up for? VCU got you going? Texas A&M, perhaps? Montana? Kind of excited for the Grizzlies?
I'm always a Grizzlies fan. Now, Bobcats, I hate the Bobcats.
We don't talk about Montana State.
Montana State?
We do not talk about them.
Big time enemy of Tyler Polumbus.
On the text line, who knows less Nuggets, Tim Bontemps or Lisa Salters? That's an interesting bet
I've actually never watched the Nuggets before.
That was the craziest thing of all time. Lisa Salters admitting she had never watched Jokic, who had already been like a 2-time MVP. Still to this day is one of the more like, huh?
Maybe just keep that to yourself.
Text line, everybody needs to relax. We had the same conversation the year they won the championship. They did terrible towards the end. They will step their game up and kick some ass in the playoffs. Jared and Berthan.
Were we dealing with as many injuries that year, though? I don't recall that.
No.
I know we slumped going into the playoffs.
It was a weird slump, though, because they had already sort of secured first place. Malone was doing things like getting playing time for like Peyton Watson, who was never going to play in the playoffs. He was getting in games. There wasn't a sense of urgency. They beat the Grizzlies, if you remember that. They beat John Morant. Then he went to the strip club and was showing off his gun. That was that game. And that was like the signature win that year. And it was a really exciting game. They got the W. And then John went out to Shotgun Willie's, and, the rest is history. But after that game was over and they sort of solidified, hey, man, we're up by 5.5 games or something in first place. Like, we are just not going to lose that lead in 23 games. After that, they just kind of cruised. And I remember like, okay, you lost a game here, you lost a game there, that kind of sucked. But they were always in first place.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't need to be first place by 6 games. 1 game in first place is just fine. Then you get a break and then you rock and roll. And I think that's going to be the same this year too. So, but that being said, I'm not going to lie. That 3-game homestand, Tyler, sucked. I mean, that sucked. You got blown out by Minnesota again. You barely beat the Lakers JV team, and then you get embarrassed by not guarding Jordan Poole for a 3-pointer, and you lose to the worst team in the league, and you get swept by them. I mean, Nikola Jokic goes for 96 combined points in 2 games to the worst team in the league, and you lose both of them. And now you come up against a Warriors team that's red hot, and they should have got killed last night, Tyler. They should have got killed.
Mm-hmm.
So what's up with this team? I don't know, man. Maybe there's something special with this team that's hard to put your finger on. Do you think Jokic is the MVP?
Yeah. Yeah.
I do too.
Yes, I do.
I'm more concerned about Jamal, frankly.
Although I've got a little concern about Jokic too.
Yeah.
He's just, I mean, it's not in terms of like, can he bounce back? It's just how long can he last at this rate of abuse that his body is going through?
Wow, Lucas is on the
text. No. I saw Lucas.
Should I not even say it?
Here's the deal with Lucas. I'm not going to.
Should I even read it so people know what we're talking about?
I'm not going to even give an answer to Lucas because if you don't know, good for you. But if you're asking the question, what did Montana State ever do to me, Tyler Polumbus, the Bobcats from Montana State? If you know, you know. If you don't know, you'll never know. That's all I got to say about that.
Okay, Forrest. We'll do no dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, no dumb questions. And looking at YouTube. We're looking at Twitch. We're looking at the text line. We're looking at the Three-Eyed Ravens. Whatever you got there. So if you're feeling it, send it in. Let's start with the text line here. No dumb questions. Seeing the Nuggets secondary, that's one way to put it, put in more effort and hustle last night and play better defense. Let's be honest, our starters have in weeks. Do you think our starters need more rest so we can have a healthy starting five coming into the playoffs and put an effort like our rested bench put in last night?
Well, first things first, never doubt a young, hungry dog, right? And when you get an opportunity, Spencer Jones coming off back-to-back games coming into this, he ain't tired. He don't feel that, right? All he sees is an opportunity. And you saw that, man. You saw a young, hungry team that gave pure effort out there on that court. It was a lot of fun to watch. What do the Nuggets need to do rest-wise? Yeah, I do think that they need to find a couple opportunities, right? And you got to be strategic about it. I asked Coach Malone this question last time he was on. What game, gosh, help me out here. What game was it that he suggested to Nikola Jokic that you rest? And he said, hell no. Was that the Suns?
No, it was
OKC.
The back-to-back OKC game. It was the second back-to-back.
Okay.
The back end.
Okay, it was the back end.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic needed a little bit of rest. Michael Malone goes to him, says, hey, might want to think about taking this night off. Jokic says, no way, I'm playing in this game. So my question to Malone was, when do you draw the line? When do you say, no, I know you want to play, but you need to sit down? And his answer to me, which maybe this should be disturbing if you think about this literally. I don't know if this is literally what happened. His answer to me, if you remember, was, well, that's easy. I sit him down when the training staff tells me to. So I don't know if the training staff told him to sit him down last night or if it was just a rest night. But I do think they need to be strategic about finding opportunities to find rest.
You were getting all sorts of response on Montana State. And,
well, here's the good news about it.
I was
the
like
good
a bunch.
It's good news, bad news situation.
Okay.
Bad news, people know. Okay. Good news, enough time has passed that a lot of people don't know.
A lot of people do not know, actually. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah.
Yeah. So
do you want to explain or not?
Well, people want me to point to the doll where Montana State hurt me. I mean, everywhere, mostly my soul.
Okay. I'll let you explain it if you want. Other than that, I'll stay away.
I think I've been clear. Did I not say? I said all I got to say about that?
You did. No dumb question on Twitch.
I mean, that's on them at this point. If they want to figure it out, you got to figure it out. But yes, the Montana State Bobcats have hurt me very, very badly.
I remember when it happened. That was something. That was something.
I'm enjoying this game of people trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Were you recruited to play basketball for any colleges?
No.
Nobody? Really?
No. I mean, D2 stuff.
Yeah. Like who? Anybody in particular?
I don't even recall, but I think I got 3 offers to play
did
D2.
CSU Pueblo say, hey, man, it would be awesome to have you down here or something like that?
But no, I was a 6'8" white dude that at the time. Now, I'm very proud of my vertical at the combine.
Yeah.
At 312 pounds, I jumped 33 inches. That was pretty damn solid. I think that was the second highest of any offensive lineman at the time.
I'd say you have 30 inches on Jokic.
But I'll tell you this, in high school,
Yeah.
okay? I grew 5 inches my freshman year of high school, and I was an uncoordinated giraffe. I mean, I could barely dunk in high school.
That's all right.
I mean, I could throw down once I got to college. I mean, really throw down.
Really? When you were at your heaviest?
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But in high school, I had not reached peak maturity, so I was a 6'8" white dude that could barely jump.
Tiny hands.
With tiny hands. Good for about 12 points and 5 fouls a game. That wasn't screaming basketball recruit.
How many rebounds did you get a game?
Oh, I don't know. Enough.
Well, what, wasn't that your thing, though? I mean, that must have been what you were best at.
For sure.
Had to be.
Yeah.
No dumb question.
Bad habit of taking the ball down too low, though.
Once
you get it under the block.
I saw that in person. I'm like, what are you doing? Just stay way up here.
You saw what in person?
You taking the ball down that one-on-one game.
I never even got down low in that game. What are you talking about?
No dumb question. Will the Rockies ever be above 500 this year?
They are right now, right?
They're at 500.
Yeah.
They're not above 500. Baseball started last night or this morning in Tokyo.
I did see that video game stuff. That was freaking wild.
What's that? I didn't catch that.
Oh, you didn't see this?
No.
Okay, I don't understand the technology behind it, but they've got some technology out there that no matter where that ball is caught on the field, they can do this like 360 video game angle of it.
Okay.
And like give you the direct point of view of the player as he's throwing the ball and everything.
That's pretty cool.
And it literally looks straight. It looks straight out of a video game.
So it looks like a video game, but it's not. It's real life.
Correct. It's real life, but it looks like a video game.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Dan, did you see this?
He's asking if you saw it, Dan.
No, I have not.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm the baseball guy.
There you go. The Dodgers won 4-1, I think, or maybe 4-2, something like that, over the Cubs. And these are two teams that I absolutely hate.
See if you can pull it up, Dan, because it's cool. Just look up video game, Tokyo game.
Would you be for baseball in general just starting at this time of year? And you just start either in spring training
earlier?
or
you start about 2 weeks early.
You start 2 weeks and you play a couple of games in your spring training that count, or you travel somewhere like the.
I'm definitely not an advocate of muddying the waters. So if you're saying you play a couple games in spring training when it counts, definitely not. No, I am not. I'm not a fan of going back and forth here. So when the season starts, it starts.
Well, okay, but how would you feel about the season just starting in spring and when they're down there in spring training, like the last 3 games?
Why would it start down there?
It's a little tip of the cap to the folks down there. A little like
who cares
excitement.
about them? They got their
You start in warmer weather so you can get some games in because you inevitably have these games rained out, or snowed out in April. So it gives you a little bit more relief. Probably can wrap the season up maybe a week or two earlier.
Check this out behind you.
All right.
This is the video game stuff.
Okay. Oh, that's really cool. Oh, yeah, that totally looks like a video game. Well, it's like real life becomes a video game.
Exactly.
Oh, that's kind of cool. So the replay is, bam, now we're a video game. That's kind of wild. All right, well, what's the point of that?
I don't know.
Okay. Nobody knows.
For the nerds.
Will Chris Bryant be a Rocky at the All-Star break?
Yeah. Well, yeah. First off,
gotta get rid of him.
Well, first off, Buddy B has told us we get Chris Bryant healthy this year. So in all likelihood, Chris Bryant is going to the All-Star game as a member of the Colorado Rockies.
Trending on Google, Polumbus Bobcats.
Good luck with that.
People are trying to figure that out. Are you going to watch?
What kind of clues could we give without totally giving it away? Like, should we think about that throughout the show here? Kind of clues I can give of how the Bobcats hurt me?
How the Bobcats? It can't be that difficult.
You would think, but it's shockingly tough for these dum-dums on the text line.
I mean, a hint?
Don't give it away, though. Don't give it away.
A hint that wasn't given away.
It was a while back.
Not all things at Folsom are good?
Wow, you're such an idiot.
Really?
Are you freaking kidding me?
Is that too easy?
Oh, that was like beyond easy. The one rule I gave you was don't give it away.
Does that gives it away?
Yes.
Okay.
Watch it flood in now. How many people just figured it out?
Okay. I didn't steal your hat.
You said not all things at Folsom are easy, and they're not going to figure that out?
I don't know. Who knows? I don't know what they're going to do. Dan's laughing. I just said a joke just for Dan.
It wasn't my hat.
Still the hiding of the hat thing.
Still upset.
Not everybody's figured it out. Not everybody's figured it out on the text line.
What somebody says it's not the Bobcats, it's Bobcat. Well, if that's true, that's just dumb.
It's the Cardinal, not the Cardinals.
They're figuring it out.
Cougars, but older and fatter. See, they're definitely on a different sort of tip there. They're into another thing. Michael Malone did say, listen, if you missed it, this Tim Bontemps guy, who I really don't know. And people are reaching out to me to tell me what a jerk this guy is. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'll take your word for it. But if you miss what Malone had to say about what was said on ESPN, and he didn't hear it, in all fairness, but he had an interesting comment about it, and that was with us. We'll play it for you coming up. Big story of the day is next.
Hey, guys, you might have heard about the price surge with vehicles right now, and that's why you want to go to my friends over at Phil Long Ford. It's Tyler here. I've been going to Phil Long Ford since my rookie year in the NFL, and when you go to Phil Long right now, the beauty of it, they locked in over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles on the old prices before the prices surged up, and now you get to benefit from that. You're the one that's going to save the money when you go to Phil Long Ford. It doesn't matter what kind of vehicle you're looking for, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned. They've got it all on their lot right now, over 1,000 vehicles for you to choose from. If you've not given a test drive to one of those electric vehicles, I'm telling you, you're missing out. The Ford Mach-E Mustang, the F-150 Lightning, these are fun, these are fast vehicles that you got to give yourself a test drive in. Guys, they've got an award-winning service department over at Phil Long Ford, so make sure you keep your new vehicle serviced at Phil Long, and you'll have a beautiful ride for a very long time. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out, they're going to give you the best price. You're going to have a fantastic experience. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
Some of these ESPN guys, coach.
Somebody really said that?
Do you want to hear it?
I don't want to hear it. I just want to know who said it.
Bontemps, whatever his name is, Bontemps, last name Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right.
Westbrook back on top to Gordon, and Denver will play clock. He's guarded by Kuminga. A bucket here, you win the game. Gordon has it. Steps through the defenders. Westbrook jumper. Got it! That's the ball game. Denver leads it by 10 with 35 seconds to go. And Denver's going to put the Golden State Warriors to sleep 8 times in a row in San Francisco without Jokic, Murray, or Brown.
Here we go. I should play it at least, huh? Big question of the day. What do you think about this?
State losing is bad, and a game that they should win because the Nuggets basically said, here, you go ahead and win, and the Warriors weren't able to do it. But not having Jokic, not having Murray in that spot last night, tough to watch.
No, it's a horrible look for the league. This is why the NBA put in the player participation policy. They literally put in rules that said if you're playing in a national televised game, especially on the road, your stars are supposed to play. Nikola Jokic plays all the time. I just saw him in Boston recently. He's been banged up with a bunch of stuff. But you could look ahead at the schedule if you're the Nuggets. They play the Washington Wizards, the worst team in the league, at home on Saturday. Sit these guys in that game, have them ready to go for today's game and Wednesday's game against the Lakers. I was at the Garden last night getting ready for this game. Cassie Hubbard texted me in the fourth quarter and said, "Do you see who's Denver's playing?" I said, "I think everybody's playing." Then she sent me the injury report. Half the guys are out. It's just a horrible look for the league, and it's a horrible situation because I was excited to see what I could learn from Golden State playing these guys. Instead, they have everybody out, and even though they lost, the game doesn't matter.
You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right. All right, big question of the day. What is it? I guess, how do you frame this Nuggets win? And I thought we were past this kind of ridiculousness with national media and the Denver Nuggets. I mean, I guess not. And this isn't Kendrick Perkins. This is another moron.
Well, here's the thing. First off, let me be clear. I'm not defending Tim Bontemps here, but I do kind of understand at least one or two of the angles, right? Logically, it does feel like if you were going to pick a game to sit out, you probably would have picked the Wizards game to sit out. We talked about it. It felt like it made a lot of sense. You knew that was the worst team in the league. You knew that you had the Warriors coming up. That does make sense. But then his whole argument falls apart because, the first time I heard it, all I really heard was him saying, yeah, and Jokic is always available. You're right. Jokic is never one of the stars that you have to worry about. He's never one of the guys that is missing these nationally televised games. And then, you know what I heard this time that I didn't hear the first time? He actually justified it even further. Not only did he say Nikola Jokic is obviously always available, but he said he's banged up right now. He's dealing with a lot of stuff. So there you go. That's it. And then for ESPN to say, well, this game doesn't matter because they didn't play their starters. I think it matters a lot. What is Michael Malone figured out on how to defend the 3-ball against Steph Curry? And what is this Denver Nuggets team doing that is different than other teams to prevent the entire team from being able to shoot the 3?
How much did that win mean last night?
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know how to answer. I don't know what that win means.
Okay.
What is the win? I don't know. This is a very confusing basketball team.
Do you see what Vic did at the end of the game on TV?
What did he do?
He did it on TV. He put on like a leprechaun hat and did an Irish jig.
Okay.
So that it meant enough for him to humiliate himself trying to dance like a leprechaun.
Okay.
He fit the profile well, though.
He sure does.
Yeah.
Not Irish.
No, but, short, small, petite,
Could be confused for an Irish.
He did a good impression. I mean, we're letting him in the club.
Yeah. I don't know what the game means. Help me out here. I mean, this is a confusing basketball team that's had some confusing moments here of late. And what does it mean that we had some young and hungry dudes go out there? Here, all right.
It's the best win of the year. It's the most meaningful win of the year.
I'll give you the main takeaway. Dang, do the Nuggets need Aaron Gordon to be healthy? That's the main takeaway.
That's a good one.
Because, yes, there were some young, hungry dogs out there, but there was one dog.
Yeah.
His name was Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, he was great. Yeah, I think it's huge. I think, listen, you're a 13.5-point underdog going into it. Vlatko's gotten some meaningful minutes. People are furiously checking out Spencer Jones. Do you know how low Spencer Jones was? Remember when we had Malone on?
You brought his name up like 2 weeks.
Do you remember why?
Well, no, I don't, but I do remember you brought his name up 2 weeks ago, and I was like, who's that?
I'll tell you why. Because Dagnall put that guy up like a scrub to be a fake checker-in guy to slow Jokic down from inbounding the ball.
Right.
So when we had Malone on, I was like, well, why don't you just take Spencer Jones and throw him up there?
Yeah.
Like I was literally trying to think of the guy that you would need the absolute least on the team who still has a uniform. And that's where I came up with Spencer Jones. That dude mattered last night. So here I was racking my brain like, what player just would never get in meaningful minutes? And the guy that I thought of played well last night.
Why do you think that Coach Malone was like, yeah, tonight's the night that I need Spencer Jones?
Because he had been playing well in the G League, and they wanted somebody to have a physical presence. And for whatever reason, dude, they are out on DJ Saric and, to a lesser degree, probably PJ Hall. So I think he fit the profile of what they needed, and he'd been playing well. I think it was a little bit of a reward. I think the timing or the location of it, that it was in, Santa Clara or San Francisco, which is near where he went to college at Stanford. It was a nice little coinkydink. But, I mean, he'd obviously been doing things in the G League that, they were aware of that we weren't. I had never heard Spencer Jones talk. Ever. Period. So, I mean, then you hear him interviewed last night, and he sounds like a CEO. And they're like, oh, yeah, he did go to Stanford. Like, it's like, hey, sound like a pretty cool, bright dude. I had never heard him speak. And that guy played meaningful minutes last night.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
I guess one takeaway is you beat the Warriors 9 straight times. I thought it was 8, but Malone said 9. Is it 9?
What's that?
I thought the Nuggets had beat
9.
the Warriors.
Now it's 9.
Okay,
yeah.
it was
9
8 going into it.
It was, yeah.
Okay, got it.
Pretty crazy, right?
I ain't afraid of playing them in the playoffs.
Hell no. Please sign me up to play Golden State. Please. It's all about matchups. I don't know how Golden State won 14 of their last 15 games.
Well, Jimmy Butler was on one.
Hey, well, okay. Anyways, great win. You can react on Twitch, on our YouTube page, on the text line. We love your reaction, and we'll get back to that in a second. I want to talk to you about Dion here for a little bit and what he had to say about the spring game. And we have Warren Sapp talking about it, too. So here's just a little taste.
Spring game will be televised. ESPN 2 will broadcast spring game on the 19th. We got to sell this thing out and pack this thing because the way the trend is going, you never know if this is going to be the last spring game. I don't believe in that. I don't really want to condone that. I would like to play the spring. Actually, I like to play against another team in the spring. That's what I'm trying to do right now, to have it competitive. Playing against your own guys kind of get monotonous, and you really can't tell the level of your guys.
All right, so he says that, and then Warren Sapp was asked about it today. He said this.
Coach Brown yesterday mentioned that he would be interested in playing another team for the spring game, just garner some more energy around spring ball. What are your thoughts on playing a team, practice for a few days against that team, and then play them in the spring game?
You just made my mouth water. I get another color that my boys can just go to work and whoop on them, and we don't care. Please bring them in here. Who's coming? Who wants some of this? I used to love that when I was in Tampa and they'd bring another team, the Redskins, Commanders now, but they was back then, and then the Dolphins, we go to Jacksonville and practice. It was always good to see another color, because I ain't got to care about whooping you. I can whoop upside your head and get on the bus and go home. I don't care. Yeah, but when you got your teammates, you got to kind of care a little bit. So, I'd love another team. Ooh, yes. Give me another O-line in here.
All right. And Fran Brown of Syracuse, go Qs, quickly put out on Twitter, Syracuse is in if you want us.
Did that make him sound a little bit desperate?
Hell no. Fran?
Yeah.
No, made him sound awesome.
It did?
Oh, yeah. We love Fran Brown.
I think that made him sound a little bit desperate.
Hell
like,
no.
Hey, Dion, we need a little bit of your spotlight over here. We'll come to you.
No, you're right. Syracuse does need a little action. By the way, Syracuse, you have to understand. Well, all right, but we think it's cool. Syracuse people would think it's cool. there's no reason why you'd pay any attention to Syracuse. But they did copy the Dion model almost item by item. They just eviscerated their team with players who weren't good. They went into the portal. They picked up Kyle McCord out of Ohio State.
I'm not sure the casual fan, understands. It's not even the Dion model anymore.
Well,
it's college football. Every freaking team is doing it.
Okay, but they did the same exact thing and had a lot of success with it as well. As did, to prove your point, Arizona State did the same exact thing.
Yep.
And that's where they went with it. Just a pinch better than Colorado, unfortunately. But
The only
they
team
did the same
not
thing.
doing it is Clemson. Literally the only team.
Well, they'll be losing then, if everybody else is doing it. How would you feel? And it's interesting. Sapp had the same reaction you did. Like, you look forward to it in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
It was a positive thing. I'm actually amazed colleges don't do this. Like, why don't they do this? It makes perfect sense.
Fear of injury is the main reason. If you follow the trend of spring ball, of spring games themselves, it's not even a spring game. Even Nebraska, who has had like the most traditional spring game of all time, I think last year, I'm not even sure they had a traditional spring game last year. Now what you get is you just get a glorified practice where they go out there and they do situational football. There's not a white team. There's not a black team. It's just a glorified practice in front of the fans. So why have teams not thought about this? Because teams have actually taken the NFL approach of, hey, we want to keep our guys healthy with the last practice of spring football. Should teams get back to a more competitive environment? I don't know, probably. I mean, Deion Sanders, for as flashy as he is, he's about as old school of a football coach as you're ever going to get. Not afraid of playing his guys. Obviously, he played Shedeur Sanders. He played Travis Hunter in the bowl game. He's not afraid of tackling. I think what I would do if I was a coach, I would want the team for 2 or 3 practices. I personally probably would not do the game itself against another team, because now we're talking in practice, you can control the thump. You can control what type of tempo you're playing at. Once you get into that game, now dudes are going low. Now dudes don't care. Now dudes, like Warren Sapp just said, that goes both ways. They don't care about you either, right? So it is a little bit risky, but Deion doesn't think like that, and he doesn't care.
He doesn't think like that. He doesn't care. I think it's kind of cool. I think the kids would love it, frankly. And it'd be great for the fans. It'd be way more interesting than seeing scrimmage.
You would sell out in a heartbeat.
No doubt,
if you
right?
Brought in especially like if you brought in UNC or something, yeah. I don't know what that would do. And I think in all likelihood, that's really probably the type of teams that you're looking at here.
Sure.
Syracuse that's a pretty big time program to step up to the plate. I also think a lot of teams, they're not going to want to leave the comfort of their own training camp environment to go to Boulder for 3 days, because it doesn't happen in college football.
I would think an ACC team like Syracuse or UNC would be pretty cool for CU. I think it'd be right there, like kind of even Steven in terms of the talent level and the competition and all that. Listen, man, I'm biased, obviously, with Syracuse. Obviously, if Bill Belichick came here with UNC, that would be unbelievable. I mean, that would be a huge TV spectacle in the spring. And what is it, April 19th, something like that?
That would get bumped over to ESPN real quick if Bill Belichick came.
It would be awesome. So, hey, man.
Actually, I'd argue if any team comes that's a legitimate D1 program, that probably is going from ESPN2 to ESPN in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Well, it'd be awesome. It's on ESPN2 now, and we'll see. I don't know if there's enough time to get it done. Can you get that done in 1 month?
Seems like not much time.
Right? Like, that seems like
Maybe
a lot.
Maybe just take Syracuse up on it.
It's crazy, man. It'd be awesome.
I think it makes them seem desperate.
Nah.
Yeah, it does.
No, man. No,
hey, Deion,
it's fun.
We need a taste of you.
Okay. Well, I mean, we got a little shine off Deion Sanders. That's fine. I mean, Fran Brown said that, he wasn't going to shower until they started playing. Fran Brown's a cool cat, man. We love, us Syracuse people love Fran Brown.
I'm sure you do.
We do. So, sure.
Who's your next QB?
That's a great question. I don't even know. I don't know. We'll find out at the spring game at CU. McCord's gone. We'll see where he goes in the draft.
Coach Sanford said when he was at CU, they were trying to get UNC to come up there.
Yeah, that makes sense. UNC, like North Carolina.
No. Northern Colorado.
They were trying to play Northern Colorado?
Not in the game, but for practices.
Huh. How does that make sense?
What do you mean?
You just beat up on the Bears?
I guess so.
I mean, it would be ugly.
Been there, done that.
Yeah. Did you play UNC?
No. But CU played them 2 years ago?
Yeah, it was bad.
Or no, it was when,
no,
Ed,
I was there.
when Ed was there.
No, I was there.
Was that 2 years, 3 years ago?
I was at the game. It was. Yeah,
I was there too.
Yeah, Dylan was the quarterback. I think UNC scored once, maybe. It was bad. Well, it was before Dion. It was God, who was the coach? It was Durrell. I think it was Durrell. It was before Mike started coaching him. All right, in terms of NFL, there's all sorts of stuff still going on. We'll see how it impacts the Broncos. Let's Football Goes next. It's the Nuggets Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday through the rest of the regular season. We got tickets to give away. So here is the keyword for this hour, and you've got about 25 minutes to get this into 303-504-0925. Text the keyword, your first and last name, Watson, as in Peyton Watson, Watson. If you want to go to Ball Arena to catch the Nuggets and their playoff push, tickets are always available at nuggets.com/tickets. The tickets we're giving away are for the 26th against Giannis and Milwaukee. Again, that keyword is Watson. Let's football go, Dan. Oh, that's a good one. Mountain High Appliance, thank you. MountainHighAppliance.com. All right, lots of NFL news today. Let's football go. Dan Bud Squints Tanner, what do you got?
All right, let's start with Adam Schefter on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane yesterday morning. So Moser was asking him, how do you think the Broncos did in free agency? And listen to what Schefter says here, specifically about Dre Greenlaw and the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
I think they killed it. I think they honestly hit free agency just right. Like it worked out as well as it could have. You know, the Niners were trying to get back Dre Greenlaw, even after Denver had an agreement done with him. You know, they were pushing to get that done. And they were trying to flip his decision in this world that we live in where, you know, people commit and there are agreements. And the Niners tried to flip Dre Greenlaw back to San Francisco. And I think they were pretty persuasive, but not persuasive enough. And I think Dre Greenlaw stood his ground and kind of stayed with Denver. And
so the Niners, after the Broncos had an agreement in place with Dre Greenlaw, were trying to convince him to re-sign in San Francisco. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, not surprised. We knew that the 49ers were trying to retain Dre Greenlaw. It is the danger that you run, and you don't see it pop up very often. The only dude I could think of was Randy Gregory, who agreed to terms with the Cowboys during the legal tampering period and then changed his mind and went to the Broncos a couple days later. But you don't hear about it very often where guys agree to these terms and they end up flipping on it. But it is a risk that you run by allowing this legal tampering period because, again, these guys they agree to terms on Monday. They can't sign the actual contract until Wednesday.
Crazier things have happened. So what do I think about it?
Didn't that happen with Randy Gregory?
You know, man, my memory is terrible on stuff like that. I'll take your word for it. I don't remember that off the top of my head. But I know there's been, guys that said they were going to go one place and they end up somewhere else. I mean, that does happen all the time. So until you sign, you're not signed. I mean, there's all sorts of things that can happen. So not only do you got to make the reservation, you got to keep the reservation, as Seinfeld once said. So good for the Broncos. Getting Dre Greenlaw is one hell of a pickup. And then out battling to a degree the Chargers for Evan Engram, that's another great one. And Hufango, from everything I can tell, they loved him in San Francisco. So that seems, I know San Francisco is going through a bit of a yard sale there, but still, that seems like a great pickup.
You see what Kyle Juszczyk did?
He went back there.
Yeah, he did. And it just goes to show you, like, getting Dre Greenlaw was a big deal because players love playing for Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
I'm not the only dude that screams about Kyle Shanahan. Talk to any player that's ever played for him. They're going to say that they want to play for him the rest of their life. And for the 49ers to continue to come after Dre Greenlaw, it just goes to show how big of a snag it was. Kyle Juszczyk, the 49ers gave him the option. He was supposed to make like $4.5 million. And they said, look, we can either cut you so you can go to free agency, or we could just work towards renegotiating the deal to something that works. Juszczyk said, all right, well, go ahead and cut me. I'm going to hit free agency. He looked at free agency for like 24 hours, and there was rumors he was going to sign with Pittsburgh, and he ends up going back to San Francisco because he says, I just can't leave here. I just like it too much.
All right, next up, Dan.
Fellas, cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. and the Houston Texans have agreed to a 3-year, $90 million deal with guarantees of $63.5 million. The extension gives Stingley the highest annual contract for a cornerback in NFL history. He was a first-team All-Pro in 2024, his third year in the league after being drafted number 3 overall in the 2022 NFL Draft. So Patrick Surtain is now the 4th highest paid cornerback in the NFL. He signed his extension in the middle of last season. It's Stingley, J.C. Horn of the Panthers, Jalen Ramsey, and Patrick Surtain. So it's looking like Patrick Surtain's at $24 million a season. It's looking like the Broncos got a hell of a steal on that contract for Patrick Surtain. Do you guys envision a scenario where in a couple of years, if Surtain keeps falling down that list of highest paid cornerbacks, where he will ask for a raise? Do you foresee a problem in a couple of years with Surtain's contract?
I saw my guy, Zach Stevens, who I love from DNVR, and he was like, we should pay him more money now. I'm like, what? No. Will we? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, he might, bang the table and want more, depending on what the market is. But this is the advantage when you identify your guys. This is what was frustrating about like John Elway as a GM, one of many things. But for whatever reason, John was stingy with money that wasn't even his. And he just refused to sort of get in on guys and commit to dudes. And I really don't know why. No, it was a smart move with Surtain, and you shouldn't rush out to pay him more now. You're now saving money, and which is good for the rest of the team.
Yeah, this is why you do it. Could I envision a scenario? Yeah, I could, for sure. In a couple of years, if Patrick Surtain's still the best corner in the NFL, is he going to want to be paid like the highest corner? Yeah. It happened to Tyreek Hill. It happens with wide receivers all the time. This is the way that the league goes, but you got a couple of years till you got to worry about that. And Pat Surtain's not going to be upset with his current deal. He's happy. You don't have to give him anything more. But how does this relate to the Broncos? It feels like it was yesterday that we made Pat Surtain the highest paid corner in the NFL. In the big picture, it was like yesterday. Well, we got 3 dudes right now that all want a deal. We got Cortland Sutton wants an extension. You got Zach Allen, who wants $25 million per year, and you got Nick Benito. The real lesson here, if you make a decision that you want a guy, get it done as soon as you can, because it's only going to go up. The price will only go up for Zach Allen. The price will only go up for Nick Benito. The price will only go up for Cortland Sutton. I don't know if they can get all 3 of those guys done this offseason, but you get done what you can get done.
Next up, Dan.
Lastly, guys, let's hear from Mel Kiper, not on who will be drafted first as far as the quarterbacks go in the 2025 NFL draft, but who does Mel Kiper think will end up as the better NFL quarterback between Shedeur Sanders and Miami's Cam Ward?
I'm going to go Shedeur Sanders. I'm going to be steadfast in that. I've had him number 1, QB1 all along, really since last year, and love everything about the kid. I mean, people say, well, he takes too many sacks. Yes, he has to get the ball out a tick faster, but he dealt with NFL conditions. Shannon, Stephen A., we talk about that. Who had to deal with what you're going to deal with in the NFL, what you're going to have to survive in the NFL? He survived hit after hit. How he did it, I don't know. He was 11 of 13 games this year at 70% or higher. He never completed less than 60% of his passes in a game. And in 2023, when he was getting pounded and getting sacked and getting hit time after time, he was at 69% and change with 27 touchdowns, 3 picks, 4 rushing touchdowns. That's 31-3 touchdown interception ratio. So to me, when you look at Shedeur, accuracy, slip and slide in the pocket. Yes, he can get you a 3rd and 8 first down. People say, well, he's going to run to 4.8. Patrick Mahomes ran 4.8, 4.84. Doesn't have an explosive arm. Neither did Johnny Unitas, Peyton Manning. Okay, we talk about explosive arms. You don't need to have that. Tom Brady, another one, didn't have the explosive arm or explosive legs at 5'2", 440. So you can win in the NFL, win big in the NFL, going about your business like Shedeur Sanders does.
Okay, so Mel Kiper thinks Shedeur is going to be out of this class.
Do you think Mel Kiper just talks like that all the time?
Like 2 a.m. taking a pee?
I'm taking a pee right now. I need to go to the bathroom really bad, so I'm lifting up the top of the toilet, and here it comes. Now I have some drip that's coming down the side a little bit. Got a little splash on me, but that's not a big deal. Do you think he just is like that literally the whole time? We're going out to dinner with my wife. I think we should go to a steakhouse. Now we're going to get the prime rib, and I don't think you should. Holy cow.
He goes.
Dude, it's hard to understand what he's talking about after a while. What was he even saying there, Dan? I don't even know.
I'll tell you.
He likes Shedeur?
He thinks Shedeur is going to be the best quarterback in this class. But I wanted to ask you guys, Tyler, what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge for Shedeur Sanders to overcome in the NFL in order to be a successful NFL quarterback? What's the main thing he's got to get over the hump with?
Well, it might be something that's out of his control, but I think it's the scheme fit. That's going to be the most important thing for Shedeur Sanders. Does he end up with the right coordinator? If he could land with Chip Kelly, what a freaking dream that would be. College dude that's had a lot of success running a simple offense in the NFL, and I don't mean that as a shot at Shedeur. I think he's a smart dude. I think he can handle NFL offenses, but just getting the right coordinator that's going to put you in positions to succeed. One thing Mel Kiper did say was an interesting argument that I really haven't ever heard before. And it kind of makes me feel stupid for not ever having known an argument myself. You know, he is sort of the most NFL battle-tested quarterback coming out of college football, and it's really not even close. Yes, he needs to throw the ball quicker. Yes, he needs to play on time with tempo. Yes, he needs to be careful with how far he drifts back in the pocket. But why did he develop these bad habits? Because he was under duress all day long, and he handled the duress every single game, and he handled the hits. That is one aspect of Shedeur Sanders that is way underrated, the toughness level of that guy. That's a tough son of a gun.
Yeah, I think Shedeur, the only thing he's got to really worry about is once things don't go well, because they don't go well for rookie quarterbacks, will you see ghosts or will you be cool? Will you be all right? And he's a tough kid. He's a big kid. I think he'll be okay, but it is wild. Once those quarterbacks start seeing ghosts, they seem to just melt, man. And it's hard to come back from. So hopefully that doesn't happen to him.
Why are people saying you just did an impression of yourself?
I don't know what they're talking about. I go up and down. I'm low, and sometimes I go high.
You got to draft a quarterback.
Right. You got to draft a quarterback because that's what Mel does. Come on now. See? DMac, you are freaking hilarious. Love the Mel Kiper impression. I saw that one. I'll read that one.
I saw the one below.
DMac just did an impression of himself. Listen, I can get on a roll. Ain't no doubt about it. But I don't think Mel has a governor. I think that's how he's talking to his wife. Do you think Mel's married?
What did you make for dinner tonight?
Well, and then he explains everything. Well, here's what we have right here. We have the steak, and then we have some peas with the mashed potatoes. And the mashed potatoes are a little drippy, and I think you could have had a little bit more gravy on it. But that's not Todd, gravy. Dylan Gabriel did not do himself a favor today.
He did not. What happened with Dylan Gabriel?
Well, it's the Oregon Pro Day. And that's Dylan Gabriel with Justin Herbert and Bo Nix. And
Bo Nix didn't do himself a favor there either.
Why is that?
He's looking about as little as Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, he's already on a team. Who cares? He is not. Look at how, I know this is a little visual for you, but it's Bo Nix, Dylan Gabriel, and Justin Herbert, who looks huge.
Yeah, Justin Herbert, you get it. You get it when you see a photo like that.
Now, Bo's a good 6'2" and change. But Justin Herbert is all 6'6" and then some right there. Dylan Gabriel looks like a junior high school kid compared to those two, especially to Herbert. So
man, Bo's busy right now.
Yeah,
Nuggets, Avalanche. What sponsor brought him out to Oregon?
That's a great Nike. Who knows? I don't know what kind of money he was. Now come on now, don't be cynical about that. That's just Bo going out to support his Ducks, right? Hey, by the way, that is a cool moment.
Justin Herbert and Bo Nix ended up there at the same time.
You think there's a little sponsor? Well, Herbert is wearing a little Nike gear right now.
They're all wearing Nike.
Are they all wearing? Oh, they are all wearing Nike. Okay. All right. There might be a little something there.
I mean, I think these dudes are busy. Going back for a pro day isn't the most.
I'm sure there's a little business to be had too. There's probably a reason why they're back there. I get it. It's not a charity deal, but still, cool moment for the Oregon program, even if they are getting a little something. You're right. They're all wearing Nike gear. That's a nice little thing, though, for your pro day to have two quarterbacks
Justin
show
Herbert,
up.
That's the Madden character.
Yeah.
But, I mean, dude, seeing Bo Nix next to Justin Herbert, he looks like a little dude.
You know, Bo is not a small guy either. He really isn't.
Well, hold on. And I'm not
Define small guy? Are you going to play that game with me?
I'm really not playing that game. He's met like the bare minimum threshold of height to play quarterback in the NFL.
Well, I agree.
So I wouldn't say
agree.
he's not a small guy. I would say he's a small guy.
I think
he's met the bare minimum threshold. That's a small guy.
I think 6'2" and change is there you go.
Bare minimum threshold. Would you disagree with that?
Yeah, I think that's the range. I think that's where you start. Anything below 6'2" is kind of like an eye
Good
roll.
luck.
Like, we'll see. We'll see how you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many small quarterbacks can you think of that have been very successful? Is Baker up there at the highest of the list?
He's doing well. He's like 6 foot. Tua's right there.
Tua.
Kyler Murray's there. But,
I guess Bryce Young's bouncing back.
we'll see. I mean, you want to go through time? I mean, you got your.
I think you don't want to go back too far because the game just evolved. Right?
Sure. I mean, you go Drew Brees. He ain't.
Oh, Drew Brees for sure.
So he's 6 foot.
He might be arguably the greatest short quarterback of all time.
I mean, hey, man, look at Flutie's record in the NFL. He did all right. He really did. He didn't have a long career and he bounced around, but when he was in the NFL, he did all right. But you're right. There's not a lot of great short quarterbacks. And Bo's not one of them either.
I honestly do think if 6'2" is a short QB.
Boy, Gabriel, though,
How tall is he?
I don't know, man.
5'9", 5'10"?
You know, brother. You're so funny, man. Size to you is... You don't get it.
How tall is he?
He's got... Well, if Bo's 6'2", then Gabriel's probably 5'11", 6 foot.
No chance.
I don't know what they're going to list.
6 foot.
I don't know what they're going to list him at.
Now I got to look it up.
All right. But Bo's 6'2", even with the hair. Maybe 6'3" with the hair.
He's listed at 5'11", so probably 5'10".
Okay. God, Herbert is huge, huh? Damn.
Yep, that's a Madden character.
That is crazy.
That's a Josh Allen right there.
Well, there we go with the pro days. We'll see how Dylan Gabriel does. Does Dylan Gabriel have a shot? Will anybody take a shot at Dylan Gabriel?
When I look at that, I say hell no.
Right, exactly. He had a great college career, though.
What's he projected to be?
Would you take him? I don't know, man. Like, where would you, why?
Developmental guy? Sure.
I don't know, man. Got a little run around. How about, like, Rattler? What's Spencer Rattler? He can't be more than 6 feet.
They're saying he might be a 4th rounder.
Really?
I find that hard to believe.
I find that stunning. But whatever. There you go. It's a fun picture, though, and just gives you a little perspective how big Herbert is, that's for sure. All right, it's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's TMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction. Who needs it? If you're dealing with this, you don't have to. Maybe you're just sort of like, whatever. This is just the way my life is, and it's not a big deal. But your life isn't what it can be and what it could be. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will get you to where you should be. They're there when the pills or herbals fail. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So I want you to schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. Hey, if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call them today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, let's finish up some business here. And it's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday giveaway. We've been registering people all day, and we have a winner. Who's our winner, Dan Tanner?
Congratulations to Dustin Stewart.
Way to go, Dustin.
Dustin is our winner. Congrats.
Dustin is a winner, and if you want to be a winner, well, just keep listening to Nate and Andy. They'll have more keywords this afternoon and another chance for you to win some tickets. So that is awesome. Also want to congratulate Tammy Alderin. She wins a Brothers Barbecue gift card as we're doing the Not Just Another Bracket giveaway. And Florida, Wisconsin, Houston, Clemson, and San Diego State were her picks there, so way to go. Actually, she picked the San Diego State, North Carolina. So you could pick two teams. It's kind of weird because they're a play-in game.
Okay.
I'll give you a nickel if you tell me the play-in game.
I can't remember the teams that I picked. I know I picked, I got St. John's. I took UConn as an 8.
Yeah.
I picked like a 15 in there. Forget who that was.
Yeah. I picked Yale and CSU.
Okay. What's Yale?
They're like a 13 seed or something. They're playing here in Denver, actually. But I heard some like, hey, Yale's really good because you get more points. Like you get more credit the deeper you go.
Right.
And you're in the contest here. So I sort of went for it on that one. But yeah, not another bracket competition. Presented by Evan Williams. It's live at altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket. This time, it's just, you pick 5 teams. Each win is worth points. If you pick the lower seed, you get more value. So all the details are on the website. The grand prize is incredible. Couple of tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at the Chop House, where we'll be for opening day on April 4th. A big screen TV catered by a dinner catered by Brothers Barbecue for $30.
Wow.
I'm just like, how the hell would I
call your family, call your friends?
Who would it be?
Make a neighborhood party.
That means I'd have to talk to my neighbors.
Oh, yeah. You usually call the cops on your neighbors.
Not anymore, by the way. Although
it's been a whole year since you've called the cops on your neighbors,
I think there is a little weed going on in the garage next door.
What are the cops going to do about that?
Nothing. Just keep my mouth shut. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. And Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take the event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. AltitudeRadio.com/not another bracket to enter. Yeah, tonight is San Diego State against North Carolina and Alabama State versus St. Francis, Pennsylvania. Never heard of it.
It's a big-time basketball program.
It is?
Uh-huh.
All right. What's their nickname?
Give me the school name again.
Oh, this is a good one.
St. Francis of Pennsylvania.
How about this for you win absolutely nothing? And I dare you to try to get this without looking it up, which everybody will do. St. Francis, and I guess there's more than one St. Francis because they put PA in parentheses around them. St. Francis, PA, what? Oh, by the way, their initials, yes, SFU. How great is that?
SFU or STFU?
It's just SFU. I know. If it was STFU, it would be better. But it's close enough.
I mean, if you put the Saint in there, ST.
You could do STFU.
Yeah.
That would be better if they were STFU. We'll call them STFU.
Yeah. Well, it's something Catholic.
No. We'll play a little 20 questions here. Dan, do you know or have you cheated?
I'm going to guess Red Hawks.
Are you cheating a little bit?
I swear to God, that was just
Where
a
did
guess.
you hold on? If that's even close, he absolutely cheated.
I swear to God,
why did you say
guess.
Why did you say red?
I don't know.
It is.
Well,
it's
St.
red
John's
something.
is red.
Oh.
It's red something.
It's not Red Hawks.
It's not Red Hawks, but it's red something.
Red Thunder. Red.
You are Thunder
Red
is
Thunder.
in the kind of
Red Storm.
Red Lightning.
You guys are both like right. It's hard.
Red Hurricane. Nope. Red Tornadoes.
Believe it or not,
Red Sea. Moses parted the Red Sea.
I'll give you a hint. The red whatever is something that you might connect with me in my past.
Redhead Gingers.
No. Think baseball.
Storm.
Close.
Wasn't that the name of your team?
No.
Red Rum.
Hold on.
Should I just tell you? It's also a
no. Now I'm feeling stupid because you wear it all the time.
I do. And it's also a superhero.
Jeez. This is harder than the Montana State Bobcats.
Red Devils.
You were definitely the Storm.
Nope.
I swear you were the Storm.
It's right there. It's something you would sort of associate with the Storm. I can just tell you.
Red Thunder.
No, you're right there, though. And I said it's a superhero. Is there a superhero named Thunder?
Red Thor.
And it's not the Red Thor. You're right there, Tyler. You're gonna
Strong.
Flash.
The Red Flash?
That is their nickname, the Red Flash.
Okay.
It's a pretty cool nickname. St. Francis Red Flash.
I don't know that Flash has anything to do with Storm.
Well, like a lightning flash.
Okay.
I think that's the idea. Flash is fast, superhero Flash. Against the Alabama State Hornets.
Who we got?
I'm taking the Red Flash.
Red Flash all the way. Let's go.
I'm definitely going with the Red Flash in that one. Even though Alabama State is.
You were the Storm.
Oh, no. I'm not going to get that wrong. And then San Diego State against the Tar Heels there, which is 2 11 seeds. I don't understand why they do that, but that's what they're doing.
I'm going to be honest. When Colorado was just terrible at basketball this year, my college basketball interest really waned.
Tomorrow is Mount St. Mary's against American. Can you guess the
St. Louis?
The American nickname? They're
Patriots.
You're
Yankees.
No, but you're both like keep going. It's like that. You're right there.
Confederates.
It's not the Confederates. That went out of style.
That did. No.
You guys are right there. Come on. Keep going. Think. America. American. It's like that.
The beautiful.
It's not the American Beautifuls.
All I know is we're not giving the Statue of Liberty back.
Hell no. France doesn't get that back.
They're lucky they're not speaking German.
What else with America? What else do you associate with America?
Beer.
Boy.
It's not the American beer.
We are really bad at this game.
Really? The symbol?
Really
What's
bad
the
at this
freaking
game.
symbol of America?
Eagles.
Eagles. Thank you, Dan.
Eagles.
American University Eagles.
But see, when you said we were close with Patriots, I'm thinking like...
You were thinking things America.
Yeah.
I mean, like flag and that and the eagle. I mean, come on. You don't get a lot more American than that.
Boy, Dan's really stupid. I can't believe how terrible at this game you were.
Do you know the nickname for Xavier, who plays Texas tomorrow?
We should know this
You
one.
should, actually. I did not know this, though.
Xavier, it's got the pirate logo, don't
It
they?
does.
Oh, what is it?
It does.
It's not
Come
the
on,
pirates.
Dan.
Arrgh.
It's not, but what does a pirate have?
A sword.
And
Cavalier.
You're close.
A musket.
The Musketeers.
Musketeers.
Wow.
All right, this is probably the most interested I'll be in the NCAA
All I
tournament.
know is that was the best segment of the day.
Doing that game right there.
That was good.
So
that
there
was
you
fun.
go. Nate and Andy coming up next here on PhD on Altitude Sports Radio. Now we're done. 92.5. Let's get out of here.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Porter guarded by Looney. Back over to Gordon, guarded by Santos. That's a mismatch. He puts it on the floor. Spin move in the paint. Little hook shot won't go. Tip won't go. Second one won't go. Got his own rebound. He's quadruple teamed. Layup good! Aaron Gordon, a man among boys, has a season high. 36! 36! 36! Gordon has it. Steps through the defenders. Westbrook jumper. Got it! That's the ball game. Denver leads it by 10 with 35 seconds to go. And Denver's going to put the Golden State Warriors to sleep without Jokic, Murray, or Brown. 7 freaking dudes!
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
Andy, I want you to recreate for the audience. Let's pull the curtain back. Take the audience into our pre-show call today. And I want you to recreate for the listeners the question that you started the conversation with to me because I thought it was very funny.
I gave it to you. I gave it to Hastings. Trying to figure out who else I could call.
Yeah.
Explain that to me, smart guy, Mr. Basketball Guy. Explain that one to me.
Yeah. Number one, I don't know.
Well, I mean, again, I'm telling you, Spring will attest, when Berto was filling in for you a week ago, it's the exact same thing that happened, right? Berto and I, after the Nuggets lost bad to OKC in the Sunday morning game, we were like, just rest Jokic, rest everybody. You're probably not winning anyway. The hell with it. We got bigger fish to fry, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then they go out and they have their signature win until this one. I got a question for you didn't even see coming.
Okay.
Is that somehow the best win of the Jokic era, and he didn't even play in it? You know what I mean? Seriously. With all that's on, because the Lakers went and won last night.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Minnesota lost, so you gain, I don't know, it's not like you're trying to hold them off, but Minnesota's kind of close in the standings if you were to go on a bad losing streak. You deal a blow to Golden State that was feeling all the feel-goods there with their win streak since getting Jimmy Butler.
February of 2020, when the 7 went in and beat Utah on the road. That one was pretty spectacular. That's a very memorable Nuggets win of the Jokic era, regular season win of the Jokic era. Joker went for 30, 21, and 10 that night. Remember back when we used to think like 30, 21, and 10 was really impressive from Nikola Jokic?
Yeah, now he's just like, oh yeah, watch this.
Yeah. You're gonna want that on. Yes.
No, I didn't do that. Again, Spring will attest. None of us touched anything. All I did was try to click on the box score, my friend. I don't know what's happening. Look out.
Last night was pretty good, though. Last night was pretty damn good. All right. Let me tell you. Let me try and smart guy this up for you the best that I possibly can. All right? Or whatever version of it that I provide here on this show. I think a couple of things happened last night. Number one, Golden State was not expecting that.
Sure, that's fair. Just like the Nuggets weren't expecting the Lakers.
Huge factor, right? They game planned for a Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray Nuggets team. Instead, what they got was a starting 5 that included Hunter Tyson and Peyton Watson. All right? I'm going to go out on a limb, all right? I'm just going to imagine. And I think Steve Kerr is one of the greatest basketball coaches of our lifetime. I'm willing to bet you, Andy, he did not bring up the name Hunter Tyson in film or at shoot-around that morning.
No, he should have.
I'm just going to guess. I'm willing to bet you he did not say the name Vlatko Cancar while getting ready for that game. I will bet you all of the money in my bank account that he certainly didn't bring up Spencer Jones.
No, I didn't know who that was. Like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah. Rookie out of Stanford, Spencer Jones.
Who I liked. Hey,
I like
get into the game he played at some point, but I liked it.
I loved it.
I'm not sure he should go away, quite honestly.
I am, but yeah.
Yeah, you typically are. But look, you've been doubting all these guys and what's going on. 114, 105, doubter.
That's right.
No, keep going.
So that certainly did happen. They did not expect what was thrown at them. The other key thing where I think Michael Malone deserves a ton of credit for the way that he coached that thing last night was he told his bigs, get comfy tonight, fellas. You're not seeing the floor. And he just fully curveballed it. He just said, okay, we are a team that plays through our big, whether it's in the high post, whether it's in the low post, everything is created through Nikola Jokic. That is what Draymond Green and the Warriors are preparing for in this game, and we're just going to make them throw all of that out the window. And he said, you know what, we're going to go small tonight. They didn't play a center. Unless you consider Zeke Naji a center, and I guess you could kind of consider Aaron Gordon a center for the sake of the lineup last night, but they didn't play a center in that game. And you could tell the Warriors were messed up from that, and they spent most of the night scrambling to try to adjust to it. So I think that was a huge factor. I think Michael Malone had a very good game last night. Michael Malone got to coach last night, and he had a very good game. So that happened. The Nuggets hit 14 threes. That always helps. That's always a huge win.
Where the hell did that come
Right.
from? I'm not complaining,
Right.
but,
Yeah.
Of course they hit 14 threes.
Sure. AG was 4 of 6, like everybody that played except for Spencer Jones made a 3 last night. That's great. So that's awesome. The Warriors turned it over 20 times. They shot 24% from 3, and they missed 12 free throws. Extremely helpful. No doubt about it.
They look like the Nuggets Saturday night.
Yeah, their credit goes because that game, for the Nuggets to win it, credit is doled out across the board, and the Warriors get theirs as well for what happened in that game last night. And the last thing that I will say for what we saw last night is that Aaron Gordon revived Orlando Magic Aaron Gordon. Russell Westbrook had a great game. He had a great game shooting 5 of 18.
I was about to say.
Turning it over 7 times.
His numbers.
And you know
he
what?
is a +5, give him that.
That's not to say there weren't some sloppy possessions in there. I wasn't that mad at the 7 turnovers. He was trying to create, okay?
I heard a couple had me yelling, but yeah.
Sure. There, the lazy flip up to Vlatko. That was a fatigue turnover. That's late in the game. That's a fatigue turnover. But yeah, that was just there was a lapse there, but he's trying to create all night long, and he did. He was 203rd career triple-double last night out of Westbrook. Fantastic. Everybody played well. Nobody sucked, and they managed to pull that game out and win it. That's the best that I can do for you for what was that.
Well, I had a coach say once, because this is what I said to Scotty. I had a coach once tell me, I'm going to play the guys I want to play. I think we've all heard that from some version of whatever sport you played.
Yeah.
At some point, a coach is sick of you in the season and just says, I'm going to play who wants to play. The hell with it. Now, that's not to say that when Joker and Jamal aren't out there that they don't want to play. I'm just saying you saw a whole bunch of dudes that were actually excited in a late March game to go play some basketball when clearly the league is tired if you look at the weirdness of last night.
It's also a bunch of dudes, and nobody's going to want to hear this because they get compensated and they're bajillionaires. But it's also a lot of dudes that don't have as much mileage on their legs as Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and Christian Brown right now.
Well, and so then I'll add in another factor. This is what happens when everyone's not standing around waiting for Jokic to do something,
right?
Including Michael Malone's coaching.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they all take something from last night. Like Aaron Gordon, I get it. We're all going to defer to the big fella. But don't be afraid to be that version of Aaron Gordon another couple times down the stretch here.
Why do you think Jokic loves Russell Westbrook so much? Because he doesn't stand around waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, he's running.
Good or bad or indifferent.
Dude. Seriously.
This is what I love. We are now, and I know Andy's not alone. I'm not alone. Spring's not alone. We're in the Russell Westbrook experience right now.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Are we ever?
I always think back to your warning in the summer.
Yeah. It's going to be nice.
This is like back to me when I go, you know what, we can handle 2 puppies at one time. No, you can't. Don't do it.
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you, don't do it.
Uh-huh.
Just don't do it.
Uh-huh.
it gets trying.
There's gonna be nights,
And that's
you're gonna hate this.
Listen, I had a bad dog walk, we'll just say, where one of them spazzed out after, not dealing with it for a while. And there was a point, I told you in the car, oh my God, there was just a point where it was like they were jumping Russ, they were jumping Aaron. I didn't know who could handle a ball. Even I love MPJ's desire to want to do it, but I don't know that I've ever fully understood how you've told me he can't create his own shot till I watched that last night. He's just too tall. There's too much dribble to steal.
Yeah.
And then there are just other guys that aren't used to handling the ball.
And the thing about it, Andy, he's gotten way better.
Yeah.
He really has. And there were possessions last night. He had one where he just that I loved. He went and put a shoulder into Kuminga.
Yeah.
And that dude's a freaking bulldog, man. Jonathan Kuminga's a bad dude. And Porter went and just bodied him out. Kuminga flopped, went for a call, didn't get it. And Porter just stepped back, hit a little baseline, 16-foot jump shot. That one got me up off the couch. That was like, hell yeah, Mike. Okay. I thought Porter played really well last night.
He did. Now, there's times where I still would like his basketball IQ to go up.
Sure.
In some situations for being a starter.
Yeah.
Okay. Just not always, it felt like knowing where to go. You know what I mean? Compared to Russ and Aaron.
Floor spacing was suboptimal at times last night. I will call it because again, and to your point, Porter's a guy he's always on the floor with Jokic. And so
he knows where to be.
Right. When you take that out, there were certain possessions last night. And honestly, like Aaron Gordon, he improv'd a lot last night, and he had to, and he knew that he had to, but it also meant that when they had some half-court, when Golden State could get back and really set their defense, the Nuggets had problems. You saw that especially like
towards the end of the game,
fourth quarter, man. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing that showed up was you could see the tired legs.
Yep.
Kenny Pickett had that horrible three.
Jalen too.
Or I'm sorry, Kenny Pickett is a quarterback.
He shoots a lot of terrible threes.
Well, he got a big contract to go to Cleveland and shoot some more terrible threes.
Small hands, you know.
That's right. I forgot about the small hands. We got to find out who had the smallest hands at the combine. Jalen Pickett had one where I thought, all right, his legs are gone.
Yeah.
Hunter Tyson, right?
You had it.
Had it every time.
You're on a roll. Don't
anyway,
worry.
Hunter Tyson, I'm thinking, all right, there's some tired legs. Just a whole bunch of guys who are like, yep, you guys don't get to play a lot, and I'm worried we're going to run. Because it was one of those things where I go, well, this is fun. Then you get to have to. You know what it reminded me of? And they're way different stakes, but I don't know what else to relate it to. I remember when the Broncos played the Packers in the Super Bowl, and everybody I knew said, can we just please be in one? Just let's let it be a fourth quarter game.
Sure.
Because I'd watched 3 Super Bowls previously where it was done by halftime. They were being made fun of by halftime.
Did you think when Draymond went coast to coast in the fourth quarter? I thought that was it.
That was it.
I was like, okay, it was fun.
Golden State is awoken. The building's alive. The refs are giving them the whistle.
The problem was,
all that went away.
Steph wouldn't go with him. Like, Steph Curry had a tough one last night. He 6 of 21. My God, he missed 10 threes in that game. Steph had a tough one last night.
I only got really frustrated when it felt like again, they just kept collapsing. There was one point, I think they either collapsed on Russ or Aaron, and nobody ran to help him. I'm like, guys, somebody go get the damn ball. He picked up his dribble.
Right.
He's got 2 guys around him. One of you is open.
And he had to
get open.
I know the exact possession you're talking about, and Peyton Watson got caught behind Draymond, and he didn't cut hard enough, and AG just threw the ball right to Draymond.
I'm telling you, I'm going to start calling Peyton Watson Toots is the cat. Because that's what it feels like. We're on the road, then we're off the hill. For those who don't remember, just go look it up. It's an SNL bit.
Yeah.
Toots is the cat drives a car, and the car always ends up going off the road and in a fiery crash. And somehow I feel like between the free throw shooting, which luckily he went 50% down the stretch with the 4 that he got.
Yep.
And just the out of control. I only took in 5 minutes of the ESPN broadcast because right before the half, I'm like, I got to hear what they're saying about this.
Sure.
But I mainly stayed with Marlo and Scotty all the game. And both times I heard both commentators say, Watson has got to take a breath and slow down.
We have got Nuggets tickets for you. The Nuggets Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday is here. Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday. Say it again, Nate. We're giving away Nuggets tickets today. We have a keyword for you to enter to win a pair of tickets. We'll give that to you on the other side. That's Andy. I am Nate. The Nuggets won. What the hell? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for trucker 4x4 accessories? Do you need a bed cover? Do you need some step rails? Do you maybe need something for the camping trip? I know a lot of folks like to start camping this time of year. Still a little bit chilly for some. Guys like me are not tough. But if you're into camping in cold weather, I know it's already underway. And if you need gear to make that camping easier, whether it's the tie downs, the tow hitch, whatever it could be, go and check it out over at Colorado Off-Road. They'll get you set up for camping season. Maybe you need a trailer or something. They don't have the trailers, but they can get you set up for the towing in order to get the jet skis around the boat, whatever it may be, as the springtime and summertime activities are on the way. If you're a commercial tradesman and you're looking for something a little more out of your truck topper, go and ask Jerry about the Workforce Pro. They've got the Workforce Pro toppers. They're an exclusive dealer of this brand. They can do a lot of cool things with this. So if you're interested, call Jerry Jones because that's where you're going to find it. It's Colorado Off-Road, 303-761. It's going to give you an old station phone number, 761-1264. That's 303-761-1264. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Colorado owned, Colorado grown. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Today is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio. Andy's hunting and pecking. Look out, everybody. Every Tuesday through the rest of the Nuggets regular season, each show will have a pair of tickets to give away. Today's tickets are for the game against the Milwaukee Bucks next Tuesday night. Giannis and the Bucks coming to town, Andy. Keywords will be announced at 20 minutes past each hour.
Yeah, these were...
That'd be right now.
These were not nice.
Each keyword during the show is another entry. For our show, you can get your name in the hat 3 times today because there are 3 keywords. We'll do one at 4:20, one at 5:20, and one coming up in just a moment. The winner will be announced at the end of today's show. All you have to do, text each hour's keyword and your first and last name. Again, this is for Nuggets and the Bucks next Wednesday night. If you want to go to Ball Arena to catch the Nuggets in their playoff push, tickets are always available at nuggets.com/tickets. Your keyword for this hour, which requires correct spelling.
All of it does.
Your keyword this hour, Antetokounmpo.
Come again?
Antetokounmpo.
Do what now?
As in the last name of Antetokounmpo, Giannis. So the word...
These are not making you spell Giannis.
Antetokounmpo.
Although we could have.
There is just a mess of consonants at the end of this name.
Yeah. It'd be you'd make a lot of money off this playing Wheel of Fortune.
You know what I love about Mike Breen is that every broadcaster in the world goes Giannis. He's like the only one that in game action drops Antetokounmpo, which I appreciate.
It's a flex
so much.
He was making me laugh last night when they were talking about the video game. Mm-hmm. Did you see that?
I love that.
Basically calling himself an old man.
Yeah,
that was fun.
He's terrific. So yes, Antetokounmpo is your keyword. Text it in right now to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Text in the keyword right now. It must be spelled correctly. Antetokounmpo. Text it into 303-504-0925. Plus your first and last name, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Bucks next Wednesday. So get on it.
So I was hunting and pecking there because somebody said that the Broncos had the lead at the half of the Giants Super Bowl. Now I was 10.
Mm-hmm.
And all I remember is Phil McConkey and Mark Bavaro going nuts in the second half and whooping us. I also believe the Nuggets had the lead at the half last night. Did the Nuggets ever trail by more than like a point or two? I feel like they came out like a house of fire.
Yeah.
And they maintained at least a couple point lead most of the game. I feel like
there were literally 2 lead changes the entire game. The Warriors' largest lead was a point.
There you go.
Denver's largest lead was 15 last night. Points in the paint, the Nuggets were outscored by 18 last night. Very different kind of game without Nikola Jokic.
You know what I think helped too, though? We were talking about all the reasons how something like this happens. The Warriors almost went into hero ball mode. Instead of sharing it and passing it around, everybody decided they were going to get theirs tonight against the bench. Also, as a reminder that even the bad NBA players that don't play a lot are pretty good.
They're really, really freaking good.
They can play a little hoop.
If you can get to that level, there you are something else. That's what's just so funny about it. I was looking up Spencer Jones earlier today because I was like, I know nothing about the Spencer Jones story. So Spencer Jones played at Stanford. And he was a COVID guy, so he got the 5 years of eligibility. So he played all 5 years. I think he made like 138 starts in his career. I have to assume, don't quote me on this, I assume that he's probably like Stanford's all-time leader in games started, maybe in games played, because that's what all the COVID guys are when they got the 5 full seasons. So he's probably, if not at number 1, very, very high on that list. He wasn't drafted, got signed. He went to Summer League, got released, ended up with Denver, signed a 2-way deal. He's been with the Gold for a lot of the season, up and down from the G League. Last night was his 15th NBA game. He played a career-high 19 minutes and scored a career-high 6 on 3 of 4 shooting last night. He did let fly on 1 3. It was a good try.
Yeah. It's all right.
He did okay.
You miss all the shots you don't take.
And you know what? Again, what it told me was Michael Malone let everybody know, you got to look, take it. Okay, that's how we're going to win this game tonight, and they did. And they got the victory. Unbelievable game. Okay, Andy, we did the topic on Friday, and everybody hated me for it. That's okay. I'm comfortable in that space.
I feel like you thrive in
I really do. I do. I'm at my best when I know nobody's happy with me. Ask my family how that works out for them. So I asked you on Friday if you were enjoying this Nuggets season. You overwhelmingly told me no.
I didn't even need to think about it.
Did you enjoy last night?
No, I almost tweeted you again.
How do you not have fun with all that weirdness?
I had fun. I told you I had fun the first half. It was great, but I kept, you see a Lakers score, you realize they got a chance to actually, because I kept waiting I thought the start of the third quarter, honestly, like the Nuggets have done so many times, the real Warriors team would show up. They would show why they are the hottest team really in the NBA till last night.
Sure.
And this would all end, and we wouldn't get our hearts broken down the stretch. And part of it, too, was just I told you, at one point, God, it was some ugly basketball. And I didn't want to complain. You don't want to complain. You shouldn't even be in this game by the numbers, right? By the stat sheet or whatever. And I don't know. It just was to watch them just give away, like listening to Marlo and Hastings' reaction. There are 3 separate times. I think 2 were Hastings, 1 was Marlo, where they just went, and because of a pass or because of a missed look, or like Marlo yells, oh no, and then like more stupidity would happen after a bad pass, ball would bounce around, Nuggets find a way to corral it again.
Sure.
And you thought they'd given up a goal, or they would do, oh, beautiful steal. No, he passed it right back to Golden State. Just too much of that. A little of it was fine. I got to the point where I thought, if the sloppiness is what cost you this win, I'm going to pull my hair out. It just, it just was stupid. It was stupid. Now, it was fun stupid at the end. That was Dumb and Dumber stupid at points, though.
Interesting. I freaking loved that game last night. I had a blast with it. Now, here's a different factor, all right? Last night, I had to do my college basketball podcast. I record that in the offices down in the basement. And down there, we only have a Roku, so I was watching the game on the ESPN app. So I had Breen and RJ on it last night. And they're not riding the emotional waves of the game. They're a national crew. They're just calling the game. So I didn't have Marlo and Hastings in my life last night. So sounds like that was a very different presentation of the game. Number one. Number 2 was, Andy, I'm a college buckets head, okay? It's March. That was March basketball right there last night. That was a 4-13. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, that was
the plucky underdog.
That was your Power 4 team that couldn't solve this weird matchup out of the big sky. Like that's what I felt like I was watching last night, and the entire time you feel like, okay, they're going to puke this away. The 3 future Hall of Famers on the Golden State Warriors are going to flex their muscles and take this game back away, and they never did. And Aaron Gordon did the thing that you have to have when you have a massive double-digit seed first-round upset. You had a guy play the game of his life. You had a senior point guard in Russell Westbrook go out there and just ultimately dictate the tempo of the basketball game, again, for better or for worse. And you had just some off-the-bench transfer that you've never heard of named Vlatko Čančar ripping down an offensive rebound and somehow getting a putback bucket in the fourth quarter. And even though you can tell he's physically overmatched against the guys from the bigger university with an NIL budget, he went out and he got critical buckets when he needed them and mixed them in with a couple of turnovers, but ultimately his savvy and everything got him across the finish line. I freaking loved that game last night. It was ugly. It was weird. It was silly. It was awesome. It was everything at once, but I had a blast watching that game. I ended up, and it was podcast night for me, and it was due by this morning, and I ended up I didn't finish my podcast until like 1:30 in the morning because my assumption was, I'm going to have my laptop in front of me. I'm going to put the game on. The Nuggets are going to be down by 25 in the second half, and I'm just going to have it on as background noise. Instead, I got glued to it, and I was just like, sorry, podcast, you wait. This is the most important thing in my life right now.
Yeah, man, it's just been too much of it lately, honestly. Too much. The Laker game, the Washington game,
But
and then
last night was completely different than
I
all
know,
of that.
I know, but it just
I
was
Who hurt
carefree till the fourth quarter. The Broncos hurt me. I told you.
They were a 12.5-point dog, and they won
I
by
know.
9 at Golden State.
Listen. I gotta go Herm Edwards on you. You play to win the game. And when they were that close to winning, I didn't want them to lose.
They
I
won.
just didn't want them to. I know, but God, it was ugly.
They rewarded
They
you.
tried so hard to let Golden State back in that damn thing. And I don't like Golden State. That's just the thing.
They dressed 4 scholarship guys
I
last
get
night.
it. I get it. I don't care. I didn't want the smugness of ESPN. I didn't want the smugness of, I don't mind. I really don't mind Steph Curry. It's really probably not everybody agrees. For me, it's hard to hate Steph Curry. He's not.
Do people hate
He's
Steph
just
Curry?
a fun player. I don't think he's, every now and again you do get a little tired of.
He's the greatest point guard to ever live.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
People don't
love greatness. You know that.
Oh, okay.
Listen,
Jokic
Jokic is dealing with it.
I know. I'm weird. I like greatness.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, and look, it's because I just got done watching the Avs Sunday where they had that thing in the bag the whole time. Then for 2 minutes they let them back in it, and I thought they were going to cough up more points.
How do I help you find your joy?
It's not going to happen. I'm intense. I'm into my Denver sports. There's very few things that I watch that I don't care. Listen, I did this at the Mammoth on Saturday. I know I'm the only guy here that did it. The Mammoth are down 3 of their top offensive players. A guy got added to the list right before the game. So I'm watching, and I'd really like them to go to the playoffs. I'd like to call some home playoff action. So, yes, there's a selfish motivation
You want
behind
the game
it.
check?
And then the next thing I know, I could use a little extra money in May. But yeah, I'm sitting there and I'm watching this thing, and it was just like the Nuggets game where like the Mammoth came out, got surprise goals from guys that one guy has not played offense, and they made him an offensive player, and he found a way to chip in a couple of goals. And I'm like, well, if they lose, it's been fun till you get to the fourth quarter and winning's right there. And then I go into, well, you might as well win the damn thing. I'm telling you, this is how the whole Super Bowl went against Green Bay. Didn't care, laugh. Oh, yeah, and then the fourth quarter comes. Well, now we got to win it. Don't let Favre go down the field. Knock the ball away from Chimura, John Mobley. Oh, Denver's going to win this thing. Oh, baby, they're going to win it. This is why I don't invite people to watch sports with me. You ain't going to enjoy it. There's no need to come by. Because I give a damn. I just give a damn. That's what it is. These are my childhood teams here, Kreckman. I know you're on the boat because the big Serbian came over and you like the anthem. I've been bleeding this blood since the 80s.
I'm so sad for you. That game last night was a just drunk fest. You know what you are?
Oh, yeah, it was. There's no doubt. That was a fish concert. Everybody's blazed.
This is what makes me sad, is that...
I don't take it out on anybody. It's got a knot in my stomach.
To get you like this.
I'm going to die in 7 years, but hey.
Besides taking it out on me and the listeners every afternoon, but yeah.
My standard. When it's not anything I can control.
Yeah, that one last night, I don't. You did articulate it well. I will give you credit. You did articulate your lack of enjoyment well. I
enjoyed it for 3 quarters.
I
got stressed the last quarter.
Yeah,
but Nate, you can't tell me that there wasn't. Again, I already told you in the last segment. Watching guys, I just don't like. If you lose because they're better, that's fine.
Sure.
Where I got frustrated, where the joy started to come out, was like I told you. A guy's picked up his dribble. He gets double teamed. You know he needs an outlet pass, and everyone's staring at him. What are you doing? I'm on the couch knowing somebody needs to cut and get open for this guy. Don't give him the game back. It felt like they were trying to give him the game back at one point.
Well, no, there's without a doubt. I mean, that's frustrating, but also like I choose to give the benefit of the doubt to the professional athletes.
Then we don't need to exist if you do that.
But I give it to them in that moment of like, they weren't not cutting because they didn't know that they should get open because their power forward picked up his dribble 27 feet away from the basket. They're not cutting because they're exhausted, because they've had 9 dudes to play all night, and it's high leverage minutes against a great Golden State team all night long. Like, the fourth quarter slop fest was not for lack of want to, or even a lack of knowing what to do. The fourth quarter slop fest was we're exhausted and we're playing a style of basketball that we never play. And we're dudes that are out here in huge high leverage minutes who are going to be counted on to touch the basketball when we'd never be touching the basketball right now. So, like, when you elevate guys out of role, it's going to look a little shaky from time to time.
Fair enough. And look, these are probably things you pick up from being a guy, and I'm dead serious about this. I'm not being a smartass in any way. It was funny because I was going to bring this up to you yesterday because, Bo Nix was at the Avalanche game and just happened to be somehow magically was on the glass in the area where Cale Makar. Well, no, it was lucky because Cale Makar scored the winning goal at his end.
Oh, sure.
And then they all went to party at the window,
and it was right in front of Bo.
And it was literally right in front of Bo and his 2 teammates.
Yeah.
And I will say, like, I've sat courtside for college basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Never sat courtside for an NBA game or on the table or doing a media job. So you have a different appreciation than I do. You're right. I don't factor in people being tired because to me, these guys are amazing athletes.
Yeah.
I told you, the first time it clicked in my head they're all exhausted is watching Jalen Pickett airball the 3.
Right.
Now, I will
How
say...
many airballs did they shoot in the fourth
way
quarter
too
last
many.
night?
And again, you're right. It's proof the legs were gone because nobody plays that much in this rotation. But for me, I've got a different feeling when it comes to the football because I was on the side. I'm still on the sidelines for college. I've been on the sidelines for pro.
Mm-hmm.
You do develop a sense of things that the TV doesn't tell you, I guess, when you're that close to the action.
Sure.
I've been on the sidelines for major. I'd love to be on the glass for hockey. You and I should go sit on the glass for hockey. Brett Kane got to, but I got to work with more important people, apparently.
I've got to.
Oh, that's right. You were there, too. I didn't get
there,
invited to that party.
No, you didn't.
Well, hey, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't want to go.
It's pretty awesome.
I'm sure it is.
I tell you what.
Especially if you're on the side while Cale Makar dekes the goalie out of position and then throws it in the net for a win.
This is what I learned about that night we sat on the glass last year that I didn't, because you know me, I'm pretty detached from all of this. I never understood bloodlust until I sat down there, and then it was like, kill them all. Like I wanted somebody's jaw to break on the glass right in front of me. When you get down there and you're right in it, it all makes sense.
I'm telling you don't do things to my guy. That's the problem.
Yeah. Oh, I would have taken anybody's blood at that point. You want violence.
Any little, like I wanted Marchment hurt last, and I shouldn't verbalize that, but I don't know what to tell you. I want someone to get Marchment.
Kill them all.
I love Jamie Benn being so flustered by Ryan Lindgren. I love it, you punk. I hope we. Yeah. Lucky I censored myself there. Maybe that's why I shouldn't sit on the glass. I would say things that I shouldn't, and then fat middle-aged Andy Lindahl go rolling in the media area, and he'd have to live up to the things that came out of his mouth when he was in hockey guy mode on the glass.
I love when you go salty old veteran cop and call guys punks in hockey.
Well, it's the quickest word I can think to sub in what wants to come out of my mouth because I've got the mouth of a sailor, as you know.
We have got another keyword to give to you at 420, but we will announce. Do we got to? How does this work, Spring? We announce a winner?
People just get it in.
What do we do?
Getting it in. The winner comes at 5:50 when we pick the tickets.
Okay.
You get these keywords. Each give you, like, each keyword you get right is another chance for you to win.
Okay. Did you read the email? I didn't.
This is kind of what we've done.
Okay. I looked at the email and I was like, Spring will give me the copy. It'll be fine. The keyword is Antetokounmpo.
I read the text. I did not read the email. I won't lie to you. I felt like I had a grasp for what we were doing, and then we all three threw in. Wait till you hear the other two words. We're not letting up on you.
It's gonna be fun today.
I liked it.
It's gonna be good.
Nate came in with the perfect last one. I'm like, yeah.
Antetokounmpo.
This was Springs.
Is
by
the
the
You
way.
got 3 more minutes to text in on Antetokounmpo.
This
3
is
more
Springs'
minutes.
word.
Text in Antetokounmpo to 303-504-0925, and you're entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Milwaukee Bucks next Wednesday night. So get it in now. Again, the word, and you must spell it correctly. Antetokounmpo. A weird take from ESPN, a reaction from Michael Malone from Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 earlier today. You have to witness this strange exchange coming up next. All right, we'll have another keyword for you to enter to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Bucks next Wednesday, coming up a little bit later this hour. Or next hour, I suppose. We also have the Not Another Bracket contest presented by Evan Williams Bourbon, which you should sign up for right now at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. This time, instead of filling out an entire bracket, you just pick 5 teams and you are entered. Every win is worth points. If you pick a lower seed, the value goes up. Check out all the details on the website. The grand prize winner will get an awesome prize package of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at Denver Chop House, a TV, and a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. And just for entering the Not Another Bracket contest, one of our great listeners who already entered is about to win a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue. You can do much the same. We're giving these out every hour right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You enter, and you are entered to win $25 to Brothers Barbecue. So go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket right now and get your 5 teams in, and you could win a $25 Brothers Barbecue gift card like our friend Kyle Partan. Way to go, Kyle. You have won yourself a $25 Brothers Barbecue gift card just for picking a lot of Texas schools, A&M, Tech, and Houston, plus Tennessee, and riding with VCU out of the A-10. So congratulations to Kyle Partan. I want to say it Partan like Sertan. Anyway, you win a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue. We'll give one away every hour today and all day tomorrow, Spring. Is that right? Yes.
Yep. Tonight on the Blitz.
We can't stop giving away barbecue.
Yeah, and then Thursday morning on the morning show before the tournament starts.
We cannot stop. We will not stop. We refuse to stop. We're talking about the Rammies with the voice of Colorado State basketball, Brian Roth, coming up here at the top of the hour. CSU is off to play Memphis in Seattle on Friday. Friday at noon, by the way. So that'll be fun. We'll have a noon game. We'll get to talk about it on Friday afternoon here on the show. We're going to be talking about a Memphis team that is without their guard Tyrese Hunter, but we're talking about a Memphis team that is a couple of factors in this game. Number one, Andy, Memphis is super athletic. He can recruit. He's got some dudes on that team. My dude Dane Danger, transfer from Illinois, big man right now for Memphis. They've got crazy good athletes. They also play in a league that is not as good as the Mountain West and not as good as the level of competition that CSU has been seeing all season long. Neat Clifford, they're going to throw the kitchen sink at Neat Clifford. Who's going to come along? We'll talk to Brian Roth all about that coming up here at the top of the hour. Plus, at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, we will relive last night's Nuggets game. We'll see if you can enjoy it on the relive, Andy.
Oh, I'll enjoy Cottage.
Good.
You know what is kind of funny because you just made a small mention of it. I did, like I said, I took in about 5 minutes right before the half of the ESPN broadcast.
Yeah.
And it did probably... I did not have as much stress as the Marlowe Hastings, but again, it wasn't too stressful at the point I tuned in.
They're redlining the thing. That's what they're supposed to do. Good hometown broadcast crew. Tim Bontemps goes on ESPN.
That guy.
Old Good Times. Tim Bontemps.
What? Good Times. Come on. We love Good Times. We don't love Tim Bontemps.
Bontemps is French for good times.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if you knew that or not.
Big brain over there.
That's right.
Well, I think our Good Times people with their fresh fish fry sandwich, they don't want anything to do with this Tim Bontemps.
they don't want anything to do with this take.
Yeah.
This is Tim Bontemps on Get Up today, and he's getting up with a terrible take.
State losing is bad, and a game that they should win because the Nuggets basically said, here, you go ahead and win, and the Warriors weren't able to do it. But not having Jokic, not having Murray in that spot last night, tough to watch.
No, it's a horrible look for the league. This is why the NBA put in the player participation policy. They literally put in rules that said if you're playing in a national televised game, especially on the road, your stars are supposed to play. Nikola Jokic plays all the time. I just saw him in Boston recently. He's been banged up with a bunch of stuff. But you could look ahead at the schedule if you're the Nuggets. They play the Washington Wizards, the worst team in the league, at home on Saturday. Sit these guys in that game, have them ready to go for today's game and Wednesday's game against the Lakers. I was at the Garden last night getting ready for this game. Cassie Hubbard texted me in the fourth quarter and said, "You see who's Denver's playing?" I said, "I think everybody's playing." Then she sent me the injury report. Half the guys are out. It's just a horrible look for the league, and it's a horrible situation because I was excited to see what I could learn from Golden State playing these guys. Instead, they have everybody out, and even though they lost, the game doesn't matter.
Both players are injured, dummy.
Yeah. You didn't seem to cry too much when the Lakers sat their entire starting lineup against the Nuggets a week ago Friday.
Yeah.
So
you literally said in your rant that Nikola Jokic is injured. He has been on the injury report with an elbow. Jamal Murray has been on the injury report with an ankle. Both were listed as questionable. And oh, by the way, why don't you sit your guys against Washington? Well, those guys played and they lost. All right. It was time to give those guys a rest, playing what was then, the fifth game in 7 nights. Earlier today, Michael Malone appears with DMac and Tyler, and DMac asked Michael Malone his reaction to this take that this was a bad look for the league that Jokic and Murray didn't play last night.
All right, we're going to let you go because we're going to talk about an idiot from ESPN who said that it was a disgrace to the NBA that you didn't play Jokic last night. And
you should be embarrassed.
Yeah, you should be embarrassed and humiliated. Some of these ESPN guys, Coach.
Somebody really said that?
Do you want to hear it?
I don't want to hear it. I just want to know who said it.
Bontemps. Bontemps, whatever his name is, Bontemps, last name Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right.
I mean, so that speaks to that, but that is just an asinine comment. Nikola Jokic has been the most available player in the NBA in the last 10 years, and no other 3-time MVP plays nearly as many games as Nikola Jokic.
Correct.
And for him to say that, it just speaks to the ignorance that some of these people have.
Yeah, but it's all located in that network sometimes, it feels like, but whatever.
What's really frustrating to me about those comments from Bontemps last night, Andy, is he knows better.
Yeah.
I tell you all the time, there's a difference between good and bad ESPN. Bontemps does a lot of stuff at ESPN.com. It's good hoop stuff. He's good ESPN. He knows better. The problem is that he goes on Get Up, and the producers are going to pressure him to have a spicy take, all right? Whereas his spicy take should have been trashing Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler for losing to the nobody Nuggets last night. That should have been his take, but instead he decided he wanted to flip it and turn it on its side and turn that into some kind of negative with the Nuggets, who, by the way, won the game, who, by the way, just lost against Washington, clearly had to rest their starters, and also to somehow use it against Jokic of, he's always available. Well, then that tells me he's extra exhausted and probably needs a night. Also, he has got an elbow injury. Yeah. I don't think his elbow's hurt. I think his elbow is injured right now, and so the team gave him a night off. I don't care if it's nationally televised. I don't care if you were playing the Wizards the other night. Michael Malone's loyalties don't lie with the networks. His loyalties lie with his team and how deep they can go in the postseason, and that's how he gets his paycheck, and that's how he keeps his job, and that's his loyalty exists to his ownership and his franchise, and he was doing right by that. It's an awful take that was, I believe, producer driven and directed because these guys are told to say something spicy because that show sucks.
Yeah, that's fine. I would tell you, go look at the facts, and the facts are this was not an ideal time to be resting these players, period. The Nuggets they're in a fight with the Lakers to try to stay in the top 4, not slide to 4. And frankly, the whole West is bunched up right now. And if you thought last night was ideal, it wasn't ideal. The only reason why any of us suggested you rested him was because you played terribly against Washington, and the guy clearly Jamal rolled his ankle for all the world to see in the game on Saturday.
Let me tell you, do you know why Malone picked that game last night? He didn't think they'd win. That was why he picked that game. It's the Popovich theory. That was what Pop always did. When he wanted to steal rest nights for his guys, he rested them against the good teams. His theory being, I'll get to 50 wins by beating up on the crap. Okay? Well, it's going to be a tough game anyway, even with my dudes, so screw it. And he played the math. And that's what Malone was doing last night. And guess what? It turned out to be awesome, and the Warriors missed a bunch of free throws and a bunch of threes, and the Nuggets and their scrappy bunch of dudes went out and got a victory last night, but there was a reason why Malone chose that game. It's sound reasoning, sound decision-making, good coaching on the part of Michael Malone. We're talking CSU with Brian Roth as they get set to take on Memphis in the opening round on Friday. That's next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction, and they have got a great auction coming up here early in the month of April. This is called, and you're going to like it, the Big Boys Toys Auction. And in order to get everybody set for this, they have got a spring 2025 consignment going on. So if you're looking to upgrade your outdoor toys, or maybe just time to let go of that collector car or boat or camper or motorcycle or whatever it may be, then go to roller.bid right now and click on the button to check out the consignment opportunity. Roller has 49 years of expertise, and they're going to take the hassle out of selling with top-tier marketing and a massive buyer base at Roller Auction. They're going to find the right bidder for you. It can be tough to sell these things privately sometimes. Use Roller Auction, the big boy toy auction coming up on April 9th. Don't miss your chance to get top dollar for your toys. And if you're ready to consign, visit roller.bid, click the sell button, and submit your inquiry today. They're going to take the hassle out of selling and find the right buyer for you. So if you're interested in consigning for Roller Auction's Big Boy Toy Auction, contact David Wiley, 303-289-1600, extension 117, or get all of this information that I'm spewing at you at roller.bid. Unload your toys at roller.bid.
Nate Clifford going to dribble it across the timeline. First team all-conference selection. Clifford high on the left. Drive, spins, cut down the lane. Reverse layup. Good! The deuce and the abuse for Nate Clifford. And there it is. Colorado State dominant here in Las Vegas. Can wave that flag, Ram fans. Wave it wide and high. The Colorado State Rams are the Mountain West Conference champions.
69-56 was the final in Vegas on Saturday. CSU rolls through the Mountain West tournament. Get the automatic bid, 12 seed. They will take on number 5 Memphis in Seattle on Friday. Joining us right now, the voice of your Colorado State Rams, the Bill Walton of the Mountain West, Brian Roth. Everybody, Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas, doing great, man. I mean, how can't you be when your team has won 25 games, you've won 10 straight, and make it another trip, third in the last 4 years to the NCAA tournament. Life is good.
Yeah, not bad at all. Explain to us right now the heater that Nate Clifford is on. He averaged 25 a game in the Mountain West tournament, but, I mean, going back basically 2 months now, this guy's playing as well as anybody in the country. How'd this happen?
Well, it's happened because he's really dang good to begin with, right? And I think, Neek's always known he was good, and obviously after 3 years decided to leave Colorado. And Neek was really good last year, but had more support around him. And this year, he was the guy, that A player on the team. And I think it took him a little while to kind of get comfortable with that, He hasn't been the A guy since, he was down at Vanguard Academy in high school in Colorado Springs. But, man, once he kind of got comfortable with that, I mean, he was sensational this year. And then, the heater the Rams have been on has matched the heater that Nate Clifford has been on. And there were so many times during the year that, Adam Nygaard, my broadcast partner, and I would just turn to each other and say, he needs to shoot more. I mean, he's such an unselfish player. And you look at his stat line, and he's not a high volume shooter, right? He's not a guy that's going to be whatever for 21 from the floor. He never shoots over 20 shots per game. And so the efficient manner in which he goes about his business has been fun to watch. And obviously a week and a half ago, regular season finale, he put up 36 at Boise State in a massive game for each of those two teams in front of a sold-out arena, 12,000 fans, and puts up 36 on 18 shots. I mean, he has been absolutely rolling, and it's been an absolute blast to watch.
All right, so what was the turning point for this team? When we talked about the season yesterday, Nate had mentioned maybe not the best non-conference showing that they'd like to have. What turned things in this positive direction for them?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been trying to piece the puzzle together, right? They had 5 newcomers here this season. Nate Clifford, as mentioned, was trying to come into his role, breaking in a brand new point guard, and Kyan Evans, who had to sit behind Isaiah Stevens last year and just didn't get a ton of playing time last year. And he had to figure out where he fit in Division I basketball. But this team, I remember walking out of the CU Event Center back on December 7th, thinking to myself, this is a Colorado State team that might win 8-9 games in Mountain West Conference play. They looked terrible that night, and you said, I'm not sure about this team, but they won their conference opener in Reno on December 21st against the Nevada team at that point was 8-3 and had a great non-conference. And I think that kind of was like a light bulb went off. The team said, you know what? We do have a chance to be pretty good. And then you turn the calendar to 2025. They've won 17 of their last 20. And just guys understanding their role, filling their role. And one other point, and this is, it's basketball, right? What's the name of the game in basketball? Putting the ball through the hoop. Colorado State was awful from the three-point line in non-conference play. And we were surprised by that because we thought they'd be a real good three-point shooting team. You look at what they did, and when the calendar year turned to 2025, Colorado State's been a team that's that shot the basketball nearly 39% from deep. And, hey, that makes a big difference. I don't care who you are. You're knocking down threes at a high rate. You're going to be pretty good.
Yeah, that always helps. They made 12 threes in the championship game against Boise State on Saturday. They shot 50% from three, which, Brian, that's like unheard of. When you're playing your third game in 3 days, the legs usually go. But Colorado State, I mean, they were tearing the nets up in that game. We're talking to Brian Roth, voice of the CSU Rams. They'll be in action Friday against Memphis in Seattle. It's a noon tip-off here, local time in the West region. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup here against Penny Hardaway and Memphis, Brian. They got the Memphis Tigers. They got P.J. Haggerty, who is just an absolute star, and he is going to be a matchup problem that CSU is going to have to deal with. Tyrese Hunter, we're assuming he is not going to be able to go. My guy Dane Danger, transfer from Illinois, is going to be an issue for Bemba. Right now, when you look at this matchup, where does Colorado State have an advantage? Where is Colorado State maybe up against it in this matchup?
Well, I mean, I think you look at athleticism of Memphis, and they're always going to have elite athletes with Penny Hardaway coaching there. And this is, his 7th season. They've had 6 20-plus winning seasons. And, again, surprise, surprise, he has another uber-athletic team. And Colorado State has struggled a little bit against uber-athletic teams, not just this year, but, in the last 3 or 4 years, even when they've had good teams, because we do know the Rams aren't the most athletic team. Doesn't mean they're not a good basketball team, because at the end of the day, athleticism does not win basketball games. Good basketball teams win basketball games. So that's something they're certainly going to have to contend with coming up on Friday. Can they handle the athletic nature of Memphis? And I think they can. I mean, look, Colorado State's played plenty of freakishly athletic teams here this year. On the flip side, where Colorado State has excelled throughout the entire course of the season is coaching. And we all know the job that Nico Medved has done at CSU. Rams, I'm sure it's happened this year, hasn't happened lately, where CSU is just flat out been out coached. And so, I will take X's and O's, and I'll take Nico Medved over Penny Hardaway. And I don't want to say Penny Hardaway doesn't know what he's doing. I'm sure he's got a fine staff there, but coaching edge certainly goes to Colorado State. So P.J. Haggerty is a guy that, super quick first step, gets downhill. That's what he wants to do. He wants to get in the paint and get to the free throw line. He's a guy that went to the free throw line over 300 times last year at Tulsa, transferred to Memphis this year. He's been to the free throw line 270 times this year. That is insane. And he's a good free throw shooter. So you got to try to keep him out of the paint. And then Danger in the middle is just a big time dude that is strong and has great feet. So I think it's going to be, I was surprised to see Vegas have him as 2.5-point favorite. Rams are favored going into that contest. I think Memphis will use that as a little motivational tool, despite being the 5 seed. But, I think overall the matchup is what it is. Look, it's the NCAA tournament, man. Every team is good in the NCAA tournament. That was right around the bubble, or is an at-large team. So all of them are going to be hard. You got to shoot the ball well, though. That is it. You've got to make shots. And can CSU do that on Friday? We'll see.
And then they would get the winner between Maryland and Grand Canyon. Brian, last thing. It's funny. We were joking with this. Andy and his never-ending pessimism with Denver sports. You're a CSU guy. You guys never believe anything is going to happen good for Colorado State basketball. I watched CSU play Nevada. I watched him at the end of the year play against Air Force. I saw him in the Boise game, and my conclusion was Colorado State is the best team going into the Mountain West tournament. I even said that over New Mexico. I told my partner on the Mountain West Network, Jesse Kurtz, who's a CSU grad, and he's just like, you're out of your mind. You get out of here. You guys are just so conditioned to get your hearts broken. At what point did you start to believe in this CSU team? And you have to be honest here.
What point did I start to believe in the CSU team? I thought CSU was a good team as we got into conference play, January into February, and it certainly thought they could make some noise. Certainly didn't think that the NCAA tournament would be in the conversation, and it was before they won the automatic bid. The Rams played themselves into the bubble talk.
Yep.
And I didn't think that they were going to get in as an at-large. I think it was too late. But so I always thought that CSU was could beat anybody in the league. But I think on March 1st, when Utah State came into town, and that's a Utah State team that's in the tournament as an at-large, and it's been in the tournament forever. They did a bunch of big-time work in the non-conference. Well, yeah. So when they beat them by
27,
and they were up 36 at one point, and had to call off the Dogs. I walked out of the arena being like, you know what? I mean, the way this Ram team is playing, nothing is going to surprise me moving forward from here, because that Utah State's really good, and just to flat out embarrass a team, and basically they turtled in that contest. I walked out of there being like, you know what, let's go. This is an NCAA tournament caliber team. Let's go. I believe in them. And obviously they showed up to Vegas and just ran roughshod over the conference.
Guys, check out Brian Roth. He's going to be calling the action Friday at noon for Learfield. He and Adam Nigon will be in Seattle. That's a fun trip you get to take, Brian. Enjoy yourself in the NCAA tournament. Congratulations. I know, you guys travel with the team. You live and die and all that good stuff. So to get this success at the end and get a chance to call a game in the dance, I know you're going to have a good time. So way to go, Brian. Good job, buddy.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ain't life grand?
All right. There he goes. That is Brian Roth with Nick Clifford and company carrying him to the NCAA tournament. We have another key word for you to enter to win a pair of Nuggets tickets. Nugs Ticks for next Wednesday against the Milwaukee Bucks. You will enter that keyword via text message. We'll give you the number and the word and all of that good stuff coming up next. And then we relive last night's Nuggets victory through the calls of the great Jason Kosmiski. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about low testosterone. I know you've heard a lot about this because it's a popular topic, especially on sports stations like this these days. But you know the signs of low testosterone. Now, the obvious signs is something like maybe a lower sex drive or even ED itself, but gains in the gym can be another sign. What about bad sleep? Brain fog is another one that kind of surprised me. Maybe waking up and just not feeling yourself, maybe having good energy to start the day, but then being wiped out a couple hours later and not really being too psyched about that. That's not a lot of fun. And even depression could be a sign of low testosterone. So if you've been dealing with any of this and maybe you'd like to learn more about the symptoms, go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take their low T quiz. There's 10 simple questions, yes or no answers, just takes a couple minutes, and see if maybe this is something that you're dealing with. Putting on weight can be another sign of this thing. Now, and you'll know, should you be putting on weight? I'm not talking about a bad diet, but you do what you're supposed to do, and it's still just as hard to keep the weight off or keep it from jumping on you. So again, go on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, schedule an appointment. They'll draw your blood at your first appointment and have your results within 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, discuss your results, and you guys can make the decision together should you get on testosterone. The cost of the appointment is $99. It includes that T and PSA test. But if you sign up for the testosterone treatment the day of your visit, that appointment is free. So no need to wait. Don't wait any longer. Call them 720-440-7900. They've got 5 locations to serve you. You can find them all at the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, what a weird, wacky, wild night of basketball that it was last night. We're going to relive that Nuggets victory through the voice of Jason Kosmiski in just a moment. But first, you need to get entered to win a pair of tickets to see the Nuggets and the Bucks next Wednesday. It's a Nuggets Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio. We're doing this every Tuesday through the rest of the regular season. We got a pair of tickets to give away. Of course, today's tickets are for the Milwaukee game next Wednesday night. We're going to give you a keyword here in just a moment. You text it into 303-504-0925 plus your first and your last name, and you are in. By the way, if you want to go to Ball Arena to catch any Nuggets game in their playoff push, tickets are always available at nuggets.com/tickets. But your keyword this hour here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Leinenkugel.
You can blame me for this one. Like a beer, the beer.
Leinenkugel, as in Jake Leinenkugel.
I like a good liney summer shandy.
Oh, that's a tasty.
That's a tasty
That's
one
a
on a hot
refreshing
day,
summer
playing
beverage.
a little golf.
Yeah, that's nice. Leinenkugel. Text in the word Leinenkugel to 303-504-0925. Today is our love letter to the land of cheese and beer, Wisconsin. Leinenkugel, 303-504-0925. Must spell it correctly. And if you do, plus your first and last name, you're entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Bucks on Wednesday. That will be at the conclusion of the road trip. The Nuggets will finish off with Houston Sunday, Chicago on Monday back home, and then on Wednesday they welcome in the Milwaukee Bucks. But they win the opening game of the road trip in quite surprising fashion. Just down 3 starters, going up against the Warriors in their building. No problem. Nuggets go and get the win last night. No Jokic, no Murray, no Brown. And they never really trailed in the game outside of once by 1 point. So let's relive the game through the calls of Jason Kosmiski from last night here on the Altitude Sports Radio Network. We open with a great start for Aaron Gordon, which, as it turns out, that was foreshadowing that it was about to be a big night for AG.
Westbrook has it, bottom part of the midcourt circle. High pick there from AG. Pick and roll, dunk, 2 hands, hard for Aaron Gordon.
Not only did he play well last night, Andy, he looked good.
He had his lift.
Yeah, there was a spring in the step. The bounciness was there, the explosiveness out of Aaron Gordon. It was very good to see in that game last night. Let's go midway through the first. And if the Nuggets were going to win this game, Michael Porter was going to have to be able to score every now and then off the dribble. And on this possession, he showed off the ability to do just that.
Westbrook finds Porter off of a curl. He's hounded by Kuminga, backs him up to the three-point line. Shoves him out of the way. He flopped. Jumper, good.
That was a great possession for MPJ. Put a shoulder into Kuminga. Kuminga went looking for the call. Flopped, didn't get it. MPJ left wide open. Boom. Knocks down a 15-footer, and the Nuggets continue to lead. But that right there, and I tweeted this last night, Andy, like, what if there was a world where MPJ could just go for 40 on a night where they need it? Well, it turns out Gordon was the guy that went essentially for 40 last night. He scored 38. But Porter, I thought, still played really well in that game last night. Not his most efficient game of his life, but you look up at the end of the night, 40 minutes, 21 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, a couple of steals. He did not turn the basketball over last night. Great MPJ night last night.
Yeah, and he wasn't afraid to take some shots down the stretch, which is what you were going to need because, again, as we got into that fourth quarter, what you predicted would show up, showed up. The guys that were playing loose and carefree beginning of the game, just like me getting stressed out about would you give it away, they got a little stressed out about things getting tightened up, so they had to rely on Russ, Aaron, and MPJ to get the scoring done, and that's what happened.
And it was a great Russell Westbrook game last night. Westbrook's final stat line, 12 points, 12 rebounds, 16 assists last night. Let's listen to one of those 16 assists. This is early on in the second quarter.
Spencer Jones is into the game. Inbound to Westbrook, down low. It's Gordon again. A lot of contact, no whistle. Put it up and in. Gordon may get teed up here. It's that third official.
Great backdoor cut. Good pass by Russ. And you heard the surprise in the voice of Kaz. Spencer Jones in the game.
Do we need to play Mr. Jones now? The beloved Counting Crows song from the 90s.
Way to go, Spencer Jones. Career high 19 minutes, career high 6 points last night for Spencer Jones in his 15th NBA appearance. Let's get another Westbrook assist. This one midway through the second quarter, and I'll be honest. When this one went down, I was just kind of like, oh, maybe it's just going to be their night, and this is going to be weird.
Three-pointer, Looney. That one's no good. Rebound comes down to Westbrook. Bucket here. Kerr may have to call another timeout. Westbrook has it in the paint. It's Peyton Watson, reverse side layup, good.
Reverse.
Yeah.
They went up 15 with that bucket in the second quarter.
Narrator would later tell you it was not going to be that easy all night.
Yeah.
Because Peyton had some struggles. Peyton Watson, that is, had some struggles at the free throw line, and not too many more fell like that. But he kept going. He stayed aggressive. That was good.
You know what, though, Andy? 2 of 6 at the line, sure. 13 points. He had 5 rebounds.
He had a number of blocks. He bothered people with his
4
athletic
block
ability.
shots last night.
Yeah, look, he went and got after the ball.
5 of 8 from the field.
He just
13 points on 8 shots out of Peyton Watson.
Here's
Hell yeah!
all I'd ask. Him and Russ on the floor together is a little too much for my heart. A little too much unpredictability on the offensive end. But you know what? They both did what they needed to do to get a win.
Let's go to the third quarter now. The Nuggets were up at the half last night. Successful first half for Denver. It was plus 12 going to the break. Early third quarter, and I just mentioned Peyton Watson and the 4 blocks. Here's one of them, which started the break for Denver.
Butler in the paint, blocked from behind. It's saved by Peyton Watson. Out to Hunter Tyson. Cross-court outlet pass over to Aaron Gordon. Nutmegs himself over to Westbrook. Back to Gordon. Leans in. Layup is up and in.
Yeah, Russ to AG finishes in the paint. And again, you maintain your 12-point lead right there. Later in the third, this to me was one of the funniest buckets that the Nuggets got all night. It was a fast break, started with a Michael Porter steal. It resulted in an Aaron Gordon corner 3 with really nobody in the rebound. You would never coach it to go this way, and yet it went this way, and it worked because Aaron Gordon rules.
Curry has it up the left sideline. He's guarded out there by Westbrook. Throws it off the feet of his teammate. Loose ball in the front court over to Gordon. And a 3. Got it again!
Yes, 14-point game, a triple over Curry from the corner. And again, nobody was back. It was just AG feeling himself right there. Late in the third quarter, oh man, I hope Spencer Jones gets a shout out in this call. Here we go.
Now you lead down to 10. You got to keep your foot on the pedal here. 83-73. Gordon has it across the timeline. AG in the paint, Spencer Jones. Can't shoot, throws out of it. Westbrook, same spot again. That one's finally good.
Yeah, Russ started 0 for 4 from 3. That was his first of the night, made it a 13-point game right there. That was right at the end. I believe they were up 12 going to the fourth after another Vlatko 3. So, again, hey, double-digit lead. All feels good, but we knew the Warriors' run was going to come. Draymond got a few buckets, started to impose his will on that game, had that coast-to-coast dunk.
Or nobody got in the way. Like, nobody got in the way.
Yeah. I understand why they didn't. That's one where it's just like, okay, that load of a human being is going downhill. It's all yours. Can't afford another injury by then. So Draymond gets that dunk, you cut it to 7. 5:30 to go. This, to me, look, the Vlatko minutes last night, and I tweeted sort of semi-seriously, like, aren't they better off closing with Hunter Tyson than Vlatko right now? But Malone trusted Vlatko down the stretch, for better or for worse or for uglier. Vlatko got the trust last night, and he ended up getting one of the biggest buckets of the game.
Westbrook has it up the left sideline. Got it out there by Kuminga. Right side over to Porter. Somebody score here. Porter puts it on the floor, throws out of it. Westbrook 3. Rims out, rebound. Chonchar tipped it to himself, put it back up, and in there. Great rebound by Vlatko Chonchar. Timeout called by Steve Kerr.
Tough play by Vlatko.
Joker-esque. It's just another time where you see the teammates watching what Joker does. Mm-hmm. Just got up high enough to volleyball tap that to himself.
Kept
for
it
those
up.
that didn't see the play. and just did a great job keeping it alive and then shot it as soon as he gathered.
He had 3 bodies around him, went over Curry, went over Looney, got it, put it in.
The Nuggets weren't crashing the boards exactly last night. There were a lot of Golden State bodies in the paint quite often.
There sure were. 4:08 to go. I would have played this one because this one to me was a complete no, yes.
I think, is this the Russ heave?
This is the Russ pull-up 3 with Gary Payton giving him no space at all. It was just like, that's a bad shot, and it went in. Here we go.
And here we go. Watson inbound over to Westbrook. Westbrook got it out there by Payton. 9 on the shot clock. Westbrook crouches down. 6, takes a tough 3. Good! Oh, my goodness. He had Gary Payton hanging all over him.
Were you aware of the nickname apparently for Gary Payton Jr.?
What is it?
Apparently it's the Mitten because
that's good.
Because Scotty and Marlowe kept calling him the Mitten the rest of the night.
That's a great nickname.
His dad was the Glove,
Sure.
for those that don't know, because that's how good he was defensively.
I only ever knew him as GP2. I didn't know he was the Mitten. That's awesome.
Yeah, I had no idea either.
Very good nickname.
Do you like the Mitten, though? The Mitten doesn't exactly strike fear into things. It's something the child wears with no fingers. The Glove.
Right.
The Glove is a little more daunting than the Mitten. All I'm saying. He was the Mitten on that play, though.
There's a kid that I heard this nickname going into the NCAA tournament. There's a kid that plays for Marquette, who's a guard, who's like the best defensive player in the Big East, and his nickname is Off Night, which is so good. Just epic college basketball nickname right there. You heard it in Cas's call. Tough 3. Good.
Yeah. All of us are going, no, okay.
Yeah. Had no space, buried it. Westbrook was clutch last night. It was a turn back the clock game for Russell Westbrook. Okay, we got a couple of more. And these last two buckets that we're going to play are from the last 2 minutes of the game. And to me, we're both just indicative of we've given analysis of this game, and then also sometimes it's just your night and it's not the other guy's night. We start with a fortunate finish to a Russell Westbrook air ball.
Porter has it, top of the key to Peyton Watson. Watson hands it off over to Westbrook. Westbrook guarded out there by Peyton. High pick from Chanchar. Westbrook one-on-one now with Kuminga. Step back 3. Air ball. Rebound down to Gordon. Reverse side layup. Good! Aaron Gordon. Season high 38. Denver leads it by 8.
I mean, I know you can't give it to him in the box score. That was actually Russell Westbrook's 17th assist of the game last night. Just a perfect pass into the hands of Aaron Gordon, who then collected it and put it up and in. And then finally, the stupidest bucket of the night, 34 seconds to go. The dagger, the nail in the coffin, boom shakalaka, all that good stuff. Russell Westbrook getting a feed from Aaron Gordon with 2 seconds on the shot clock.
Westbrook back on top to Gordon, and Denver will play clock. He's guarded by Kuminga. A bucket here, you win the game. Gordon has it. Steps through the defenders. Westbrook jumper. Got it! That's the ball game. Denver leads it by 10 with 35 seconds to go. And Denver's going to put the Golden State Warriors to sleep without Jokic, Murray, or Brown.
That's one of those plays where it wasn't so much a shot so much as Westbrook passed it through the bucket.
Yeah, it was a heave, man. That thing.
It was just a quick touch. Let me get rid of it.
Didn't look pretty, but it went right in, and I giggled.
Right in. Westbrook laughed.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Running back, him and AG had a moment there where it was just like, okay, all right, that cold beer after this game is going to taste real good.
That'll end the stupid festivities of tonight.
That's right. Nuggets get the victory, 114-105 in a game that I didn't think they were going to win. I didn't think they were going to win when they were healthy. I didn't think they were going to win when they were banged up. I don't know if anybody did, but they did. Just an extremely memorable game. I think this is one that by the end of the year, like we will truly... We'll look back on this and be like, do you remember that stupid night up in Golden State? That was pretty good.
Yeah, I hope this sparks something. Something in the bench, something in everybody else, just something. Please.
I do think like a game like this can have a lift, right?
Remind everybody they're pretty good basketball players too, and Jokic doesn't need to always do it all.
And it's also like it's a Monday night in Golden State.
Yeah.
The NBA season is long. It's a slog. You just lost to Washington. You just had a bad homestand. You're all exhausted. And you had a chance, if you're Nikola Jokic and Christian Brown and Jamal Murray, you had a chance to sit there last night and cheer on Jalen Pickett and Spencer Jones and Vlatko and all of these guys, like the guys that sort of complete that locker room, complete that team, the guys that are, we don't see those guys on the floor. They're a huge part of the thing. They are a part of it. Like that's a part of being a basketball team. And I'm hoping that in the midst of what has been a very trying segment of the season, that the team gets a spark out of it.
Yeah, because again, you stole one.
Yeah.
The rest of the trip should feel like frosting on the cake because you stole one.
Yeah.
And you and I, when we talked about this, for those that don't remember, it's going to be a Wednesday, it's going to be a Friday, then a Sunday, and they come back home and play the Bulls.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about the 4-game road trip by itself, not the back-to-back with the Bulls at home Monday night. But what were you hoping the record would be? We were hoping for 2-2. Well, now you're halfway there.
Yep.
Now, look, a little good fortune because you got Portland on this trip. Go get one tomorrow. Go get Portland Friday. Maybe you're 3-1.
Yep. You might lose in Houston on Sunday, but you'll win on Monday when you come back home because you always win on the second night of a back-to-back. And
it's those darn pesky Bulls.
You get these things kind of straightened out. People were tweeting last night, most fun game of the year. I personally will still vote for the OT win against Phoenix, the 30-20-20 game. I thought that was the most fun game of the year. But last night was a pretty good time. Last night was a lot of silly. And again, when you watch a game like that is so outside the norm, because as fans, as media, like we watch every single game, like every single game sort of, they can start to blend together, all those kind of things. That's what's fun about last night is it's like, oh, this is a standout affair in 82.
How, and I kept trying to think, and maybe it's some that we can maybe throw up some candidates on the other side here, but the most unlikely win since.
Right. It was.
And I mean, maybe in all of Denver sports. Dude, they were down everybody that matters.
Sure.
The term non-Nikola minutes, the non-Jokic minutes.
48 of them
has
last
made
night.
it to, the national, they're talking about it in the national lexicon here.
Yeah.
So for them to win this game, most unlikely victory since what?
If you want to go to Ball Arena to catch the Nuggets in their playoff push and win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Bucks next Wednesday, you need to text the word Leinenkugel to 303-504-0925. The word Leinenkugel to 303-504-0925. Text it in right now, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets to see Denver and Milwaukee Wednesday night. Next Wednesday night, that's a week from Wednesday, at Ball Arena. Text it in to 303-504-0925. Leinenkugel, plus your first and last name. Spelling does matter, so make sure that you get it correct. If you're driving, pull the car over and focus for a moment. Don't do this while you drive. 303-504-0925. Andy, we got a mock draft.
It's a big mock draft day.
Okay. Is Shedeur Sanders falling or is he rising? What is happening with the mock drafts? We talk about that next. How many new mock drafts do we have today, Andy?
9.
9.
It was almost like a memo was sent out today to make sure you get a fresh mock draft out there. Mel Kiper did it, so that's always a big one. I know Daniel Jeremiah did one for NFL Network. I don't know how often the NFL Network and NFL.com is doing theirs. They got like 20 mocksters on there, so I'm sure you could probably find one daily if you look hard enough.
If you really wanted to. But today was a good day. I love a mock draft. I'm clicking on them all over the place. And let's start with old hair helmet himself, Mel Kiper.
Oh, it's getting a little thin. Getting a little rough. The tall grass has been mowed down.
He's crashed a few times.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
A little scraped up. I know that world. So Mel Kiper, in a world where the hype says that Shedeur Sanders and his bad attitude are falling down draft boards, Mel Kiper says, I ain't buying it. Mel Kiper today, Shedeur Sanders, number 3 to the New York Giants. Still has Cam Ward going number 1 to Tennessee. Got Abdul Carter, the pass rusher from Penn State, going 2 to Cleveland. And then he's got Shedeur, 3rd to the Giants. I mean, even if you get Russ or Aaron Rodgers, you still need a quarterback of the future. Those guys are both on their very last legs. So you still need a quarterback of the future. This would be a perfect opportunity to go and get Shedeur. He's media savvy, so the big market thing is not going to bother him. And oh, by the way, he's a pretty damn good quarterback. So Shedeur Sanders walking through the door to be coached by Brian Daboll. In many ways, Andy, I view Shedeur Sanders almost as like the anti-Daniel Jones. Not nearly the athlete that Jones is, but Shedeur Sanders is going to, consume the game plan and actually execute it.
Yeah, and he's gonna take New York, I think, by storm. They'd love the personality. He's a big personality. He's not like Daniel Jones, as you said. He's not like Eli Manning. He's going to be outspoken. He's not going to be afraid to cause a few headlines. And he's going to have to back it up too.
Sure.
But and we're going to play some cuts from Mel Kiper, but Kiper's made it very clear, and I watched him this morning on a couple of different shows. He's made it very clear that the processing, the QB mind, belongs to Shedeur, and he said it himself. Even though he's got Cam Ward going number 1, he still believes Shedeur is the best quarterback in this draft class.
So Mel Kiper today is on First Take, and apparently First Take had a better day than Get Up, I suppose. But Mel Kiper gave essentially the top of his quarterback draft board and why he has Shedeur above Cam Ward.
Okay, so Mel, tell me this. Who do you project will be the better NFL quarterback? Is it Cam or Shedeur?
I'm going to go Shedeur Sanders. I'm going to be steadfast in that. I've had him number 1, QB1 all along, really since last year, and love everything about the kid. I mean, people say, well, he takes too many sacks. Yes, he has to get the ball out a tick faster, but he dealt with NFL conditions. Shannon, Stephen A., we talk about that. Who had to deal with what you're going to deal with in the NFL, what you're going to have to survive in the NFL? He survived hit after hit. How he did it, I don't know. He was 11 of 13 games this year at 70% or higher. He never completed less than 60% of his passes in a game. And in 2023, when he was getting pounded and getting sacked and getting hit time after time, he was at 69% and change with 27 touchdowns, 3 picks, 4 rushing touchdowns. That's 31-3 touchdown interception ratio. So to me, when you look at Shedeur, accuracy, slip and slide in the pocket. Yes, he can get you a 3rd and 8 first down. People say, well, he's going to run to 4.8. Patrick Mahomes ran 4.8, 4.84. He doesn't have an explosive arm. Neither did Johnny Unitas, Peyton Manning. Okay, we talk about explosive arms. You don't need to have that. Tom Brady, another one, didn't have the explosive arm or explosive legs at 5'2", 440. So you can win in the NFL, win big in the NFL, going about your business like Shedeur Sanders does.
Going about his business. I like the way that he put it right there because it's like he talked about at the beginning. Number 1, I mean, not only is it an NFL-like environment, but he was raised in an NFL household. Like there is at no point where the spotlight is going to be too big for Shedeur Sanders, a guy that, made the jump from an HBCU, came to the University of Colorado, national spotlight all over him, and all he did was rise to the occasion again and again and again. He stepped up levels and his game stepped up, his performance stepped up. I don't worry about that part of it getting to Shedeur Sanders. I worry about him getting the ball out of his hands, but I also think that's where NFL coaching comes into the conversation.
Yeah, and he's going to have to take the NFL coaching, and I think he will. There was a segment on, by the way, you talked about, was that a better segment than Get Up. That was the same segment. Get Up, First Take, it's all the same segment.
Okay.
Just which host do you want to see him say it with
Okay.
is really the only difference. But, they had said, here's what I think is going to be interesting. They've talked about, as you said earlier, because Mel was asked point blank, if the Giants were to land Aaron Rodgers, do you think they go in a different direction? And look, Mel pointed out he's not positive Cleveland's not going to draft him. Everybody wants to go with Abdul Carter, but they just paid a lot of money. Now, it would make sense to do the bookend thing, but remember the Broncos tried that when they had Bradley Chubb. They drafted Bradley Chubb to pair with Von Miller and passed on a quarterback, and how'd that work out?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be shocked if Cleveland does draft him. But I would ask you this. So basically, Mel said he could see the Giants drafting Shedeur to pair with Aaron Rodgers for a year or so. You think Aaron Rodgers waits until the draft if Minnesota doesn't say yes to him, which the word now is Minnesota wants to say yes. Could Aaron Rodgers wait till after the draft or at least the first day of the draft to figure out who drafted quarterbacks before deciding on a team?
Maybe. That's a good point right there.
Because I don't know that he wants to be involved in that, right?
Sure.
I don't think any veteran guy, because look at the Kirk Cousins thing.
Shouldn't he see the writing on the wall, though? Like, that's all that's left for him.
Yeah, but don't you think he looks at Kirk Cousins and says, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be in the position where everyone's pining for the young guy.
Mm-hmm.
If for some reason I start out like the first half of the year and not the second half of last year,
sure,
they're going to be coming to take my job. I just don't see Rodgers signing up for that, do you? Or he got so much bravado he doesn't think a young guy would ever push him?
Or it just simply might be his only choice. Like that could end up being the only option.
Pittsburgh. Right now, I guess it's Pittsburgh or New York. Cleveland, I guess, hasn't even called. So
yeah. Or
Stefanski might actually be pretty good together.
Or I guess Minnesota. I guess.
Well, Minnesota's apparently leaving it up to Kevin O'Connell basically to decide if he wants to deal with it.
Or if he wants to just have McCarthy go and get him, I suppose. What a weird situation. It's 100% his personality, too. If it was just Aaron Rodgers and he was, like, not the guy that he is today, if he was just the guy that he was, 6 years ago, teams would be falling all over themselves.
Nate, he's going to go back on Pat McAfee.
Right, exactly.
That's one of the reasons why I left the Jets. You're not going to tell me I can't do Pat McAfee if I want to. I mean, first off, he makes a lot of money to do Pat McAfee.
Sure. And how many organizations want to deal with that constant spotlight? Right. Mm-hmm. And whatever else comes with it, for better or for worse, with Aaron Rodgers. Hey, you need to enter the Not Another Bracket contest presented by Evan Williams Bourbon and Brothers Barbecue. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Pick your 5 teams, and you are entered. Every win is worth points, and if you pick a lower seed, well, the value then goes up. Check out all the details on our website, altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket contest. We got a great grand prize. You're going to get an awesome prize package, 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at the Denver Chop House. You get yourself a TV and a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also brought to you by Brothers Barbecue, which just for entering, you are already in. You didn't even know you were in. You're already in to win a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue. In fact, we're going to give out another one right now. We're going to give another one out every hour, all day long, pretty much the rest of the week. $25 Brothers Barbecue gift card. This hour, we will give that to Darren Buchanan. Darren Buchanan. He likes Texas Tech. He's got Georgia as a 9 seed. He's riding Michigan as a 5. And BYU. He likes Michigan over UC Davis, but those are his teams. That's Darren Buchanan, his 5 teams that he selected. You can do the same as well, and you can be entered to win a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue. Go to Not Another Bracket contest. That's at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. We got NFL news all over the place, including a Steelers legend that is pretty damn sick of this Aaron Rodgers nonsense. That's next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. It's that time of year. It's time to start thinking about a cooling system as it warms up a little bit outside. Well, guess what? Apple Air has got a great special available to you right now. Apple Air is giving you $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system for a limited time only. But you'll be staying warm in the winter. You'll be cool in the summer. You'll be saving large. I promise you that. Apple Air is all about comfort and efficiency. We had them install a new heating system at our house. Love the work that they did. They worked fast. They worked clean. Great company to work with. Apple Air. They're family owned and operated. They're going to get you a ton of value. They will roll out the red carpet. Literally, I might add. They roll a red carpet into your home so they're not tracking mud and all that good stuff as they're working and installing your system. $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system right now. Go to appleair.com or give them a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. Apple Air. We've got another keyword for you to be entered to win a pair of tickets for Nuggets Bucks coming up here on Wednesday as a part of our Nuggets Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday. But right now, it's time for football news.
Hey, we're going with this one today. It's the
All
high
right.
five.
I was going to say, that sounds different. We're rebranding. Let's do this.
We
Spring.
shake it up from time to time.
All right.
It's the high five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. So Javonte Williams is a Dallas Cowboy. He signed a 1-year, $3 million deal with the Cowboys. They also signed, Dallas did, running back Miles Sanders. As of right now, that's your backfield. It's Javonte Williams and it's Miles Sanders. They also have Deuce Vaughn, the shifty little running back out of Kansas State. Javonte Williams talked with the Cowboys website. He said that the sky is the limit for him and Miles Sanders in the Cowboys backfield. He was asked about playing for an offensive coach and Sean Payton, now playing for an offensive coach and Brian Schottenheimer, formerly the OC with the Cowboys.
Shotty shots.
Yes, here's Javonte on what he can bring to the Cowboys this season.
Yeah, playing for a coach like Coach Payton, it just teach you to be gritty, strong, tough, and I feel like that's things I'm going to have to bring to the Cowboys as well because, I mean, it's going to be ups and downs, but you got to keep going. And like you said, I just make plays, run the ball, catch the ball, however it may come. I just try to make plays and score touchdowns.
If Deuce Vaughn turns into a good NFL running back, would you name your fantasy football team Take a Deuce?
Yeah, it hadn't crossed my mind, but do we need to create a league so you can?
Or we could name it after the Kevin Harlan call, perhaps.
Which one? Isn't there a couple?
We're ready. We're ready.
What a smooth deuce right there.
There's the one.
Wasn't there another one?
Who probed and found the deuce.
Yeah, you got to probe sometimes to find the deuce. Yeah, it's unfortunate when that happens, though.
But as the running back,
Yes.
Deuce is probing to get through the line.
Through the yes. Uh-huh. Javonte Williams. I'm rooting for Javonte. I would like it if he could go to Dallas and find his way and get his NFL career. Real fun player for a while for the Broncos. Injury robbed him of something. Hopefully another year of recovery and everything, and Javonte is going to be looking good. I root for Javonte Williams. He was a good Bronco. It's unfortunate that it didn't hit its ceiling here, Andy.
No, and part of me just wonders, does Jerry Jones just remember that big game in Vic Fangio's last year where Javonte ran all over the Cowboys, and so that's why
Those
he decided that
always have a huge impression.
Yeah,
and it almost never works out.
That ain't the
right?
dude. You know what I mean? Look,
right.
they'd have kept him if that was still the dude, Jerry.
Yeah.
And I root for Javonte too. Now here's the good news: he's playing in a city where they had Ezekiel Elliott trying to reclaim his career last year. Javonte will look better than Zeke did, but I mean, we saw it. It just stinks. He doesn't have burst anymore. He's got like one speed.
You know who's got burst?
Deuce Vaughn.
That's right. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, so where is Aaron Rodgers going to sign? We are still waiting. The Pittsburgh Steelers are waiting on Aaron Rodgers, it appears. Cam Hayward, veteran star defensive lineman for the Steelers, has a podcast. It's the Not Just Football podcast.
Okay.
And, hey, look, Cam Hayward, he was active in helping to recruit Russell Wilson to the Steelers. He doesn't quite feel the same way about Aaron Rodgers. His co-host on his podcast, Hayden Walsh, asked Cam Hayward this.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days, he says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get into Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
It's got real, I don't need that hippie vibes.
Yeah.
Right there from Cam Hayward. It also just, it's striking because, yes, he was heavily involved in the recruiting of Russell Wilson, but also, like, I do think there is an element of a bit of a humbling to Russell Wilson. And I do think one thing about Russ, he's very good at saying the right things. And I think he showed the proper reverence. And Cam Hayward, he's played 211 games in a Steelers uniform. And guys that do that for that organization, Andy, like they start to inhabit that whole thing, and they really buy into all of that Steeler nonsense. Hell, even DK talked about it after he already signed in that place, and it doesn't seem as though an active recruitment of flaky Aaron Rodgers is really in line with all of that.
Yeah, but I would also say that like a guy like Cam Hayward probably appreciated a guy like Russell Wilson because he's not a young guy looking to go and enjoy a party life or whatever, maybe enjoy what an NFL life has to offer a young single athlete. Russ is a little cheesy, and maybe a guy like Cam was thinking, I'll take cheesy right now. I just want to win. I just want to get out of the suck, and didn't always really. Look, they were competitive. They made the playoffs, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I feel like we've heard enough out of Aaron Rodgers and what things were like in the Jets locker room that I'm sure there's plenty of veterans going, yeah, we ain't doing that now.
I think there's some guys in the locker room that would love the Aaron Rodgers experience,
Sure.
and I think there's plenty of other guys that would just be like, not for me. Keep this thing at arm's length. Looking at the way that it went with the Jets, the amount of coaches that lost their gigs, the amount of Aaron's old buddies that got gigs, Nathaniel Hackett getting to have a job as an NFL offensive coordinator. I think a lot of people look at that and say, that's not the way that a functional, healthy NFL organization should run.
I do kind of want to watch Aaron Rodgers try to stare down DK Metcalf the way he was trying to do to Garrett Wilson last year. So that would be fun. But yeah, I really think last year, say whatever you want to about off the field. I don't think a lot of players care so much about that. Watching the circus on the field, watching him not show up to camp, watching him stare down teammates left and right and make life hard for interim coaches. I'm not sure a lot of guys are like, yeah, bring that in here.
When it comes to the off-field stuff, like the McAfee thing is a thing.
Yeah.
Because it means that Rodgers is going to be talking about your team every single week in a massively publicized interview, which then is going to lead to questions and buzz, and there's the big word, the capital D, distractions inside your building. And I think a lot of guys aren't necessarily up for that right now because no matter what, Aaron Rodgers, again, for better or for worse, is going to say polarizing things that is then perhaps going to drag you into it, and a lot of guys don't want to deal with it. Spring.
High five.
All right, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins talked to the media today, fresh after signing their big old extensions.
I bet they were in a good mood.
Yeah, they were in a good mood. Jamar Chase credited Joe Burrow's public comments as a likely reason as to why these extensions were able to get done. But I want to play this audio for you. Jamar Chase talking about why he wanted to stay in Cincinnati. Here's the cliff notes before I play it. It's because the food sucks and there's nothing to do.
For me, I like Cincinnati because it gives me the opportunity to come here and focus. I'm not distracted out here. It's not too many things to get me, off pace out here, and it's strictly what I'm focused on. That's really tunnel vision for me to play football. So, at the end of the day, the food's not the best. We could work on that, but I'm from New Orleans. I'm not used to the food yet. But, overall, honestly, I just think that's the biggest picture for me is that I don't have no distractions here, and I can just play football. And my quarterback's here. And T here.
So he likes it because the diarrhea chili, the cold weather, and the healthy Midwestern gals put it all together, and Jamar Chase is just fine staying in and getting a good night's rest before practice tomorrow.
I'm chilling at home watching those TV shows like the quarterback room of the Broncos were.
Sure.
Where they're all dressed in the same onesies.
Yes.
And the wives are asking them about whatever the show was.
Catching up on his shows, and he's getting his 11 hours of sleep in the hyperbaric chamber every single night.
No desire to go out for, what's the chili? Skyline chili?
Right,
Not looking to seek out the Skyline chili.
Yeah, it's not exactly the New Orleans food scene there in Cincinnati. It's a good answer from Jamar Chase. Bit of a backhanded compliment, but I'm sure Bengals fans are just like, whatever it takes, man. We got to keep you. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, so the Vikings had recently released former 18th overall pick in 2019, center Garrett Bradbury out of North Carolina State. He had been a Minnesota Viking, and they released him. And today, the New England Patriots signed Garrett Bradbury. He is their new center. Hey, let's go ahead and bring this audio back. Bradbury's rookie season, training camp. It's really hot outside in Minnesota, and Kirk Cousins had a problem with the swamp butt from Garrett Bradbury.
Well, I'll tell you what, Garrett's the man. I mean, he is a great person. He's a great player. He's a great athlete. You can see why he went so high in the draft and how he could be a great player for us. The one catch I have with Garrett is he's a heavy sweater. And so I'm gripping the football every time I go back, and the ball is soaking wet, and I can't grip it. And I'm looking at the coaches saying, we got to figure this out. So I'm asking the equipment staff to bring extra pairs of shorts out to practice so that he can have a wardrobe change, because the heavy sweating thing is tough.
Is this true, or are you just like hanging him out to dry right now?
Well, I'm hanging him out to dry, but it's absolutely the
it.
truth. It's absolutely the truth. So we're going to get the equipment staff going on that, and then when the weather turns, we're playing at Soldier Field in later in the year, or whatever it may be, that he's not going to be as sweating as heavy then. But training camp, it doesn't work real well.
A northeastern training camp, Andy. The humidity, the mosquitoes, all that stuff will be out in full force. Best of luck to Drake May. We're thinking about the back of your hand and your wrist area.
Well, maybe he solved it. Remember, Tom Brady had the same problem with the guy in Tampa. I think it was it Marpet? Was Ali Marpet? No, who was the center? He was the local kid here with the crazy hair.
Yeah. Ryan
Jensen.
Yes, thank you.
Well, all he has to do is call Brady and say, how'd you diaper up your big boy?
What powder had to be sprinkled in the crackage to be able to make that problem go away?
None of us had this be a topic of training camp convo, and then Kirk Cousins, of all people, decided to let the world know.
We didn't know about it. The dry, high elevation air of Colorado. We had not heard much about this.
The shotgun offense has created a lot of these problems to go away.
Very true.
I assume.
They'll probably be working on that in training camp with Drake May and the Patriots, I assume. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. The Nuggets, without 3 starters, without the best player in the world, somehow go and beat Steph Curry and the Warriors. How the heck did they do it? We'll attempt to explain it next. All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets won last night. Holy crap. 114-105, your final score. How the heck did they do it? Well, we will tell you after we give you yet another key word right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, because you want to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and the Milwaukee Bucks next Wednesday night. It's a Nuggets playoff push. I'm going to try that again. Nuggets playoff push, Ticket Tuesday. Nuggets playoff push, Ticket Tuesday.
That's what's up.
It's a lot of words. Every Tuesday through the rest of the regular season, we'll give a pair of tickets to one lucky listener on every show. Today's tickets are for the game against Milwaukee next Wednesday night. You need to text in the keyword to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925, plus your first and last name. Here is the keyword for this hour. Is everybody ready? Sheboygan.
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 The city.
A love letter to Wisconsin today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Sheboygan, Andy, on the coast of Lake Michigan, just north of Milwaukee. Sheboygan.
Sheboygan
is your key word. 303-504-0925. Text in Sheboygan plus your first and last name, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and Milwaukee next Wednesday out there at Ball Arena. Must be spelled correctly. Sheboygan.
Sheboygan.
Got a couple of nicknames for you, Andy, for the city of Sheboygan. You ready? The Malibu of the Midwest.
Really?
The bratwurst capital of the world.
I'll buy that.
Now we're talking. And finally, the city of cheese, chairs, children, and churches.
Sheboygan.
Sheboygan.
Not sure that one's getting me to go there.
Right.
But okay.
You had me at cheese.
Yeah.
I like to sit in a chair.
Children in churches, I don't know.
Exactly.
It can't be the Malibu of the Midwest if we're all just watching kids in church. That doesn't sound like a good time.
I am taking or leaving that. But in the meantime, Sheboygan, Wisconsin. They have an annual Brat Days, by the way.
Isn't that all of Wisconsin? Why is theirs special?
It's all a Brat Day. It includes the Johnsonville World Bratwurst Eating Championship.
How many brats you can do one sitting?
2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not something. And usually halfway through the second, I'm like, man, I better just call it good here.
I didn't need
Who
this.
wants the second half? It smelled good. It tasted good.
Hey,
I just can't do all the 2.
Apropos of nothing, and I'm only going to take a brief moment to do this. I have a quick food take that I need to give here on this show. Andy, have you seen in recent weeks, I've been seeing this commercial everywhere. It's running during a lot of college basketball games, but it could be running during other stuff as well. Have you seen this commercial for Daisy Cottage cheese?
Probably. Give it to me.
Okay. So it's a commercial for cottage cheese. Cottage cheese is a fine product, okay? I don't mind a nice bowl of cottage cheese with some sliced pineapple upon it.
Yeah.
And in the commercial, it's they're selling you on cottage cheese, a lot of close-up shots of the cottage cheese.
Yeah.
It's here's a healthy looking gal having a bowl of cottage cheese with some tomato slices and some avocado on it, okay? Again, cottage cheese, that's fine. But there's one particular, and it's only like a 4-second stretch of the commercial, but it makes me insane every single time that I see it.
Okay.
All right, and it's 2 guys, and they're in a living room, and they're sitting on recliners. It appears as though one of them is playing a video game, and the other one is in the other recliner, and he appears to be cheering them on. It's 2 guys really broing out. Okay?
Right.
And on the end table between the 2 recliners is a bowl of chips. Okay. These are clearly a flavored tortilla chip. Clearly, there is a flavoring that is sprinkled upon them. I think they're probably Doritos, let's be honest, okay?
Okay.
Doritos, and the guy that's not playing the video games, the guy that is cheering on, is eating the Doritos. However, he has a cup of Daisy Cottage cheese in his hand, and he is dipping his Dorito into the cottage cheese. It is a dip in this scenario, and then munching on the chip. And I believe that that's serial killer behavior.
Okay, I'm watching one right now.
Okay.
She just took it from the fridge.
So you're at the beginning. You're at the beginning of the commercial, and these are healthy examples of how to eat cottage cheese. I think standard procedure of how to eat cottage cheese. But again, it's like they also want to sell you on you're a guy, you're watching the game, you're playing video games, you're hanging out with your bros, and you're now dipping a Dorito into cottage cheese.
I just saw it.
I
don't know how I haven't seen this yet.
Daisy Cottage Cheese is a perfectly good product. I refuse to believe that anyone has ever dipped a Dorito into cottage cheese.
Or that we're all hanging as bros with some cottage cheese.
With some cottage cheese as our dip of choice.
Okay. I paused it.
Okay.
I'll take a picture. I'll tweet it out
Thank
so
you.
everybody feels included.
That's a Dorito, right?
It looks like it's
That's not like a Tostito. It's
I'm
not a standard
sure it's
tortilla
a
chip.
Dorito. Listen, there were times where the family was a little tight on money as a kid.
Could be a store
I got
brand.
the sugar smacks instead of
Totally.
you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It is a
yes.
Yeah, it's a.
It could be the Twonkies of Doritos.
Sure. That's
Absolutely.
what we're talking about. Yes. It's an off-brand, but yeah, that's yes.
And I ask the listeners, 303-504-0925. Obviously, text in the word Sheboygan in your first and last name to enter to win Nuggets tickets for a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. But also, if you have ever dipped a Dorito into cottage cheese, I want your feedback. All right? And maybe you can tell me, Kreckman, you've never lived until you have taken a nice nacho cheese Dorito and dredged it through a solid scoop of cottage cheese.
See, I'm going to tag Doritos in this tweet with the picture
and find out if they're okay with it.
Yeah, let's see how they even feel about it. Maybe we'll get a snarky reply.
Okay.
We'll get a real hip, young
maybe
social media person.
I am also willing to admit this could be something that the kids are really into.
No, I've never thought when I cracked open. First off, I'm not seeking cottage cheese all that often.
Okay.
Even in my healthier days. And when I did, I wasn't like, give me a Dorito with this sucker right now.
I would have never thought of it.
Okay, I tweeted it out. Nate, so if you just need to see the dip is there.
It's cottage cheese as a dip for a Dorito.
I saw one today. It's funny you'd bring this up. Now, this wasn't cottage cheese, but of the dairy family.
Yeah.
Where there was a large fella in a tub, which first off, I don't believe this large fellow would be in a smaller tub, as it were. And he's dipping it. He had a chip with his bubble bath that he was ripping through some sour cream and he just ate. And then it sent him off to La La Land and he was waving at a boat. At one point, and I was like, what the hell is this commercial?
Was the sour cream laced with LSD?
I don't know. It could have been. Would have explained a lot of what was going on more.
I also, if you've never seen this commercial, I have a feeling it's going to be running a lot during March Madness because I've been seeing it a ton during college basketball games in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I know I've seen this because the girl takes a selfie with the damn thing.
She takes a selfie with a bowl of cottage cheese.
Hacks me off.
Okay.
Let's not.
That's another fair question. Have you ever selfied with a bowl of cottage cheese?
Yeah.
All right. Again, good product. And I like a bowl of cottage cheese. I've never engaged in any of the behaviors that this commercial suggests.
They got fruit in it too. Do you want your fruit in the cottage cheese? I don't know. I don't think so.
I will do that. Like I'll take pineapple chunks and put them in cottage cheese. That's living right there.
All right.
That's
Go
good
ahead.
stuff.
I guess I have heard of that. I'm still not doing it. I mean, good for you. Here it is. Here's the guy.
Uh-huh.
See, I'll show you mine.
Okay.
Oh, wow. I would said that since grade school.
Okay. So that
guy's chill. First off, the tub is too small for the gentleman.
He's large. He fills out a bathtub. There's no doubt.
Do you take a bath? Like, to me, if I got the knees pressed up to me like I'm doing some sort of weird exam at the doctor, I ain't taking a bath in that tub. I want a big tub.
Just take a shower,
I don't
guy.
need my knees sticking out of the water. We're just taking a shower then.
Just take a shower. You can have your cream
did you
cheese
see
later.
The boat? His weird boat. He's just floating in the water. And again, what also bothers me is he's got the claw tub from the Cialis commercial, which I don't need.
The Nuggets were in the claw tub from the Cialis commercial last night. They got up for that game, Andy.
I would say Golden State was because the tub sank to the bottom of the ocean, and some of their this is causing much consternation in San Francisco. You realize that the Wolves, by victory, the Wolves have 40 victories, and Golden State is 39. There is a part of me that kind of
the Wolves last night too.
I know. I don't
Wild
want
night
the
in the
Wolves
NBA.
in the first round. I would rather have Golden State than the Wolves in the first round. Wouldn't you?
For the Nuggets, God, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Because again, if I got the standings here somewhere, I believe Golden State's the 6th seed. Yeah, they're the 6th seed right now, which would line up with your number 3 seed Nuggets.
Give me that matchup all day long.
Please.
Nuggets 44-25. They're tied with Houston. They'll see them at the end of this road trip. Get that. That's going to obviously be an important game. Tomorrow night against the Lakers. Nuggets are a game up technically on the Lakers as of today. So, again, that one's going to be critical. We don't know if Jokic is going to return. We don't know if Jamal is going to return. Accusations from ESPN of funny business on the part of the Nuggets. Tim Bontemps saying it's a bad look for the league that Jokic and Murray didn't play last night on national TV, to which I respond, patooey. I just don't buy that.
Yeah.
They're both,
nothing to say about Tyrese Halliburton missing the game.
They're both injured, capital I, injured right now and playing through it. Let's listen to Tim Bontemps on, this was Get Up was the show?
Get Up.
Get Up.
Oh, he got up.
He got
He's not
up.
normally getting up, so maybe this is why he was cranky.
He was also in the clawfoot tub in the commercial.
Yeah.
Yes, here we go. Here's Tim Bontemps on Get Up, criticizing the Nuggets. We should add, after they won last night, completely shorthanded against Golden State.
Golden State losing is bad, and a game that they should win because the Nuggets basically said, here, you go ahead and win, and the Warriors weren't able to do it. But not having Jokic, not having Murray in that spot last night, tough to watch.
No, it's a horrible look for the league. This is why the NBA put in the player participation policy. They literally put in rules that said if you're playing in a national televised game, especially on the road, your stars are supposed to play. Nikola Jokic plays all the time. I just saw him in Boston recently. He's been banged up with a bunch of stuff. But you could look ahead at the schedule if you're the Nuggets. They play the Washington Wizards, the worst team in the league, at home on Saturday. Sit these guys in that game, have them ready to go for today's game and Wednesday's game against the Lakers. I was at the Garden last night getting ready for this game. Cassie Hubbard texted me in the fourth quarter, said, you see who's Denver's playing? I said, I think everybody's playing. Then she sent me the injury report. Half the guys are out. It's just a horrible look for the league, and it's a horrible situation because I was excited to see what I could learn from Golden State playing these guys. Instead, they have everybody out, and even though they lost, the game doesn't matter.
All right. I don't think – okay, here's where Bontemps is so misguided in that take, all right? Is it a problem for the NBA when star players sit out road games, when star players miss nationally televised games? Of course it is. The NBA, that's why the player participation policy exists. That's why the NBA has tried to address this. We've had it with Embiid, Duck in Denver every single time that they come here to town. It's well publicized, okay? It happened at Golden State when Steph and Clay would miss games late in seasons back when they were a dynasty. We know it's an issue. My problem is that Bontemps is choosing to shoehorn Nikola Jokic into this take, and that's where he's dead wrong. And if there's any pushback on this that I can say evidence-wise why it's not an issue with Jokic, he's won 3 of the last 4 MVPs. And, oh, by the way, he's been eligible every single year. There is never a concern that Nikola Jokic is not going to get to the 65-game threshold. He even said it himself. He's always available, and he's banged up with a bunch of stuff, okay? If you're going to undercut your own argument that badly by basically admitting mid-take, I'm full of crap right now, I just need something to yell about here, then just hit the brakes and get out, my guy.
Well, and he also throws out his selfish motivation of, I wanted to get a real look at the Golden State Warriors. Of course you did.
Sure.
Okay. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Denver's not concerned with that.
Everybody on the planet would rather watch 2 teams well-rested at full strength go head-to-head. There's no denying that part of it, but you yourself mentioned the injury. He's listed on the injury report. This was no mysterious DNP out of Nikola Jokic. We knew this game would be coming sometime soon. Also, Michael Malone is a Greg Popovich disciple. This is Pop's move. Pop sat his dudes in road games against good teams when he needed to find rest games for them. That was when he did it because basically his logic and its sound reasoning was, it's a long shot we win anyway. Even with our dudes, this is a great chance. Well, guess what? Malone viewed it as long shot we win this game anyway. Golden State is red hot. We're going into their building. Why not? And then, oh, by the way, turns out Warriors miss a bunch of threes, miss a bunch of free throws. You throw them a curveball by playing a small ball lineup last night, and you steal a victory on the road in one of the most fun games of the year. But to pretend as though this was a situation where Denver was somehow, again, intentionally screwing the player participation policy because they didn't play an injured Jokic and an injured Jamal Murray in a road game against Golden State, that's crap.
Yeah, and by the way, you had to do get up this morning. I imagine you get up about 4 a.m.
Yeah.
5 a.m. at the very latest.
Didn't even watch the game.
Yeah, dude, the game started at 10 o'clock Eastern time. You tell me your night was ruined because you were going to be all dug in to watch that game.
That's a good point.
Got news for you, bud. You can watch. I'm assuming that it's a national game Wednesday, too, and the Lakers and Nuggets rematch.
It is. ESPN.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's another shot for you to watch.
Right.
So it's, and he even put it out there, goes, man, I hope Denver plays all their players Wednesday. Yeah, guy, they probably will. I mean, again, if you look at the standings, Michael Malone's not doing this. He's doing it because they do need rest, but they're genuinely banged up. Nicole had no lift at the end of the Washington game. He had a couple of shots where you could just see the legs are gone, the ankle's bugging him. They made comment about it on the broadcast. Murray rolled his ankle, limped off the court, basically begged his way back onto the court. You're just out of touch with this, bud.
Does the NBA have a real problem with guys missing too many games? Of course it does. Nobody is denying that that's an issue. To go after one of the most available and durable stars in the sport is absolutely absurd. DMac and Tyler had Michael Malone earlier today. They asked the Nuggets head coach to react to what Bontemps had to say. Malone throws shade in Bontemps' direction and, needless to say, does not agree with the take.
All right, we're going to let you go because we're going to talk about an idiot from ESPN who said that it was a disgrace to the NBA that you didn't play Jokic last night. And
you should be embarrassed.
Yeah, you should be embarrassed and humiliated. Some of these ESPN guys, coach.
Somebody really said that?
Do you want to hear it?
I don't want to hear it. I just want to know who said it.
Bontemps. Bontemps, whatever his name is, Bontemps, last name Bontemps. Tim Bontemps.
You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right.
I mean, so that speaks to that, but that is just an asinine comment. Nikola Jokic has been the most available player in the NBA in the last 10 years, and no other three-time MVP plays nearly as many games as Nikola Jokic.
Correct.
And for him to say that, it just speaks to the ignorance that some of these people have.
It is too bad because, and Andy, I said this in hour number one, Bontemps knows better than this. But when you go on that show, it's not enough just to sit and talk intelligently about the basketball season and the basketball game. You got to have a take. You got to get spicy. And unfortunately, they take a guy who does know better, who is not a take merchant, and they put him in that seat. And then he's got to end up saying something stupid like that. And now we're having this conversation, having to defend, once again, Nikola Jokic against moronic opinions from the national media.
Yeah, and you're right. It's what the show calls for. And look, Bontemps isn't on there often. You know I watch a lot of that show. He's not often on there. They were digging the bottom of the well anyway. I also do feel like that Michael Malone probably has some idea who Tim Bontemps is. But,
Yeah.
By the way, top chef's kiss text from Ramon that Spring just alerted me to.
Yeah.
Bontemps sounds like he dips Doritos in cottage cheese.
It's a problem, okay? It's a problem.
Zach just
It's an
wrote it
issue.
too. The listeners are all coming in with it now. It's right.
303-504-0925. If you have ever used cottage cheese as a dip, particularly for a flavored tortilla chip, we'd love to hear from you.
While you're texting Sheboygan.
Or was this invented by the fine people at Daisy Cottage Cheese? Let us know. 303-504.
Come on, you grab a celery stick and whip that thing through. You're not You couldn't have two bros playing NBA 2K whatever and whipping out the celery and cottage. That ain't happening.
Did one of them put out the bowl of Doritos and the other one's like, what the hell is this, dude? Don't you have any cottage cheese?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
I can't believe you're only going to put out chips. I need cottage cheese to dip this in.
Where's the daisy, bro?
Yeah.
You gotta dip this.
With your sweet jingle.
Now what's happening is now we're taking it even further. Now we're writing fan fiction about these guys. This is really, we're getting to the place where this needs to get to.
The listeners enjoyed it again because we have a texter saying Jamie Benn dips his Doritos in cottage cheese. That's the new bar. If you hate a guy, they dip it in cottage cheese.
Sheboygan, Wisconsin, Andy, is the land of cheese, churches, children, and chairs, and even they don't dip their Doritos into cottage cheese. Sheboygan, you got 4 more minutes to text in 303-504-0925. Text Sheboygan to 303-504-0925. You're entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Bucks coming up on Wednesday. We will pick a winner and give those tickets out next. Oh, there's so much happening here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
You have found the chip dip in the cottage cheese defenders.
They're out there.
One is very spicy.
Yes. I don't know why you would do that, but people are doing it, apparently.
Hey, if you like it, it's cool. It just has never crossed my mind.
No.
And I don't know. I guess now that I think about it, when I mentioned the sour cream commercial.
Yeah.
I have mixed in like onion soup to make the onion dip or something.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Like a French onion dip made with a sour cream.
I've never just gone to the sour cream alone.
I've never gone cottage cheese in dip fashion.
Yeah, the curds bother me, frankly. I don't eat a lot of cottage cheese. I'm not going to lie. And then we had an OBGYN right in, and I'm not ever going to do it again. So, it's been I haven't really looked at the text line much today, and the last 5 minutes has been quite entertaining.
I will stay with my take. If you dip Doritos in cottage cheese, you are psychotic. And that is
there
where
was
I land.
one person defending it that did come with a level of anger.
Makes sense. But those are those kind of people.
I thought we were having kind of fun, and then no, someone's angry.
That's right. Feeling like a taste of the ocean? Stop at a Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's a light and flaky whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. And you know what? They don't put cottage cheese on it for good reason. All right. Or do we got to give away Spring? Or we got
to give away the tickets. We got to give away the gift card. We got a lot.
We got to give away a lot of stuff. Okay, first off, let's do the gift card. All right, $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue goes to Anthony Frazzini. Congratulations to Frazzini. Anthony wins himself a $25 Brothers Barbecue gift card because he entered our Not Another Bracket contest, which is available right now at altitudesportsradio.com. Go on, pick 5 teams that you think are going to win and get you points and all that good stuff in the tournament, brought to you by Evan Williams and Brothers Barbecue. By the way, made my selections, my 5 teams. I'm taking Florida because I think they're going to win the tournament. I got the Illini, obviously, because I'm a dumb homer and they're going to disappoint and I'm going to lose. I got Montana as a 14 seed because I think I'm going to rack up points out of the Big Sky. I got Marquette because I like the draw that the Golden Eagles found themselves in. And finally, I think San Diego State beats North Carolina. Tonight, Magoo-Guath is back. Plus, if they get past Ole Miss, they would get Iowa State. Keyshawn Gilbert is out for the tournament. Therefore, I like San Diego State as a Sweet 16 team. Therefore, I'll take the Aztecs as well. That's my 5. Florida, Illinois, Montana, Marquette, and San Diego State.
I already forgot. I know I picked Arkansas in honor of Scotty.
There you go.
And then I had to do some, as I looked at the bracket, I had to do some other machinations. Let me see here. I'm trying to remember who I took.
Machinize. In the meantime, we have got a pair of tickets to give away for the Nuggets and the Bucks on Wednesday. You've been texting in all day long. Our text keywords have been Antetokounmpo, Leinenkugel, and Sheboygan. Today
in honor
here
of Wisconsin.
On this show, since you're going to a Nuggets and Bucks game, Spring, can I get a drum roll, please? Who has won a pair of tickets from the Kreckman and Lindahl show and the fine people at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5? Our winner, Mark Springer, is, after Clark Griswold.
And this listener texted in for all 3 keywords.
Way to go.
Our winner is Eric Smith.
Eric Smith. Well done, Eric. You have won yourself a pair of tickets to go see Denver and Milwaukee on Wednesday on a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. If you want to go to Ball Arena to catch the Nuggets in their playoff push, tickets are always available at nuggets.com/tickets. We're doing this every Tuesday. So this is fun.
Someone just called us a Philistine. What the hell is that? I'm pretty sure they're having fun.
They think we're dumb.
Is that what it is? Gosh.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, we're not, Dave. We've never promised you smartest guy in the room stuff here.
No.
But they put Cholula in it. So there you go.
I'm not anti-cottage cheese. I'm anti-Dorito.
I'm anti-cottage cheese.
Okay.
I'm not going to lie. I don't want any of it. Have fun with it. I got other dairy products I can eat.
Don't worry. There's plenty out there.
Yeah.
Do you want a weird story?
Why not? We got 2-3 minutes. Go ahead.
Let's do this, okay? So if you're a fan of the University of Michigan, okay, First off, your Wolverines are getting ready for UC San Diego in the first round. You were just playing for the Big Ten title the other day there in Indianapolis, so you got all that going on. You got
still love some Jim Harbaugh.
Spring ball is going on
Spring ball's
right
about to be
now.
here.
You got a bunch of defensive linemen that are going to go in the first round of the NFL draft. You got a lot of fun stuff going on if you're a Michigan fan. So you may have missed this little gem right here. A tweet that was put out, that was on the internet this morning, courtesy of Mitch Voigt. Mitch plays for the Michigan Wolverines baseball team.
Now, hold on. Is he related to John Voight? Does he drive his car?
Spelled differently.
Oh, okay.
But it would be a lot cooler if he was. So anyway, Mitch Voigt puts out a statement on Twitter. I want to